Chapter 1. The Super Brash System. The basketball court at the Magic City Sports Arena is alive with fervor, hosting the second game of the NBA China Tour preseason, featuring the Charlotte Hornets against the Los Angeles Clippers. The players engage in an intense battle on the court. The atmosphere within the arena is electric, filled to capacity with fans eager to witness the NBA in person, but many are particularly drawn by the presence of two yellow-skinned players. One of them is Jeremy Lin, a Chinese-American player of Taiwanese descent, who has captured the hearts of numerous domestic fans with his remarkable Linsanity performance during his time with the New York Knicks. Recently signed by the Charlotte Hornets during the offseason, he has just been substituted out of the game, receiving thunderous applause and cheers from the sidelines. Despite not boasting impressive stats today, Lin's efficiency is commendable, having scored 13 points and secured 5 rebounds on 7 attempts, a performance worthy of praise. The other player, Xiao Shen, sits at the far end of the Clippers bench, serving as the team's water boy, and the fans have bestowed upon him nothing but disdainful jeers. As echoed in the words from a certain film, the court is devoid of coaching. Only cries and screams prevail. The cheers are reserved for me. So handsome. The jeers are directed at you. How embarrassing. To earn the fans' approval, one must deliver a commendable performance that a stellar display guarantees a chorus of cheers and applause, while a lackluster showing invites a deluge of criticism and scorn. Once a player who held the hopes of countless fans, aspiring to secure his place in the NBA, Xiao Shen has repeatedly let domestic supporters down. Although the fans understand that the Los Angeles Clippers signed Xiao Shen to a 10-day contract merely to generate buzz and attract attention to the team, the reality remains. In the previous game, Xiao Shen did not see a single second of playing time. The AS Lin is substituted. The scoreboard displays an 85-59 score, with the Hornets leading the Clippers by 26 points at the end of the third quarter. With the game essentially decided, both teams have pulled their star players, rendering the final quarter devoid of intrigue, leading some fans to depart the arena prematurely. Consequently, the gaze of countless spectators shifts once more to Xiao Shen at the far end of the bench, where the water boy resides. However, as time ticks away and 4 minutes of the fourth quarter pass, Coach Doc Rivers still has not glanced toward Xiao Shen on the bench. The crowd begins to voice their frustrations. Seriously, is Xiao Shen ever going to play? What is the Clippers coach doing? We want to see Xiao Shen. Why is Xiao Shen still not on the court? Are they denying a chance for a Chinese player, even in garbage time? Do you really think the coach will give him an opportunity? Does Xiao Shen possess that capability? If he can't even make a mark in the NCAA, how can he expect to see playing time in the NBA? Are you not aware of the Clippers' intentions in signing him? They merely seek to capitalize on our money. He's a waste. I have no faith in him. There's only one Linsanity, and Xiao Shen will never remain in the NBA. Had it not been for the competition in China, do you believe the Los Angeles Clippers would have signed Xiao Shen? Such a waste of expression, everyone disperse. He won't get the chance to step onto the court. He is unworthy. Since the retirement of the great Yao Ming, the NBA has not witnessed the presence of Chinese players for quite some time. Xiao Shen, a genuine Chinese player who ventured to the United States for high school basketball, stands at an impressive height of 208 centimeters and weighs 120 kilograms as a formidable interior player. Xiao Shen possesses the soft shooting touch characteristic of Chinese players, combined with the physicality and resilience of American players. His shooting range extends to the three-point line, making him a competent blue-collar player in the NCAA. However, lacking a signature skill and being somewhat proficient in various aspects without excelling in any, his offensive capabilities as an interior player leave much to be desired. Consequently, he is expected to go undrafted in this year's NBA selection. Due to his agent's deliberate hype before the draft, Xiao Shen's reputation suffered greatly after his failure to be selected, drawing the ire of countless domestic critics and detractors. Although he had the opportunity to participate in this year's summer league, and several teams conducted tryouts during the offseason, none extended a contract to him. It was only before the commencement of the NBA China Tour that the Los Angeles Clippers offered Xiao Shen a 10-day contract, set to expire tomorrow. This match may very well become Xiao Shen's final opportunity to serve an NBA team. In the first encounter between the Charlotte Hornets and the Los Angeles Clippers in Shenzhen, Xiao Shen did not receive a single second of playing time. Today, it seems likely he will once again find himself glued to the bench. It appears history remains unchanged. I shall probably only get a chance in the last minute of the game. Alas, must I be destined to part ways with the NBA? Traveling back to 2015, certain familiar circumstances have shifted, leading him to believe his basketball fate would also transform. Yet, it seems not to be the case. Nevertheless, he will not relinquish his dream of the NBA, for it is a stage every boy who loves basketball yearns to ascend, a platform to showcase oneself and achieve greatness. Xiao Shen has devised his own plan for the future. Recently, he has been secretly honing his skills. However, the change he anticipated suddenly manifested. He felt a gaze upon him, that of Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers. Xiao, you're going in soon. With 6 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Xiao Shen finally received his chance to play, and he leaped from the bench in exhilaration. Thank you, coach. Doug Rivers smiled, patting Xiao Shen on the shoulder. Play well. Don't feel pressure to have faith in you. As a renowned motivational coach in the NBA, Doug Rivers is adept at navigating interpersonal dynamics. Rather than waiting until the last moments to play Xiao Shen, it would be more beneficial to grant him a few extra minutes on the court. Signing Xiao Shen for $8,000 is not solely for the sake of attracting attention. It also serves to garner the affection of Chinese fans. Everyone is aware of the immense influence of the Chinese market. Despite the skepticism from the spectators and the predominance of the DSS, there remained a faction of the audience that ardently hoped for an exceptional performance from Xiao Shen. Approaching the technical area and awaiting the dead ball, as Xiao Shen prepared to enter the game, a melodious notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host Xiao Shen, for successfully activating the NBA Super Brute system. At long last, I have awaited your arrival. My golden opportunity. Yet, what is this FE business? Super Brute, what does that even mean? Do you expect me to rely solely on brute force to play? We are in the era of small ball. Wouldn't a three-point shooting god system be more desirable? Oh heavens, may I exchange this system for another? Before Xiao Shen could voice his grievances, the pleasant notification chimed once more. Chapter 2. The Pinnacle of the Big Shark. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding with the system. You have received a novice reward, a Pinnacle Big Shark Shaquille O'Neal experience card. System, I suspect you are intentionally toying with my mindset. Nevertheless, having something is better than nothing. Xiao Shen promptly examined his reward. Pinnacle Big Shark Shaquille O'Neal experience card, a one-time consumable. Upon activation, the host will gain all the abilities of the Pinnacle Shaquille O'Neal for a duration of 5 minutes. Timeouts and breaks do not count. Why is it limited to only 5 minutes? Why not provide me with a permanent card? With the abilities of the Pinnacle Big Shark Shaquille O'Neal, what need do I have for Gill's three-point shooting? What is the purpose of playing as a space-oriented center or employing a super hexagonal strategy? Brute force will suffice. System 0S. Someone was just complaining, and yet within 30 seconds, they succumbed to the law of true fragrance. As Xiao Shen remained engrossed in the system's rewards, he absently made his way onto the court in the first round. Lost in thought, he allowed Tyler Hansbrough to dunk over him with ease. Rookie, are you still asleep? Taunted Tyler Hansbrough, a smirk plastered across his face. On the sidelines, Doc Rivers, who had harbored some expectations, could only bury his face in his hands, realizing that Xiao Shen would not be the focal point of the match he had anticipated. The naysayers and critics among the audience seized the opportunity, unleashing their scorn. I told you he's a complete waste, don't you believe me? If they weren't hoping to make a quick buck, do you think the Los Angeles Clippers would have signed him? He comes in and gets dunked on to embarrass us. It would have been better if you hadn't shown up at all. With such poor skills, he dares to claim he could be a starter in the NBA? I could do it too. Shameful. What are you doing? Truly pathetic. Pass the ball to Xiao Shen. He says he wants to go home. If he can score, they'll stream myself eating excrement. A useless player. Such a disgrace. Wasting his father's ticket money. Hurry up and leave the court. Regaining his focus, Xiao Shen actively retrieved the ball and passed it to Austin Rivers, known as the NBA's princely heir. The game had long since progressed, and keeping little Rivers on the court was a clear indication of his father Doc Rivers' intentions. The 5 players on the Los Angeles Clippers, besides Xiao Shen and Austin Rivers, included shooting guard C.J. Wilcox, small forward Luke Mbah, and center Cole Aldrich. The likelihood of the ball reaching him was slim. It was almost certain that Austin Rivers would take it himself. Positioned perfectly, Xiao Shen activated the peak experience card of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in an instant. A multitude of sensations filled Xiao Shen's mind, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. As anticipated, Austin Rivers, utilizing the screen set by Cole Aldrich, made his move and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Today, the entire Los Angeles Clippers team seemed devoid of shooting skills. Even the hoops appear to be buckling under their attempts. In his initial 3 attempts from beyond the arc, Rivers had failed to score. This shot would prove no different. As soon as he released the ball, Xiao Shen instinctively knew it would miss. He immediately dashed towards the paint, anticipating the rebound's trajectory. Tyler Hansbrough, matched up against Xiao Shen, quickly reacted, attempting to block him out. Renowned as a tenacious interior player within the NBA, Hansbrough was known for his formidable rebounding prowess and exceptional physicality. However, When faced with the peak capabilities of Xiao Shen emulating the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, he stood no chance of resistance in his prime. O'Neal soared with unparalleled prowess, capable of shattering the very rim itself. During an era abundant with towering defenders, he dominated effortlessly, with few able to contain him in unknown situations. Hansbrow was no exception. Not a chance. The rebound is mine. Before he could finish his declaration, Hansbrow felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him, causing him to stumble backward. With a single, formidable push, Xiao Shen easily displaced Hansbrow, establishing his position. With a gentle leap, he seized the rebound with both hands. Xiao Shen's aggressive pursuit of the offensive rebound was nothing short of electrifying, capturing the attention of the audience. Yet, his performance was far from over. Securing the ball, he instinctively took a dribble, leveraging his strength to fend off Hansbrow's defense. Rising high, Xiao Shen executed a powerful two-handed dunk over Hansbrow, sending the ball crashing through the hoop, creating a resonating thrum that echoed throughout the arena. What a play! The commentator exclaimed enthusiastically. Xiao Shen snatched an offensive rebound and executed a spectacular two-handed dunk over Hansbrow. One exhilarating shot. The fans who had previously criticized Xiao Shen fell silent, only to erupt into cheers for him. Impressive. That dunk was phenomenal. Great shot. Nice. Wow, did you see that? Hansbrow, a powerhouse center, just got pushed aside by Xiao Shen. This play has the flavor of true competition. It's exhilarating. Well done. Xiao Shen has something special. Who just said he wouldn't score? Come chat with me later, and he'll treat you to something warm. Truly remarkable. His strength is undeniable. Keep pushing, young man. Tyler Hansbrow found himself somewhat bewildered by the consecutive maneuvers executed by Xiao Shen. Especially during that moment when he attempted to secure position, he resembled a bull, utterly unyielding. As a seasoned player who has navigated the NBA for numerous years, and having been selected as the 13th overall pick in the 2009 draft, Hansbrow still possesses a certain prowess that allows him to maintain his place in the league. Having regained his composure, Hansbrow strategically positioned himself in the low post, reaching out for the ball, ready to retaliate. Jeremy Lamb, the 2KBUG player, noticed his elder counterpart's request for the ball and readily obliged, delivering it to him. Such plays, typically, are generously afforded by teammates. However, when Hansbrow and Xiao Shen vied for position, he found the endeavor remarkably arduous. He was unable to establish a deep position, and despite several attempts to assert himself, he was rebuffed by Xiao Shen, ultimately receiving the ball from a considerable distance. From the basket, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, Hansbrow sought to challenge Xiao Shen with a back-to-the-basket move, attempting to inch his way into the 3-second area, cautiously, nudging forward. Yet, Xiao Shen remained immovable. With renewed determination, he pressed again. Xiao Shen stood steadfast. Once more, Hansbrow exerted all his strength, pushing back. Bang! It was as if he had collided with a solid steel wall. He failed to penetrate the 3-second zone and was instead shoved away from the basket by Xiao Shen. The force he had exerted, combined with Xiao Shen's resistance, caused him to lose his balance, nearly resulting in a turnover. Although Hansbrow managed to retain possession, he was effectively contained by Xiao Shen. At that moment, sitting courtside, Los Angeles Clippers head coach Doc Rivers' eyes sparkled with excitement. He had actually held him off. The physical contest was impressive. The young man displayed a commendable attitude. Well played, indeed. Little did Doc Rivers know, the spectacle belonging to Xiao Shen was merely beginning. Chapter 3. Brute Force Prevails. Hansbrow felt a surge of discontent. Struggling against an unheralded, undrafted rookie, he found the task unexpectedly taxing. The humiliation of being so thoroughly defended by Xiao Shen, nearly losing possession, was a source of great embarrassment for Hansbrow. Hey, have you skipped a meal? I can hardly feel your strength. Put some effort into it, will you? Softy, Xiao Shen taunted confidently, deliberately enticing Hansbrow to continue the unknown. With no justification to pass the ball, Hansbrow endeavored to maneuver around Xiao Shen's defense. Xiao Shen raised his arms high, enveloping Hansbrow, simultaneously exerting force to maintain his position. Left with no alternatives, Hansbrow resorted to a turnaround jumper, yet due to Xiao Shen's interference, he was unable to achieve full elevation, failing to create any space for his shot. Hansbrow forced the attempt. As the ball loomed before him, Xiao Shen exhibited no hesitation. He leaped with alacrity, his arms sweeping through the air, delivering a thunderous slap to the ball. Boom! Xiao Shen's powerful volleyball-style rejection sent Hansbrow's shot soaring towards midcourt. The block was exceptionally executed. Once again, it astonished the spectators on the sidelines, even leaving the commentators momentarily at a loss for words, as they erupted with excitement. Xiao Shen, it is once again Xiao Shen. He What a magnificent block. Xiao Shen thwarted Hansbrau's offense and sent his shot flying with a resounding volleyball-style rejection. What a splendid play. What a remarkable block. This moment is truly exhilarating. If he were not aware that gesturing would lead to a technical foul, Xiao Shen would likely have flashed a triumphant finger at Hansbrau. Yet, with an air of disdain, Xiao Shen offered Hansbrau a resolute and formidable retort. The experience card of the peak big shark Shaquille O'Neal is indeed formidable. What a thrill. The strength embodied here belongs to the elite echelon of the league, with exceptional leaping ability. Although the big shark may not be the most outstanding defensive player, he is more than sufficient to dominate the current crop of soft interior players in the NBA. There is no need to indulge in flashy maneuvers while playing. Relying solely on brute force will suffice. The ball, launched by Xiao Shen, was intercepted by his teammate, Bryant, with no significant opportunity for a counterattack. The play devolved into a positional battle. Xiao Shen longed to exclaim, "Pass me the ball, and you all step aside. I alone am sufficient." Yet, he was acutely aware that Austin Rivers would never entrust the ball to him, a player stationed in the paint. The true ferocity belonged to the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, who dominated the key. Not only was the ball withheld from him, but little Rivers also gestured for Xiao Shen to come and set a screen. Very well. Who could argue when one has a father in the coaching profession? Xiao Shen's defensive prowess was exceptionally high, completely obstructing the opponent. As consecutive outside shots failed to find their target, little Rivers made a daring drive into the paint, executing a skillful archery-like shot just before the opposing interior players could close in. However, the attempt was in vain, as the ball ricocheted off the rim. At that moment, the area beneath the basket was devoid of presence, with Hansbrau rushing to defend against little Rivers. Frank Kaminsky, the center acquired by the Charlotte Hornets as the 9th overall pick in this year's draft, swiftly moved to secure the rebound. Just then, a figure soared high, leaping before Frank Kaminsky could react, and emphatically slammed the ball into the basket just as it was about to tumble off the rim. Xiao Shen forcefully overpowered Kaminsky, executing a powerful putback dunk that astounded the multitude of spectators. Incredible. How did he manage to soar in for that dunk? His experience in American basketball truly shines through. His athleticism is formidable, effortlessly launching himself to score with a putback that is nothing short of spectacular. Unbelievable. His leaping ability is remarkable. Having just blocked a shot, he swiftly followed up with a dunk over an opponent. Such an impressive athlete. This sequence of offense and defense was quite ferocious, delivering a powerful volleyball-style rejection and immediately retaliating with a dunk over another player. His talent is undeniable. No wonder he once boasted so confidently. Being selected by the NBA speaks volumes about his capabilities, and his performance in these few exchanges has been exceptional. Blessings upon our great nation. For we have finally welcomed a beastly interior player, Ali Give. His strength in confrontation is exceptional, and his leaping prowess is commendable. He is definitely worth nurturing. Let us see more outstanding plays. Xiao Shen. Though Brooks attempted to defend, he had to glance back at Xiao Shen's dunk over an opponent. Even if he stood in Kaminsky's place, he might have faced a humiliating dunk as well. From Xiao Shen, he sensed a hint of the indomitable spirit reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal, embodying a fierce dominance. After successfully executing the dunk, Xiao Shen refrained from excessive celebration, focusing entirely on the game. He must fully capitalize on the limited 5 minutes of the peak Shaquille O'Neal experience card, making the most of it. With unstoppable strength, overwhelming jumping ability, and explosive power, Xiao Shen can dominate over his opponents without needing intricate maneuvers. Purely aggressive play is sufficient. This is how basketball should be played. Come on. Dare to challenge me? He taunted Hansbrau while positioned defensively in the low post. Unfortunately, the Charlotte Hornets offense showed no intention of penetrating the paint. Jeremy Lamb opted to take a shot from beyond the arc instead. Clang. Jeremy Lamb's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. In this era of small ball, one reason traditional centers are waning is the increase in three-point attempts, leading to more long rebounds. Although Xiao Shen anticipated and secured his position, the rebound ricocheted far, ultimately favoring the trailing Hansbrau. However, Xiao Shen did not bother to reason with him. He swiftly charged forward, exerting his strength to forcibly displace Hansbrau. He then leaped high into the air, his hands reaching out like a celestial being grasping the stars, securing the rebound with finesse. Since his substitution, Xiao Shen has exhibited a remarkable presence on both ends of the court, amassing 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. The ball was handed over to Austin Rivers, who brought it past the half-court line, while Xiao Shen descended into the low post, True to his princely status, the Los Angeles Clippers' strategy centered around Little Rivers. Despite his lackluster shooting touch, he wielded boundless shooting freedom in the absence of several key players, shooting at will regardless of his form. Positioned firmly in the paint, Xiao Shen anticipated the play, but Little Rivers opted not to pass him the ball. Instead, he dribbled to the free throw line, executing a sudden stop for a mid-range jumper. Clang! It was a resounding miss. Fortunately, Xiao Shen had foreseen this. Even though he was entangled by Hansbrough and Kaminsky on either side, he broke free like a beast. With sheer strength, he shoved the two aside and soared to claim the offensive rebound. In his mind, Xiao Shen was filled with determination. Leaning against Kaminsky, he pivoted and charged forward, directly confronting Kaminsky while disregarding the impending defense of Hansbrough. With a sudden surge of energy, Xiao Shen seized the ball with both hands, propelling it forcefully towards the hoop. Chapter 4. Scoring 10 consecutive points, captivating the coach eager to reclaim his dignity. Hansbrough engaged in mid-air confrontation with Xiao Shen. Clearly at a disadvantage, he attempted to push Xiao Shen aside, yet was unable to thwart his relentless assault. Transitioning from two hands to one, Xiao Shen emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. The sound echoed, beep. The ball had gone in, and the referee's whistle signaled Hansbrough's foul. As the instigator of the conflict, Hansbrough stumbled back upon landing, whereas Xiao Shen remained steadfast and unyielding like a rock. This moment of aerial confrontation evoked memories of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and his once dominating reign on the court. Although Xiao Shen has not yet fully unleashed the complete prowess of his peak performance, his current display on the court is sufficient to leave countless fans in awe. What a remarkable play! Even amidst a double team, he secures the rebound and delivers a thunderous dunk. Truly impressive. Is his physicality really that formidable? To withstand two opponents and still dominate? Such terrifying strength. The resurgence of our Chinese men's basketball team appears promising, with Xiao Shen demonstrating extraordinary prowess and ferocity. Good heavens! Is he truly an athlete from our nation? How can his athletic gifts be so astonishing? This strength, this leaping ability, this explosive power, it's utterly fierce. Is it really this intense? He plays with reckless abandon, seizing the ball and charging forward indiscriminately. Hansbrough and Kaminsky exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Initially, they dismissed Xiao Shen, viewing him merely as a rookie. However, after just 2 plays, they realized they were ill-prepared to contend with the relentless force that is Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen is entirely devoid of reason, seizing the ball and charging directly at you with overwhelming force, an absolute display of strength that is impossible to obstruct. All they can do is watch as Xiao Shen strides to the free throw line to execute an additional penalty. In the instant of his release, Xiao Shen senses impending misfortune. The shot veers absurdly off course, an abysmal free throw, a perennial agony for the peak of the great shark. Hansbrough secures his position, allowing Kaminsky, who is better positioned, to protect the rebound. Perhaps he has yet to recover from the previous play, or perhaps Aldridge's earlier confrontation was somewhat fierce. This results in Kaminsky lifting the ball, searching for a teammate while it is fully exposed to Xiao Shen's line of sight. Circumventing the opponent's blind spot, Xiao Shen swiftly dashes behind Kaminsky, his powerful hands firmly pressing down on the ball before he forcefully yanks it away, an audacious theft. Xiao Shen abruptly seized the ball from Kaminsky, nearly toppling him to the ground in the process. With the successful steal, Xiao Shen took a decisive step forward and executed a one-handed slam dunk, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. Xiao Shen secured his 8th point in this match. Xiao Shen had only graced the court for 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Yet his efficiency was remarkable. He even contributed several highlights worthy of the top 5 plays. Under Xiao Shen's leadership, the Los Angeles Clippers launched a brief offensive surge, scoring 8 points to 2, yet they still found themselves trailing by 27 points, rendering a comeback nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Charlotte Hornets head coach, Steve Clifford, rose to orchestrate, signaling his players to tighten the pace of the game. Drawing from their previous excellent performances, the majority of the audience, along with players and management from both teams, and even those watching from the sidelines or through television broadcasts, along with analysts, had their attention entirely captivated by Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen stationed himself beneath the basket, executing timely and effective defensive maneuvers that rendered the opposing players unable to find advantageous opportunities, compelling them to pass the ball to their perimeter players. As the shot clock dwindled, Brian Roberts, having received the ball, was left with no option but to attempt a desperate 3-point shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, Xiao Shen exerted his formidable strength to push Hansbrow and Kaminsky out of the way, securing his position and confidently grabbing the rebound. Such tenacity. His ability to protect the boards is remarkably steadfast. Pass the ball to Xiao. Pass the ball to the interior player. Grant him an opportunity. Austin Rivers disregarded the pleas from the spectators along the sidelines as the game descended into garbage time, with little defensive pressure from the Charlotte Hornets players. The athletes on the court were acutely aware that as long as they avoided elementary mistakes, scoring one after another would yield favorable statistics for everyone involved, a scenario they all welcomed. After utilizing a screen, Little Rivers attempted a mid-range jump shot, yet it failed to find the net. Chaos reigned beneath the basket. Xiao Shen found himself entangled with Hansbluth and Kaminsky in a fierce struggle. Despite the odds of 1 against 2 and the unfavorable circumstances, he relied on his sheer brute strength to seize the rebound. However, after an intense battle, Xiao Shen had drifted far from the paint, and the opposing team swiftly closed in, determined to snatch the ball from his grasp. He leaped and passed to the corner for Batum. With an open opportunity, Batum rose to take the shot. Clang! The rim at the Shanghai Gymnasium seemed to have fortified itself against the Los Angeles Clippers, as Batum's wide-open three-pointer failed to find its mark. After passing to Batum, Xiao Shen charged toward the basket. The ball that Batum could not convert fortuitously landed on Xiao Shen's side. Seizing the rebound while still within the 3-second area, Xiao Shen unleashed his power, taking a step forward and initiating contact. Bam! Xiao Shen bent low, gathering strength as he collided with Hansbrow, who was pursuing him. He surged towards the left side of the basket, launching himself skyward with a ferocious one-handed dunk, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. B00M. The rim reverberated with a resounding thrum. In a certain streaming room, the renowned basketball commentator Yang Yi, unable to contain his excitement, shouted hysterically, "Good heavens! Is this how the youth play nowadays? They seem to abandon all reason, driving straight into the paint and overpowering the defense. What's the difference from how the great Shaquille O'Neal played? Unbelievable." His commentary partner, Kafa, echoed in disbelief. Incredible, astonishing. Xiao Shen had taken 5 shots under the basket, all resulting in emphatic dunks, employing a rather unorthodox approach. To put it bluntly, he was just bulldozing through. His straightforward, aggressive, and fearless style of play undeniably ignited the crowd's adrenaline, with spectators on the sidelines erupting in cheers and shouts. Even Chris Paul, the star player of the Los Angeles Clippers, rose to his feet, applauding Xiao Shen. The Charlotte Hornets, unable to withstand the onslaught, called a timeout. The Clippers bench players rushed over, celebrating with high fives and chest bumps. Brilliant. What a spectacular dunk. Well done, young man. I'll remember your name, Xiao. After Xiao Shen scored 10 consecutive points in the paint, the Hornets had no choice but to call a timeout for adjustments. Following the celebration with his teammates, Xiao Shen returned to his bench seat, somewhat shy, oblivious to the fact that his performance had already captivated Coach Doc Rivers, who was now approaching him with unexpected delight. Xiao. Chapter 5. Overturning Kaminsky. Upon returning from the timeout, the Hornets continued to dictate the game's pace, executing a series of passes and cuts that finally allowed Jeremy Lamb to find an open opportunity for a three-pointer. Lamb sank the shot, stabilizing the team's position. For the Clippers offense, Xiao Shen proactively moved to the high post, setting a screen for Rivers. Following the pick and roll, as the defense cut off the passing lane, Xiao Shen was able to receive the ball. Positioned low, he swiftly turned to establish his place as Rivers immediately delivered the ball into his hands. At that moment, on one side, Xiao Shen positioned himself to create space, with Kaminsky pressing behind him as he switched defense. Xiao Shen was not in a hurry to launch an attack. He observed the opposing defense, noting their lack of intention to double-team or provide help. Thus, the audacious Xiao Shen felt no need for courtesy. He made a probing move inward, testing the resistance, and then smoothly pivoted to face Kaminsky. Lowering his center of gravity, he bent his knees, gathering energy to its fullest potential. This play was crafted by Doc Rivers, a special strategy tailored for him, and Xiao Shen was determined not to disappoint his coach's expectations. With a mighty roar, Xiao Shen unleashed his full strength, colliding forcefully with Frank Kaminsky, the 9th overall pick in this year's draft, standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 109 kilograms. Immediately, a cry of distress followed by a resounding thud echoed through the arena. Bam! Kaminsky was sent crashing to the ground by Xiao Shen's relentless force. Within a 1-meter radius of Xiao Shen, there were no defenders from the Charlotte Hornets standing nearby. He leaped gracefully and executed a gentle dunk, securing an additional 2 points. Xiao Shen's series of movements flowed seamlessly, culminating in a final gesture that seemed almost nonchalant, as if the wind and clouds were merely playing. Yet, it left the audience in a state of profound astonishment. Xiao Shen astonishingly toppled Kaminsky with a single collision. In an instant, the audience erupted in gasps of disbelief. Can you believe this? Xiao Shen has actually overpowered a defensive player. My goodness. It has been ages since I witnessed such an electrifying display of power. The young man is impressively fierce. How extraordinary. When will our players from the great land of China manage to knock someone down? Even centers struggle to assert themselves. Yet Xiao Shen effortlessly sent Kaminsky sprawling to the ground. What on earth? I can hardly believe my own eyes, though Kaminsky may be somewhat soft. He is certainly not that feeble to be knocked down by Xiao Shen. It's simply unbelievable. Incredible. He has truly been sent crashing to the ground. How can this be? To be toppled so easily? Is he really that powerful? While Xiao Shen's prior performances have also been astonishing, this particular moment has taken the shock factor to an entirely new level. The Los Angeles Clippers bench is now in utter chaos. Throughout this match, they have been dominated by the Charlotte Hornets since the very beginning, with hardly any opportunity to retaliate. Upon the entrance of Xiao Shen, he wreaked havoc in the restricted area, this time toppling the opposing team's center, selected 9th overall in this year's draft. They finally exhaled in relief. What an astonishing display. The force with which he knocked down his opponent was remarkable. How is he so strong? I never noticed this before. Xiao, deliver a stunning performance. Show them no mercy. What a play. The excitement among the bench players was palpable, while Chris Paul wore an expression of admiration, casting a glance at his companions, Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan. Can you two keep up? He inquired. DeAndre Jordan shook his head, indicating the challenge was formidable. Although Griffin remained silent, his indifference was evident. He hardly spared Xiao Shen a glance, instead keenly observing the unfolding game. Their faces were similarly adorned with astonishment. Meanwhile, seated behind the Charlotte Hornets bench, the team owner, Michael Jordan, could hardly contain his exasperation. Over the years, his choices in drafting and signing players had drawn heavy criticism from countless fans. Was Frank Kaminsky really the better pick? Why did he not choose Xiao Shen? At least he wouldn't have to shout, "Aki, be tougher." It seemed that Xiao Shen's ferocity had escalated since his tryouts, now reminiscent of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. Michael Jordan felt no desire to continue watching. He merely wished to exit the arena. Suddenly recalling something, he promptly sent a message to his assistant. At this moment, Xiao Shen wore an expression of serene indifference. During his prime, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal could easily overpower even the ageless and tenacious defender, Uncle Mu, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. He effortlessly overwhelmed Frank Kaminsky, who was caught unprepared, demonstrating a level of ease that was astonishing. Such is the essence of fundamental skills. Xiao Shen scored another powerful goal, compelling the Charlotte Hornets defense to adjust once again. They frequently employed double teams to restrict Xiao Shen's movement beneath the basket. However, their efforts proved largely futile, as Xiao Shen remained an unstoppable force, soaring with remarkable agility. Fortunately, the game clock was running low. Once the peak performance card of Shaquille O'Neal came to an end, Xiao Shen moderated his approach significantly. Although he did not lead his team to a remarkable comeback, in the final moments of the match, Xiao Shen, having played for just over 6 minutes, achieved an impressive 18 points from 9 out of 10 attempts, alongside 7 rebounds and 3 blocks against the opposing team. His explosive performance and astounding efficiency were undeniable, and as the game concluded, he swiftly retreated to the locker room. The exhilaration of peak performance was momentary, but the after-effects were equally significant. Xiao Shen felt utterly drained, teetering on the brink of collapse. After a prolonged period of rest, he finally managed to regain a semblance of his strength. Thus, Xiao Shen declined to grant interviews to media reporters and similarly did not appear alongside the head coach at the post-match press conference, leaving many journalists disappointed. Once he returned to the hotel, he collapsed into bed, exhausted. Although the reporters were unable to interview Xiao Shen directly, his performance on the court today was sufficient to captivate their attention, especially for domestic news outlets. They were finally freed from the obligation of reporting on a player who merely scored 2 points and grabbed 1 rebound, earning the coach's trust. In this match, Xiao Shen exhibited an extraordinary performance, showcasing a level of prowess akin to that of a super athlete, which has garnered the attention of numerous NBA teams as well as various agents. He has severed ties with his previous agent and has yet to sign with any new agency. Moreover, his contract with the Los Angeles Clippers is set to expire tomorrow, leaving only 1 day remaining. It is widely believed that following this remarkable game, Xiao Shen will attract considerable interest from several NBA franchises, notably the Clippers, with whom he previously signed, along with the Charlotte Hornets, who face them in competition, are both fervently reaching out to Xiao Shen, eager to engage in discussions. Meanwhile, across the ocean, teams that have received the news are promptly contacting their representatives in the region or dispatching relevant management personnel to China in pursuit of opportunities to connect with Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen remained deeply immersed in slumber. His phone, email, and various social media platforms were inundated with a myriad of notifications, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Although he was aware that these messages would continue to flood in, all he desired was to enjoy a restful sleep. Xiao Shen never anticipated that upon awakening, the very concerns that plagued his mind had been resolved, and he was met with an unexpected delight. Chapter 6. The Divine Gift of Power. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The urgent ringing of the doorbell, accompanied by a persistent knocking, roused Xiao Shen from his slumber. "Who is it? What brings you here?" he inquired. "It is I, Doug Rivers." "Xiao, kindly open the door." Xiao Shen hurriedly opened the door, inviting the team's head coach, Doc Rivers, along with his assistant, to enter. "Xiao, what has transpired? You have sequestered yourself in this room for over 20 hours, and when we attempted to reach you by phone, there was no response. We were concerned for your well-being and made a special trip to check on you. Is everything all right?" Doc Rivers inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Shen, understanding the purpose of their visit, replied, "It's nothing serious. I suppose I was simply exhausted from yesterday's match, which led to a rather deep slumber. I apologize for any worry I may have caused." Doc Rivers immediately responded, "It is a relief to hear that everything is well, Xiao. Today, we have come primarily to discuss some matters with you." At Doc Rivers' subtle signal, his assistant promptly retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his briefcase. "Xiao, your performance has garnered our team's recognition. We have prepared a new contract for you, and we have decided to extend your contract. Please take a look. And if everything is satisfactory, kindly affix your signature to the document." Xiao Shen picked up the contract and began to peruse its contents. 2 years for $3.88 million, with the second year being a team option. For an undrafted player, such a contract exudes sincerity. After all, Jeremy Lin, who recently transitioned from the Los Angeles Lakers to the Charlotte Hornets, secured merely a 2-year deal worth $4.3 million. Observing the expression on Xiao Shen's face, Doug Rivers continued, "Xiao, I am aware of your commendable performance in the last game. However, as you review this contract, know that we have extended our utmost sincerity. Furthermore, do not forget that your opportunity was provided by us, and I hope you will give it serious consideration. I believe no other team will offer you a contract as genuine as ours. Trust me, joining the Los Angeles Clippers is your optimal choice. We have the league's premier point guard, Chris Paul, and playing alongside him will greatly benefit the development of a player like you." Xiao Shen feigned earnestness as he attentively examined the contract, his mind already made up. "Coach Doug, I fully comprehend your perspective, yet I believe I must deliberate further. I can assure you that the Los Angeles Clippers will be my primary consideration. I am truly grateful for your kindness and the trust you have placed in me." His sincere tone and genuine gaze, however, could not sway Doc Rivers, who tirelessly advocated for him. Yet Xiao Shen remained resolute in not signing. Rivers had initially hoped to secure an agreement with Xiao Shen ahead of time, thus gaining a decisive advantage in the competition for his talents. But his ambitions would ultimately prove futile. The Los Angeles Clippers were not Xiao Shen's first choice. Chris Paul is undoubtedly a premier point guard, conducive to the development of interior players. Playing alongside him would assure favorable statistics, provided one could capitalize on scoring opportunities. However, within the Clippers lineup, there are also starting big men, Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, which would limit Xiao Shen's chances. Their contracts seem to imply a dual intent, to cultivate Xiao Shen as a promising new star while simultaneously taking a gamble. Xiao Shen is not in a hurry to seek a new team. He firmly believes that his performance in the final moments will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous teams. Just after parting ways with Doc Rivers, Michael Jordan, accompanied by his management team, approached Xiao Shen. They presented him with an offer that surpassed even that of the Los Angeles Clippers in terms of sincerity. "Xiao, you are an immensely promising player, and we are eager to nurture your talent. Feel free to express any requirements. I am more than willing to accommodate you," said Michael Jordan, holding a cigar in his right hand and taking a deep puff. "Moreover, I can provide you with significant guidance and advice." I can personally teach you the intricacies of the game. My relationship with Yao Ming is quite good, Jeremy, and he can communicate effectively with you. Joining our team will undoubtedly bring you joy, and I hold you in high regard. Xiao Shen's heart raced with a myriad of frustrations. Please, I implore you, do not admire me. I am unworthy. Among the players you have chosen and recognized, how many have truly excelled? This year, during your off-season, you signed the much-criticized contract for Nicholas Batum from the Portland Trail Blazers, and in just 2 seasons, he may falter spectacularly. Xiao Shen felt an overwhelming aversion to playing for the Charlotte Hornets. However, he resolved to maintain a facade of professionalism. I appreciate your recognition and kindness, but I shall entrust the matter of the contract to my agent for the time being. They will reach out to you shortly. Thank you. Xiao Shen spoke slowly, however. I currently have matters to attend to. After all, upon returning to my homeland, I wish to visit my hometown and will provide a prompt response regarding the contract. I appreciate your sincerity and will prioritize your offer. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Michael Jordan and his team, Xiao Shen felt an urgent need for a dedicated management team. As his phone, messages, and inbox were inundated with numerous invitations from various teams, the sensational impact of Xiao Shen's previous match has yet to fully ferment. Yet he has already received personal visits from esteemed coaches and team owners. He is confident that he will not lack for future opportunities. Moreover, Xiao Shen possesses ample capital to negotiate at a premium. As Xiao Shen gradually regained consciousness, he was greeted by a series of notifications from the system. Eager to find reassurance, he hastily accessed the system. Congratulations to the host for flawlessly passing the system's trials, earning the reward of a physical enhancement modification. Congratulations to the host for perfectly passing the system's trials, receiving the reward of a supreme power talent. The 2 rewards bestowed by the system were straightforward in their implications, and with a mere glance, Xiao Shen comprehended the enhancements they would confer upon him. The physical enhancement modification required independent activation, while the supreme power talent, once claimed, filled Xiao Shen's limbs and bones with an invigorating strength, invigorating his entire being. With great strength comes miraculous feats. The system indeed set Xiao Shen on a path of brawn. However, the present Xiao Shen was still unable to fully unleash the potential of the supreme power talent. Nevertheless, with these 2 rewards, he felt a burgeoning confidence in his future. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of playing alongside the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, Xiao Shen, embodying the essence of a powerhouse, aspired to carve out his own realm on the grand stage of the NBA. Let us proceed with determination. Charge forth. It is time to address some significant matters and attend to personal affairs. Xiao Shen eagerly activated the reward for a singular body enhancement modification. Is the host prepared to undergo the bodily enhancement transformation? As soon as Xiao Shen confirmed, a piercing scream echoed, and he fell back into a deep slumber, only to be roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. Deep brother, I've called you several times and finally reached you. I've been quite busy lately and couldn't secure tickets for your match. Today, I overheard my colleagues discussing you and realized just how remarkable you have become. Haha, I am so proud of you. I tell everyone that I am your steadfast friend. On the other end of the line, Xiao Shen's childhood friend Wei Shujing rambled on. Gradually regaining his senses, Xiao Shen finally grasped the essence of her words. Wait, am I really that famous now? Of course, Wei Shujing exclaimed with excitement. Major media outlets like Penguin Sports, Xinlong Sports, and Hoop Hoop Forum have all reported on you. The viewership of your match highlights has reached several million, and many basketball enthusiasts around me are buzzing about you. Deep brother, when shall we meet up? After agreeing on a time and hanging up, Xiao Shen could no longer tolerate the sticky, unpleasant odor clinging to him, and hurried to the bathroom to wash himself. What a bother! I seem to have become even more handsome. I wonder how many beautiful girls will be captivated by this irresistible charm of mine in the future. Xiao Shen is not narcissistic. Rather, after undergoing physical enhancement, his already handsome visage has gained an additional allure. Although his height remains largely unchanged, his physique can only be described as perfect. Previously, Xiao Shen stood at approximately 208 centimeters and weighed 120 kilograms, appearing somewhat bulky. However, the current Xiao Shen is enveloped in powerful muscles, forming an exquisite and harmonious physique that he finds difficult to part with, praising it incessantly. Should certain infatuated admirers catch sight of him, they might very well be rendered speechless. While there has not been a significant alteration in his body, the system informs Xiao Shen that his physique will continue to evolve. For instance, he currently possesses a rather ample posterior, which is destined to become a formidable asset in the NBA. His gradually lengthening and strengthened Achilles tendons are poised to become the key to his dominance in the league. With diligent training, Xiao Shen's body will undergo subtle transformations, ultimately evolving into the ideal athletic form for basketball. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Xiao Shen opened his computer to discover an abundance of extensive reports about himself on various prominent basketball media websites in China. Penguin Sports. The future of the NBA looks promising. Xiao Shen scores 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 blocks in a substitute appearance, overpowering the opponent with a ferocious dunk. The domestic great shark is set to dominate the NBA. In just 6 minutes, Xiao Shen captivated the Clippers head coach. Xinlong Sports. The future core of the men's basketball interior, rising quietly, achieves legendary status in one game. Accumulating 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 blocks, the savage beast of the paint conquers his rivals. In a showdown between two NBA players from China, Xiao Shen emerged victorious. Hupu Forum. Come. The domestic super interior player, ruthless this year, is the 9th pick. The new NBA season promises to showcase domestic talent as Xiao Shen rises to fame. Shockingly, an undrafted player in the NBA managed to score 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 blocks in just 6 minutes. The buzz surrounding Xiao Shen is not confined to domestic basketball media. International outlets such as ESPN and The Sun have also featured reports on him. In no time, Xiao Shen's fame has skyrocketed, leading to a surge in fans across various social media platforms. It is no wonder that numerous NBA teams have extended invitations for tryouts or contracts. Most gratifying for Xiao Shen is the influx of responses from capable agents and agencies regarding his search for representation. However, due to his extensive sleep following the physical enhancement, he missed many calls. It is imperative for Xiao Shen to reach out to them promptly, selecting a reliable agent or a reputable agency. Xiao Shen had yet to finalize his affairs when he received a call from Rich Paul's team. Greetings, we are the Rich Paul Agency. We are aware that you are in search of an agent, and we hold your capabilities in high regard. You are undoubtedly a player of immense potential. Under our guidance, we believe you will secure a highly satisfactory contract. The voice on the other end continued, as you may know, we represent LeBron James, and we can even arrange for you to play alongside him. The narrative surrounding Rich Paul, his team, and his connection with LeBron James is well known among NBA enthusiasts. Their prowess is indisputable, as they consistently negotiate lucrative contracts for their players. However, there remains. Xiao Shen harbors a disdain for the so-called brotherhood basketball espoused by certain individuals. The brash players who merely coast along, relying on others for success, do not appeal to him. Just after concluding a conversation with Rich Paul's team, he received a call from Jeff Schwartz, the agent representing the highest number of players in the NBA, who expressed a keen interest in signing Xiao Shen. Subsequently, a multitude of renowned agent teams reached out to him through phone calls, videos, or emails, each demonstrating considerable sincerity. They offered to reach an agreement with Xiao Shen for remarkably modest compensation. Indeed, several agents had even purchased plane tickets, eager to come and finalize contracts with him immediately. At this juncture, Xiao Shen has become the coveted prize for numerous NBA agents and their firms, inciting a fervent competition among them. However, when Xiao Shen articulated his demands, many agent teams quietly withdrew from the negotiations. Presently, he is on the verge of resolving an urgent matter. Xiao Shen held a firm belief that a management agency would soon reach an agreement with him. Once the contract was signed, finding a team would become substantially easier. After attending to several matters, Xiao Shen reopened the system, revealing an array of data before him. Name: Xiao Shen. Height: barefoot 208 centimeters. Weight: 118 kilograms. Wingspan: 228 centimeters. Hand length: 26 centimeters. Hand width: 29 centimeters. Strength: 88. Potential: max jumping ability: 80. Speed: 67. Stamina: 61. Reaction: 63. Xiao Shen glanced at his own statistics and felt a sense of satisfaction. His current abilities were comparable to those of the most elite players in the NBA, showcasing extraordinary talent. With the bestowal of a divine strength talent, his potential for power had reached max, indicating that Xiao Shen now had the opportunity to become the foremost powerhouse in the NBA. However, ascending to that level would not be an easy endeavor. Xiao Shen possesses exceptional abilities, with potential ratings exceeding 90 in various aspects. However, his current capacity for harnessing these talents is somewhat limited. Nevertheless, should Xiao Shen diligently train according to the guidelines provided by the system, he can elevate all his skills to max. Time is of the essence. In order to firmly establish himself in the NBA, Xiao Shen must exert considerable effort. After a heartfelt gathering with close friends and family and bidding farewell to his dearly departed, he embarks on a journey across the ocean, clutching his aspirations of making it in the NBA. Chapter 8. The Reacquisition of Divine Talent Upon Returning to the Other Side of the Ocean. Xiao Shen first convenes with his management team for discussions. Ultimately, he reaches an agreement with Dan Fagan, who comprehends Xiao Shen's vision and aligns his operations accordingly. Furthermore, having previously collaborated with League Brother, their established rapport allows Fagan to offer his services at a reduced fee, resulting in a seamless partnership. Following the signing of the contract, Dan Fagan promptly attends to the necessary arrangements for Xiao Shen's endorsement. In truth, Xiao Shen has already made a choice regarding his next team. Having resolved to embrace the role of a tenacious interior player, certain teams are inherently unsuitable for him. For instance, the Golden State Warriors, who recently claimed the championship and ignited a small ball revolution, inevitably do not provide the environment for Xiao Shen to showcase his talents. Moreover, he requires time for growth and opportunities to elevate his game. Thus, he seeks to join a team that can offer him such prospects. Teams that already possess all-star caliber interior players, such as the Los Angeles Clippers, New Orleans Pelicans, and Memphis Grizzlies, are not conducive to Xiao Shen's future development. Xiao Shen harbors a particular fondness for certain teams, such as the Los Angeles Lakers. Do not presume that his selection of the Lakers is driven by ulterior motives. On the contrary, it is not. Kobe Bryant excelled in collaborating with aggressive, physical interior players. Xiao Shen yearned to secure a few more rebounds. Yet his teammates were so accurate in their shooting that his opportunities were scarce. Furthermore, the Dallas Mavericks, who only adopted their name in 2018, are under the stewardship of Mark Cuban, a proprietor renowned for his loyalty and integrity within the NBA. The team has a profound affinity for international players. However, a significant setback occurred during the offseason when they fervently pursued DeAndre Jordan, only to be outmaneuvered, which compelled them to extend a lucrative contract to Matthews instead. Consequently, they found themselves lacking a formidable center. Xiao Shen still believes that he can forge an exceptional chemistry with Dirk Nowitzki. Additionally, teams such as the Oklahoma City Thunder, Toronto Raptors, and Milwaukee Bucks present themselves as commendable options. Ultimately, the decision regarding which team to sign with will depend on the serendipity of the circumstances. Xiao Shen has entrusted all negotiations concerning team contracts to Dan Fagan. Xiao Shen plunged headlong into the strength training room. As his most formidable asset, the advantage of strength must be honed to perfection. The initial gains in strength were remarkably effortless. Congratulations to the host for completing the comprehensive strength training regimen arranged by the system, resulting in an increase of strength attribute by 1, elevating it to 89 points. Congratulations to the host for achieving 30 consecutive bench presses, 195 pounds, resulting in another increase of strength attribute by 1, raising it to 90 points. Congratulations to the host for surpassing a bench press weight of 210 kilograms, culminating in a further increase of strength attribute by 1, enhancing it to 91 points. With the blessing of a divine-level strength talent, Xiao Shen's training yielded significant results. However, as he gradually approached a plateau, the enhancement of his attributes became increasingly sluggish. After dedicating 3 full days, when Xiao Shen's bench press weight reached 235 kilograms, he finally attained a breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for exceeding a bench press weight of 235 kilograms, resulting in an increase of strength attribute by 1, elevating it to 95 points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the current maximum strength value of 95 points, thereby earning the reward of a divine-level jumping talent. Remarkable. With a strength value maxed out at 95 points, Xiao Shen has now acquired the prowess to become an indomitable force in the NBA, a veritable meat shield. Relying solely on his strength, he can overpower most interior players. Now, with the unlocking of a divine talent, should he further augment his jumping ability to its zenith, he shall become the first player in NBA history to embody a terrifying combination of brute strength and extraordinary leaping ability, a superlative force in the paint. Retreat is not an option. Xiao Shen intends to relentlessly follow the system's lead, possessing strength that surpasses yours and agility that allows him to leap higher. Xiao Shen is determined to overpower his opponents solely through his innate physical prowess. However, Xiao Shen had no time to elevate his jumping ability to its maximum potential. Almost a week had elapsed since the conclusion of the match between the Charlotte Hornets and the Los Angeles Clippers, and the NBA preseason was drawing to a close. Once the preseason was completed, each team was required to submit their final roster, and Xiao Shen needed to finalize his contract with the team before that deadline. Otherwise, he would miss the initial few games of the season. In accordance with Xiao Shen's wishes, Dan Fagan arranged for invitations from teams that he favored, which also expressed genuine interest and were willing to accommodate Xiao Shen's requests. Xiao Shen will undergo another trial training session ahead of them, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Despite the fact that Xiao Shen's trial results exhibited minor improvements, they failed to astonish the management of the attending teams. These results closely mirrored the scouting reports they had previously received, leading to visible disappointment among several team executives. However, when it came to the strength demonstration, Xiao Shen left the audience utterly astounded. A staggering 252 kilograms. Upon hearing the figure announced by the trial staff, Jeannie Buss exclaimed with excitement, "How much?" 252 kilograms. After receiving confirmation, she, along with others, could hardly contain their astonishment as they watched Xiao Shen effortlessly perform consecutive lifts, whispering amongst themselves with expressions of disbelief. Such formidable strength. It was simply unbelievable. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed that anyone could possess such terrifying bench press power. My goodness, how could one be so powerful? The strongest bench presser in NBA history. What an incredible force. If my memory serves me correctly, only the legendary Karl Malone, known as the Postal Worker, managed to bench press 250 kilograms, yet Xiao Shen surpassed him by an astonishing 2 kilograms. I now fully comprehend why he could so effortlessly overpower his opponents on the court. Such robust strength enables him to contend against the majority of interior players in the NBA. Truly remarkable. Perhaps he is indeed worthy of our anticipation. If he can maintain such performance, he may very well alter the landscape of the league. There is potential here. The future looks promising. And Xiao Shen is certainly worth cultivating. It is reasonable to believe that witnessing his extraordinary strength will prompt the management of various teams to deliberate on their decisions. Immediately following the conclusion of the trial, numerous team executives sought out Dan Fagan, eager to engage with Xiao Shen and express their profound interest in him. Xiao Shen gestured for everything to be handled by Dan Fagan, and he once again immersed himself in a new round of training. The enhancement of jumping skills proved to be far more challenging than that of strength. Xiao Shen finds it exceedingly challenging to overcome his current limitations. Nevertheless, he should be able to exhibit the same audacity he demonstrated during the final 5 minutes of his last match. In his spare time from training, Xiao Shen takes the opportunity to study game footage of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. On October 25th, with the announcement of a signing, Xiao Shen finally solidified his next destination. The online community buzzed with excitement as the long-anticipated drama surrounding Xiao Shen's future came to a close. However, the outcome left countless fans astonished. Chapter 9. King of the Paint. Previously, teams such as the Los Angeles Lakers, Houston Rockets, and Los Angeles Clippers were all on the verge of signing Xiao Shen. Yet, the announcement of his signing came from the official website of the Dallas Mavericks. They welcomed Xiao Shen to the Mavericks, celebrating the acquisition of yet another promising talent. Accompanied by a photograph of Xiao Shen holding his number 10 jersey, alongside Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, the event was a moment of jubilation. Subsequently, the NBA's official website confirmed Xiao Shen's new chapter. He would be playing for the Dallas Mavericks in the upcoming season. The Mavericks would witness the rise of this burgeoning superstar, marking the commencement of a legendary saga in the NBA. Since the 2010 to 2011 season, when the Dallas Mavericks avenged their loss to the Miami Heat by clinching the NBA championship, the franchise has been on a downward trajectory. While they have remained regular contenders for the Western Conference playoffs, their dominance has waned, and the elusive Larry O'Brien trophy has slipped from their grasp. With their star player Dirk Nowitzki aging and plagued by injuries, the once mighty German powerhouse could no longer single-handedly lead the team to prominence in an NBA landscape increasingly defined by collaboration. During the offseason, Mark Cuban invested heavily in fulfilling his dream of securing a championship trophy for Dirk Nowitzki in the twilight of his career. They extended a lucrative contract to DeAndre Jordan, but ultimately, he chose to decline. Nevertheless, they managed to acquire formidable players like Darren Williams and Wesley Matthews during the offseason. Currently, The Dallas Mavericks boast a commendable roster across various positions, featuring players of notable reputation and skill. However, they lack a standout presence in the paint. A player of considerable stature, David Lee has long surpassed his prime, while Zaza Pachulia has proven ineffective. JaVale McGee possesses talent, albeit with limitations above the neck. Dwight Powell and Sulley Medri are still newcomers to the league, akin to Xiao Shen, and both require opportunities, yet they are unlikely to surpass Xiao Shen in competition. Xiao Shen does not direct his remarks at anyone in particular. Rather, he simply wishes to express that they are all rather lackluster in their current states. This sentiment encapsulates one of the primary reasons behind Xiao Shen's decision to join the Dallas Mavericks. Of course, Mark Cuban did not decline Xiao Shen's 1-1 contract offer, and he extended the most sincere proposal. Having missed out on Yao Ming during his prime, I hope that the Great Wall of China can shine in Dallas, and I believe in you. This declaration resonates with profound significance. Xiao Shen signed without the slightest hesitation, bestowing upon him a promise. I shall undoubtedly bring another championship trophy to this city before Dirk retires. What I, Xiao Shen, proclaim, even Jesus himself cannot obstruct. Despite, Xiao Shen has ultimately not disappointed domestic basketball enthusiasts. Although the team he signed with may not align with the aspirations of the majority of fans, he has nonetheless secured a contract with an NBA team, joining the ranks of notable Chinese players such as Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Yi Jianlian, making his mark on the NBA regular season stage. Nonetheless, one cannot entirely dismiss the naysayers and critics. It is merely assigning a 1+1 contract. The Dallas Mavericks may as well be purchasing a lottery ticket, and one should not expect Xiao Shen to shine brilliantly on the NBA stage. He has only played 6 minutes of commendable basketball. Do you really believe that the NBA stage is so easily accessible? Do not harbor excessive hopes. It is entirely possible that he may soon be relegated to the G League. Just wait and see. I firmly believe Xiao Shen will find himself spending an inordinate amount of time on the bench. What qualifications does Xiao Shen possess to establish himself in the NBA? He lacks a three-point shot and a reliable jump shot, relying solely on brute force in the paint. Does he think we are still in the 1990s? I believe even the likes of Shaquille O'Neal would be more dependable. I am not optimistic about Xiao Shen's future. The current demand is for space-oriented big men, and his reckless playing style is simply out of sync with the times and will inevitably be cast aside. The NBA has never been short of powerful, athletic prodigies. Yet how many can truly make a name for themselves relying solely on physicality? It is not enough to merely survive in the NBA based on prowess alone. As soon as the news of Xiao Shen's signing emerged, a wave of skepticism followed. However, their doubts had no bearing on Xiao Shen. With his godlike power and talent, he was poised to maximize his abilities. He was confident that he could overpower even the legendary Karl Malone at his peak. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his divine leaping talent, it was only a matter of time before Xiao Shen would elevate his jumping skills to their fullest potential. With both attributes fully developed, Xiao Shen would dominate both offensively and defensively. Within the painted area, he would remain unfazed against any opposing interior player. Moreover, upon finalizing his contract with the Dallas Mavericks, the system bestowed yet another magnificent gift. Congratulations to the host for securing the first official NBA contract and receiving the reward skill, God of the 3-second zone, SSS level. An SSS level skill, indeed. The system guarantees excellence. Super Berserker System 0S. Did some individuals initially disdain me? Skill attributes, God of the 3-second zone, SSS level once equipped. If the host is within the 3-second zone, all attributes are enhanced by 50, with a certain probability of executing an unstoppable offense and an unyielding defense. Invincible. In Xiao Shen's mind, these 3 words flashed through. As he had yet to fully mature, equipping himself with this skill allowed him to boldly declare, "Enough chatter. I am invincible beneath the basket." With his strength maximized and further enhanced by 50, one must ponder who could possibly withstand Xiao Shen's full-force strike within the 3-second zone. Brute force would suffice. Any lingering concerns Xiao Shen had were swiftly cast aside. Furthermore, as his abilities continued to ascend, the 3-second zone would inevitably become the ultimate nightmare for all his adversaries. However, Xiao Shen's foremost task at present is to swiftly integrate into the team. The NBA preseason has concluded, and all teams have submitted their 15-man rosters, with Xiao Shen prominently included. Due to his prior lack of training and competition with the team, he has had little time for solitary practice in recent days. Following the team's joint training sessions, he must dedicate time to comprehend and grasp Coach Carlisle's tactical system. Fortunately, none of this poses a challenge for Xiao Shen, who possesses exceptional basketball intelligence and has experienced 2 lifetimes. He has already assimilated the tactical systems of various teams. Even Coach Rick Carlisle has expressed unreserved admiration for Xiao Shen's understanding of tactics. Furthermore, Xiao Shen would not confront him as defiantly as Rajon Rondo. Instead, he would even offer him a few modest suggestions. Amidst the tense preparations for training, Xiao Shen gradually earned the recognition of Coach Rick Carlisle. In just a matter of days, the Dallas Mavericks were finally poised to embark on their inaugural game of the new season. However, Chapter 10, the regular season debut. The legend emerges. Every day, Xiao Shen diligently trains with simplicity and depth, yet he cannot evade the relentless pursuit of the media. After an open team practice of the Dallas Mavericks, he is finally cornered by reporters. Xiao Shen is reluctant to engage with the media, primarily because his words often become distorted in their narratives. The more one speaks, the greater the risk of misinterpretation. Xiao Shen comprehended this principle well. Moreover, certain reporters pose questions with an exceptionally cunning angle. Xiao, although you have signed with the Dallas Mavericks, we are all aware that your playing style during your college years was not like this. Additionally, you only showcased a commendable 6 minutes in a preseason game, leading many fans to believe you may struggle to adapt to the pace of the NBA. What are your thoughts on this? Regardless of the answer Xiao Shen provides, they will have a topic to write about. If he responds with humility, they will claim he lacks confidence. Conversely, should he reply with arrogance, they will eagerly await the moment he is proven wrong. A moment's contemplation reveals much. Xiao Shen addressed the camera, stating, "Time will reveal all truths. I have faith that the management of the arena understands better than many whether I am suited for this team and whether I can establish myself in the NBA. However, let me shift my focus. In 3 games, no, in just 1 game, I can alter the perceptions of certain individuals. I will prove my worth." There is no need for players to excessively downplay their abilities when aspiring to be a dominant force. Humility is a virtue cherished by us Chinese, but in the NBA, a realm governed by the survival of the fittest, such modesty holds little value. If the great Yao Ming had possessed a bit less humility and a touch more arrogance in his early years, perhaps his achievements would have soared even higher. Moreover, Xiao Shen possessed an arrogant capital. To handle the media's inquiries, he hastily departed. As expected, reports regarding his hubris would soon capture the public's attention. Xiao Shen's arrogant response to the doubts cast upon him has, in an instant, ignited fervent discussions among fans, many of whom eagerly anticipate his imminent downfall. They remain unconvinced that Xiao Shen can establish himself in the NBA after just 3 games. Consequently, a torrent of skepticism, insults, and mockery has been unleashed upon him. It is amusing to consider that he believes he can secure his place in the NBA after merely 3 games. Who does he think he is? He boldly claims that a single game could validate his worth, yet even the great Yao Ming required 8 games to find his footing. Shouldn't he adopt a more modest demeanor, young man? Please refrain from tarnishing our nation's reputation. Let us not forget that you are merely an overlooked draft pick who fortuitously played 6 minutes of commendable basketball. Do you genuinely believe yourself invincible? Do not presume that 3 games, or even 30 games, will suffice for you to secure a lasting position in the NBA. It is quite possible that before you even complete 30 games, you may find yourself cut from the team or relegated to the NBDL. You truly do overestimate yourself. Could you perhaps uphold the esteemed tradition of humility and modesty that the older generation exemplified? Please do not bring shame upon us. Xiao Shen has always adhered to a profound truth. When faced with skepticism, respond with tangible performance. On October 29, 2015, during an NBA regular season game, the Dallas Mavericks were set to face the Phoenix Suns, marking Xiao Shen's inaugural appearance in the league. As he and his fellow Mavericks players entered the arena, a cacophony of boos erupted from the crowd. Clad in the number 10 jersey, a Mavericks player was heard saying, "I advise you to go back. There is no place for you in the NBA. What is happening? Are players with yellow skin truly in demand now? How can the Mavericks have a player of such descent? Basketball belongs to us, the American players. Hey, are you ready to face the uproar from Phoenix? Come on. Let the noise begin. Today, you will return to Dallas with a crushing defeat. Mavericks. NBA teams each possess their unique home court atmosphere, and typically, the home fans exert pressure on the visiting players. Xiao, don't be anxious, Dirk Nowitzki reassured, sensing Xiao Shen's nervousness as he patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. You'll get used to it. We must conquer them. The best way to silence them is through our performance on the court. Xiao Shen cast a grateful glance at Dirk Nowitzki and confidently proclaimed, I shall soon silence them. Thank you, Dirk. You're welcome, Dirk Nowitzki replied with a hearty laugh. Young man, I have high hopes for you. You are far more entertaining than he and possess far more confidence than Yao. Xiao Shen smiled faintly. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. Today, Xiao Shen was substituted in, and he remained unhurried. The Dallas Mavericks fielded a starting lineup of Darren Felton, Darren Williams, Wesley Matthews, Dirk Nowitzki, and Zaza Pachulia. In contrast, the Phoenix Suns presented their starting five, Eric Bledsoe, Brandon Knight, Jay Tucker, Markieff Morris, and Tyson Chandler. The caliber of both team starters was formidable, likely a 50-50 contest at their peak. However, with the Suns playing on their home turf, bolstered by the cheers of their supporters, they gradually seized control of the game. Dirk Nowitzki's movements appeared somewhat sluggish, and coupled with Zaza Pachulia's lackluster performance as an interior defender, particularly against an imposing center like Tyson Chandler, their defensive presence in the paint was nearly overwhelmed by the opposition. Eric Bledsoe and Brandon Knight relentlessly penetrated the paint, seemingly at will. Tyson Chandler dominated beneath the basket, executing several emphatic dunks over the Mavericks players. Fortunately, the Mavericks' perimeter shooting was on point today, preventing a significant widening of the score gap. In the blink of an eye, the first quarter concluded, with the Dallas Mavericks trailing the Phoenix Suns by 8 points, 22-30. In the first quarter of the match, Xiao Shen did not manage to secure even a second on the court. Today, TNT Television broadcasted this game, and during a break, Kenny Smith engaged in conversation with his fellow commentators about the match and Xiao Shen. I believe he has little chance. Whether he will play today remains uncertain, he remarked. Charles Barkley, ever the talkative one, interjected, I don't think he can prove himself in just one game, nor even in 3. He lacks the skill set of Yao Ming. Can he really be considered superior? I do not think so. Another commentator, Shaquille O'Neal, responded, I've watched his game footage, and he somewhat resembles my peak performance. Do you think my abilities would be adequately showcased in just one game? I anticipate he will deliver a commendable performance today. Shaquille, though humorous in his delivery, was often perceived as jesting by the majority of viewers. As their conversation unfolded, the second quarter commenced, and Xiao Shen made his way onto the court with the Dallas Mavericks players. When he removed his training gear, revealing the number 10 Mavericks jersey, it marked the official debut of Xiao Shen in the NBA, heralding the arrival of a new legend wearing the number 10. Chapter 11. The explosive first point. Even Sir Barkley could not have anticipated the swiftness of the slap in the face. It appeared that the Dallas Mavericks recognized Xiao's capabilities. Yet, Charles Barkley hastily shifted the topic to alleviate the awkwardness, stating, I doubt he will perform exceptionally well today. He cannot possibly score 20 points. Tyson is not as feeble as Frank. He will overpower Xiao. He added provocatively, if Xiao scores 20 points, will you then be inclined to kiss up to him? Shaquille O'Neal chimed in. Perhaps you should consider kissing Xiao's. It's ample and potent. What do you think? Barkley remained skeptical of Xiao Shen, particularly after he had audaciously declared that one game could solidify his standing in the NBA. Today, he intended to bask in the moment, belittling Xiao Shen and anticipating the pleasure of witnessing his downfall, only to find himself challenged by Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq, are you suggesting we make a wager? Barkley shot back defiantly, casting a provocative glance at O'Neal. To his surprise, Shaquille was undeterred, quickly replying, let us wager. I have no inclination to kiss anyone's behind. And you are destined to lose. Their bet was established, drawing the attention of countless fans. Meanwhile, Xiao Shen remained blissfully unaware, taking the court alongside J.J. Barea, Devin Harris, Chandler Parsons, and Charlie Villanueva, the latter of whom might be familiar to many domestic fans. During his time with the Milwaukee Bucks, he competed for a position alongside Giannis Antetokounmpo. However, Giannis's occasional injuries inadvertently solidified his standing in the team's primary rotation. Now, he finds himself once again vying for playing time against Xiao Shen. Unfortunately, his opportunities within the team have become quite limited, and Xiao Shen tends to secure more playing minutes. As the Phoenix Suns commenced the game with a jump ball, the Dallas Mavericks initiated the offense in the second quarter. At the high post, Xiao Shen set a screen for Devin Harris, who deftly evaded his defender and surged towards the paint. Rather than passing to the trailing Xiao Shen, Devin Harris opted to drive into the lane himself. In his prime, the formidable Harris might have converted this play, yet his current speed has significantly diminished. His layup attempt was thwarted by the relentless TJ Warren, who swatted the ball away. The players of the Phoenix Suns successfully regained control of possession. Xiao Shen could only swiftly retreat to his designated position. In this round, the players of the Dallas Mavericks successfully defended against the offensive maneuvers of the Phoenix Suns. TJ Warren's three-point attempt failed, prompting Xiao Shen to position himself beneath the basket ahead of time. Endowed with extraordinary strength and prowess, complemented by his maximum power capabilities and the attributes of a king in the paint, Xiao Shen firmly held his ground, securing the rebound with unwavering stability. However, the two backcourt players of the Dallas Mavericks both favored a chaotic style of play, relentlessly pursuing speed. Before Xiao Shen could fully establish his position, Bryant, like a whirlwind, surged into the paint, yet his layup also failed to find its mark. The rebound fell in an unfavorable spot, preventing Xiao Shen from seizing it. Transitioning from defense to offense, the Phoenix Suns found their rhythm. Beneath the basket, Villanueva was utterly overmatched, leaving Xiao Shen with no choice but to retreat and provide assistance on defense, compelling Markieff Morris to pass the ball to an outside player. As Xiao Shen lunged once more towards the defensive Mirza Teletovic, he was a fraction too slow, allowing the latter to execute a mid-range jump shot with precision. Damn it! After 2 possessions on the court, Xiao Shen's presence was nearly non-existent. He merely trailed his teammates in a futile back-and-forth, utterly incapable of showcasing his strengths. Charles Barkley, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle. I told you, Xiao, there's no way you can establish yourself in the NBA. 2 possessions passed, and he had accomplished nothing, scoring not a single point. Shaq, are you ready to pucker up for Xiao? No rush, Shaquille O'Neal replied with a grin. There's still time in the game. And I have faith in Xiao. Yet, Shaquille O'Neal's belief in Xiao Shen seemed unfounded. The players of the Dallas Mavericks appeared skeptical. Or rather, Bryant and Devin Harris played rather independently, showing no intention of passing the ball to Xiao Shen. Devin Harris attempted a 3-point shot from the perimeter, but that too was unsuccessful. Although Xiao Shen secured the rebound, he found himself somewhat distant from the 3-second area, with the opposing players indicating an intention to double-team. He had no choice but to pass the ball to the perimeter, where Bryant awaited. However, Bryant refrained from returning the ball to Xiao Shen, who was poised for a one-on-one play in a blocked position. As a rookie, particularly one who went undrafted in the NBA, his standing within the team was generally precarious. Xiao Shen remained undeterred. When his teammates failed to pass him the ball, he exerted himself to seize opportunities. In the latest offensive round for the Dallas Mavericks, Bryant executed a pick-and-roll with Villanueva, who received the ball and took a mid-range shot. Clang! Xiao Shen finally awaited the opportunity he had long desired. With formidable strength, he forcefully maneuvered past Morris, securing his position. As Xiao Shen leaped into the air, he skillfully grasped the rebound. Although his vertical leap had yet to reach its full potential, he still managed to outclass the majority of interior players. Teletovic, unable to seize the ball, quickly moved to apply defensive pressure. As a European interior player standing at 206 centimeters and weighing 110 kilograms, engaging in physical confrontations was not his forte. As he preferred to float on the perimeter and take shots, Xiao Shen stood within the 3-second zone, a territory ruled by the king. After seizing the rebound, he took a moment to gather himself before charging forward, launching a powerful strike aimed directly at Teletovic. At the moment of their collision, it was as if Teletovic had been struck by a speeding vehicle, staggering backward until he found himself outside the court. With Teletovic momentarily displaced, Xiao Shen ascended beneath the basket, delivering a thunderous 2-handed dunk that sent the ball soaring through the hoop. For a brief instant, silence enveloped the arena. Xiao Shen's inaugural point in his NBA career was nothing short of explosive. Players from the Dallas Mavericks instantly reacted, erupting in a chorus of cheers. What a magnificent play! A stunning dunk. Nice. 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 Xiao, what an impressive dunk. The audience at the Phoenix Suns home arena was equally astonished. They had not anticipated such formidable explosiveness from Xiao Shen, as he forcefully shoved Teletovic out of bounds, nearly toppling him to the ground. Was this play somewhat uncanny? The sheer force displayed by the player was astonishing. What just transpired? Goodness, an unbelievable score. Who is this player, and why is he so ferocious? The confrontation beneath the basket was incredibly intense. The strength exhibited was remarkable, as he effortlessly pushed Mirza aside. Truly unbelievable. This player with yellow skin possesses extraordinary talent. Can he truly play at such an explosive level? Finally, Having secured his first point in the NBA, Xiao Shen let out a sigh of relief. He charged in for that basket. Xiao Shen's confidence surged dramatically. In the NBA's restricted area, henceforth, I, Xiao, shall reign supreme. Chapter 12, Confronting Morris. At that moment, in the TNT television commentary booth, Charles Barkley found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had mocked Xiao Shen for his inability to score, and now, there he was beneath the basket, wreaking havoc, sending opposing players tumbling out of bounds, creating space, and delivering a thunderous dunk. Charles, you had to poke fun, didn't you? Look now, rendered speechless, are you? Xiao Shen embodies the essence of the game. His strength and innate talent are exceptional, and he is undoubtedly capable of carving out a path in the league. Nowadays, interior players are as soft as the tissue paper found in restrooms. How many can withstand the relentless assault he brings to the paint? Shaquille O'Neal, brimming with pride, declared, "Had I played during my prime in today's NBA, I would have averaged no less than 30 points and 15 rebounds per game. Currently, while Xiao may still be a bit shy of my level, achieving 20 points and 10 rebounds is certainly within his reach." Humph, the game is far from over. Do not celebrate too soon, Barkley interjected. He has only scored 2 points thus far. He may not score again. As the words left his lips, Xiao Shen finally garnered the acknowledgement of his teammates. Moving purposefully into the paint, he established his position and received a pass from J.J. Barea. Underneath the basket, it was a one-on-one situation, with the defender now being Markieff Morris, yet Xiao Shen paid no mind to his identity. He was determined to bulldoze through. As a notorious enforcer in the NBA, Markieff Morris was no pushover, his hands were not clean, and his mouth was perpetually running. "Rookie, you think you can take me one-on-one? Care to experience the sting of a volleyball-style block?" Compared to Teletovic, Morris's physicality and strength were on another level. However, it mattered little. He was still no match for Xiao Shen. "Shut your foul mouth," Xiao Shen roared as he began his dribble, the fruits of his recent game observations and specialized training becoming evident. He backed into Morris, channeling his inner bulldozer. Though Morris managed to hold his ground and did not retreat like Teletovic, Xiao Shen seized the opportunity, pivoting into the space Morris vacated, stepping forward to solidify his position. In their physical confrontation, Morris was completely outmaneuvered. Xiao Shen unleashed a powerful two-handed slam dunk, effortlessly adding 2 more points to the scoreboard. Ferocious and ruthless, his approach was devoid of finesse. In other words, Xiao Shen's offensive prowess stemmed entirely from sheer strength, overpowering his opponents, who were utterly incapable of defending against him. Xiao Shen scored another goal, and his confidence soared. "Leave it to me under the basket. No one can score against my defense." Xiao Shen could be described as exceedingly arrogant. Just after he had boldly scored a goal, Markieff Morris had barely settled into his position when he heard Xiao Shen utter such an audacious remark. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to a low stance, seeking to establish position for the ball. However, Xiao Shen stood like an impenetrable wall behind him, resolutely preventing him from venturing near the paint area to receive the ball. Morris attempted various strategies, all of which were thwarted by Xiao Shen, forcing him further away from the key. "Give me the ball." At last, Morris found an opportunity to receive the pass near the baseline, immediately calling out to T.J. Warren. After a moment's contemplation, T.J. Warren opted to pass the ball to Morris. With his back turned to Xiao Shen, Morris powered towards the basket, determined to make his move. Xiao Shen remained utterly unmoved. "Have you not eaten? Could you exert a little more effort? Are you merely tickling me?" Morris exclaimed in exasperation, gathering all his strength to collide against him. Yet, Xiao Shen remained steadfast, while Morris found himself slightly unsteady. Although Morris managed to maintain possession of the ball, Xiao Shen advanced, pressing him with renewed force. With little time left on the offensive clock, Morris, compelled to halt, had no choice but to pivot and take a desperate shot. Crack! Xiao Shen sprang into action, delivering a resounding slap that sent Morris's jump shot soaring away. The possession was seized by J.J. Barea, prompting a swift transition from defense to offense. With a disdainful glance at Morris, Xiao Shen swiftly advanced towards the front court. Morris, seething with rage, had intended to intimidate the rookie, but found himself outmatched instead. Unable to swallow his pride, he hastened to keep pace with Xiao Shen, determined to reclaim his honor by thwarting Xiao Shen's impending assault. J.J. Barea, quick on the uptake, signaled to the others to clear one side, preparing for Xiao Shen to position himself beneath the basket. Xiao Shen was acutely aware that Morris intended to entangle him in a fierce contest. Deliberately feigning a vulnerability, he suddenly pivoted and glided towards the basket, deftly positioning himself to block Morris behind him. As he received the pass from J.J. Barea, Xiao Shen found himself firmly entrenched within the 3-second zone. Morris immediately lunged forward, exerting considerable force to push Xiao Shen outward, engaging in a frenzied exchange of physicality, replete with subtle maneuvers. You shall pay the price for your earlier actions, young one. This time, you shall not breach my defense. Xiao Shen smiled faintly. Want a fair fight? Come on. I am the king of the 3-second zone. Do you think I fear you? With a dismissive attitude towards Morris, Xiao Shen charged forward, colliding forcefully with him. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Morris fell painfully to the ground, toppled by Xiao Shen's force. In an instant, the audience at the Meiji Arena erupted in astonished gasps. What? What happened? Unbelievable. Oh my God. The scene unfolding before their eyes was truly hard to believe. Xiao Shen, a relatively unknown rookie player, astonishingly managed to topple their team's core forward, the tenacious and formidable defender, Markieff Morris. On the bench of the Phoenix Suns, the players exchanged bewildered glances. At a loss for words. Their head coach, Jeff Hornacek, wore a perplexed expression. As he recalled the information from a scout who had shared insights about Xiao Shen's performance during the preseason game against the Charlotte Hornets, where he represented the Los Angeles Clippers. Regrettably, he had overlooked it. Now, he felt an urge to slam his thigh in frustration, pondering the potential star he had missed. Meanwhile, the bench of the Dallas Mavericks erupted with laughter and cheers. Dirk Nowitzki, the team's standout player, rose to his feet to applaud Xiao Shen, while the other players joined in with enthusiastic shouts, playfully mocking the fallen Morris. Across the ocean, the live broadcast of the game ignited a frenzy among countless fans. Who was it that claimed Xiao Shen would struggle to make his mark? Morris had just been knocked down. What interior player could possibly withstand Xiao Shen's prowess? W0C. This young man is ferociously powerful. I absolutely adore this. Go, go, go. Knock them all down. I believe in you, Xiao Shen. The audience erupted in excitement, questioning whether such a performance didn't warrant a celebration. How could one not revel in the exuberance of youth? Those who doubted Xiao Shen's scoring capabilities stepped forward. I'll serve you a hot slice of humble pie. Are you not impressed? Within the 3-second zone, no matter who stands before him, he will bulldoze them to the ground. Xiao Shen is extraordinary. I have traversed barriers to witness this moment. I await the day when Barkley kisses his behind. Xiao Shen. How magnificent. Xiao Shen's performance in surpassing Morris has garnered considerable recognition from fans. Furthermore, this particular play halted the Phoenix Suns, showcasing Xiao Shen's explosive capabilities during those few minutes. In Chapter 13, within the 3-second zone, anyone who comes at me will be confronted, Dirk Nowitzki beamed with delight, reaching out to ruffle Xiao Shen's hair with a few vigorous strokes. Xiao, that last shot was truly exhilarating. A splendid play, well done. Observing Dirk Nowitzki today. He is no longer the long-haired golden lion of yore. He has embraced baldness, but has simultaneously grown stronger. The same holds true for Manu Ginobili of the San Antonio Spurs. They too have shed their hair yet emerged more formidable. However, Xiao Shen, equipped with a system, need not sacrifice his hair to attain strength. This moment was somewhat careless. He failed to evade. In the future, he must be wary of Dirk Nowitzki's signature move, as he likely shares a penchant for head ruffling akin to Tim Duncan. With a smile, he dodged Nowitzki's playful attack and quickly celebrated with his teammates by bumping chests and exchanging high fives. Suddenly, Xiao Shen disrupted the strategic plans of Phoenix Suns head coach Jeff Hornacek, who had initially set up an advantageous interior lineup. Yet, due to Xiao Shen's formidable entrance, he was compelled to make adjustments. A brutish center is not particularly fearsome, especially when supported by a powerful big man. The Suns are fortunate to have Tyson Chandler, a former second overall pick in 2001. Standing at 216 centimeters and weighing 110 kilograms. Since entering the NBA, he has established himself as an exceptional blue-collar interior player. In his peak season, he averaged merely 8 points and 7 rebounds, but has consistently been a key rotation player for every team he has served. Even at the age of 33, Tyson Chandler remains the starting center for the Phoenix Suns, primarily due to his commendable defensive prowess, which allows him to guard against formidable opposing centers. Consequently, upon resuming play, Jeff Hornacek immediately deployed their starting interior combination of Markieff Morris and Tyson Chandler. Coach Rick Carlisle, though somewhat obstinate, is not lacking in coaching acumen. He too made adjustments, bringing in the starting lineup featuring Darren Williams, Dirk Nowitzki, and Xiao Shen, creating a perfect synergy with one inside and one outside. As Xiao Shen positioned himself in the paint, The ball was passed into his hands. Should the opposing team opt for a double team? Xiao Shen could effortlessly distribute the ball to the perimeter for Nowitzki. Conversely, if they chose not to double team him, there would be no justification for Xiao Shen to hold back. Within the painted area, anyone who dared to confront him would face his relentless drive. Moreover, once the opponents committed to double-teaming Xiao Shen, if Nowitzki found his shooting rhythm from the outside, they would be faced with a challenging dilemma, whether to guard the perimeter or collapse into the paint. As both teams returned to the court, the Phoenix Suns initiated the offense. Tyson Chandler refrained from taking a mid-range jumper, relying predominantly on his teammates to create scoring opportunities for him. What Xiao Shen fears the least are centers of this particular type. Xiao Shen resided near the paint area. Tyson Chandler initially intended to venture towards the basket, seeking an opportunity to engage Xiao Shen in a one-on-one confrontation. However, Xiao Shen's strength proved overwhelmingly formidable. Despite having endured the relentless challenges posed by centers in the late 1990s, he found himself unable to withstand Xiao Shen's might, ultimately being pushed beyond the paint. Consequently, he had no choice but to retreat to the vicinity of the three-point line, offering a screen for his teammates. Xiao Shen resolutely refused to retreat. He remained firmly entrenched within the paint. Whoever approached, he would confront without hesitation. Bledsoe's mid-range shot lacked consistency. Not being his typical weapon, he charged forcefully into the paint. Xiao Shen's defensive support effectively limited Bledsoe's shooting space, resulting in his layup ricocheting off the rim. Tyson Chandler positioned himself beneath the basket, eager to seize the rebound. Xiao Shen engaged directly in confrontation, and in the initial round, the two clashed head-on. Tyson Chandler faced a humiliating defeat, as he was forcefully pushed out of position for the rebound by Xiao Shen, who confidently secured the ball. The Dallas Mavericks transitioned from defense to offense. Darren Williams, stationed at the left side beyond the three-point arc, orchestrated the rhythm of the game. As the former core point guard of the Utah Jazz, a team that was once despised by countless Rockets fans, Darren Williams understood the nuances of collaborating with interior players. It is essential to remember the legacy of the legendary duo from Utah, whose synergy between inside and outside players undoubtedly left an indelible mark. As Xiao Shen descended to a low position, Tyson Chandler immediately approached, entangling himself with Xiao Shen. In comparison to Markieff Morris, Tyson Chandler's physical strength and resilience were of a superior caliber. Nevertheless, Xiao Shen relied on sheer brute force to carve out space, effectively pinning Tyson Chandler firmly behind him. Darren Williams promptly lobbed the ball to Xiao Shen in the paint. The Phoenix Suns placed their faith in Tyson Chandler, opting not to double-team this time. "Kid, you stand no chance of breaching my defense. You'd best be cautious, rookie," Tyson Chandler provocatively taunted, unleashing a barrage of trash talk. Xiao Shen felt no need for courtesy. He charged forward. With his back to Tyson Chandler, Xiao Shen executed two swift moves before driving into the paint. Despite his prior preparation, Tyson Chandler exerted all his strength to resist, yet he found himself retreating step by step. It was simple. It was brutal. Once within the 3-second zone, invigorated by the attributes of the king of the paint, Xiao Shen swiftly completed a half-turn, facing the hoop, and unleashed his fury upon Tyson Chandler. Tyson Chandler summoned every ounce of his strength in a valiant defense, but he could not withstand the force of Xiao Shen's powerful strike. Thud! The two bodies collided heavily, and Tyson Chandler was forced to retreat several steps, conceding his position. Xiao Shen exhibited no semblance of courtesy as he advanced with purposeful strides. With a powerful leap, he executed a two-handed dunk, securing another 2 points. Although he did not manage to topple Tyson Chandler to the ground, the ferocity with which Xiao Shen scored was nonetheless impressive. Witnessing this remarkable play, Shaquille O'Neal beamed broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Now that was a display of strength. Shaquille exclaimed with excitement. That is how basketball should be played. Xiao, your style increasingly resembles my peak performance. He continued, if Tyson cannot contain him, who in the Phoenix Suns can? It was evident that Xiao Shen was destined to surpass 20 points in this game. Charles, whose rear end do you wish to kiss this time? Charles Barkley remained unwavering in his bravado. In this era, there are no formidable interior players. Had I still been with the Phoenix Suns, I would have subdued him in an instant, preventing such arrogance. Barkley scoffed dismissively. He merely relies on the same tactic repeatedly. What is the use of that? Soon enough, the opposition will double-team him, and he won't even be able to pivot. Just because he possesses one skill, you forget that you once relied solely on your hefty frame, compelling the NBA to alter its rules. The exchange between Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley certainly added to the intrigue for fans. At this moment on the court, Xiao Shen and Tyson Chandler once again faced off. In Chapter 14, Exploding the Champion, the Phoenix Suns initiated their offensive. Tyson Chandler moved to a high position to set a screen for Eric Bledsoe, and they both surged toward the paint. This time, Bledsoe opted not to take the shot himself. Instead, he executed a quick bounce pass to the trailing Tyson Chandler in the reasonable collision zone. Receiving a pass from his teammate, this was undoubtedly Tyson Chandler's area of offense, and he had every intention of capitalizing on it. With a calculated step and a powerful leap, Tyson Chandler prepared to thrust the ball into the hoop. Just then, Xiao Shen shifted laterally, leaping into the air to confront Tyson Chandler directly. Although he was no longer in his prime, he still found himself under pressure from Xiao Shen's strength on the defensive end. Tyson Chandler, however, showed no signs of intimidation. He excelled in such confrontations, adept at receiving passes from teammates and forcefully maneuvering to create scoring opportunities. This was his signature offensive technique. With renewed vigor in the air, Tyson Chandler was poised to engage in a fierce clash. Xiao Shen remained unperturbed. The 3-second zone beneath the basket was his sovereign territory. Come on, who fears whom? The two bodies collided midair, with Xiao Shen gaining the upper hand. This forceful charge caused Tyson Chandler to lose his balance. Although he managed to release the ball, his aim was compromised. Xiao Shen successfully thwarted Tyson Chandler's offensive maneuver during this round. However, the rebound clumsily fell back into the embrace of Tyson Chandler. Come on. If you have the guts, strike me. Let us see how I'll bring you crashing to the ground. Having defended against Chandler's attack, Xiao Shen's confidence surged, prompting him to boldly hurl taunts and provocation. Initially, Tyson Chandler had intended to pass the ball to a teammate. Xiao Shen took the initiative to provoke. He had no reason to refrain from offering a response. The audacity of today's youth necessitated a welcoming ritual for the rookie. Tyson Chandler, emulating Xiao Shen's style, forcefully drove toward the basket. However, within the 3-second zone, Xiao Shen was an almost invincible presence, denying any opportunity and effectively pushing Tyson Chandler out of the restricted area. As a seasoned player with years of experience, Tyson Chandler smoothly pivoted, securing his position, and attempted a hook shot. Anticipating his move, Xiao Shen stepped forward and leaped, firmly pressing both hands against the ball. Xiao Shen decisively thwarted Tyson Chandler's attempt. Utilizing sheer strength, he deftly snatched the ball from Chandler's grasp. In this defensive round, Xiao Shen's brutish nature was fully on display. Within the key, none could effortlessly breach his formidable defense. Even those taller or more robust than him found themselves unceremoniously toppled. The match pressed on. The Dallas Mavericks initiated their offensive strategy. Deron Williams continued to orchestrate plays from beyond the arc, positioned at a 45-degree angle. One of the primary reasons Xiao Shen chose the Mavericks was Mark Cuban's persuasion of Coach Carlisle to implement specific interior strategies tailored for him. With his explosive performance in the preceding rounds, Xiao Shen has earned the trust of Carlisle. In this round, he signaled to Deron to continue passing the ball to him in the paint. The Dallas Mavericks players cleared one side for Xiao Shen. This play, Xiao Shen advanced into the paint 3 seconds early, resolutely securing his position as he awaited Deron Williams to loft the ball into his grasp. With a swift pivot to face the hoop, Xiao Shen launched his assault. Before Morris could provide assistance, Xiao Shen boldly confronted Tyson Chandler. Despite Chandler raising his arms high in an attempt to obstruct him, Xiao Shen, soaring within the key, forcefully slammed the ball into the basket right over his head. It was ruthless. In a series of consecutive plays, every offensive maneuver beneath the rim found its mark. Xiao Shen has already scored 5 goals, attaining a total of 10 points in the match. The game continues. The Phoenix Suns finally find a moment to respond. Brandon Knight, back on the court, takes a shot from beyond the arc after utilizing a screen, helping the Suns stabilize their position. However, upon returning to defense, they encounter significant difficulties. Though Tyson Chandler pushes Xiao Shen outside the 3-second area, when Xiao Shen drives towards the basket, Tyson Chandler finds himself unable to withstand the pressure and is forced to retreat. Eric Bledsoe attempts to provide support, but Xiao Shen swiftly passes the ball to Deron Williams on the perimeter, who then directs it to Dirk Nowitzki. He catches the ball beyond the 3-point line and releases a shot. It's in. They immediately respond in kind. Although Xiao Shen did not score, his individual plays compelled the Phoenix Suns to alter their defensive strategy, forcing them to double-team him. His aggressive style of play rendered Tyson Chandler incapable of managing him alone. Despite their efforts to limit Xiao Shen's scoring through double-teaming, they could not diminish his influence on the court. Whenever they committed to a double team, Xiao Shen promptly distributed the ball. Which team would dare to leave Dirk Nowitzki's mid-range and long-range shots uncontested? Moreover, Deron Williams excels at executing such in-out combinations, allowing the Dallas Mavericks, who were gradually finding their rhythm, to firmly seize control of the game. When the opponents rushed to defend, only Tyson Chandler remained beneath the basket, and he could not guarantee the protection of the defensive rebounds with absolute certainty. Xiao Shen's behavior has become somewhat excessive in a one-on-one situation beneath the basket, particularly regarding rebounds within the 3-second zone. He possesses the attributes of a king in that area. Despite Xiao Shen's rather average rebounding skills at present, he is still capable of causing significant trouble for Tyson Chandler. As the game progressed to 6 minutes and 25 seconds into the second quarter, the Dallas Mavericks launched an offensive play. Dirk Nowitzki attempted a mid-range shot, which missed its mark. The ball descended perfectly into the 3-second zone, where Xiao Shen and Tyson Chandler simultaneously vied for position. Xiao Shen once again launched an audacious strike, soaring into the air twice in succession to seize the rebound. Xiao Shen seized the ball and charged forward with relentless determination, although Tyson Chandler immediately rushed to him, tightly guarding Xiao Shen and denying him any opportunity for an easy dunk. Xiao Shen remained undeterred. With sheer audacity, he collided with Chandler repeatedly. After failing to break through on the first attempt, he pressed on with renewed vigor. Despite Chandler's vigorous pulling, Xiao Shen maintained his formidable presence, soaring above Chandler to forcefully drive the ball into the hoop. The ball swished through the net, and the whistle sounded. N1. Xiao Shen has made another free throw. Today, Xiao Shen is no longer the same as before, equipped with the peak experience card of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. After maxing out his strength, Xiao Shen has deliberately focused on practicing free throws, and now his free throw skill has reached a commendable rating of 73. Xiao Shen exhibited no fear towards the antiquated tactics of a certain elderly adversary. With this shot, he decisively announced his dominance over Tyson Chandler during their brief encounter, leaving no opportunity for Chandler to retaliate. As the game approached its final 2 minutes, just before Xiao Shen was substituted, his prowess was unmistakable. In every encounter between Xiao Shen and Tyson Chandler, Xiao Shen holds an unmistakable advantage. Tyson Chandler, confronted by Xiao Shen's defense, fails to score a single point and suffers 2 emphatic blocks. Xiao Shen took to the battlefield for a little over 10 minutes, managing to miss only 1 shot while amassing 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks, utterly dominating the boxing champion. Chapter 15, a stunning debut. It could be even more authentic. Xiao Shen is not merely a fighter who overwhelms the reigning champion. He has completely outperformed the interior players of the Phoenix Suns. Whether it is the bench player Mirza Teletovic or the starters Markieff Morris and Tyson Chandler, none of them possess even the slightest advantage when matched against Xiao Shen. Fortunately, the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, Rick Carlisle, has limited Xiao Shen's playing time. It seems he aims to prove something or perhaps to test the team's synergy. After halftime, it was not until the latter stages of the third quarter that Xiao Shen returned to the court, while the backcourt duo remained Devin Harris and J.J. Barea. These two players, known for their reckless drives, are utterly incompatible with Xiao Shen's style of play. Xiao Shen could only rely on sheer brute strength to protect the rebounds and guard the paint. Seizing the opportunity, he charged into the 3-second area and scored another basket. The Phoenix Suns, having learned from the first half, began to closely monitor Xiao Shen. However, when Deron Williams returned to the court, Xiao Shen discovered a rhythm to the game that suited him perfectly. Due to the impact of injuries, Deron Williams' competitive form had sharply declined. Once a perennial all-star averaging over 20 points and 10 assists per game, he had fallen to a mere average of 13 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds last season. Nevertheless, Deron Williams' assist statistics reveal that his foundational passing skills remain intact. He is capable of setting up his teammates, but requires them to possess sufficient strength to capitalize on his playmaking. Xiao Shen was perfectly positioned, even without the opportunity to receive the ball inside for a powerful attack. He could step out to set a screen for Deron Williams, effectively obstructing the opposing players. As he rolled off the pick, Deron Williams delivered a timely bounce pass, landing precisely in Xiao Shen's hands. Positioned within the 3-second area beneath the basket, he received the ball just before the defense could close in. With a powerful two-handed slam dunk, Xiao Shen emphatically thrust the ball into the basket, relishing the moment. As he landed, he gave Deron Williams a thumbs up, eliciting a rare smile from the latter. When Dirk Nowitzki eventually returned to the court, Xiao Shen was afforded ample space beneath the basket. Despite the Phoenix Suns' attempts to contain him, they were unable to impede his relentless drive in the paint. Regrettably, the somewhat obstinate Dallas Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle substituted Xiao Shen before he could fully enjoy his performance. Nevertheless, in a mere 20 minutes of play, Xiao Shen achieved an impressive stat line of 23 points, 11 rebounds, 5 blocks, 2 assists, and 1 steal on 11 of 13 shooting, propelling the Dallas Mavericks to a resounding 111-95 victory over the Phoenix Suns, marking a triumphant start to the season. Despite facing skepticism prior to the game, Xiao Shen demonstrated remarkable efficiency in his limited time on the court, securing the highest score of the match along with a commendable array of statistics. Xiao Shen has swiftly become one of the focal points of the NBA today. This marks the second day of the regular season, with all NBA teams taking to the court. Prior to Xiao Shen's appearance, Jahlil Okafor, the third overall pick of the 2015 draft, made a spectacular debut, playing 38 minutes and scoring 26 points with 7 rebounds and 2 blocks on 10 of 16 shooting, a performance that captured much attention. Kristaps Porzingis, selected 4th overall by the New York Knicks, delivered a rather unremarkable first outing, finishing with 16 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block on 3 of 11 shooting, bolstered by 9 of 12 from the free throw line in just 24 minutes of play. The matchup between the first and second picks of the 2015 draft was undoubtedly the most enticing. D'Angelo Russell, the second overall pick of the Los Angeles Lakers, faced off against Karl-Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves. However, both players had lackluster performances, with Towns recording a double-double of 14 points and 10 rebounds, while Russell managed only 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Xiao Shen has emerged as the most astonishing and explosive player among all participants of the 2015 class. Although his scoring was 4 points shy of Okafor's, Xiao Shen only played for 20 minutes. Had he been granted a similar amount of playing time as Okafor, he undoubtedly would have had the opportunity to achieve a remarkable double-double of 30 points and 15 rebounds. Xiao Shen's NBA debut can only be described in 2 words: explosive. This battle, Xiao Shen has captivated countless sports media outlets domestically. Following the match, they promptly pinned numerous eye-catching reports about him. Penguin Sports, in his regular season debut, he achieved 23 points and 11 rebounds, conquering rivals in the NBA. In just 20 minutes, Xiao Shen exploded onto the scene with an impressive performance, dismantling the boxing champion. Xiao Shen has proven his worth to establish himself in the NBA. A spectacular debut. This marks the finest start for a Chinese player. Xinlong Sports, with the highest scores, rebounds, and blocks on the team. How could I possibly exaggerate Xiao Shen's prowess? Do not dismiss Xiao Shen's confidence. He possesses remarkable skill. With 23 points in his debut, he ranks second among the 2015 draft class, while the 13th overall pick, Devin Booker, managed only 14 points from 6 of 7 shooting in 20 minutes. Xiao Shen overshadowed him as an undrafted gem, overwhelming the Suns' interior. Who dares to claim Xiao Shen cannot thrive in the NBA? Poo-poo Forum. Explosive. 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 Xiao Shen's debut was nothing short of sensational. The strongest start for a Chinese male basketball player in the NBA, with 23 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Xiao Shen has ascended to glory. Unstoppable. Unrivaled. Xiao Shen has overpowered the boxing champion. The future is bright for this young talent as he conquers the NBA. As I peruse these reports, a once quiet domestic basketball market ignites once more. Compared to the NBA debuts of legends like Yao Ming and Allen Iverson, Xiao Shen, in this era of rapid information exchange, has garnered significantly more attention than his predecessors. Many fans have been quietly following this game, witnessing Xiao Shen deliver such explosive statistics. His profile must rise. Xiao Shen is phenomenal. I watched the match. He dominated the paint, and the boxing champion simply could not withstand him. This beginning surpasses the explosive starts of Yao Ming and Iverson by leaps and bounds. There is potential, absolutely. A new team can finally be found in the NBA. Xiao Shen's performance eclipses that of most contemporaries. Will the saga of the undrafted sensation, reminiscent of Linsanity, unfold again? Xiao Shen, let us go. Who claims that Xiao Shen's aggressive style cannot find a place in the NBA? Just look at this match. Xiao Shen's dominance is undeniable. In his inaugural game, he amassed a double-double with over 20 points and 10 rebounds while playing only 20 minutes. Truly remarkable. I have quietly saved and followed Charles Barkley's streaming channel, eagerly awaiting his praises. It is believed that after this battle, Xiao Shen will undoubtedly attract countless fans domestically. At this moment, in the locker room of the Dallas Mavericks, Xiao Shen, after celebrating with his teammates, sits on the bench, perusing the statistics of his debut. He finally exhales a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his face. For if all goes as expected, the rewards bestowed by the system will be nothing short of exceptional. Chapter 16. The super bullish backed down as soon as the system was summoned by Xiao Shen. He was greeted by a pleasing notification sound. Congratulations to the host for completing the debut in the NBA regular season. Given the host's outstanding performance during the debut, you have been awarded the Skills Super Bullish Backdown, SSS level. Yet another SSS level skill. How exhilarating. Just by its name, one can discern the prowess of this skill, which is undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, many basketball enthusiasts have likely encountered the phrase, "Children, uncle is about to back down." The back-to-the-basket play is, without a doubt, one of the most straightforward and forceful offensive tactics in basketball, effectively countering all flashy maneuvers, particularly when one possesses a significant advantage in physical strength. Absolutely no one can impede such an approach. Xiao Shen's current prowess in combat is such that even the formidable powerhouses of the once dominant alliance must concede defeat in his presence. The acquisition of the super brute back attack skill is undoubtedly a boon that will enhance Xiao Shen's capabilities significantly. Furthermore, he is in dire need of offensive skills to equip his arsenal. With great anticipation, he opens the skill menu. Super Brute Back Attack, SSS rank once equipped. It greatly enhances the host's capability for striking from behind. When executing a back attack, the host's strength attribute increases by 20, while both combat ability and explosive power rise by 20 and 15 respectively. Upon activating back attack mode, the host gains astonishing explosive power, with a certain probability of delivering a devastating blow that sends opponents flying. Impressive. Indeed, it is formidable and fierce, and I find it exceedingly appealing. In the current moment, Xiao Shen is virtually invincible within a 3-second zone. However, should he be pushed beyond this boundary, his offensive power diminishes drastically. With the enhancement of the Super Brute back attack skill, Xiao Shen can leverage his back attacks to push opponents into the 3-second zone. Within this realm, he reigns supreme. Who could possibly contend with Xiao Shen? Moreover, if Xiao Shen activates his backing mode within the 3-second zone, he experiences the sheer delight of a double brute force. Not to mention facing a single opponent. Even if two were to challenge him simultaneously, Xiao Shen possesses the confidence to forcefully drive the ball into the basket. Xiao Shen's debut was nothing short of explosive, inevitably capturing the attention of other teams. They are bound to devise strategies to restrict Xiao Shen's reckless maneuvers within the 3-second zone. With the presence of a formidable power forward backing him up, Xiao Shen will have a plethora of options at his disposal, no longer confined to merely seeking opportunities within the paint. He can launch his assaults from the corners or from a 45-degree angle in the paint. It once seemed that the NBA instituted the 5-second rule for backing down in order to curtail the dominance of players like Charles Barkley. In reality, those who understand the game are aware that lowering one's head and thrusting one's backside in that manner is rather unsightly and detracts from the overall enjoyment of the match. With the skill set of a powerful backing player, 5 seconds is ample time. Even a brute can only maintain such intensity for a fleeting 5 seconds. As long as Xiao Shen reaches the 3-second zone, he can charge forward with reckless abandon as he pleases. Xiao Shen's formidable strength has finally found its purpose. The system has never let me down before, System OS, granting you an opportunity to reorganize your thoughts. The next competition awaits. Xiao Shen is in dire need of the formidable back-to-back skills of a true warrior. In a consecutive away game, the Dallas Mavericks find themselves facing off against the Los Angeles Clippers, Xiao Shen's former employer. Many fans recognize Xiao Shen from his time representing the Los Angeles Clippers in a 6-minute match against the Charlotte Hornets. Rising to prominence with the Los Angeles Clippers, Xiao Shen ultimately made the decision to sign with the team. Xiao Shen has made his own choice. However, the fans of the Los Angeles Clippers find this unacceptable. When others offer you the opportunity to showcase your talents and shine, it feels somewhat ungrateful to abandon them. Xiao Shen, as a free agent, signed with the Dallas Mavericks. However, following his explosive debut, some fans expressed considerable dissatisfaction. Doc Rivers, the head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers, also voiced his grievances. We approached Xiao promptly, extending our utmost sincerity, yet ultimately, he chose not to sign with us. Initially, we believed there would be further discussions, but his agent dismissed us. leaving us unable to even establish a conversation with him. Doc Rivers adeptly navigated the complexities of human relationships, much like how they managed to retain DeAndre Jordan this year. Jordan was on the verge of signing with the Mavericks, with the ever-appreciative Mark Cuban prepared to present a substantial contract for his signature. However, Rivers enlisted Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, and others to leverage emotional appeals, even visiting Jordan in his home, ultimately ensuring his stay, which left Cuban's efforts in vain. They seemed to forget how they managed to keep Jordan when discussing Xiao Shen. At that time, Jordan's every move was monitored, even to the restroom. The Los Angeles Clippers were indeed the first to approach Xiao Shen regarding a contract. However, they were unable to meet his demands. Furthermore, they lacked the sincerity in terms of salary conditions. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon, and a capable minister selects the best master to serve. When individuals possess the right to choose, they will undoubtedly opt for the finest option available. Therefore, Xiao Shen ultimately opted for the Dallas Mavericks. Although the Mavericks did not offer him the highest salary contract, they presented an environment conducive to his early development. Doc Rivers and his public relations team, upon witnessing Xiao Shen's explosive debut, seemed to harbor a hint of skepticism. After all, in his very first regular season game in the NBA, he played merely 20 minutes, yet managed to achieve an impressive 20 points and 10 rebounds. Xiao Shen proves to be even more formidable than the likes of Jordan, making him a better fit for the current Los Angeles Clippers. At the time of signing, Xiao Shen did not feel the need to elaborate on his decision, while the Clippers intentionally sought to shape public opinion. In the lead up to the game, this matter was once again seized upon by numerous media reporters. As the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, Mark Cuban, known for his strong sense of loyalty within the NBA, stepped forward to support Xiao Shen. As for the reasons behind Xiao's choice to sign with us, there are certainly valid explanations. During the negotiations with Xiao's agent, the Los Angeles Clippers were not the only team involved. If I am not mistaken, while you were in China, the contract offered by the Charlotte Hornets was, in fact, more sincere than yours. Mark Cuban holds a high regard for Xiao Shen, and Xiao chose the Dallas Mavericks because we promised to provide him with ample room for development. I have faith in my judgment. Xiao will undoubtedly become an outstanding player. Those teams that missed out on him will only have their silent regrets, having overlooked a prodigious talent. Cuban's words alleviated much of the pressure on Xiao Shen. However, it is precisely for this reason Xiao Shen finds himself once again thrust into the spotlight as he steps onto the court at the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Clippers. The cacophony of boos he receives surpasses that of his previous visit to the Phoenix Suns arena by several decibels. Hey, yellow-skinned kid, you are not welcome here. You're going to get annihilated today. Just wait for us to crush you with our Clippers Twin Towers. The jeers continue. TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't see what the fuss is about him. I wouldn't even want him on our Clippers. Let us not forget who gave you this opportunity. Undrafted player Xiao, you will regret this. Give him a good beating. DeAndre, Blake, kick his butt hard. Even before the game has commenced, the air is thick with tension. Blake Griffin, the star player of the Los Angeles Clippers, casts an unfriendly glare toward Xiao Shen. Chapter 17. Griffin's mischief as the commentator for this match. Yu Jia shares the prevailing sentiments of countless media outlets, framing the contest between the Los Angeles Clippers and the Dallas Mavericks as a fierce rivalry. During the offseason, the Mavericks were tantalizingly close to signing DeAndre Jordan, yet ultimately fell short. Perhaps they did not anticipate that the Mavericks would snatch Xiao Shen, the promising Chinese talent they had painstakingly scouted, right from the Clippers' grasp before the season began. In truth, the outcome of this ongoing rivalry remains uncertain. Yu Jia smiles slightly and begins to analyze. The Clippers have retained the defensive stalwart and rebounding king DeAndre Jordan, maintaining the integrity of their roster. With such a formidable center, they remain strong contenders for this year's championship. Although the Mavericks did not secure their coveted DeAndre Jordan, they have acquired Xiao Shen, a burgeoning star with immense potential. In his NBA regular season debut, Xiao Shen delivered an impressive performance with 20 points and 10 rebounds in limited playing time, promising a bright future ahead. Yu Jia continues his analysis, noting that today's encounter between DeAndre Jordan and Xiao Shen can be seen as a significant clash. It remains to be seen whether the outstanding Xiao Shen can replicate his previous performance against the formidable interior duo of the Clippers. Yu Jia concludes, "We all hope for an exceptional performance from Xiao Shen, as it has been many years since a Chinese player has shown on the grand stage of the NBA." His co-commentator, Coach Zhang, ponders for a moment before adding, While I too wish for Xiao Shen to exhibit remarkable statistics, today's match presents a different challenge. His opponents are of exceptional caliber. Both DeAndre and Griffin excel defensively in the low post. The adversaries Xiao Shen faces today are far more formidable than those he encountered against the Suns, as Tyson Chandler has already passed his prime. And DeAndre Jordan's defensive prowess far exceeds that of Chandler. In this era of small ball, Xiao Shen's playing style appears somewhat imprudent, as he tends to rely heavily on brute force in the paint. I believe that Doc Rivers will undoubtedly implement a targeted strategy. Xiao Shen is a player they have unearthed, and they are certainly aware of his playing style. Nonetheless, today's game promises to be extraordinarily thrilling. Coach Zhang's analysis has garnered considerable recognition and support from fans. A spectacular debut does not necessarily foreshadow that a player will evolve into a superstar. The Philadelphia 76ers are adept at discovering players who make explosive debuts, such as the former standout, Michael Carter-Williams, and this year's Jahlil Okafor. To thrive in the NBA, it is essential not only to start strong, but also to maintain consistency. Following Xiao Shen's explosive debut in the previous game, Guotai Radio has temporarily broadcasted this match. Many fans online share sentiments that align with Coach Zhang's perspective. What is there to celebrate about overwhelming an aging champion? DeAndre Jordan is at the peak of his career. Having been named to the NBA's all-defensive first team last season, one should be fortunate not to be overwhelmed by Jordan, let alone expect to dominate him. Otherwise, why would the Dallas Mavericks fervently pursue Jordan during the offseason? Excelling in a single game amounts to little significance. Facing his former team today, he is likely to be targeted mercilessly. The Los Angeles Clippers possess a formidable frontcourt, making it exceedingly challenging for Xiao Shen to perform exceptionally well. Jordan has claimed the rebounding title for 2 seasons and remains an all-star caliber interior player. Since entering the league, he has consistently been an outstanding blue-collar player in the paint. It seems unrealistic for Xiao Shen to aspire to outplay him. With Jordan asserting his presence in the low post and Blake Griffin providing support, Xiao Shen is likely to face significant challenges, potentially enduring at least 5 block shots. If Xiao Shen manages to score in double digits today, it would be nothing short of miraculous. One should not harbor excessive expectations for him. His previous game was merely a stroke of luck. After all, everyone enjoys a festive meal during the new year. Today, we shall witness how he is overwhelmed by my Clippers. On the offensive end, there is little to discuss. Defensively, he is bound to be outmaneuvered by Chris Paul, the NBA's finest in exploiting mismatches. The Los Angeles Clippers will undoubtedly not make it easy for Xiao Shen. As the game approaches, the anticipation and excitement continue to surge. Due to the dynamics between Jordan and Xiao Shen, the matchup between the Dallas Mavericks and the Los Angeles Clippers is widely regarded as a battle of rivalries. Regardless of the final outcome, one side shall inevitably become the subject of ridicule. In truth, during their time together on the Los Angeles Clippers, Xiao Shen and DeAndre Jordan shared a relatively amicable relationship. However, on the court, each must fight fiercely for their respective teams. Xiao Shen must take decisive action today. With the advantage of playing on their home turf, the Los Angeles Clippers clearly hold the upper hand in momentum over the Dallas Mavericks. In today's match, the Mavericks have adjusted their starting lineup to include John Jenkins, Dermond Felton, Jeremy Evans, Dirk Nowitzki, and Zaza Pachulia. Chandler Parsons, due to physical ailments, will not participate in today's game. Today, Xiao Shen took to the court once more as a substitute. In stark contrast, the starting lineup of the Los Angeles Clippers boasts considerable glamour. The trio of superstars, Chris Paul, DeAndre Jordan, and Blake Griffin, are complemented by the promising Lance Stevenson and J.J. Redick. The bench is equally formidable, featuring warriors like Josh Smith, Paul Pierce, and Jamal Crawford, which enhances the team's overall strength. To be candid, the Los Angeles Clippers are quite suited to a brash interior player like Xiao Shen. However, with DeAndre Jordan occupying a similar role, the rookie Xiao Shen is unlikely to receive ample opportunities. Today's game holds immense significance for both Xiao Shen and Jordan, reminiscent of a battle for redemption. Starting in the game, Jordan lived up to Doc Rivers' expectations. Both teams struggled with their shooting as the game commenced. Jordan consistently secured every defensive rebound while also snatching 2 offensive boards. Furthermore, Chris Paul frequently fed Jordan, ensuring each pass was delivered with precision, making it nearly impossible for him to relinquish the ball. Zaza Pachulia and Dirk Nowitzki were utterly unable to contain Jordan. The anticipated clash between Jordan and Xiao Shen did not materialize in the first quarter. In his brief stint of under 7 minutes, Jordan achieved a perfect shooting record of 4 for 4, amassing 8 points and 6 rebounds, dominating the paint. When he was substituted, Doc Rivers affectionately patted his head, signaling his approval. As the first quarter of the match dwindled to less than 3 minutes, Coach Rick Carlisle finally summoned Xiao Shen to the court. "Hey, rookie. Welcome to the NBA. Today, I shall impart a valuable lesson," he declared. Griffin approached the newly entered Xiao Shen and remarked, "Kid, just watch how I dominate you. I will ensure you experience the brutal reality of the NBA. Is this a scheme?" Chapter 18. Do you really need skill to defeat you, or will sheer force suffice? Shouldn't the spotlight today be on DeAndre Jordan and Xiao Shen? Is Griffin attempting to steal the show? Whatever talents you possess, unleash them. I hope your abilities are as formidable as your bravado. Xiao Shen was utterly unperturbed, immediately responding with a volley of banter. Griffin, on the other hand, had become somewhat inflated with confidence, and rightfully so. Since the inception of the 2010 to 2011 season, Blake Griffin has been the primary scorer for the Los Angeles Clippers, one of the team's central figures. He has secured the championship in the All-Star Slam Dunk Contest, earned All-Star selections, and been named to the All-NBA teams. Despite a reduction in his usage rate following Chris Paul's arrival, Griffin remained the team's leading scorer. In the previous season, Griffin averaged an impressive 21.9 points, 7.6 rebounds, and 5.3 assists per game, showcasing a gradually more comprehensive skill set that positioned him among the elite power forwards in the NBA. He sought to provoke Xiao Shen for a duel. Firstly, after Xiao Shen's explosive 6-minute performance, a conversation unfolded among the trio. Chris Paul, the team's leader, spoke with an air of condescension, while Griffin, who aspired to assume a leadership role himself, was eager to validate his prowess. Secondly, today he was motivated by the presence of a girl he admired, who had come to watch from the sidelines. Griffin resolved to humiliate the recently celebrated young player in front of her, aiming to showcase his skills and ultimately win her heart. At this moment, Chris Paul and DeAndre Jordan were both on the bench, leaving Griffin with full command of the team and absolute freedom to shoot. As the Los Angeles Clippers initiated their offense, Griffin deliberately approached Xiao Shen, opting for a low-post isolation. This scenario was Griffin's forte. He thrived in low-post confrontations. He sought contact, yet Xiao Shen remained unfazed. Initially, one might have anticipated Griffin engaging in a physical tussle with Xiao Shen, but instead, he feigned a challenge, pivoted, and drove towards the basket, effortlessly scoring with one hand before Xiao Shen could mount a defensive effort. Rookies rely solely on brute strength. They possess no future in the NBA. One must have skill, Griffin thought. I recognize your strength. However, you cannot thwart me. What use is it to discuss technique with a brute? Just rely on your physicality. Don't speak to me about finesse. Just wait and see how I counter. As the Dallas Mavericks launched their offense, J.J. Barea played his part perfectly. Noticing Xiao Shen positioning himself against Griffin in the post, the others spread out, and he promptly lobbed the ball into the paint for Xiao Shen. Griffin, confident in his low-post defensive abilities, signaled to his teammates not to provide help. Upon receiving the ball, Xiao Shen found himself within the 3-second area, causing Griffin to momentarily doubt himself. Receiving the ball, he pivoted and engaged in a confrontation. Griffin anticipated Xiao Shen's intentions and rushed to meet him, forcefully attempting to push him out of the restricted area. However, with a simple yet effective maneuver, Xiao Shen easily held his ground against Griffin. Xiao Shen faced the hoop, and with a sudden surge of power, executed a two-handed slam dunk, sending the ball crashing through the net and effortlessly securing 2 points. What skill is required in basketball? A bit of recklessness suffices. Scoring is as simple and casual as that. Xiao Shen smiled and retorted to Griffin, "Do you really need skill to hit you?" Griffin's expression darkened slightly. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. If you have the guts, come at me. With your little frame, I could stand still and you wouldn't even budge me." Griffin struggled to swallow his pride. After all, the rookie Griffin, with his ability to soar through the air and his exceptional physical gifts, often delivered thunderous dunks on his opponents at the slightest provocation. Xiao Shen's provocative demeanor demanded a response. As the Los Angeles Clippers initiated their offensive play once more, Griffin descended into the low post, eagerly extending his hand for the ball. Upon entering the paint, Griffin sought to emulate Xiao Shen, pushing through the defense to execute a thunderous dunk. Within the restricted area, no one dared to disrupt his dominance. Xiao Shen's defensive intensity escalated once more. During the physical confrontation between the two, Xiao Shen suddenly exerted his strength, halting Griffin in his tracks, forcing him to hastily pass the ball to a teammate. Unwilling to concede, Griffin sought to reposition himself, receiving the ball to continue his one-on-one challenge against Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen stood like an imposing wall between Griffin and the hoop. Although his defensive skills had yet to be honed to the elite standards of the NBA, his physical enhancement endowed him with a terrifying static athleticism, complemented by an abundance of strength. Xiao Shen adeptly contained Griffin on the defensive end. No matter how earnestly Griffin endeavored, he was unable to breach Xiao Shen's formidable defense. This time, Xiao Shen had intentionally kept a close watch, preventing Griffin from slipping past him. As the shot clock dwindled, Griffin was compelled to take a desperate shot. Under Xiao Shen's interference, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Chaos ensued beneath the basket. Josh Smith made a valiant attempt, causing Villanueva to lose the rebound that was within his grasp. The ball soared once more. As the two continued their fierce contest, Xiao Shen forcefully entered the fray, swiftly taking down two opponents. Occupying a favorable position, he boldly shoved aside Griffin, who was attempting to seize the rebound. Xiao Shen exerted his dominance over the crowd, effortlessly retrieving the ball from the hoop. He did not engage in any discourse or reasoning. Whoever dared to challenge him would face the consequences. Protecting the rebound, he passed the ball to the awaiting Devin Harris. Seizing the ball, he initiated his movement, shifting gears and accelerating. Devin Harris, with his eyes solely fixed on the basket, surged forward, charging towards the front court. He penetrated the paint and executed a delicate layup, securing 2 points. Had he known, he would have refrained from passing the ball to him. Once the ball was in Harris's possession, Xiao Shen had little influence over the play. The game progressed. The Los Angeles Clippers executed an inbounds play, with Blake Griffin retreating to the backcourt early on, unable to establish position against Xiao Shen. Even as Xiao Shen continued to taunt him with trash talk, Griffin wisely positioned himself near the free throw line to receive the ball. Xiao Shen could only focus on defense. In this position, physical confrontation proved futile, making it easy for his opponent to bypass his guard with a single step. Griffin seized the ball, finally ready to showcase his skills. Noticing that Xiao Shen primarily aimed to thwart his drive, Griffin dribbled, took a lateral step, created space for his shot, and released a mid-range jumper. Xiao Shen was a fraction slow in his defense. Griffin executed a mid-range jump shot with precision, effortlessly sinking the basket. Griffin reclaimed a point, exhaling in relief as he excitedly waved his small fists, casting a provocative glance towards Xiao Shen. This is what one calls skill. It requires no exertion to score. A casual throw, and 2 points are secured with ease. Can you withstand my prowess? How many can you forcefully drive in beneath the hoop? Indeed, Xiao Shen's defense does not extend too far into reckless territory. When faced with interior players possessing mid to long-range shooting abilities, his defensive threat is not as formidable. Moreover, a brash playing style can indeed be quite taxing on one's stamina. In comparison to mid to long-range shots, the energy expenditure is considerably greater. However, a mid-range jumper merely nets 2 points, while my aggressive play in the paint also yields the same 2 points. Xiao Shen remained unconvinced. Griffin had always been able to score effortlessly. However, within the 3-second zone, Xiao Shen possessed a 90% certainty of driving the ball into the hoop. Xiao Shen resolved to confront Griffin with unwavering determination. Chapter 19, 1v2, a brazen assault on the Dallas Mavericks offense. One basketball was scarcely sufficient for Devin Harris and J. Barrier to engage. Even 2 balls might prove inadequate. After all, when one possesses 2 balls, it is predominantly for practice, maneuvering with both hands to evade tight defense. Observing his teammates signaling, Xiao Shen positioned himself at the high post to set a screen. As he maneuvered around the defender to receive the ball, Devin Harris, having just scored, felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. He took a step, accelerated to break free, and executed a sudden stop for a mid-range shot. However, with a resounding clang, he hit nothing but the rim. Beneath the basket, Griffin had already established his position. Glancing to one side, he noted that his teammate had completely boxed out his opponent, preparing to secure the rebound. In his mind, he was even contemplating how to outmaneuver Xiao Shen in the next play, leaving him utterly humiliated. At that moment, a loud alert from his teammate broke through Griffin's reverie. Before he could react, Xiao Shen had lunged forward. Griffin instinctively hugged the ball to his chest, but Xiao Shen, with both hands firmly pressing down on it, forcefully yanked it away, executing a theft-like steal. Xiao Shen's tackle was exceedingly reckless, yet he managed to seize the ball. Xiao Shen lowered his center of gravity and, with a swift motion, charged directly at Griffin. Enraged, Griffin lunged at Xiao Shen in a fit of frustration. As Xiao Shen penetrated the 3-second zone, he was unstoppable. Akin to a rampaging bull, forcing Griffin to stagger backward. With a powerful leap, Xiao Shen executed a one-handed dunk, causing the rim to reverberate. In that moment, Griffin was rendered utterly powerless, once again reduced to merely a backdrop to Xiao Shen's prowess. Does one need skill to overpower? As long as one has hands, it suffices. I may falter against your mid-range shots, but can you withstand my assault beneath the basket? Xiao Shen cast a haughty glance at Griffin, who found it impossible to swallow his indignation. As the Los Angeles Clippers advanced their offense, Griffin positioned himself at the high post to receive the ball. Xiao Shen suddenly surged forward, compelling Griffin to resort to a back-to-basket play. However, despite Griffin's repeated attempts to assert his strength, Xiao Shen remained steadfast, unyielding. In a moment of realization, Griffin pivoted swiftly, dribbling beneath his legs while lowering his center of gravity, intent on driving towards the hoop for a powerful one-handed dunk. How could Xiao Shen possibly grant him his wish? He sidestepped, positioning himself in front of Griffin. Griffin swiftly pivoted and retreated, creating space for a mid-range jump shot, which he released once more. It went in. Xiao Shen's speed still requires enhancement. He was a step too slow in blocking that shot. Otherwise, he truly had the opportunity to thwart Griffin's attempt. Is physical confrontation and strength of any use? Can you defend against my mid-range jump shot? Rookie, today I aim to make you weep with my shooting. A formidable big man should not be confined to the perimeter. What meaning does the game hold then? Henceforth, it may as well be renamed the League of Shooting. A multitude of players merely hurling three-pointers, how can there still be moments of masculine prowess? It is evident that one cannot outmuscle Xiao Shen. I wonder, what remains for you to take pride in? Rebounding requires fervor. It demands confrontation. Just watch how I will overpower you shortly. As for the Dallas Mavericks offense, Xiao Shen actively positions himself in the low post. Griffin, cunningly, substitutes Joe Johnson to guard Xiao Shen, lurking on one side, prepared for assistance. It makes no difference who comes to defend. The outcome remains the same. Xiao Shen swiftly descended to a low position, firmly establishing his stance and reaching out for the ball. Whether his teammates would oblige him was beyond his control. Securing his position was paramount. Xiao Shen's location was notably deep, and this particular positioning was quite judicious. As a tall player, his placement was commendable, and the ball needed to be delivered to him. Coach Zhang, observing the dynamics of the game, provided insightful commentary with his expertise. "Oh, what a clever pass from Beria. Extremely reasonable," he remarked. Xiao Shen received the ball beneath the basket, engaging in play within the restricted area. Indeed, this is how it should be executed. "Very sensible," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Xiao Shen has outmaneuvered Joe Smith's defense, positioning himself under the hoop. But there's no need to rush. The opponent's help defense is closing in. This shot should not be taken alone. A pass would be far more prudent. Oh dear. The young man is anxious. Coach Zhang sighed repeatedly, noting the ill-advised play. A golden opportunity was slipping away as Xiao Shen squandered it. When he pushed past Joe Johnson, Griffin promptly moved to provide assistance, effectively sandwiching Xiao Shen between them. What of two defenders? Just charge ahead, he thought. Xiao Shen pivoted and leapt with force. Griffin followed suit, soaring into the air, fully intent on bringing Xiao Shen down. A thunderous roar echoed, "Get up." Within the 3-second zone, Xiao Shen erupted once more, contesting with Griffin in midair. Xiao Shen stood his ground unwaveringly, resisting Griffin's foul play as he attempted to block him. Griffin, with intent, pulled Xiao Shen downward. Xiao Shen, with his formidable strength, forcefully propelled the ball towards the hoop. The ball wavered precariously on the rim, bouncing several times before reluctantly rolling into the net. What a magnificent shot. Remarkable. Coach Zhang Heli nearly sprang from his seat, overwhelmed with emotion as he roared in exhilaration. Xiao Shen has scored. Moreover, he drew a foul from Griffin. N1. Griffin, feeling quite helpless, had intentionally allowed Joe Johnson to challenge him, hoping to gain a better opportunity for a powerful leap to block the shot. Despite his efforts, where he managed to pin both the player and the ball with a forceful slap, Xiao Shen still managed to break through his defense and send the ball into the basket. It was a bold and audacious score. Xiao Shen raised his arms halfway into the air, showcasing his perfectly sculpted, explosive muscles to the audience. The home court of the Los Angeles Clippers is never devoid of stunning starlets. Numerous beautiful female fans along the sidelines were utterly captivated. Even Hollywood's glamorous star Jessica Alba couldn't help but utter her admiration. What a man! How handsome! How powerful! Today, a lovely young model, initially there to cheer for Griffin, found her gaze irresistibly drawn to Xiao Shen. Approaching the free throw line, his shot was somewhat unsteady, the ball bouncing a few times before finally finding its way into the net. Fortunately, he was not yet subjected to the dreaded hack-a-shack strategy. The game continued, with the Clippers' offense revolving around Griffin. Twice in succession, he scored right before Xiao Shen's eyes. In this round, Griffin, adhering to a well-practiced routine, maneuvered to receive the ball near the free throw line, exuding confidence. Without dribbling, he caught the ball and shot it directly. Xiao Shen finally seized the opportunity. He leapt high to execute a block, managing to disrupt Griffin's shot this time. Griffin, forced to launch a high-arching attempt, saw the ball glide off the rim. The rebound landed in the hands of a Dallas Mavericks player, transitioning from defense to offense. Unfortunately, a favorable opportunity did not present itself, and Devin Harris was compelled to slow his pace. Nevertheless, the ball ultimately did not find its way into the hands of Xiao Shen, who was positioned beneath the basket. Devin Harris opted to take matters into his own hands, using a screen to evade his defender before attempting a sudden mid-range shot. It did not succeed. Xiao Shen forcefully maneuvered his way to the rebound's landing spot. Despite the collaborative efforts of Griffin and Joe Johnson, they were unable to impede Xiao Shen's pursuit of the ball. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Shen boldly seized the rebound, only to find himself ensnared within the confines of Griffin and Joe Johnson's defense. Xiao Shen remained utterly unperturbed. Xiao Shen, do not rush with the ball. Seek an opportunity and pass it to your teammate. That would be a more prudent choice, Coach Zhang rationally advised. Yet, Xiao Shen disregarded his counsel. Under the basket, facing a one-on-two situation, he still charged recklessly. Xiao Shen took a step forward, swiftly pushing aside Joe Johnson to find an opening and launched a shot. At that moment, Griffin, heedless of the circumstances, lunged towards Xiao Shen. Chapter 20. The first direct confrontation. Griffin soared through the air, descending from above, crashing down towards Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen had just pushed past Joe Johnson and leaped to shoot, only to face the formidable defense of Griffin. Griffin, exerting all his strength, bore down on Xiao Shen, causing him to lose his balance. Xiao Shen, with his robust arms, forcefully drove past Griffin, pressing the ball down with determination. Despite being knocked off balance and plummeting to the ground, Xiao Shen still managed to propel the ball toward the hoop. The ball struck the backboard and ricocheted into the net. N1. Lying on the floor, Xiao Shen clenched his fists and roared in triumph. This shot should not have been so forceful. It was a risky endeavor, yet it was executed with such fervor that Zhang Jelly, who was immersed in his commentary, erupted with excitement. What a play! Absolutely magnificent. Xiao Shen, undeterred by the defense, successfully sent the ball through the hoop for a 2-1. His tenacity was truly commendable. As viewers at home witnessed this moment through the broadcast, their sentiments echoed those of Zhang Jelly. The two plays were undeniably resilient. Even when double-teamed, Xiao Shen pushed through. It was sheer audacity. Remarkable. Xiao Shen's performance was fierce and invigorating. Regardless of whether the shots were tactically sound, the fact that they went and rendered them exceptional. The electrifying nature of Xiao Shen's plays stirred the passions of the audience. Here they come, finally. Our center from China is poised to dominate the NBA's interior game. While Yao Ming symbolizes the height of Chinese basketball, Xiao Shen embodies its strength. Invincible. Where are those who doubted Xiao Shen? What can Griffin do to contain him? With his formidable power, Xiao Shen relentlessly overpowered Griffin, leaving him in the dust. Magnificent. Let us keep up the pressure. I revel in such displays. This is true basketball. On the sidelines, Coach Doc Rivers found himself momentarily disoriented. Though he had witnessed Xiao Shen's impressive strength and explosive confrontations, it was only when his own player faced Xiao Shen that he comprehended the true extent of his prowess. In a short span, Griffin had already accrued 2 fouls. While Griffin performed adequately on offense during their matchups, defensively, he was overwhelmed by Xiao Shen's relentless assault. One man could not contain him. Even two together struggled to prevent Xiao Shen from scoring. It was a humiliating display. Doc Rivers hesitated to substitute in DeAndre Jordan, leading to the much-anticipated matchup being delayed. Cole Aldrich, who replaced Griffin, is a towering player at 211 centimeters and weighing 111 kilograms. Drafted 11th overall in 2010, he has yet to earn significant trust. Regrettably, during his limited playing time, he found it challenging to deliver standout statistics. On the court, he primarily served as a traditional blue-collar interior player, tasked with defensive responsibilities. However, against a powerhouse like Xiao Shen, his height advantage proved negligible. Doc Rivers gestured for his players to double-team Xiao Shen in advance. Yet, Xiao Shen continued to act as he pleased. The players of the Los Angeles Clippers were utterly incapable of containing him, faced with no other choice. At the onset of the second quarter, Doc Rivers had no recourse but to bring DeAndre Jordan onto the court. Here it comes. Here it comes. The matchup the fans have eagerly awaited is about to unfold, exclaimed Yu Jia, the commentator from National Sports Radio, with palpable excitement. The attention of the spectators once again converged upon the court. Griffin was unable to restrain Xiao Shen. Among the Clippers, the only player who might stand a chance against Xiao Shen was DeAndre Jordan. A rivalry steeped in animosity was finally set to take center stage. In a matchup against DeAndre Jordan, the Dallas Mavericks initiated their first offense in the second quarter, yet the ball did not find its way into Xiao Shen's hands. Nevertheless, Xiao Shen positioned himself to receive the ball, drawing the opponent's defense towards him. Dwight Powell executed a pick and roll, receiving a pass from J.J. Barea, creating an opportunity. Unfortunately, his layup was thwarted by the formidable defense of Jordan, who swatted the ball away with authority. This play showcased Jordan's exceptional individual defensive prowess and rim protection. As for the Los Angeles Clippers' offense, Jordan primarily capitalized on easy scoring opportunities with negligible ball handling skills. The flamboyant Lance Stevenson demonstrated his dribbling skills before abruptly stopping to take a mid-range shot, which ricocheted off the rim. Finally, Xiao Shen and Jordan encountered their first direct confrontation of the game. DeAndre Jordan, who claimed the title of rebounding champion for 2 consecutive seasons in 2013 to 2014 and 2014 to 2015, averaged an impressive 15 rebounds per game last season. In the previous 2 seasons, he consistently secured at least 4 offensive rebounds per game, reaching an astonishing average of 4.8 last season. This is the reason Mark Cuban has long coveted him. What does it matter to be a 2-time rebounding champion? What significance does height hold in comparison? Xiao Shen only knows how to charge forward recklessly, regardless of whether one is a king of rebounds or not. If you wish to seize the rebound, you must first outmaneuver me, Xiao Shen. To claim the rebound, one must first establish their position. Xiao Shen engaged in direct physical confrontation, effortlessly pushing Little Jordan away from the rebound's optimal position. Despite Little Jordan's considerable strength, he paled in comparison to Xiao Shen, who possessed an exceptional innate power and had maximized his strength attributes. He simply could not match Xiao Shen's prowess. Xiao Shen secured his position, firmly capturing the rebound. He passed the ball to the awaiting Devin Harris, who dashed towards the basket with remarkable speed. Yet, it resulted in a solitary attempt. Despite Xiao Shen's immense strength and commendable leaping ability, his speed remained insufficient. Playing alongside Devin Harris was indeed exhausting. Encountering a guard of this caliber proved to be quite a challenge. Xiao Shen had just completed half a court's run when he was compelled to pivot and return to his defensive position. In the midst of the Los Angeles Clippers' offense, he might have felt a semblance of involvement had Chris Paul been on the court. However, with the ball now in Jamal Crawford's possession, there was no inclination to collaborate with his teammates. Crawford showcased the splendid prowess befitting the league's premier 6th man, executing his signature behind-the-back dribble. Gracefully maneuvering past Devin Harris's defense with a nimble step, he delivered a stylish and eloquent floater, effortlessly sending the ball into the basket, with no opportunity for a rebound. Xiao Shen could only silently execute a baseline pass. The Dallas Mavericks launched their offense, and Xiao Shen positioned himself in the paint, ready to receive the ball. J.J. Barea finally spotted him and promptly delivered the ball into Xiao Shen's hands. DeAndre Jordan closely guarded him, exerting pressure to push Xiao Shen outward. Yet he managed to receive the ball near the restricted area. There was no reason to retreat. Furthermore, this marked the first direct confrontation between the 2 players in this match. Let the battle commence. Xiao Shen dribbled assertively towards DeAndre Jordan, perhaps overly confident in Jordan's individual defensive prowess. The Los Angeles Clippers chose not to provide double-team support. Yu Jia, with palpable excitement, provided commentary. Xiao Shen and Jordan are finally matched up. In the paint, Xiao Shen drove towards the basket. As Jordan's defense closed in, Xiao Shen lowered his center of gravity. Chapter 21. Pardon me, but I am about to initiate my post-play. With Yu Jia's real-time commentary from the National Sports Radio, Xiao Shen launched an offensive against the Clippers' most formidable, powerful, and defensively adept interior player, DeAndre Jordan. The clash of men should be a direct confrontation. With the ball in hand, lowering his center of gravity, Xiao Shen propelled forward towards Jordan. In terms of physicality, Jordan indeed possessed slightly more strength than Griffin, Initially, Xiao Shen found it challenging to carve out space. Yet, within the 3-second area, Xiao Shen seemed almost divinely inspired. Jordan had not yet adjusted his rhythm, and Xiao Shen, ball in hand, barreled towards him once more. Finally, Jordan could no longer withstand the onslaught and was pushed aside by Xiao Shen. As he soared, Xiao Shen dunked the ball emphatically over Jordan's head, scoring an additional 2 points. Was it reasonable? Not in the slightest. Yet, Xiao Shen played with a reckless abandon that transcended the notion of reason. He simply played with unrestrained fervor. Xiao Shen, armed with his astonishing strength and innate prowess, seized the upper hand in this intense battle of grievances. The audience in the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Clippers, was left in utter shock. How could it be possible? Is that yellow-skinned player truly this formidable? The sheer ferocity of the physical confrontation was terrifying. He actually managed to stand his ground against DeAndre. It was unbelievable. I could scarcely believe my own eyes. Is that person genuinely of Asian descent? How could he possess such remarkable strength? No wonder Blake was sent flying. Even DeAndre struggled to withstand his might. The astonishing physical contest allowed him to break through defenses with ease. DeAndre, a first-team NBA defensive player, was so effortlessly outmaneuvered by this rookie. This defies logic. The intensity of this confrontation, the raw power, the style of play exhibited, seems even more ferocious than that of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. Can it be that he is merely an overlooked undrafted player? I find it hard to believe. If he can confront DeAndre once more, it would be truly remarkable. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Doug Rivers' expression darkened gradually. In less than half a month, Xiao Shen appeared to have grown even more formidable. He had initially thought that DeAndre Jordan could contain Xiao Shen, at least preventing such a humiliating display in the paint. However, he was taken aback by the outcome of their first direct encounter. Xiao Shen forcefully pushed past Little Jordan, charging in to score a decisive basket. After all, Little Jordan was the one they stubbornly retained, even at the cost of earning him the notorious reputation of betrayal. Xiao Shen, however, was willingly surrendered to the Dallas Mavericks. Yet, prior to finalizing the contract with the Mavericks, Xiao Shen did not proactively seek out Doc Rivers. Instead, he instructed Dan Fagan to relay the contract offered by the Mavericks to Doc Rivers. He even hinted that should the standards be lowered, he would still consider them favorably. The Los Angeles Clippers, however, had not presented any new contract. Regret began to surge within Doc Rivers, yet he found it difficult to make immediate adjustments. The game continued. The Mavericks starting lineup featured Chandler Parsons and Wesley Matthews, providing reasonably good defensive coverage on the flanks. However, once the substitutes took the court, the Mavericks' perimeter defense fell short, especially when facing the likes of the sixth man of the year, Jamal Crawford, and Austin Rivers, both adept isolation players. On this day, Austin Rivers exhibited remarkable shooting form. He created space, received the ball, and confidently sank a three-pointer. The performance of the Los Angeles Clippers backcourt players was inconsequential as long as they could score. In contrast, the Mavericks' backup guards displayed inadequate defensive capabilities and were equally ineffective offensively. Crucially, they were reluctant to pass the ball to the most reliable Xiao Shen. Whether this reluctance stemmed from the head coach's influence remained unknown to Xiao Shen. During this possession, the Mavericks' offense failed to get the ball into Xiao Shen's hands. Devin Harris's three-point attempt ricocheted off the rim, although DeAndre Jordan ultimately secured the rebound. A cold sweat broke out as he realized that had it not been for Paul Pierce's assistance in boxing out and pulling Xiao Shen back, the ball would likely have been snatched away by Xiao Shen. Thus, after 2 possessions, the Mavericks had failed to score, while Los Angeles had netted 5 points. J.J. Barea, observing Xiao Shen tirelessly seeking positioning from DeAndre Jordan, finally lofted the ball to Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen finally awaited his moment. He faced off against Little Jordan for the second time, seizing the opportunity. Perhaps Little Jordan was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Convinced he could thwart Xiao Shen's advance, he allowed Xiao Shen to receive the ball in an exceedingly comfortable position, perilously close to the basket. One step. Bang. Xiao Shen seized the moment to leap with the ball, showing no regard for the defense of the diminutive Jordan. Rising against Jordan's challenge, he forcefully created space midair, resolutely sending the ball through the hoop. Simple, brutal, unrestrained. Xiao Shen scored yet another basket beneath the rim. Doug Rivers, unable to remain passive any longer, promptly made adjustments to his lineup and tactically shifted his approach. The Los Angeles Clippers introduced Chris Paul, the player most adept at exploiting mismatches. Paul's presence undeniably influenced Xiao Shen's performance to a significant extent. He could execute pick-and-roll plays during the offense, drawing Xiao Shen away and seeking opportunities for mismatched isolation. By scoring mid-range shots in front of Xiao Shen, he substantially diminished Xiao Shen's defensive impact. Xiao Shen, having finally found himself in a low position, seizes the opportunity to execute a solo play with the ball, skillfully maneuvering to make his move. Xiao Shen narrowly avoided a trap once again. Despite his vigorous efforts on the court, opportunities to charge into the 3-second zone and seize the ball were scarce. As the key players gradually returned to the game, Xiao Shen was substituted out. Even though John Jenkins and Dirk Nowitzki began to shine, by halftime, the Los Angeles Clippers held a solid lead of 51-43, enjoying an 8-point advantage. Upon resuming after the intermission, the Clippers maintained their offensive momentum, launching a series of successive scoring surges that widened the gap. Moreover, the interior duo of Griffin and DeAndre Jordan delivered commendable performances, allowing the Clippers to assert absolute dominance on the court. Coach Rick Clair had no choice but to reintroduce Xiao Shen prematurely. With a substantial lead in the experience gained from the second quarter, the Clippers promptly adjusted their defensive strategies, striving to push Xiao Shen away from the basket or employing early double teams to disrupt passing lanes, making it increasingly challenging for him to navigate the game. During a Clippers offensive play, Xiao Shen promptly positioned himself under the basket, successfully thwarting Griffin's layup and securing the rebound. As Xiao Shen passed the ball to Dermond Felton, he murmured a few words to him. He then advanced to the half-court alongside Felton. With a sudden feint, Xiao Shen swiftly cut towards the basket, positioning himself near the baseline. Noticing that Xiao Shen was still a fair distance from the 3-second area, DeAndre Jordan opted to position himself behind him, allowing Xiao Shen to comfortably receive the ball. He signaled his teammates to spread out. As the Los Angeles Clippers struggled to execute a double team, Xiao Shen's lips curled into a slight smile as he was finally ready to showcase his extraordinary skills. Apologies, but I must now begin my back attack. Chapter 22. The Ruthless Back Attack, Sending Little Jordan Flying. Xiao Shen had long suspected that the Los Angeles Clippers would focus their efforts on him, considering they boasted talents such as DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin in their ranks. Xiao Shen found himself too close to the basket, and as both defenders converged upon him, even if they could not completely thwart his efforts, they could still force him into a 3-second violation. Moreover, as long as DeAndre Jordan held his ground, Griffin would undoubtedly showcase his exceptional ability to assist in defense by coming over to provide a block. Xiao Shen unleashed his trump card, determined to showcase the formidable power of the super brute force. Receiving the ball, he made a slight adjustment, lowering his center of gravity, his hips thrusting outward. Then, he commenced his powerful strike. Bang. Once. Bang. Again. Xiao Shen's offensive rhythm was remarkably fluid, each advance into the penalty area seamlessly following the last. Initially, Jordan was unfazed, but as Xiao Shen launched 2 successive assaults, each more forceful than the last, he began to feel the pressure mounting. Xiao Shen, akin to a bulldozer, possesses an extraordinary innate strength bestowed by divine talent. Coupled with his maximum strength attributes, he holds an undeniable advantage in any contest of power. In a direct confrontation, even the formidable Jordan finds himself at a disadvantage. With the formidable skill of the super berserker backing him, Jordan is utterly no match for Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen exerted force twice, and with a third push, he advanced once more. Little Jordan retreated a half-step. Xiao Shen turned his back and pushed into the 3-second zone, a territory that rightfully belongs to the king. Xiao Shen launched himself with unrestrained vigor. As the beleaguered Jordan attempted to advance once more, Xiao Shen suddenly exerted his strength, bolstered by an array of attributes and skills. With a powerful and forceful collision, he struck against Jordan. The latter instinctively raised his hands, stumbling backward, nearly tripping over his own feet. Jordan found himself utterly bereft of a defensive stance. Leaving the basket unguarded, Xiao Shen gracefully leaped, executing a brutal one-handed slam dunk that forcefully propelled the ball into the hoop, effortlessly securing 2 points. This moment left the audience momentarily speechless. Was this back-to-the-basket offense truly so ferocious? Little Jordan nearly toppled over from the sheer force. That shot echoed the essence of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal dominating against Uncle Moo, perhaps even more ruthless. As the impact was nearly enough to send opponents crashing to the ground, what an astonishing force. Is it truly this insurmountable? With an unyielding push towards the basket, Xiao Shen's back-to-the-basket play was rather intimidating. How merciless. Such a terrifying display of back-to-the-basket prowess, effortlessly overpowering little Jordan's defense. How could this be possible? Did little Jordan have no room for resistance? Was he so easily overwhelmed? Such a brazen force. This confrontation, this strength, this back-to-the-basket maneuver, this impressive physique. And this striking appearance, who could withstand it? Little Jordan, somewhat taken aback by Xiao Shen, could not help but display a hint of helplessness on his face. As a first-team NBA defender and a two-time rebounding champion, he found himself utterly at a loss against Xiao Shen's brutish style of play. Despite his earnest efforts to defend, he simply could not hold his ground. The game continued. The Los Angeles Clippers' offense posed a genuine challenge for the Dallas Mavericks. Although Xiao Shen could dominate the paint, he was unable to contain the opponent's perimeter shooting. Griffin, facing Dirk Nowitzki's defense, stepped back for a mid-range shot that swished smoothly through the net. Nowitzki, not traditionally known for his defensive prowess, began to show signs of age as his mobility waned. Confronted with the peak performance of Griffin, he found himself without effective strategies. In the Dallas Mavericks offensive sequence, the other players struggled to find their rhythm today. Noticing Xiao Shen in position once more, Nowitzki promptly lobbed the ball to him in the paint, unassisted by any help defense. Xiao Shen once again activated his relentless post-up mode. In the right corner, he made a decisive move, advancing steadily towards the basket. This time, DeAndre Jordan was evidently well prepared, firmly positioning himself behind Xiao Shen, bracing for the impending confrontation. With his center of gravity lowered, Jordan applied all his strength, pushing against Xiao Shen's back with unwavering determination. Yet, despite his efforts, he was unable to withstand the formidable force of the powerhouse's backing play. Xiao Shen unleashed a relentless barrage, fiercely confronting little Jordan with an unyielding ferocity. Each clash resonated with palpable intensity, igniting a fervor with every impact. Despite little Jordan's utmost efforts to withstand, he remained unable to thwart the onslaught of Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen's strength was exceedingly formidable, his presence akin to that of a tank relentlessly charging towards him. Xiao Shen supported it momentarily, then he withdrew slightly. Xiao Shen pushes forward once more, only to retreat slightly thereafter. Upon entering the 3-second zone, Xiao Shen intensified the pressure on little Jordan. One more time. Xiao Shen, with his weight firmly pressed down, unleashed a sudden burst of strength, thrusting his hips and executing a powerful maneuver. Little Jordan, once again, found himself uncontrollably stumbling backward. Casting a glance at the half-meter distance separating him from little Jordan, Xiao Shen smirked with utmost disdain, before effortlessly sending the ball soaring through the hoop. Is this the level of a $2 million best defensive player? Xiao Shen wore an expression of disdain. Little Jordan was thoroughly demoralized. Yet he found himself unable to deliver a robust counter to Xiao Shen. On the offensive end, relying solely on easy baskets with his finishing positions almost exclusively beneath the rim, he found himself utterly stifled when confronted by the king of the paint, Xiao Shen. During a tussle for position, Xiao Shen nearly sent little Jordan sprawling to the ground. For the Los Angeles Clippers offense, little Jordan often had no choice but to assume the role of a mere spectator. Today, Griffin's shooting touch was nothing short of scorching. In this particular play, as Nowitzki's defense closed in with urgency, Griffin effortlessly sank the ball into the basket once more. After making that shot, Griffin shot a provocative glance towards Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen, disinterested, turned his back and recklessly drove the ball into the net twice in succession. Xiao Shen developed a fondness for the ruthless sensation of back-to-back plays. Once more, Nowitzki discerned Xiao Shen's intentions and deliberately manipulated the opponent's defense, passing the ball once again to Xiao Shen, who was maneuvering into the paint's flank. Upon receiving the ball within the 3-second area, Xiao Shen swiftly pivoted, turning his back to Jordan. Let the onslaught begin. This time, Xiao Shen's offensive prowess has become even more ruthless than before. With a single, simple move, he executed a powerful strike. The ever-reliable Jordan, positioned behind Xiao Shen, fell victim to a 20% chance, triggering an aggressive back-to-the-basket charge that sent him hurtling beyond the baseline. This play elicited gasps of astonishment from Coach Zhang, who exclaimed. Xiao Shen secured the ball beneath the basket, turned his back to the hoop, and with one decisive impact, he sent Jordan crashing away. How could this be? My heavens! What extraordinary strength is this? Such a play defies reason. It is utterly unbelievable. Beside him, Yu Jiao was equally exhilarated, shouting. Xiao Shen's back-to-the-basket play was astounding, effortlessly propelling Jordan away with a terrifying force. Xiao Shen's physicality is fierce, powerful, and merciless, sending Jordan flying. Xiao Shen seized the moment and took a step forward. preparing to execute a powerful dunk. Just then, Griffin, who had been waiting for this opportunity, lunged forward, leaping high in an attempt to thwart Xiao Shen's offensive move. Xiao Shen exhibited unwavering resolve, exerting every ounce of his strength to slam the ball forcefully towards the hoop. Chapter 23. One-handed block on Griffin. A true man in the air. Griffin once again encountered the formidable force of Xiao Shen's relentless confrontation. Although Griffin had both hands firmly pressed against the ball in advance, had it been an ordinary player, they would have been subdued long ago by Griffin's might. Xiao Shen, once again overpowered Griffin. Even though Griffin deliberately resorted to foul play, using his knee to jostle Xiao Shen and disrupt his balance, Xiao Shen twisted his body, yet managed to slam the ball forcefully into the hoop. The ball swished through the net as the whistle blew. Xiao Shen executed a powerful dunk over Griffin, simultaneously drawing a foul from his opponent and earning a chance for a 2-1 play. This moment was truly electrifying. Xiao Shen, with his back turned, propelled himself past DeAndre Jordan and faced the formidable Griffin in the paint. In the midst of an opponent's foul, he executed a thunderous two-handed slam, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Even the seasoned crowd at Staples Center, accustomed to witnessing grand spectacles, gasped in astonishment. They had seen moments of brutal ferocity. They recalled Blake Griffin's explosive dunks as a rookie, soaring above the rim with ease. Older fans reminisced about the peak of Shaquille O'Neal's dominance, a force of nature within these walls. Yet, they had never witnessed such a display of sheer brutality. How could this be possible? Some spectators began to doubt their own eyes. The scene that had just unfolded was simply too explosive. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. W0C. To knock DeAndre Jordan aside and then dunk over Griffin. My goodness. What divine skill is this? Such explosive athleticism. How could two top-tier NBA players like Jordan and Griffin fail to contain Xiao Shen? Both Griffin and Jordan are renowned for their exceptional physical prowess. Yet in one single play, Xiao Shen humiliated them both. The young talent from China is truly formidable. How astonishingly ruthless. Is this how the youth play basketball nowadays? Regardless of the opponent, he charges in fearlessly, igniting a fervor in the hearts of the fans. Incredible! 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 Xiao Shen is truly remarkable. He made that shot. Surely, this must be considered among the top plays of the year. In just one possession, he overpowered two of them. Where are those who claimed that Jordan and Griffin could contain Xiao Shen? Come forth and apologize. Xiao Shen, I owe you an apology. Xiao Shen's remarkable shot serves as a resounding rebuttal to countless skeptics who doubted him prior to the match. Not only can he dominate in one-on-one situations under the basket, but even when faced with the formidable duo of Little Jordan and Griffin, Xiao Shen still manages to drive the ball triumphantly into the net. Xiao Shen's remarkable play invigorated the team's spirit. Dirk Nowitzki, a seasoned veteran of the NBA who has weathered numerous storms over his illustrious career, swiftly approached, lifted Xiao Shen, and vigorously patted him on the back, subsequently seizing him in an exuberant display of enthusiasm, repeatedly exclaiming, "Well done! Well done! Well done!" Xiao Shen unleashed an explosive shot, momentarily halting the Los Angeles Clippers. In the broadcasting room of the national sports radio, the atmosphere was tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Coach Zhang Lihui, prior to the match, had expressed skepticism regarding Xiao Shen's potential. However, thus far in the game, Xiao Shen's performance has been nothing short of sensational. Even more dazzling than his debut in the NBA regular season. Just this single shot alone could fuel his accolades for an entire year. The players of the Dallas Mavericks surged forward, exuberantly celebrating with Xiao Shen. Despite trailing in the score, their joy surpassed that of merely winning. In the realm of the NBA, how many can surpass the likes of a soaring DeAndre Jordan or execute an over-the-top dunk on Blake Griffin? Yet, Xiao Shen effortlessly resolved the situation with a single shot. On the bench of the Los Angeles Clippers, Doc Rivers glanced at his players, momentarily at a loss for any motivational words to uplift them. At this juncture, DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin hung their heads in silence, their spirits notably low. The most awkward of all was DeAndre Jordan, the team's starting center and a first-team all-defensive player in the NBA, who was one of the key figures in this contentious matchup. Renowned for his defensive prowess, he not only failed to contain Xiao Shen, but was also mercilessly overpowered by him. Prior to the game, many had high hopes for the interior combination of Jordan and Griffin to effectively limit Xiao Shen's impact. Yet in this particular play, it was evident that they had fallen short. Xiao Shen, however, continuously humiliated the two. Undoubtedly, Griffin felt the most displeasure. On his own turf today, where he had previously been the one to execute dunks over others, he found himself mercilessly dunked on by Xiao Shen. Despite the game reaching this point, with Griffin showcasing an impressive performance, achieving the highest score of 25 points, all the limelight was stolen by Xiao Shen. In that moment, Griffin had intended to humiliate Xiao Shen, but instead found himself in a position of disgrace under Nana's watchful gaze. Earlier, when matched against Xiao Shen, Griffin had mocked him for his lack of skill, claiming he only relied on brute force. Yet, Xiao Shen displayed an unpredictable and relentless aggression that left them all on edge. After the timeout, the game resumed. Griffin remained preoccupied with that earlier play, casting a glance at DeAndre Jordan, filled with frustration. Had Jordan withstood the impact a moment longer, Griffin would have undoubtedly been able to overpower Xiao Shen. However, to his dismay, Jordan was sent flying by Xiao Shen's forceful charge, leaving him helpless as Xiao Shen executed a ruthless dunk. Xiao Shen observed everything keenly and provocatively addressed Griffin. "What? Do you still wish to blame your teammates for their lack of support?" Xiao Shen chuckled coldly, stating that there was no need for skill to take him down. It was fortunate that it was merely little Jordan. Had it been you, you would be sprawled on the ground. You? Griffin looked at Xiao Shen with disdain, remarking, "You think you can knock me down? Have you not yet awakened? Rookie, your arrogance is truly astounding." Unconvinced, there is indeed a rationale behind such bravado. Xiao Shen immediately retorted, "If you have the guts, come down and defend me one-on-one in the next round. Let's see how I send you flying. With your frail physique, you can't withstand even a single collision from me." Very well, kid, just wait." Griffin had to respond somehow. Xiao Shen's shot was thwarted. Griffin secured the rebound and exchanged a few words with Chris Paul. The Los Angeles Clippers initiated their offense. Griffin, receiving a pass from Chris Paul on the weak side, executed a feint to deceive Dirk Nowitzki, then accelerated with the dribble. He eluded his defender and charged towards the basket. Ignoring Xiao Shen, who was attempting to assist defensively, Griffin gathered the ball and leapt high, delivering a one-handed dunk that nearly grazed the rim. Did he dare to attempt a poster dunk on me? Is that even feasible? Xiao Shen leapt high into the air, his outstretched right hand perfectly positioned to intercept Griffin's one-handed dunk. The two engaged in a mid-air contest, with Xiao Shen having taken off from the ground, firmly pressing the ball with his right hand. Xiao Shen adeptly intercepted Griffin with a single hand. As Griffin launched himself from a standing start, Xiao Shen, with a sudden surge of power, nearly brought Griffin crashing to the ground upon landing. Xiao Shen stood steadfast and unyielding, while Griffin staggered unsteadily. Xiao Shen's one-handed block once again showcased his unparalleled explosive power, leaving the audience at the Staples Center in a state of astonishment. Jessica Alba, like many female fans present, felt an involuntary dampness beneath her. After successfully executing the block, Xiao Shen was indifferent to the possession of the ball. He merely wished to gesture dismissively at Griffin. "You think you can dunk on me? Huh. You might as well be a shrimp aspiring to be a pig's heart." Griffin was utterly incensed. "Kid, you'll regret your actions. You jerk." Subsequently, the most thrilling and captivating moment of the game unfolded. Chapter 24, Toppling Griffin. The ball pressed down by Xiao Shen landed in the hands of Raymond Felton as the Dallas Mavericks transitioned from defense to offense. Xiao Shen exchanged some playful banter with Griffin, deliberately showcasing his broad arms and perfectly sculpted muscles before the spectators of the Los Angeles Clippers. Griffin retreated to the backcourt, and upon noticing Xiao Shen approaching, he called out to DeAndre Jordan, requesting a switch. "Let me take him this time." Although DeAndre struggled to contain Xiao Shen, he reluctantly stepped up, as players of his earnest disposition often found themselves at the mercy of others. Griffin willingly initiated the switch, offering a cautionary note. "Be careful. He's quite strong. I'll be there to back you up." However, Griffin had no intention of assisting DeAndre. He dismissed the notion entirely. "Do you think I am as inept as you?" Griffin turned his gaze towards Xiao Shen, challenging him. "Come on, let's see how you plan to knock me down." Xiao Shen smiled faintly. "I thought you lacked the courage to defend against me. You must be prepared. Do not be caught off guard, for it would be exceedingly embarrassing if I were to send you flying." Griffin initiated the confrontation, forcefully pushing Xiao Shen away. He pretended to obstruct Xiao Shen's position for a moment, but upon seeing his teammates settle into their places, Xiao Shen lowered his center of gravity, leaning back to brace himself against Griffin, with his right hand positioned strategically behind him, rendering Griffin unable to move an inch. Xiao Shen extended his left hand forward, Anticipating Nowitzki to pass the ball into his grasp, Griffin attempted to maneuver in front, seeking to intercept the pass from Nowitzki to Xiao Shen. But Xiao Shen used his body to push him aside, securely seizing the ball. Unfortunately, there was still a slight deficiency. After all, one's arm span could be a limiting factor. Are you ready? I'm about to start backing down. Griffin's athletic prowess undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the NBA. However, his static physical attributes, particularly his arm span, detract significantly from his overall capabilities, earning him the moniker Shortfin. Officially listed at 208 centimeters, Griffin may actually be slightly shorter. Yet his arm span is a meager 211 centimeters, even if his height were merely 204 centimeters. An arm span exceeding his height by only 7 centimeters would be considered commendable for an average individual. Moreover, when compared to certain superstars, Griffin's arm span is still relatively respectable. After all, one particular sharpshooting elementary schooler boasts an arm span that exceeds his height by a mere 1 centimeter. However, Xiao Shen's words struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into Griffin's vulnerabilities. Xiao Shen had yet to initiate his post-up, yet Griffin preemptively engaged in defense. In this particular play, the Dallas Mavericks players positioned themselves exceptionally well, allowing Xiao Shen to confidently back down his opponent without haste. Tentatively made a gentle push, exerting little force. Yet failing to create any significant space, Griffin, forced back, managed to regain a slight distance, offering himself a measure of confidence. It was still not close enough to reach the core. A few exchanges were made back and forth first. Xiao Shen skillfully controlled the rhythm of the game, deliberately provoking Griffin's emotions with each successive move. As he approached the 3-second zone, Xiao Shen suddenly unleashed his strength, delivering a solid impact against Griffin, causing him to stagger backward significantly. Frustrated and enraged, Griffin charged at Xiao Shen with fervor, arriving just in time to receive a powerful blow from the reckless warrior. Xiao Shen exerted all his strength, thrusting his rear forcefully against Griffin, perfectly triggering the Berserker's back attack. Xiao Shen charged directly at Griffin's midsection. It was as though he had been struck by a speeding locomotive. His body suddenly lost all semblance of control. Griffin staggered backward, unable to regain his balance, as his center of gravity was abruptly compromised. Thus, he was sent sprawling by Xiao Shen, crashing heavily to the ground. The moment Xiao Shen collided, an immediate silence enveloped the arena, as if countless fans could fit a chicken egg into their gaping mouths. In the broadcasting studio of the National Sports Radio, the two commentators were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to articulate the spectacle. Following a few seconds of hushed astonishment in the Staples Center, a cacophony of deafening screams and gasps erupted, nearly lifting the roof from the venue. The live DJ, equally stunned, found himself at a loss for words. This play was a masterpiece of visual allure, drama, and sheer impact. Spectators at the sidelines engaged in exaggerated gestures, their faces awash with disbelief, as they shouted and screamed uncontrollably. No, no, no. Is that a bulldozer or a tank? How ferociously does he play? What an incredible force. Oh my God. Unbelievable. What did I just witness? How is this possible? How did Blake fly out like that? What happened? A back-to-back shove that sent Blake Griffin flying. How utterly insane is this? The terrifying power of that backing maneuver sent the defending Blake crashing away. It's horrifying. So crazy. So incredible. At this moment, the commentators from National Sports Radio finally regained their composure. Zhang Heli, shaking his head, exclaimed passionately, "That play is utterly unreasonable. It's truly beyond reason. Absolutely astonishing." Known for his prowess on the court, earning titles such as the Magic under the basket and Wei Ping Bryant, Zhang Heli had once been a formidable forward for the national basketball team. He understood all too well the immense difficulty and strength required to send an opponent flying in basketball. It is rare to witness such a breathtaking scene, not only in the NBA, but even in the CBA or local courts. To forcibly send a defender flying with a back move is an exceptional feat. Many are aware of the sheer impact of the peak Shaquille O'Neal's presence in the paint. Yet even he has never delivered such a momentous scene of sending an opponent crashing away. In his second game of the NBA regular season, Xiao Shen astonishingly collided with the elite power forward, Blake Griffin, a player towering at 208 centimeters and weighing over 115 kilograms. This occurrence defies all reason. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, Coach Zhang would undoubtedly deem it utterly absurd. Oh my goodness, what in the heavens? Xiao Shen, with his back to the basket, executed a powerful move that sent Griffin flying out of bounds, such an overwhelming force. I wholeheartedly concur with Coach Zhang's assessment. This play is simply beyond comprehension. Yu Jia, too, found herself at a loss for words. Back in the arena, the players from both teams reacted similarly to the spectators. However, once they regained their composure, the Dallas Mavericks players erupted in laughter, reveling in the moment, and offered Xiao Shen enthusiastic thumbs up, their astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Clippers players were stifling their laughter, but their gazes toward Xiao Shen were laced with shock. DeAndre Jordan was nearly at a loss for breath. Yet he hurried to assist Griffin, helping him rise from the floor. At that moment, Griffin sat bewildered, grappling with the question of what had just transpired and how he had been so easily overpowered. Was he truly so vulnerable? The ball, pressed down by Xiao Shen, fell into the hands of Raymond Felton. The Dallas Mavericks transitioned from defense to offense. After exchanging banter with Griffin, Xiao Shen deliberately showcased his broad arms and perfectly sculpted muscles before the audience of the Los Angeles Clippers. Griffin retreated to the backcourt and spotted Xiao Shen approaching. He took the initiative to call out to DeAndre Jordan, requesting a switch. "Let me take him on this play." DeAndre readily agreed, knowing he could not withstand Xiao Shen's power. However, he kindly cautioned, "Be careful, he's very strong. I'll be there to back you up." Griffin dismissed Jordan's concern with indifference. Was there really a need for assistance? Did he think he was as inadequate as Jordan? Turning his attention back to Xiao Shen, Griffin taunted, "Come on, kid. If you have what it takes, knock me down." Such an audacious challenge must be met. Xiao Shen smiled faintly. "I truly admire your courage to stand against me. However, you must be fully prepared. Do not let me send you flying with a single blow, as that would be exceedingly embarrassing." Griffin gathered his strength, initiating the confrontation while persistently reaching out from behind to disrupt. He awaited his teammates to secure their positions. Xiao Shen's weight suddenly shifted downwards as he leaned back, effectively blocking Griffin. His right hand positioned behind him, preventing Griffin from maneuvering forward. Xiao Shen extended his left hand forward, signaling for the ball. Awaiting the moment when Nowitzki would deliver it into his grasp, Griffin maneuvered in a half circle, reaching out in an attempt to intercept the pass intended for Xiao Shen from Nowitzki. Xiao Shen leaned entirely against Griffin, securely holding the ball. Unfortunately, it was just a fraction short. Had your arms been a tad longer, you could have grasped the ball. Xiao Shen spoke at a measured pace. "Are you ready? I shall begin my practice now." Griffin's athletic prowess undoubtedly ranks among the elite of the NBA. However, his static physical attributes, particularly his wingspan, significantly detract from his overall capabilities, even earning him the moniker of short fun. Officially listed at a height of 208 centimeters, he may actually be slightly shorter, with a lamentable wingspan of only 211 centimeters. Assuming his height is 204 centimeters, his wingspan exceeds his height by merely 7 centimeters, which might be considered adequate compared to the average individual. Furthermore, when juxtaposed with certain superstars, Griffin's wingspan still holds some merit. After all, there exists a particular sharpshooting prodigy whose wingspan surpasses his height by a mere 1 centimeter. Yet, Xiao Shen's words struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into his vulnerabilities. Xiao Shen had yet to commence his backcourt play, while Griffin unleashed a fervent surge of energy. In this round, the players of the Dallas Mavericks exhibited exemplary positioning and strategic maneuvering. Xiao Shen can rest assured and take his time in his endeavors, tentatively engaged, delivering a gentle push that failed to create any significant opening. The pressured Griffin, however, managed to reclaim a slight distance. This was intended to bolster Griffin's confidence. It was still a step short of a decisive blow. For now, a few back-and-forth exchanges were in order. Xiao Shen meticulously controlled the rhythm, delivering a series of deliberate actions that were aimed at provoking Griffin's emotions. As he penetrated into the 3-second zone, Xiao Shen suddenly exerted his strength, forcefully colliding with Griffin, causing him to stagger back a considerable distance. Griffin, infuriated and flustered, rushed towards Xiao Shen in a reckless fury, an opportune moment indeed. Xiao Shen exerted all his strength, thrusting his backside against Griffin, perfectly triggering the Berserker's rear attack. He was met with the full force of the Super Berserker's rear strike. Xiao Shen's sudden impact struck Griffin's abdomen, as if he had been hit by a speeding locomotive. In an instant, his body lost all control. Griffin staggered backward repeatedly, his balance forsaken, before he toppled backward and fell heavily to the ground. The moment Xiao Shen collided, the arena fell into an utter silence. Countless spectators stood agape, their mouths gaping wide enough to accommodate an egg. In the broadcast studio of the National Sports Radio, the two commentators were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to articulate the unfolding spectacle. Shortly thereafter, the silence of Staples Center erupted into a cacophony of deafening screams and gasps, nearly lifting the roof off the venue. The on-site DJ, overwhelmed by the sheer shock, struggled to find his words. This particular play was a breathtaking display of artistry, drama, and sheer impact. Spectators on the sidelines expressed their astonishment through exaggerated gestures, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief, as they shouted and screamed uncontrollably. No, no, no. Is that a bulldozer or a tank? How can someone play so fiercely? More formidable than a Hummer. Oh my God. Unbelievable. What did I just witness? How is this possible? How did Blake fly out like that? What happened? A back-to-the-basket move that sent Blake Griffin flying. How utterly insane is this? The ferocity of that backing move was terrifying, knocking the defending Blake aside with ease. So crazy. So incredible. At this moment, the commentators of the national sports radio finally regained their composure. Zhang Heli, shaking his head, fervently exclaimed, "This play is utterly unreasonable. Truly unreasonable. Absolutely incredible." Renowned for his titles such as the Magic Under the Basket and Wei Ping Bryant, Zhang Heli, a former member of the national men's basketball team and a super player on the forward line, understood all too well the difficulty of knocking an opponent off their feet on the basketball court and the immense force required to achieve such a feat. Not to mention on the NBA stage. Even in the CBA or on a casual street court, one rarely witnesses such a breathtaking scene. To physically overpower a defender with sheer backing strength is a rarity. Many are aware of the formidable impact of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal's offensive prowess beneath the basket. Yet even he seldom produced a memorable moment where he knocked an opponent down with such force. In his second NBA regular season game, Xiao Shen astonishingly toppled the elite power forward Blake Griffin, a formidable player standing at 208 centimeters and weighing over 115 kilograms. Such an occurrence is truly extraordinary. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Coach Zhang would undoubtedly find it utterly absurd. Oh my heavens! Xiao Shen, with his back to the basket, executed a powerful drive that sent Griffin crashing to the floor. What a terrifying display of force. I wholeheartedly concur with Coach Zhang's assessment. This play is beyond reason. Yu Jiao was at a loss for words. Back at the arena, the players from both teams reacted similarly to the spectators. Once they regained their composure, the Dallas Mavericks players erupted into laughter, reveling in the moment as they raised their thumbs in approval, expressing their astonishment. The Los Angeles Clippers players, though eager to laugh, stifled their amusement, yet their gazes toward Xiao Shen brimmed with awe. DeAndre Jordan, nearly bursting with suppressed laughter, hurried over to Griffin to help him rise from the ground. At that moment, Griffin sat there, bewildered, pondering what had just transpired and how he had been so easily knocked down. Was he truly so vulnerable? Chapter 25. Rise to fame. After toppling Griffin, Xiao Shen executed a thunderous dunk, adding 2 more points to his tally. His eyes widened in exhilaration, fist clenched. And with his arms bent at the perfect angle, he directed a fierce gaze toward the spectators, unleashing a triumphant roar toward the heavens. Xiao Shen's celebratory gestures exuded an air of superiority, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. Beside the court, Kendall Jenner, accompanied by her sisters, initially came to support Griffin. However, upon witnessing Xiao Shen's explosive playing style and audacious celebrations, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Infatuation blossomed within her. Griffin, be gone. A player who has been knocked to the ground does not deserve to be my man. I desire only the strongest, the most powerful, the most masculine, and the most commanding basketball athlete in the world. She promptly messaged her assistant, requesting all information on the player clad in the Dallas Mavericks number 10 jersey, known as Xiao. Feeling the disdainful gaze cast by Xiao Shen, Griffin, just helped to his feet, felt a surge of indignation and attempted to confront Xiao Shen, his hand barely grazing him. Xiao Shen retaliated with a swift strike, effortlessly sweeping his opponent aside. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? The ball is in play. Do you wish to engage in a brawl? Come on then. The players from both teams quickly converged, with Dirk Nowitzki immediately positioning himself in front of Xiao Shen, declaring, "Step back. What do you intend to do?" As a mentor to his most cherished protege, the typically affable Nowitzki seemed ready for a fierce confrontation. The referee promptly intervened, separating the two factions. Griffin continued to chatter incessantly, his verbal jabs relentless, until his teammates forcibly escorted him to the bench. The match was momentarily halted. Nowitzki accompanied Xiao Shen to the sidelines, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. "Xiao, that was outstanding. Such dominance on that play. Nowitzki praised enthusiastically. Well done. You need to assert yourself a bit more. That was incredibly satisfying. Then, as if struck by a thought, a playful smile crept across Nowitzki's face. Thank goodness I'm your teammate. If I were your opponent, my old bones wouldn't withstand such a collision. Per Blake, haha. Rest assured. Xiao Shen deftly evaded Nowitzki's playful pat on the head, declaring, I shall not lay hands on my own kind. Should we find ourselves opposing one another in the future, I shall tread lightly. Of course, this hinges on your not tugging at my hair. Nowitzki erupted with laughter, exclaiming, It's a habit, a habit. He then allowed Xiao Shen to join his teammates in a fervent celebration. In the second half, Xiao Shen's performance surpassed that of the first, showcasing a series of dazzling maneuvers. Notably, upon entering his post-up mode, he sent DeAndre Jordan flying and executed a spectacular dunk over Blake Griffin. Furthermore, during a one-on-one confrontation, he barreled into Griffin with unabashed ferocity. Doug Rivers wore an expression of profound discontent, finally abandoning his motivational platitudes. He bellowed at his players, Get your act together. We must seize this game without mercy, overwhelm them with a decisive victory. Player performance may falter, but the game itself must not be lost. Doug Rivers could not afford such humiliation. Upon returning from the timeout, the Los Angeles Clippers initiated their offensive strategy, with Griffin shamelessly striving to redeem himself. Bearing the ball with audacity, he sought out Nowitzki for a confrontation, forcing his way to draw 2 foul shots. Although Xiao Shen managed to impede Griffin's shot, preventing him from scoring, he sought to redeem himself at the free throw line. The Dallas Mavericks executed an inbounds play, aiming to create an opportunity for Xiao Shen to operate in a post-up situation. However, the Los Angeles Clippers were resolute in denying such chances. They employed a zone defense, pulling players back to the paint while maintaining the option to contest any passes to Xiao Shen beneath the basket, leaving other Mavericks players open for outside shots. Unfortunately, the Mavericks' perimeter shooting was woefully inadequate today. Even Dirk Nowitzki's signature one-legged fadeaway could not find the net. Meanwhile, the Clippers' offense flowed effortlessly under Chris Paul's orchestration. J.J. Redick navigated through screens to find an open spot, launching a three-pointer that found its mark, further widening the scoring gap. Xiao Shen found himself at a loss. The Los Angeles Clippers denied him any easy opportunities to receive the ball. Even when he managed to gain possession, the opposing zone defense tightened, with Paul constantly seeking chances to strip the ball away, coupled with the relentless double-teaming from his adversaries. Xiao Shen was left with no opportunity to showcase his ruthless post-up skills. Xiao Shen attracted the defense, distributing the ball to his open teammates. Yet they repeatedly squandered the opportunities, missing their shots time and again. Although Xiao Shen managed to forcefully score 2 baskets underneath the rim, it proved to be a mere drop in the ocean. The point differential continued to widen. After Xiao Shen was substituted in the final quarter, the Dallas Mavericks could no longer withstand the pressure. The game was thoroughly dominated, rendering Xiao Shen's presence unnecessary. Ultimately, taking advantage of their home court, the Los Angeles Clippers triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks with a score of 114-98. Blake Griffin played for 36 minutes, shooting 12 out of 19, and scoring a game-high 28 points, along with 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. Undoubtedly, he was the most significant contributor to the Clippers' victory. Post-match, he was even honored as the most valuable player by a local television station. However, this recognition could not overshadow a moment that would be etched into his career's Hall of Shame. In a one-on-one defense against Xiao Shen, he was ruthlessly overpowered and knocked to the ground, a sight of utter humiliation. This incident marked the beginning of a rivalry between Griffin and Xiao Shen. As Griffin's interior partner, DeAndre Jordan recorded 6 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, statistics that aligned with his role. The fans had high hopes for him. Yet he not only failed to contain Xiao Shen, but also suffered the same fate as Griffin, nearly being sent tumbling to the ground by Xiao Shen's relentless backing down. They were fortunate to have a diverse roster, as the remarkable performances of J.J. Redick, Jamal Crawford, and Austin Rivers secured the victory. But there was little joy in their triumph. As the central figure in this contentious battle, Jordan was thoroughly dominated by Xiao Shen, unable to restrict his prowess. If they did not implement double teaming or provide help defense, his struggles would only intensify. Unable to stop Xiao Shen, he similarly found it impossible to score over him. In several encounters against DeAndre Jordan, Xiao Shen failed to score even a single point. Many experts and fans criticized his lackluster performance. However, in this match, he once again showcased the prowess of a formidable force. All of his points were concentrated within the paint. Over the course of 26 minutes, Xiao Shen made 10 out of 12 attempts, accumulating an impressive 24 points, along with 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks, marking an exceptionally splendid performance. Although the Dallas Mavericks suffered a defeat today, Xiao Shen emerged victorious in his personal rivalry with Jordan, dominating the statistics and shining on both ends of the court. Notably, his several back-to-the-basket moves rendered Jordan utterly powerless. Furthermore, Xiao Shen delivered a resounding blow to the Los Angeles Clippers. At this juncture, Dan Fagan deliberately chose to disclose certain contractual details through the media. The Clippers, influenced by the presence of DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin, opted to forego Xiao Shen. However, today's performance by Xiao Shen overshadowed these two all-star caliber starting big men. Although he spent 10 minutes less on the court than Griffin, he fell short of his score by only 4 points. Furthermore, Xiao Shen's playing style is undeniably explosive, particularly highlighted by the moment he pinned Griffin to the shame pole. It was nothing short of exhilarating. Following the conclusion of the match, Xiao Shen's highlight reel, especially the instance where he sent Griffin flying, garnered an ever-growing audience. Countless fans began to remember this player, Xiao Shen, number 10 for the Dallas Mavericks, hailing from China with his distinctive yellow skin. Xiao Shen rose to fame after a remarkable battle. Chapter 26. Attention from a beautiful starlet. At the post-match press conference, the Los Angeles Clippers exhibited little joy in their victory. Particularly, head coach Doc Rivers and Blake Griffin appeared somewhat disheartened. Prior to the game, Doc Rivers had expressed unwavering confidence in DeAndre Jordan, believing him capable of containing Xiao Shen. However, today's match saw DeAndre Jordan thoroughly overwhelmed by Xiao Shen's dazzling performance, suffering defeats on both offensive and defensive fronts. As for Griffin, his predicament was even more dire than that of Jordan. Xiao Shen, much like a father chastising his son, sent him sprawling. Doc Rivers could not help but exclaim, "If only I could turn back time, I would choose Xiao Shen. What use is the ineffectual DeAndre Jordan? He should never have been retained over the summer. Instead, they should have let Jordan go and secured Xiao Shen." In this moment, it is he who ought to be reveling in the spectacle. Faced with a barrage of provocative inquiries from the media, the team could only deflect and swiftly conclude the post-game press conference. Despite the loss, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, was undoubtedly the most jubilant among them. He promptly shared a highlight reel of Xiao Shen's performance. In his commentary, he expressed his relief at not having signed a certain player and extended his gratitude to the Los Angeles Clippers for leading them to discover and acquire the NBA's superstar center, Xiao Shen. He was immensely pleased with the young man's outstanding display today and encouraged him to keep pushing forward. The Dallas Mavericks will forever stand by you. Although Mark Cuban was not present at the sidelines, he watched the live broadcast of the game from home. And when he witnessed Xiao Shen overpowering DeAndre Jordan in the post, he was filled with exuberance, dancing with delight. Xiao Shen forcefully collided with DeAndre Jordan, executing a stunning dunk over Blake Griffin, and could not help but let out a triumphant roar, a cathartic release of emotion. In the cyclical nature of life, who has ever truly escaped the whims of fate? During the offseason, the Dallas Mavericks found themselves at the mercy of DeAndre Jordan and the Los Angeles Clippers, ensnared in a relentless game of negotiation. They presented him with a lucrative 4-year contract exceeding $90 million, and just as he was poised to sign, he was abruptly redirected back to the Clippers. Due to a prior agreement, they could only extend a substantial contract to Wesley Matthews. Now, Mark Cuban can finally revel in his vindication. To hell with DeAndre Jordan. Isn't Xiao Shen 100 times more fragrant than him? Initially, it seemed that the Dallas Mavericks would return empty-handed, having pursued Xiao Shen fervently. Beyond the potential and commercial value that Xiao Shen embodies, they also sought to irritate the Los Angeles Clippers. Yet, even Mark Cuban could not have anticipated that this gamble would yield such a magnificent prize so swiftly. Money. Money. It is imperative to reward Xiao Shen with a bonus. Alas, Xiao Shen, however, was unable to receive this bonus. The Dallas Mavericks commenced the season with a challenging stretch of 3 consecutive away games. In their next encounter, they will remain in Los Angeles to face off against the Los Angeles Lakers. However, this match against the Lakers is scheduled for the 2nd of next month, granting the Dallas Mavericks a respite of 3 days. Xiao Shen, rather than resting on his laurels after achieving fame through a remarkable performance, devoted himself entirely to training for 3 consecutive days. To avoid the potential disturbances from media reporters, he intentionally requested the team's management to arrange for him a training venue that was exceedingly quiet. However, His explosive display in the last match ignited a fervor across the internet. First and foremost, countless sports media outlets turned their attention to Xiao Shen, particularly those within the country, who seemed eager to elevate him to celestial heights. Even some of the most renowned international sports media were inundated with numerous articles pertaining to Xiao Shen. ESPN, a single play that shook the entire league. Xiao Shen single-handedly toppled Griffin. Remember this name, Xiao Shen. He is destined to transform the NBA. The super center monster Xiao Shen, with one play, has captured the admiration of NBA legends. A Chinese player once again astounds the NBA. The Chinese youth has outmatched the White Beast. Yahoo Sports, China unveils another supercenter. The Eastern Dragon captivates the entire league. With consecutive games scoring over 20 points, the highly efficient center substitute, Xiao Shen, once again dazzles the NBA. In a battle of grudges, Xiao Shen single-handedly overcame the two all-star centers of the Los Angeles Clippers. The emergence of a super monster in the paint, whose dominance in the paint surpasses even the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. The most explosive center of the 21st century, Xiao Shen, may well dominate the entire league. Ransnort, look. Witness the most explosive moments in NBA history as one play topples the White Beast. Hail to my Mavericks. After so many years, the German tank has finally encountered a formidable powerhouse in center Xiao Shen, who claims that the Los Angeles Clippers possess a top-tier interior. In one match, Xiao Shen brought them to their knees, powerfully backing down Griffin. The Big Shark humbly conceded. Xiao Shen even graced the cover of Sports Illustrated as a result of this. Numerous sports media outlets enthusiastically reported on this match. With the emergence of these reports, coupled with the circulation of Xiao Shen's highlight reels, countless fans were awestruck by his explosive and audacious style of play. Upon first viewing the video, I mistakenly thought it was merely a cleverly edited clip. Little did I know that a player with such fervor and intensity truly existed. What extraordinary explosiveness Xiao Shen possesses. He sent little Jordan flying and executed a breathtaking dunk over Griffin. It was simply astonishing. The sheer power he displayed was formidable, effortlessly overpowering Griffin, truly terrifying. Is it even feasible to play in such a manner? He bulldozes opponents with ease. I refuse to believe that no one can defend against him or that he cannot make a basket. Xiao Shen has redefined my understanding of basketball. I once thought players like Stephen Curry were unparalleled, yet Xiao Shen proves to be even more ferocious. Explosive. I am utterly captivated. Can the NBA truly be played this way? Xiao Shen is undeniably audacious. Who dares to claim that physicality has no place in the NBA in the presence of Xiao Shen? Xiao Shen has undeniably become a symbol of explosive talent in the eyes of countless fans, a quintessential embodiment of raw prowess. Through this remarkable battle, Xiao Shen has once again captivated countless admirers. His personal Twitter and Facebook accounts have seen a sudden influx of followers and attention. Among these newly acquired fans, one individual has sparked immense envy among male basketball enthusiasts. Jessica Alba, renowned as the most beautiful female fan of the NBA. With her diverse heritage, she epitomizes the quintessential American sweetheart, gracing the world with her strikingly sweet appearance. Through her notable works such as Sin City and Fantastic Four, she has captured the hearts of many. Even Kobe Bryant, the iconic cornerstone of the Los Angeles Lakers, regarded her as a goddess. Jessica Alba has long been a devoted supporter of the Lakers, frequently gracing the Staples Center to witness their matches. However, it was today's game that drew her attention towards Xiao Shen. She shared an image of his spectacular dunk during the match, accompanied by a message that read, "Looking forward to your outstanding performance in the next game of the Los Angeles Lakers. I will be there cheering you on." Truly, Xiao Shen exemplifies the allure of the NBA's grand stage, where a single game can create such profound connections. Xiao Shen has attracted the attention of beautiful stars. He somewhat regrets his initial decision to decline joining the Los Angeles Lakers. However, Jessica Alba never anticipated that her overt displays of affection would remain unanswered for such an extended period. Chapter 27. The Duel of Old Friends. Xiao Shen steals the show during the 3 days of rest. Xiao Shen maintained an exceptionally intense training regimen, striving to elevate his jumping ability to its current maximum capacity. Thus, Xiao Shen seldom checks his phone and hardly has time to browse personal social media, let alone engage in banter with netizens through alternate accounts. It is only natural that Jessica Alba is overlooked. Xiao Shen aspired to maximize his jumping ability, not only for the rewards it promised, but also because he felt he had yet to embrace his full potential. Had he achieved the pinnacle of his leaping prowess in the previous match, That moment when he dunked over Griffin would have transcended a mere act. It would not have been merely a simple slam, but rather a moment of profound athletic expression. Although Xiao Shen is known as the king of the 3-second zone and possesses two formidable skills as a relentless power player, he still exhibits significant flaws in his offensive strategy. He must continue to enhance his abilities. At present, his offensive approach is rather simplistic, and the areas in which he can assert his brute force are limited. Xiao Shen could only position himself low, waiting patiently for his teammates to deliver the ball to him. Should the opposing team adopt a zone defense, akin to the strategy employed by the Los Angeles Clippers in the previous game, sending players to disrupt him incessantly, he would find himself in a challenging predicament. Particularly against astute, defensively skilled guards, their occasional attempts to steal the ball would prove to be quite vexing for Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen is in urgent need of acquiring new skills to augment his arsenal of offensive capabilities. Regrettably, Xiao Shen devoted 3 days to surmounting his limitations. Yet he remained unable to unlock his full jumping potential. The Dallas Mavericks were set to face a new challenge, an away game against the Los Angeles Lakers. As members of the Western Conference, the Mavericks and the Lakers clashed no fewer than 3 times each season. The narrative between the Mavericks and the Lakers, while lacking the fervor and grandeur of a traditional rivalry, nonetheless holds significant intrigue and warrants reflection. In the 2010 to 2011 season, when the Mavericks clinched the championship, they decisively swept the Lakers, who were the 2nd seed in the Western Conference that year, out of the playoffs. Ultimately, the Mavericks triumphed through a series of formidable matches to seize the championship title. Many fans contend that had the Mavericks not defeated them that season, Kobe Bryant would now possess 5 championship rings. Dirk Nowitzki entered the NBA 2 years after Kobe, and both belonged to an illustrious era of basketball greatness, sharing a close friendship. However, in recent seasons, both players' performances, as well as their respective teams' records, have not lived up to expectations, leading them to occasionally feel a sense of shared plight. Today's match, featuring the showdown between Kobe and Nowitzki, stands as one of the focal points for countless basketball enthusiasts. There exists an unspoken tradition within the NBA wherein rookie players often find themselves at the mercy of their veteran counterparts, subjected to menial tasks such as fetching drinks and carrying bags, though some demands transcend mere teasing. Many superstars have endured such trials. For instance, in 2005, rookie Chris Paul was inundated with backpacks by a group of veterans from the 2003 draft class, leaving the diminutive player nearly unable to stand upright. The propensity for mischief among Europeans and Americans alike is well documented, with numerous rookies finding their vehicles filled with popcorn, while others were compelled to wash their veteran teammates' undergarments. And some even emerged from the shower to discover their underwear encased in ice. Xiao Shen would not receive such treatment. Dirk Nowitzki, the cornerstone of the Dallas Mavericks, enjoys an excellent relationship with Xiao Shen. Particularly after witnessing Xiao Shen's extraordinarily impressive performances, he continues to dedicate himself to the training facility, striving for self-improvement. Dirk Nowitzki typically includes Xiao Shen in his endeavors. When the team's leader remains silent, the other players are unlikely to misbehave. Xiao Shen walked alongside Nowitzki once more through the player tunnel of the Staples Center. Justin Anderson, selected by the Dallas Mavericks at the 21st pick in this year's draft, displayed remarkable perceptiveness. He approached with alacrity, offering to carry Nowitzki's bag. Upon noticing the backpack in Xiao Shen's possession, he casually took it from him, exclaiming, "Hey, let me carry this for you." Given that they were all rookies from the same year, his gesture felt somewhat excessive. Anderson did not afford Xiao Shen the opportunity to decline. He silently took hold of the bag and proceeded forward. Nowitzki cast a glance at Xiao Shen, signaling that it was of no concern. "Do not mind it. Your performance has been astonishing, earning the respect of your teammates. With that terrifying explosiveness, who would dare provoke you? I would be inclined to carry your bag too," Nowitzki teased with a smile. His words, however, bore truth. In this land of America, strength commands respect. As long as you possess the prowess, you can elicit admiration in myriad forms. Yet, I, Xiao Shen, am not a malevolent figure. I am merely a super brash individual. There is no need for undue apprehension. Xiao Shen was inexplicably overwhelmed, experiencing the sensation of being a big brother. Aware of Xiao Shen's aversion to interviews with media reporters, Dirk Nowitzki assisted in diverting his attention, allowing him to enter the player's tunnel ahead of time. Following Xiao Shen's explosive performance in the previous game, today's match garnered significant attention from Los Angeles fans. Moreover, despite the Los Angeles Lakers' lackluster performance in recent years, Their arena has consistently maintained high attendance rates, owing to the presence of the current NBA's most popular and influential player, Kobe Bryant. The Staples Center, with a near capacity of 20,000, was filled to the brim. As the game had yet to commence, fans on the sidelines were engaged in lively discussions. They inquired about the veracity of a rumor regarding a Dallas Mavericks player who had knocked Blake Griffin down in the last game. Indeed, it was true. I was present that day, and that young player with yellow skin was remarkable, more fearsome than Yao Ming in his prime. Observing the young talents on other teams and contrasting them with our own draft pick this year, one couldn't help but wonder if D'Angelo could ever become Kobe's successor. Some fans eagerly anticipated today's game, particularly to witness the Mavericks' number 10 player, whose previous performance had been nothing short of spectacular. Kobe and Nowitzki have aged, and this season, their displays have been rather ordinary. The returning elder statesman, Kobe, finds it challenging to reclaim his former glory, while the German powerhouse similarly struggles to exhibit a dominating presence. Each of their games feels like a fleeting experience, and one hopes to cherish as many beautiful memories as possible. Indeed, I came primarily to see Kobe and Nowitzki, icons of my youth, as they gradually fade away. The older generation of players played with such elegance, while today's youth seem lacking in comparison. Just look at the young players on the Lakers. Their performances leave much to be desired. After 2 consecutive losses, D'Angelo Russell scored a mere 4 points in one game and 13 in another, a dismal showing. One can only hope for a remarkable turnaround today, wishing for a triumphant start to the season on home turf. However, I find it unrealistic to expect Xiao Shen to dominate our interior defense. Although the Los Angeles Lakers have finally welcomed Julius Randle, a power forward renowned for his impressive physique, standing at 206 centimeters and weighing 113 kilograms. Selected as the 7th pick in the first round last year, they have also acquired Roy Hibbert, a towering center measuring 218 centimeters and weighing 122 kilograms, often likened to the legendary Yao Ming. Furthermore, the bench features Larry Nance Jr., son of the esteemed NBA veteran Larry Nance, who was selected as the 27th pick in the first round this year, along with the charismatic Robert Saker. However, their contributions appear rather insignificant. The Lakers' efforts seem feeble when compared to the formidable interior duo of DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin of the Los Angeles Clippers, leaving the Lakers' already vulnerable frontcourt in stark contrast. Thus, despite the matchup being a celebrated clash between Kobe Bryant and Dirk Nowitzki, it is destined for Xiao Shen to steal the spotlight. Xiao Shen continued to come off the bench today. It was not until there were 4 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the first quarter that he received the opportunity to take the court. Chapter 28. The Reckless Man Battles the Savage Bull, Overcoming Randle. Zaza Pachulia and Dirk Nowitzki partnered in the paint. The results were rather mediocre. Pachulia, renowned for his exceptional tripping technique, possesses merely a second-tier skill set in all other aspects. He is the type of player who has a bit of everything but excels at nothing. While he is competent in low-post techniques, he is unable to overpower his opponents one-on-one as Xiao Shen does, forcing adversaries to collapse their defenses or even resort to double teaming. Even when he secures the ball down low, he may not necessarily convert the shot. Xiao Shen, however, is distinctly different. Once he secures the ball beneath the basket, the opposing team does not double team him, but rather braces for his aggressive play. Should they choose to double team, he adeptly distributes the ball to Nowitzki, who can then utilize his exceptional mid-range and long-distance shooting skills to conclude the offensive play. The Nowitzki of today is no longer the long-haired, golden-haired lion, but has become less capable of inflicting damage in the paint. His shooting ability from mid-range is what allows him to maximize his contribution. Nowitzki and Xiao Shen complement each other beautifully on the offensive end. When Nowitzki stretches to the perimeter, it creates ample space in the paint for Xiao Shen to operate. On the defensive side, Pachulia possesses a reasonable ability to protect the rim and can contain certain interior players. Yet, more often than not, he is relegated to one-on-one defense. With limited assistance capabilities, Nowitzki's mobility has waned, necessitating support in defensive efforts, particularly when facing younger interior players who rely on physical prowess. The two of them often cannot contain such opponents. Despite the Dallas Mavericks forwards managing to keep Kobe Bryant from scoring effectively, and while the Mavericks offense was performing quite well, they surprisingly found themselves trailing the Los Angeles Lakers by 2 points with more than half the game elapsed. This was largely due to the veteran duo of Dirk Nowitzki and Zaza Pachulia being overwhelmed by Julius Randle. Randle repeatedly seized offensive rebounds, bulldozing through defenses to score. Young, Powerful and combative, Randall presented a challenge that neither Nowitzki nor Pachulia could effectively counter. His style of play bears some resemblance to Xiao Shen's, relying heavily on sheer strength. However, Randall is more akin to a frenzied bull, charging headfirst into opponents. When confronted with interior players who are stronger and more aggressive, he often finds himself pinned down and overwhelmed, much like Xiao Shen. The initial offensive play initiated by the Dallas Mavericks featured Xiao Shen's debut on the court. Xiao Shen took the initiative to approach Randall. It was evident that Randall underestimated Xiao Shen, allowing him to maneuver into a reasonable collision zone, thus positioning himself to receive the ball, which was tantamount to offering Xiao Shen an easy opportunity. With a half-turn, shifting his weight with grace, Xiao Shen dribbled powerfully, effortlessly pushing Randall aside with a single move. Xiao Shen executed a ferocious one-handed slam dunk, causing the rim to reverberate with a resounding buzz. Randall widened his bovine eyes in disbelief, clearly irked. Defense was not Randall's forte, nor was it an endeavor he was inclined to pursue. As the Los Angeles Lakers took their turn on offense, Randall positioned himself in the paint once more. Xiao Shen could have easily pushed him out, yet deemed it unnecessary. Xiao Shen intended to convey to Randall that in this fierce contest between the brute and the bull, he would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate loser. The bull cannot triumph over the brute. You may be fierce, but I am even more reckless. Protecting the ball, stepping back, Randall sought space, dribbling with force, and lowered his head to charge towards Xiao Shen. Just moments ago, whether against Nowitzki or Pachulia, Randall had effortlessly overpowered them. Brimming with confidence, he had believed that a single charge would break through Xiao Shen's defense. Yet, he ultimately discovered that it was akin to colliding with an iron wall. Xiao Shen stood unwavering, as steadfast as a rock, firmly positioned before Randall. Come on, where's your bravado? Is this all you've got? Can you be a bit tougher? Randall was a player of simple intellect yet robust physique, akin to a volatile firework. The more one challenged his abilities, the more he yearned to confront. With a slight adjustment, Randall dribbled the ball and charged once more towards Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen once again elevated the intensity of the confrontation. Randall, unable to advance, collided into Xiao Shen, yet found himself retreating repeatedly. The ball in his hand slipped from his grasp, forcing him to hastily cradle it against his chest. In that instant, Randall was completely halted by Xiao Shen's imposing presence. Xiao Shen is unyielding in his pursuit of justice. Randall has yet to fully embrace the ball in his grasp. He presses his hands firmly upon it, exerting force to wrest it away. Xiao Shen, with an utter disregard for reason, forcefully seized the ball from Randall's grasp, nearly toppling him to the ground in the process. This play was undeniably brazen. The Staples Center was filled with spectators, some of whom had previously witnessed Xiao Shen's reckless style of play. Yet, this particular moment was equally astonishing. He firmly established control over the ball. Xiao Shen, with unparalleled arrogance, gazed at Randall and declared, "You are not capable either." In an instant, Randall was infuriated. "What did you just say, brat? Just wait and see how I'll obliterate you. Come on, let's continue under the basket and see who gets overwhelmed first." Xiao Shen leisurely approached the halfway line, feigning to provide his teammate with a screen. Xiao Shen positioned himself at the spot where Randall had just received the ball, swiftly maneuvering to place Randall behind him. Xiao Shen extended his hand to receive the timely pass from Darren Williams. It felt effortless. Xiao Shen not only complements Nowitzki exceptionally well, but also exhibits remarkable synergy with Darren Williams. Upon receiving the ball in the paint, Xiao Shen, much like Randall, lowers his center of gravity, dribbling with precision and strength, charging directly towards Randall with a singular, forceful intent. Just one time, Xiao Shen effortlessly surged past Randall, executing a powerful two-handed slam dunk that forcefully drove the ball into the hoop. Playing basketball requires more than mere brute strength. One must possess audacity. Xiao Shen hung his hands in the basket, casting a disdainful glance at Randall. In the preceding match, Randall had executed flawless shots beneath the basket. Yet upon encountering Xiao Shen, he immediately faltered. He was relentlessly pursued by Xiao Shen, who scored 2 consecutive points, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. The game continued with the Los Angeles Clippers initiating their offense. Randall positioned himself in the low post, somewhat skeptical. Could he truly be outmatched by a player of Asian descent? It seemed implausible. With his impressive physical prowess, he believed he could easily overpower anyone with a few determined thrusts. As he received the ball, Randall charged towards Xiao Shen, attempting to assert his dominance. However, he soon realized he could not gain any ground. Unfazed, Randall switched tactics, turning his back to Xiao Shen, entering his backing down mode. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to advance. Unable to create any space, Randall haphazardly tossed the ball towards the basket, attempting a self-rebound. Xiao Shen turned around, opened his arms, and with a deliberate motion, thrust his backside backward, effectively pushing Randall aside to securely guard the rebound. The Dallas Mavericks initiated their offense. Before Xiao Shen could fully position himself, Deron Williams was already poised to deliver the ball into his hands. Upon noticing Xiao Shen raising his hand in request, Deron Williams promptly and effortlessly placed the ball into Xiao Shen's grasp. Pay close attention to this play and learn well. I shall demonstrate the art of post-play. With his back turned to Randall, Xiao Shen intentionally leaned against him, compelling him to step forward for the confrontation. As soon as they made contact, Xiao Shen swiftly released the ball and advanced towards the basket. Randall, engaged in his back-to-the-basket move, appeared to spin in place. Bang! Xiao Shen dribbled the ball with determination, causing Randall to retreat a considerable distance. Following the rhythm of the game, he charged forward once more. Empowered by his relentless strength, Xiao Shen effortlessly penetrated the paint. As the king of the restricted area, he caught Randall, who had just arrived to defend, squarely with a powerful backing move, sending him sprawling. Fortunately, the assisting defender, Brandon Bass, was there to intercept him. Otherwise, Randall would have found himself awkwardly sprawled on the ground. His defensive positioning was utterly compromised. Xiao Shen merely needed a gentle leap to thrust the ball into the hoop. Chapter 29. Averaging a dominating performance. Basic skills not to be underestimated. Is backing down truly a challenge? Xiao Shen did not forget to mock Julius Randle, stating, "I haven't even begun to exert my strength." On the sidelines, Coach Byron Scott scratched his gleaming head, contemplating the caliber of players chosen by the Los Angeles Lakers management. Although Julius Randle possesses undeniable talent, his offensive approach is akin to a wild boar rummaging through a cabbage patch. He boasts a robust physique, yet his offensive prowess is overshadowed by a lackluster defense. D'Angelo Russell was groomed as Kobe Bryant's successor, yet he failed to inherit any of the essential qualities, excelling only in the art of missing shots. The hoops in the arena require repairs several times a day due to his errant attempts. Randall remains undeterred, stubbornly seeking opportunities beneath the basket. However, the paint is Xiao Shen's dominion, where he reigns supreme, and Randall's antics are unwelcome. He disregards the sentiments of his teammates and cannot penetrate the defense, leading him to recklessly hurl the ball towards the rim. Xiao Shen found himself in a precarious position, while Nowitzki secured the rebound. Randall unwittingly relinquished possession to the Dallas Mavericks. The players of the Los Angeles Lakers, under the direction of their coach, intentionally tightened their defense, cutting off passing lanes. Deron Williams, undeterred, utilized a screen to evade his defender and unleashed a three-pointer. Alas, it did not find its mark. Positioned firmly, Xiao Shen boldly maneuvered past Randall, leaping high to snatch the rebound. Ignoring Randall's desperate defense, he landed and immediately powered through the challenge. Randall, already flustered, was consumed by a mix of embarrassment and fury as Xiao Shen seized the rebound, prompting him to react with ire. He leaped to block the shot and, in a fit of anger, forcefully shoved Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen steadied himself, forcefully driving the ball into the basket. The ball swished through, and the whistle blew. Xiao Shen executed a remarkable 2-1 play, prompting Byron Scott to finally break his composure. He could only replace Julius Randle with the lesser-known Larry Nance Jr. initially. He had hoped to substitute in a more formidable interior defender. However, upon glancing at the bench, he discovered there was no one available. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant, resting on the sidelines, offered a few comforting words to the frustrated Randle before turning his attention with keen interest towards Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen's playing style strikingly resembles that of a former esteemed partner. Alas, due to conflicting personalities and youthful exuberance, the two ultimately parted ways. Had circumstances been different, the purple and gold dynasty of the Los Angeles Lakers might have basked in glory for several more years. His illustrious counterpart, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, intentionally broached the subject of Xiao Shen with Kobe Bryant prior to the game. Having learned from past experiences, Kobe, when confronted by reporters, refrained from repeating any dismissive remarks about players he was unfamiliar with. It is not uncommon for a player of Kobe's caliber to be unaware of some younger talents, nor to pay them much heed. However, when it comes to players hailing from the same country as Yao Ming, he feels a certain obligation to acknowledge them. Players from their nation either fail to make it to the NBA or, if they do, are nothing short of prodigies. Yao Ming needs no elaboration. And the same applies to his compatriot, Lin. Sun Daxing's remarkable performance against the USA Dream Team during the Olympics was equally impressive. Furthermore, the phenomenon known as Linsanity captured the world's attention, especially after Lin scored 38 points against the Lakers, leaving Kobe quite embarrassed for having claimed ignorance of him. Moreover, there was another player who, despite being called upon to play, declared himself unprepared, yet still exhibited extraordinary talent. Witnessing Xiao Shen's initial plays, Kobe felt fortunate not to have uttered any dismissive words. The Lakers had deployed Larry Nance Jr. in an attempt to bolster their interior defense. Yet they remained unable to contain Xiao Shen. Even with the likes of Dirk Nowitzki and Darren Williams substituted out, Xiao Shen continued to wreak havoc in the paint, executing spectacular plays above the heads of the Lakers players. Not a single member of the Lakers could manage to score against Xiao Shen's defense. Initially, they held a commanding advantage in the paint, with Randall nearly obliterating the Mavericks' interior defense. However, once Xiao Shen entered the fray, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Lakers' interior defense was thoroughly dismantled. With no other options, Coach Byron Scott had no choice but to bring in Roy Hibbert, currently the Lakers' best rim protector. Once a cornerstone of the Indiana Pacers, Hibbert had averaged 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 0 blocks during his peak season. His contributions were pivotal in the Pacers reaching the Eastern Conference Finals, where they fiercely battled the Miami Heat, who boasted a trio of superstars, for 7 grueling games. Hibbert had even been selected as an NBA All-Star reserve on 2 occasions. However, with the rise of the small ball era, traditional centers like Hibbert, whose limitations are glaring, have gradually fallen out of favor. His sluggish movement renders him a target for opposing offenses. This offseason, in a bid to rebuild the Pacers, he was traded to the Lakers, who hoped he could leverage his height to contain some of the more dominant interior players. Scott's intention in substituting Hibbert was to curtail Xiao Shen's impact. Little did he anticipate the dramatic turn of events that would unfold in their first encounter. During a Mavericks offensive play, Xiao Shen received the ball in the left corner. Hibbert, despite his slow footwork, moved in to defend, using his considerable bulk to apply pressure. With his arms raised high, he did manage to create some disruption, albeit minimally, for other players. Xiao Shen remains entirely unaffected. You may elevate him as you wish. I am prepared to unleash a merciless counterattack. Arriving at the Los Angeles Lakers, Hibbert equally desires to demonstrate his worth. The young interior players of the Lakers are unable to withstand Xiao Shen's onslaught. He undoubtedly aims to thwart Xiao Shen's advances, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the coach and secure additional playing time. Xiao Shen exerted every ounce of strength in this play. He seized the ball and charged directly towards Hibbert. With a resounding bang, bang, he penetrated into the 3-second zone. As Xiao Shen turned, he suddenly exerted force, delivering a powerful and forceful impact against Hebert. Under the relentless assaults from Xiao Shen, Hebert, already off balance, lunged forward with this blow. Xiao Shen's strike landed upon him like a cannonball, causing Hebert to stagger unsteadily, his body spiraling out of control, ultimately resulting in his collapse onto the ground. Xiao Shen fiercely dunked over Hibbert, scoring another 2 points. Kobe, seated on the sidelines, felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only cover his face with one hand, unable to bear the sight of the beleaguered Hibbert. This moment sparked an eruption of excitement among countless fans back home. What a splendid play. Well done, Xiao Shen. That dunk was magnificent, sending Hibbert sprawling. What a spectacle. Averaging a dunk on one opponent per game has become routine, a basic skill. Take a seat, everyone. Please accept my homage today, Xiao Shen. I cannot remain seated while you play. Let us go. No matter who attempts to defend against me, I shall overpower them all. Is there anyone who dares to oppose? Xiao Shen does not engage with the unremarkable, which all-star caliber center will dare to challenge him. Shaquille O'Neal. The team is in peril. Make your swift return. Perhaps only the peak of the great shark can stand against Xiao Shen in battle. Xiao Shen let out a cold snort, gazing at the fallen Hibbert with no trace of sympathy. With your level of skill, how dare you compare yourself to Yao? You aren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Chapter 30, Continual Astonishment. Kobe's acknowledgement. Byron Scott, the coach on the sidelines, leaned against the technical bench, gripping his head in distress. They had traded for Hibbert, intending to bolster the team's interior strength. However, it seemed they had gained no improvement whatsoever. Reluctantly, he forced through a few plays, only to discover that Hibbert was utterly lost under Xiao Shen's relentless pressure. A glance at the Lakers lineup revealed a disheartening truth. There was not a single capable player among them. Consequently, he had no choice but to radically alter the defensive strategy to implement a double team. Xiao Shen is not merely a player who relies on brute force. When faced with double teams and defensive pressure, he skillfully creates opportunities for his teammates. Today, the perimeter players of the Dallas Mavericks exhibited impeccable shooting. And under Xiao Shen's leadership, they gradually widened the point gap. In contrast to the Los Angeles Clippers, the interior defense of the Los Angeles Lakers is significantly weaker. Unable to contain Xiao Shen's prowess. Seizing the moment, Xiao Shen managed to score in the paint despite being outnumbered 1v2. Within the 3-second zone, he effortlessly dominated the Lakers' interior players. Dirk Nowitzki continuously benefited from Xiao Shen's assists, showcasing a fiery shooting touch that left the Lakers' defense scrambling. Throughout the third quarter, the Mavericks unleashed a series of offensive surges, solidifying their victory. Although the Lakers fought valiantly in the final quarter, they ultimately succumbed on their home court, losing by a considerable margin of 98-115 against the Mavericks. Undoubtedly, Dirk Nowitzki was a key contributor to the team's triumph, playing for 30 minutes, recording 11 out of 13 field goals, 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and amassing 25 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 steal. However, the standout performer was undoubtedly Xiao Shen, who maintained his remarkable form. He played for 27 minutes, achieving 11 out of 13 from the field, 4 out of 6 from the free throw line, and scoring a game-high 26 points, along with 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, once again filling the stat sheet. In the initial 3 matches of Xiao Shen's professional career, he has consistently dazzled, continually shattering his own scoring records. At the conclusion of the game, a somewhat disheartened Kobe Bryant, having underperformed, took the initiative to approach Dirk Nowitzki for an embrace. Over the course of 31 minutes on the court, Kobe made 3 out of 15 attempts, including 2 out of 8 from beyond the arc, struggling to find his rhythm. He managed to record merely 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist. After conversing with Nowitzki for a while, Kobe turned his gaze towards Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen felt a moment of anxiety. As one of the 4 prominent players from Dong Ai Shiku and Nanmai Beika, he has remained steadfast until now, becoming one of the most beloved figures in the NBA. Xiao Shen harbored a deep admiration for Kobe, yet he felt a twinge of fear and embarrassment. Brother, that play was not intentional. He simply lost control and collided with you. Please do not hold it against my friend, Nowitzki interjected deliberately. Kobe shot him an eye roll, replying, I understand you are elated to have such a formidable frontcourt partner now, but I have no intention of causing him trouble. Subsequently, Kobe turned his gaze toward Xiao Shen, giving him a thumbs up. Young man, your performance on the court was remarkable. I have high hopes for you. I shall remember your name, Xiao. You remind me of a dear friend of mine. Keep pushing forward. Kobe extended his hand, and they shook. Thank you. I will strive to improve, Xiao Shen responded, concluding their match against the Los Angeles Lakers. Xiao Shen finally has the opportunity to accompany his team back to Dallas as they eagerly anticipate the commencement of the new season and their inaugural home game. Not only are Xiao Shen and the Dallas Mavericks players filled with anticipation, but the Mavericks fans are equally enthusiastic about this match. In the previous 3 away games, Xiao Shen has consistently dazzled, delivering remarkably impressive performances. The Dallas Mavericks supporters are fervently hoping to witness this emerging talent's display at home. Furthermore, since their championship victory, the Mavericks have struggled to secure a formidable presence in the paint. During their championship year, they had a robust Tyson Chandler, who was thoroughly outperformed by Xiao Shen in their first encounter. However, Chandler's prowess during that season was commendable. Despite the current trend favoring small ball, the adage remains that those who dominate the boards dominate the game, and those with a strong center control the rebounds. The Golden State Warriors have introduced their death lineup, featuring the unconventional yet formidable Draymond Green as a center. Years have passed, and the Dallas Mavericks have yet to break free from the Western Conference. This season, having acquired a powerhouse like Xiao Shen, who averages nearly 20 points and 10 rebounds, they harbor aspirations of contending for the championship. Consequently, Mavericks fans are eager to see Xiao Shen deliver an electrifying performance before their home crowd, with 3 consecutive games showcasing close to 20 points and 10 rebounds. Reports about Xiao Shen's exploits abound, yet exclusive coverage remains elusive. Numerous media journalists have approached Xiao Shen, only to be politely declined. It is noteworthy that even Jessica Alba's direct message was overlooked by Xiao Shen, who, influenced by a hint of jealousy from Kobe, Only noticed it while waiting for his flight's return. It is somewhat regrettable. Should he encounter her again, Xiao Shen intends to showcase the prowess of a true powerhouse. Due to Xiao Shen's remarkable performances, he has garnered considerable attention from various individuals. He even spotted a message from Kendall Jenner in his direct messages. How intriguing. Poor Griffin. In the first 3 matches of Xiao Shen's professional career, he consistently scored over 20 points, creating a sensation that rivals the fervor of the initial Linsanity. Xiao Shen has unequivocally demonstrated his ability to establish a foothold in the NBA, even potentially assuming the role of a starting center for his team. Throughout the annals of NBA history, few players have managed to score over 20 points in each of their first 3 professional games. Those who anticipated Xiao Shen's downfall were given a thorough lesson. Nevertheless, skepticism persists. While his statistics are impressive, surviving in the NBA is no simple feat. I doubt he will replicate such stellar performances in his next outing. His repertoire is limited to merely 2 techniques: aggressive plays near the basket and back-to-the-basket isolation, predominantly within the 3-second area. This lack of versatility portends a bleak future, as exemplified by the current trajectory of Dwight Howard. A brute center has little promise. When confronted with adept help defenders or proficient perimeter defenders, should they disrupt his passing lanes, Xiao Shen becomes effectively rendered inept. Consider the peak of Yao Ming. Despite his ability to dominate one-on-one on the international stage, if the ball does not reach him, his impact is diminished. Furthermore, his relentless forays into the paint are physically taxing. One must ponder how many such encounters he can endure in a single game. It would be unwise to harbor excessive expectations for him. Once opposing teams thoroughly analyze his game, his statistics will inevitably decline. He cannot sustain such a reckless style indefinitely. The contemporary NBA demands a space-oriented big man capable of mid-range shooting. Xiao Shen's approach may have sufficed a decade ago, but it is now on the brink of obsolescence. I remain skeptical of his prospects, particularly when he faces the Toronto Raptors, who boast 2 defensive-minded guards and an interior presence in Jonas Valanciunas and Luis Scola. How will he assert himself against such formidable opponents? Xiao Shen has never been concerned with the doubts of others. He is certainly aware that his current offensive tactics remain rather singular. Therefore, Xiao Shen returned to Dallas and immediately immersed himself in the training facility. Finally, on the eve of the match against the Toronto Raptors, he was greeted by a melodious notification. Congratulations to the host. Chapter 31. The Indomitable Brute's Alley-oop. The Coach's Challenge. Congratulations, the host's jumping ability has reached the current maximum of 95 points, earning the reward of the SSS grade skill, Indomitable Brute's Alley-oop. Nice. Upon witnessing the reward, Xiao Shen leaped up in exhilaration, his eagerness propelling him to inspect the skill attributes. Invincible Brute Alley-oop, SSS grade skill once equipped. The host's alley-oop capability is enhanced by 50, and the success rate of alley-oops is increased by 50. During an alley-oop, all attributes are augmented by 10. And when facing interception, there exists a certain probability of triggering the Invincible Brute Alley-oop, executing an unstoppable aerial relay. Invincible. Truly invincible. An extraordinarily powerful skill. Xiao Shen possesses an essential skill. With the acquisition of a formidable ability, he is filled with anticipation regarding the future trajectory of his career. He firmly believes that he can carve out a significant presence in the NBA. At times, when fortune smiles upon an individual, it becomes inevitable. Prior to the match against the Toronto Raptors, the team concluded its final training session. Coach Rick Carlisle summoned both Xiao Shen and Dirk Nowitzki to the owner's office. Xiao Shen gazed inquiringly at Nowitzki, who, after a failed attempt at a playful gesture, could only pat Xiao Shen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Rest assured. It's a good thing. Xiao, splendid job. Your performance against the Los Angeles Clippers was exceptionally satisfying." Mark Cuban addressed Xiao Shen with a grin. "Xiao, this is rightfully yours." He retrieved a stack of crisp dollar bills from his drawer. "Do not refuse. You deserve this reward. In future encounters with the Los Angeles Clippers and DeAndre Jordan, make sure to give them a thorough thrashing." Mark Cuban could barely contain his excitement, exclaiming, "It's incredibly gratifying. Every time I think of their expressions at the post-game press conference, I can't help but chuckle. Here, take this as your reward, and do not feel shy about it." Xiao Shen could only accept the stack of cash. "Then I shall not refuse your kindness. Thank you, boss." "Not at all," Mark Cuban replied, somewhat helplessly. "People from your country seem to enjoy this sort of banter. I summoned you today to discuss another matter." Dirk believes you possess the potential to become the team's starting center, and I share this sentiment. Therefore, we wish to elevate you to the starting lineup as soon as possible. The team will subsequently build a new tactical framework around you and Dirk. However, his gaze shifted to Rick Carlisle. I shall let Coach Rick elaborate on the specifics. Rick Carlisle appeared somewhat displeased. It is not that I do not recognize your potential and talent, Coach Carlisle stated. Rather, I feel that you currently lack the capability and stature to assume such a role within the team. Promoting you too soon may lead to discontent among some players. Dirk and Boss Mark insist that I elevate you to the starting position, and I am offering you this opportunity. After a brief pause, Rick Carlisle continued. In tonight's game against the Toronto Raptors, I will include you in the starting lineup. The same will apply for the next 3 games. However, your time on the court will be limited to just 30 minutes. I will devise a strategy for you, but most of the time, it will depend on your own efforts. If you can maintain your previous performance, I will consider keeping you in the starting lineup permanently and even crafting specialized tactics for you. Xiao Shen quickly grasped the situation. His opportunity had arrived. However, he must first conquer the steadfast and resolute Rick Carlisle. The forthcoming matches would serve as a trial, akin to that of a head coach, testing Xiao Shen's mettle. Without a moment's hesitation, he confidently declared, "No problem, I shall prove myself in the upcoming games. Thank you, Coach, and to you, Mark and Dirk, for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations." "Excellent," Mark Cuban remarked, patting Xiao Shen on the shoulder. "A young man should possess such confidence. I have faith in you, lad. Keep it up." Dirk Nowitzki exchanged a fist bump with Xiao Shen, encouraging him further. The 3 departed the owner's office, each attending to their own affairs. Seeking a quiet place, Xiao Shen accessed the system. He maximized his strength and jumping ability, resulting in significant enhancements to his attributes. Name: Xiao Shen. Age: 19. Height: barefoot 208 centimeters. Weight: 118 kilograms. Wingspan: 228 centimeters. Hand length: 26 centimeters. Hand width: 29 centimeters. Strength: 95. Potential: max. Jumping: 95. Potential: max. Speed: 69. Stamina: 64. Reaction: 65. Close-range shooting: 82. Mid-range shooting: 63. Three-point shooting: 51. Free throws: 71. Dunk: 82. Passing: 68. Ball handling: 67. Defense: 66. Steal: 52. Block: 55. Rebound: 63. Xiao Shen gazed at his attributes list, gradually envisioning a future path for his development. As he ascends to the starting lineup, he anticipates an increase in playing time. His aggressive style of play, characterized by a high expenditure of energy, necessitates a focus on stamina in his foundational training moving forward. He aims to maximize his vertical leap, enhancing his dunking capabilities, though he has not yet reached the pinnacle of his potential. Dominating the paint, executing close-range shots, and performing dunks will become the focal points of Xiao Shen's technical training. Having resolved to embrace the role of an indomitable force, he is determined to pursue this path with unwavering resolve. To commence, he will establish his dominance in the low post. Acknowledging that Coach Rick Carlisle intends to challenge him, Xiao Shen must assert his prowess decisively. Just before the game, when Coach Carlisle unveiled the starting lineup for the evening, it sparked considerable controversy, despite Xiao Shen has recently delivered an exceptionally stunning performance in his last 3 matches. However, he is merely a rookie who has participated in only 3 games. Xiao Shen immediately sensed several hostile gazes fixated upon him. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of rivalry. The NBA has always been a realm governed by the law of the jungle. To ascend to the status of a superstar within the NBA, one must possess the unwavering determination to crush all obstacles in their path. On November 4, 2015, the Dallas Mavericks commenced their new season with their inaugural home game. The American Airlines Center, a venue capable of accommodating nearly 20,000 spectators, was almost at full capacity. As a starting player for the team, he had the opportunity to bask in the cheers and roars of the home crowd, for the home team traditionally enjoys a grand entrance ceremony. Xiao Shen, the youngest starting player for the Dallas Mavericks, was the first to have his name called by the arena's DJ. Let us warmly welcome the young talent, Xiao Shen. The American Airlines Center erupted with an overwhelming cacophony of cheers and shouts. Xiao, 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 Xiao Shen, Xiao Shen, Xiao Shen, go Xiao Shen. Today, a multitude of spectators gathered, all drawn by the allure of Xiao Shen. The cheers and screams that Xiao Shen received surpassed those of the starting players who followed. save for the grand finale appearance of Dirk Nowitzki, whose acclaim eclipsed that of Xiao Shen. To attain the treatment befitting a superstar in the future, Xiao Shen must consistently deliver remarkable performances. Tonight, in the match against the Toronto Raptors, he once again ascended to new heights. Xiao Shen is destined to triumph over his opponent. Chapter 32, the first battle of the reckless Raptors. However, the Toronto Raptors are far from weak. In recent years, they have consistently positioned themselves among the Eastern Conference playoff teams, steadily enhancing their prowess. One of the team's core players, DeMar DeRozan, selected as the 9th overall pick in the first round of the 2009 draft, has gradually evolved into a premier shooting guard in the NBA through several seasons of development. Averaging 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists last season, Kyle Lowry, who rose to prominence with the Houston Rockets, has made a successful transition to the Toronto Raptors, becoming one of the league's elite point guards, with an average of 8 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds last season. The backcourt duo of Lowry and DeRozan has emerged as a renowned partnership in the NBA. In today's match, there is no immediate need for Xiao Shen to intervene. Nevertheless, the Raptors' frontcourt combination is equally formidable. Starting center Jonas Valanciunas, standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 120 kilograms, embodies the traditional European big man. His average statistics may not be explosive, with 12 points and 8 rebounds per game. But Valanciunas possesses considerable bulk, strength, and resilience against physical opponents. His partner, the well-known Luis Scola, a former teammate of Yao Ming during his time with the Rockets, is famed for his diamond-like finesse and flowing locks. Utilizing an array of deceptive moves to confound countless defenders, he can create significant challenges for physical inside players on both the defensive and offensive ends. In this match, the Dallas Mavericks face considerable pressure if they wish to secure victory against their rivals. The players from both teams position themselves at center court. Xiao Shen and Valanciunas engaged in a jump ball. With maximum vertical leap, he soared high, directing the ball to Deron Williams. The Dallas Mavericks initiated the first offensive play of the match, allowing the others to spread out and creating a one-on-one opportunity for Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen has yet to reach the level where he can compel his opponents to resort to double teaming from the very outset. Coach Dwayne Casey has faith in Valanciunas' ability to defend one-on-one in the paint. The Toronto Raptors came well prepared today. Valanciunas exerted himself, striving to push Xiao Shen as far away from the basket as possible. This marked his first career start. No one shall impede my progress. I must be audacious. Taking a step forward into the restricted area, Xiao Shen established his position and received a pass from Deron Williams. He pivoted, positioning himself side-on to Valanciunas. Xiao Shen dribbled with determination, colliding forcefully against the firmly grounded Valanciunas. Despite Valanciunas' commendable resistance and formidable strength, Xiao Shen's impact was sufficient to push him aside. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shen accelerated with his dribble, his body surging with power as he barreled past the approaching Valanciunas. Xiao Shen took a step forward and leaped high, his jump reaching its maximum potential. Xiao Shen's shooting speed and jumping ability have significantly improved. Before Scola could provide assistance on defense, Xiao Shen executed a magnificent one-handed tomahawk dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. It was simple yet brutally effective. Xiao Shen once again showcased the exquisite brutality of basketball aesthetics to his fans. The home crowd at the American Airlines Center erupted with fervor. Although they had witnessed Xiao Shen's explosive playing style in videos, experiencing it live from the sidelines was an entirely different sensation. In his own arena, Xiao Shen felt no need to contain his emotions. After executing a thunderous dunk, he raised both hands to the sky, urging the spectators to amplify their cheers. The Toronto Raptors' offensive strategy similarly revolved around their interior players. Teams boasting a formidable center typically employ isolation plays for their big men, inflicting damage beneath the basket and compelling the opposing defense to collapse, thereby creating opportunities for their perimeter players. Xiao Shen is capable of extraordinary feats. Under his formidable defense, Valanciunas is rendered ineffective. Although he positions himself to receive a pass from a teammate, Valanciunas attempts to back his way in, only to awkwardly realize he remains outside the 3-second zone. With no other options, he reluctantly hands the ball over to Kyle Lowry. The Toronto Raptors offense swiftly shifts to the opposite side, allowing Scola to engage in a one-on-one in the paint. With a flick of his hair and a series of quick steps, Scola demonstrates his exceptional low-post skills. His successive fakes and intricate footwork leave even the seasoned Nowitzki momentarily bewildered. Scola glides past Nowitzki, skillfully releasing the ball towards the hoop. At that very moment, a figure leaps high into the air, delivering a resounding swat to Scola's shot, sending the low layup careening away. This play showcases Xiao Shen's astounding leaping ability. He anticipates the moment, soars into the air, and decisively blocks Scola's attempt. The crowd erupts in excitement once again. Team owner Mark Cuban stands up, fist clenched, roaring with enthusiasm. What a block, Xiao! Xiao Shen's remarkable display in both offense and defense during the opening moments captivated the home crowd, instantly earning their admiration. His vertical leap was truly impressive. The collaborative defensive block was executed beautifully. What an excellent play. Indeed, we have unearthed a gem this year. His dominance is evident in both facets of the game. The offensive prowess is formidable, and the defensive strength is equally formidable. Xiao possesses the potential to become a future superstar. I believe it is essential to secure tickets for all the home games this year. Xiao is undoubtedly worth our attendance. That block was splendid. Xiao's performance is genuinely delightful. The young man is exceptional. His play is filled with passion. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Hey, I will remember you, young Chinese talent Xiao Shen. Will you dominate the paint like Yao Ming? Xiao Shen demonstrated his capabilities through tangible actions, proving whether he possesses the prowess to dominate the paint. When Nowitzki secured the ball, it was swiftly sent to Darren Williams after being blocked by Xiao Shen, who then received a thumbs up from Williams. That was an exquisite block. The Dallas Mavericks transitioned from defense to offense. Darren Williams remained composed, patiently awaiting Xiao Shen to establish his position for the next play. Xiao Shen effortlessly maneuvered past Valanciunas and executed a powerful dunk. This time, the Toronto Raptors adjusted their defense. Scola collaborated with Valanciunas, compelling Xiao Shen to retrieve the ball from a position far removed from the 3-second zone. Xiao Shen received the ball in the right corner. The intention behind forcing Xiao Shen away from the basket was primarily to allow Valanciunas to endure a few more challenges, creating opportunities for defensive assistance. However, they have significantly underestimated him. The formidable might of Xiao Shen's reckless counterattack. Bang. Once. Bang. Twice. In a display of sheer force. Xiao Shen faced off against the formidable Valanciunas, effortlessly driving into the paint with a couple of powerful moves. With a swift turn towards the basket, he disregarded the defensive presence, as if he were plucking a sprout from dry land. Soaring high, Xiao Shen executed a thunderous two-handed dunk, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop before Scola could even approach for help defense. The audacity of this play was striking, leaving Valanciunas without a trace of indignation. As the game progressed, Xiao Shen masterfully dominated both ends of the court, effectively neutralizing Valanciunas. In a desperate bid, Coach Casey called upon Scola to contain Xiao Shen. Yet this tactic proved equally futile. Pressured for a solution, Coach Casey resorted to a strategic maneuver. In Chapter 33, the Raptors promptly adjusted their defensive strategy, opting for a zone defense. Valanciunas and Scola collaborated to push Xiao Shen away from the basket. Once Xiao Shen established a favorable position to receive the ball, the Raptors' perimeter players immediately converged to double-team him. They were willing to concede outside shots to the Mavericks' other players, prioritizing the restriction of Xiao Shen's one-on-one play in the paint. Whenever an opportunity arose, Xiao Shen charged into the lane with unbridled aggression. However, when faced with the double team, the most prudent course of action was to distribute the ball to open teammates, and Xiao Shen delivered some exquisite passes. Regrettably, his teammates repeatedly missed their shots. Despite this, Xiao Shen, leveraging his raw tenacity, secured rebounds beneath the basket, drawing fouls in the process. The Raptors, on the other hand, found their offensive rhythm, intentionally drawing Xiao Shen out to create isolation opportunities for Scola on the opposite side. Should Xiao Shen collapse into the paint to assist Nowitzki, it would open shooting opportunities for the duo of Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan, who were both on fire today, sinking shots consecutively. As the Raptors developed their synergy, they steadily widened the point gap. During the first quarter's first official timeout, Coach Rick Carlisle expressed dissatisfaction with the team's performance, particularly regarding Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen's individual scoring ability is evident to all. However, once the ball is in his hands, his impact on the offensive end is rather limited. Dominant post players are gradually being phased out by the evolution of the game, primarily because they consume ball possession, disrupt the rhythm of the match, and often congest the interior space. Xiao Shen remains the type of player who relies solely on brute force to dominate the paint. when he is deprived of one-on-one opportunities. It significantly disrupts the offensive rhythm of the team. Rick Carlisle is left with no choice but to alter his tactics. Xiao Shen, however, could not afford to remain passive. The pause has returned. Xiao Shen approached Darren Williams and exchanged a few brief words with him. Darren Williams nodded with a smile. The game continued. The Dallas Mavericks launched their offensive, while the Toronto Raptors maintained their previous defensive strategy, persistently restricting Xiao Shen's attempts to score in the paint. Xiao Shen feigned a move towards the free throw line to receive the ball, only to suddenly step forward, establishing himself as a screen. Darren Williams maneuvered around Xiao Shen, utilizing the screen to evade his defender. Valanciunas was compelled to switch his defense. With a deceptive toss that appeared as a mere shot, Darren Williams lofted the ball into the air, albeit with slightly excessive force. Following closely, Xiao Shen leaped high, his arms fully extended, his powerful hands forcefully reclaiming the ball. In one fluid motion, he slammed the ball ferociously into the hoop, executing a brutal one-handed alley-oop dunk. Another 2 points added effortlessly. The prowess of the indomitable Brute's alley-oop skill was indeed formidable. However, Darren Williams' pass, while executed, left much to be desired. Xiao Shen, relying on his extraordinary physical prowess, forcefully drove the ball into the hoop once more. With one hand grasping the rim, he extended his finger towards Darren Williams, expressing his gratitude for the assist. Meanwhile, coach Rick Carlisle, observing from the sidelines, began to wear a more favorable expression, having previously contemplated substituting Xiao Shen out of the game. Xiao Shen's play evokes a sense of anticipation within him. Since joining the Dallas Mavericks, he has consistently delivered astonishing performances, each game bringing forth delightful surprises. Xiao Shen possesses a remarkable basketball IQ. Aware of the opponent's intention to limit his one-on-one play, he proactively sets screens for his teammates, subsequently following up with a thunderous alley-oop dunk, an astute display of strategy. The game continues. With newfound confidence after an aggressive drive to the basket, Xiao Shen asserts, "Leave the defense to me under the rim." Wesley Matthews, Darren Williams, and Chandler Parsons are all capable defenders, and with Xiao Shen's assurance, they can confidently commit to their defensive assignments. The Toronto Raptors' scoring momentum is finally curtailed. Kyle Lowry attempts a three-pointer, but the ball ricochets off the rim. Xiao Shen leapt high into the air, seizing the rebound. Although his basketball skills have yet to reach their full potential, his exceptional strength and remarkable vertical leap instill confidence in him. As long as the rebound falls within a reasonable distance, he is assured of securing it. The Dallas Mavericks offense unfolds. Xiao Shen once again mentioned setting a high screen for Darren Williams, executing a pick and roll followed by a cut to the basket. Xiao Shen executed his movements with remarkable fluidity. His exceptional defensive skills effectively obstructed Kyle Lowry, who was in pursuit. Observing Xiao Shen advancing towards the basket, Valanciunas chose not to switch. Although Darren Williams was no longer in his prime and lacked the explosive dunks of his youth, he demonstrated his prowess by skillfully sinking a mid-range shot. To deny Xiao Shen any reckless opportunities, he strategically repositioned himself to the perimeter, collaborating with his teammates on a pick and roll. Valanciunas, despite his strength and ability to withstand contact, struggled to match the necessary speed. Should he fail to switch, Williams would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Conversely, if he did switch, Xiao Shen cutting towards the basket would present a significant chance. Xiao Shen once again creates defensive dilemmas for the Toronto Raptors, leaving them to ponder their choices. Despite this round, DeMar DeRozan, with his exceptional one-on-one skills, successfully executed a turnaround jumper near the baseline, responding in kind. However, upon returning to the defensive end, they still faced persistent headaches, as their opponents continued to collapse into the paint. Xiao Shen once again engaged in a pick-and-roll collaboration with Darren Williams. This time, the Toronto Raptors opted for a defensive switch. As Darren Williams noticed Xiao Shen cutting towards the basket, he was reminded of Xiao Shen's earlier words, "Don't worry about it. If you miss, it's on me." With a swift motion, Darren Williams launched the ball over Valanciunas' head towards the vicinity of the basket, where Xiao Shen awaited. Perhaps it had been too long since they executed such an alley-oop. The pass was thrown high and rather off-target, leading to a probable turnover. Just as Darren Williams braced himself, preparing to retreat on defense, he witnessed Xiao Shen, clad in the blue number 10 jersey of the Dallas Mavericks, springing skyward like a bamboo shoot after rain. His head soared above the rim, and with fully extended arms, he seized the ball that threatened to veer out of bounds. With a deft transfer from his left to his right hand, Xiao Shen, positioned at an awkward angle, gently flicked the ball towards the hoop. The ball danced on the rim, bouncing twice before reluctantly finding its way into the net. Xiao Shen executed an astonishing alley-oop that left the spectators momentarily spellbound. After a brief interval, they began to reflect on the extraordinary feat, expressing their admiration in a chorus of exclamations. I thought for sure that Xiao would miss. Yet Xiao managed to salvage the ball and send it through the hoop. Splendid! What a remarkable alley-oop. To think that he could score from such a position, invincible. Oh my God, what kind of play is this? His head surpassed the rim, and even a ball that flew out of bounds was miraculously retrieved, culminating in an unbelievable aerial connection. It is simply unfathomable how audacious Xiao's aerial play was, utterly devoid of conventional reasoning. Wow, an otherworldly alley-oop, a divine maneuver. Xiao Shen's athletic prowess is truly explosive. The first to rush back on defense, Scola, stood in bewilderment, gazing at Xiao Shen. Surely, that shot should have been a missed opportunity? Chapter 34, The Death-Defying Alley-oop Dunk. Darren Williams, the passer, also anticipated it would result in a blunder. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Shen managed to save the situation and seamlessly converted the ball into a goal, delivering a splendid assist. Darren Williams beamed with delight as he gave Xiao Shen a thumbs up. Partnering with Xiao Shen, Williams rediscovered the long-lost exhilaration reminiscent of his days as the core point guard for the Utah Jazz, where he spent countless hours competing against the likes of Chris Paul. Each encounter with the league's elite point guard brought forth extraordinary performances from Williams. Beyond his formidable innate talent and prowess, the Utah Jazz boasted a lineup featuring exceptional players like Oker, Boozer, and Kirilenko, complemented by the legacy of the renowned Jazz duo tactical system. Under Williams' leadership, the Utah Jazz humbled numerous formidable opponents, leaving Rockets fans in despair time and again, despite the evident decline in Williams' abilities. Preventing him from attacking the basket with the same vigor as before, his new partner, Xiao Shen, the league's foremost powerhouse, possesses an explosive capability to penetrate defenses. Williams merely needs to maintain his steady shooting touch from mid to long range, entrusting the rest to Xiao Shen. With Xiao Shen's ability to transform even the most outrageous alley-oop passes into assists, what is there to worry about? Xiao Shen, to a certain extent, has reinvigorated Darren Williams, assisting him in regaining his confidence. Xiao Shen and Darren Williams executed a series of 3 consecutive pick-and-rolls, thereby disrupting the rhythm of the Toronto Raptors game. On the offensive front, Toronto found themselves relying solely on their perimeter players, while Valanciunas was effectively neutralized by Xiao Shen's defensive prowess, leaving Scola wary of Xiao Shen's assistant's defense and forced to retreat. DeRozan managed to make a mid-range jump shot, barely maintaining their offensive output. It was then the Dallas Mavericks' turn to attack. Darren Williams signaled for Xiao Shen to come forward for another pick-and-roll, while Valanciunas remained stationed under the basket. His imposing presence, coupled with the support of the other Raptors players, made it quite challenging for Xiao Shen to initiate a one-on-one play. However, once he was drawn out, Xiao Shen's athletic prowess was showcased to perfection. Kyle Lowry anticipated Xiao Shen's screen, successfully maneuvering around it on his first attempt. Darren Williams, displaying remarkable ingenuity, circled back and executed a splendid pick-and-roll with Xiao Shen. Shaking off his defender, Williams feigned a shot, compelling Valanciunas to lunge forward in defense. The Toronto Raptors exhibited commendable defensive rotations during this sequence. However, Xiao Shen seized the opportunity to cut towards the basket, while Darren Williams lofted the ball high for him. Lowry, it was evident, would be unable to contain Xiao Shen. Scola had no choice but to step forward. Firmly planting his feet, he raised his hands to shield his vital areas, positioning himself like a barricade between Xiao Shen and the hoop. As Scola awaited the verdict of fate, he cast a fleeting glance upward before closing his eyes. There remained a significant distance to the reasonable collision zone. Xiao Shen has soared into the sky. He cannot help but exclaim, "What a terrifying height of leap! What astonishing jumping ability!" Xiao Shen's head must rise at least a segment above the rim. With the ball firmly grasped in his right hand, his body fully extended resembles a great rock spreading its wings. The commentators on the sidelines could not help but exclaim, "Xiao, what are you about to do? Is he attempting to execute an alley-oop dunk over Lewis? How is that even conceivable? What exactly is he planning to do? Could it be that he truly intends to?" Xiao Shen activated the invincible slam dunk skill, his gaze solely fixed on the hoop, utterly indifferent to the defenders looming before him. Xiao Shen is determined to take bold action. Xiao Shen slightly parted his legs, one hand protecting a critical area, while with the other hand, he grasped the ball and forcefully struck it downwards towards the hoop. Xiao Shen appeared to ride on Scola's back, forcefully dunking the ball into the hoop. Simultaneously, Scola, stripped of any pretense, was utterly overwhelmed by Xiao Shen's tremendous power, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Xiao Shen executed a breathtaking and explosive slam dunk. For a moment, the arena fell into silence. Then, the DJ, with his mouth agape as if to cradle an egg, quickly regained his composure and began to shout hysterically. Xiao has completed an astonishing, unbelievable, utterly insane, and breathtaking super slam dunk, an invincible, death-defying dunk. However, his voice was soon drowned out by the raucous crowd at the American Airlines Center, whose cheers threatened to lift the roof off. How is this possible? My goodness. A death-defying dunk, reappearing in this world. What an awe-inspiring, explosive, and frenzied dunk. It is nearly comparable to McGrady's legendary dunk over the towering Yao Ming and Carter's death-defying finish. Truly unbeatable. Oh no, oh no, oh no. An exhilarating, death-defying alley-oop dunk. I was losing my composure. Xiao's dunk ignited a fervor within me. The alley-oop, the death-defying dunk, utterly overwhelmed Scola. It was unbelievable, hard to fathom, and utterly maddening. My heavens, how on earth did Xiao accomplish this? Such a spectacular dunk. I was on the verge of losing my sanity. Screams, shouts, roars, and applause erupted as fans expressed their emotions in their unique ways. They were completely ignited by Xiao Shen's explosive dunk. Some fans had their mouths agape, others stared wide-eyed, some cradled their heads in disbelief, while others shook their heads in astonishment, each embodying a myriad of reactions, still struggling to comprehend the extraordinary moment that had just unfolded. The only one who remained relatively composed was Xiao Shen, who had landed, turned, and faced the crowd, roaring in triumph at the fallen Scola. The Toronto Raptors players were only now beginning to react, helping Scola to his feet. Darren Williams, who had delivered the pass, also found it hard to believe. That was downright reckless. What a pass. Xiao Shen continues to astonish with his ability to dunk over opponents and execute alley-oops effortlessly. Truly remarkable. Undoubtedly, he is the most audacious player in the NBA. Dirk Nowitzki was the first to champion Xiao Shen, elevating him to the starting position, a decision he personally advocated. Xiao Shen did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him. This breathtaking alley-oop dunk was sufficient to leave Coach Rick Carlisle in awe. The glance that Coach Carlisle cast toward Xiao Shen was imbued with newfound admiration. Incredible. Xiao, Chandler Parsons exclaimed, colliding with Xiao Shen. This play truly ignites one's passion. I was nearly on the verge of losing my composure. Were it not for my slightly more handsome appearance, I would be exceedingly envious of your basketball prowess. Is that so? Xiao Shen smiled faintly, choosing not to express a definitive opinion. He, alongside his teammates, strolled back to the team bench. Due to the recent play, the officiating crew needed to review the footage, displaying it on the large screen, frame by frame, as they replayed Xiao Shen's breathtaking dunk, once again captivating countless spectators. There was no doubt, Scola had not fully established himself outside the permissible contact zone, and his feet were still in motion. Xiao Shen's was undeniably remarkable. Mark Cuban rushed over, embracing Xiao Shen with fervor, exclaiming, "Well done, Xiao. You have not disappointed me. That shot was extraordinarily spectacular, profoundly exhilarating. I am still unable to calm my emotions." Chapter 35. The pitiful former Rocket. The players and coaches of the Toronto Raptors were also unable to settle their tumultuous emotions. As the decision was made, Coach Casey immediately called for a timeout, granting his players a moment to recalibrate. The awe-inspiring, death-defying dunk executed by Xiao Shen left an indelible impression. Luis Scola, reduced to a mere backdrop, trembled slightly, clearly still reeling from the shock. Accustomed to a gamble-style defense, he was all too aware of the possibility of being ruthlessly eclipsed. It was not as if he had never experienced such humiliation before. However, Xiao Shen's play was utterly explosive and tinged with a sense of disgrace. It felt as though Xiao Shen was triumphantly asserting his dominance, relentlessly taunting him. Having shared the court with Yao Ming and having wreaked havoc on the international stage, Scola knew that the athletic prowess of Chinese players was not insurmountable, which compelled him to charge forward without hesitation. Yet, he could never have anticipated such a dismal outcome. After years of navigating the basketball realm, Scola found himself in a position of unprecedented embarrassment. Coach Casey, upon observing the expression on Scola's face, recognized his inability to recover and offered a few words of consolation before making further adjustments. He dispatched Bismack Biyombo and former Rocket Patrick Patterson, a more agile and defensively adept interior duo. The Toronto Raptors seemed to resemble a sanctuary of former Rockets, with both starting players, Kyle Lowry and Luis Scola, having once donned the Houston Rockets jersey. The NBA's quartet of rising stars included a rookie from the Thunder, former Rockets, a Suns medical staff member, and an assistant coach from the Spurs. Kyle Lowry, Luis Scola, and Patrick Patterson had all played alongside Yao Ming, and even in the post-Yao era, they remained pivotal rotation players for the Houston Rockets. As Xiao Shen encountered the trio once more, the timeout concluded. The Raptors' adjustments did not escape Xiao Shen's keen observation. By substituting the robust Jonas Valen INAS for two swifter, more agile interior players, they sought to curtail Xiao Shen's aerial exploits, denying him and his teammates the opportunity to execute spectacular alley-oop collaborations. Xiao Shen reacted with remarkable swiftness, as it was the Dallas Mavericks' turn to launch their offense. He feigned a move to provide a screen for Darren Williams, only to suddenly position himself at the free-throw line, keenly seeking the ball. Upon receiving the pass from Darren Williams, he surged towards the basket, boldly confronting and overpowering Biyombo's defense. With a powerful stride, he leaped into the air, executing a magnificent one-handed slam dunk that sent the ball crashing through the hoop. Xiao Shen scored another 2 points. When faced with a player like Valanciunas, he is certainly capable of holding his ground. However, when not within the 3-second zone, he struggles to assertively break through the defense, making him susceptible to double teams. In contrast, against a player of Youngbo's caliber, Xiao Shen possesses absolute confidence, effortlessly dismantling the defense. Furthermore, he lacks the ability to collaborate with teammates in the manner Valanciunas does, which allows the latter to effectively push Xiao Shen away from the basket. The adjustments made by the Toronto Raptors during this timeout proved nearly futile, as Xiao Shen remained unstoppable. Substituting Valanciunas and Scola significantly impacted the Raptors' offensive strategy. Xiao Shen alone was capable of dominating the paint. Kevin Lowry aggressively charged into the restricted area, only to be met with a merciless volleyball-style block from Xiao Shen that sent the ball soaring away. A former Rockets player found himself in dire straits. The Toronto Raptors' offense was left to rely solely on their perimeter shooting. As the game progressed, fatigue set in, and the Dallas Mavericks gradually heightened their defensive intensity. The players of the Toronto Raptors began to falter, repeatedly missing their shots. Though Xiao Shen's rebounding prowess has yet to reach a truly formidable level, his exceptional strength and impressive vertical leap enable him to secure the majority of rebounds. He can even execute the audacious feat of snatching the ball above Patterson's head on the offensive end. In the absence of Valanciunas occupying space beneath the basket, Xiao Shen can once again unleash his brute force in the paint. Xiao Shen wreaked havoc beneath the basket, proving insurmountable. With 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the first quarter, he executed a back-to-the-basket maneuver, charging into the paint. Overpowering the feeble Biyombo, he faced the hoop and leapt, delivering a resounding dunk despite the fierce defensive effort from Patterson, who was attempting to block him. Xiao Shen, with all his might, thrust the ball into the net, sending Patterson crashing to the floor. This display was nothing short of brutal. Observing Patterson sprawled on the ground, many former Rockets fans could not help but lament, how tragic. Scola suffered a humiliating dunk, Lowry received a crushing rejection, and now Patterson falls victim to Xiao Shen's relentless assault. What has become of these former Rockets? How pitiful they are, once teammates of Yao Ming, now enduring a series of humiliations in merely 1 quarter. It is indeed a tragic sight. Though Scola, Patterson, and Lowry evoke fond memories of a glorious era in red, witnessing their humiliation brings an inexplicable thrill. The ferocity of those Rockets' memories, associated with Yao Ming, appears vividly in my mind, yet everything has changed. Once teammates of the great Yao have become mere props in Xiao Shen's ascent, igniting new hopes among domestic fans. Go Xiao Shen! The era of the Red Rockets has faded into memory. We now enter the epoch of Xiao Shen, regardless of whether they are former Rockets or not. Let them all be overwhelmed. I believe Xiao Shen is certainly intentional in his approach. Farewell to the Rockets that once brought me to tears. From now on, I shall follow Xiao Shen. In truth, I do not wish to be relegated to the status of a mere backdrop. A timely retreat is all that is needed. The Rockets of yesteryear, though missing 2 key players, achieved an astounding 22 consecutive victories through their fearless defensive plays, staunchly guarding the paint and defeating one opponent after another. That team is now a relic of the past. Today, domestic fans hope that Xiao Shen will lead a new era, filling the void in countless fans' memories and addressing the unfulfilled legacy left by Yao Ming. Under Xiao Shen's guidance, the Dallas Mavericks firmly seized control on the court. When Xiao Shen was substituted, they had already established an 8-point lead. Despite Coach Casey's frequent alterations to the defensive strategy during this quarter, they remained unable to contain Xiao Shen's performance. In the first quarter, Xiao Shen played for 8 minutes and 12 seconds, achieving an impressive 7 out of 8 shooting, totaling 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block. The sole shot he missed was due to his inability to exert enough force. Xiao Shen exerted excessive force, causing the ball to strike the rim and ricochet away. When Xiao Shen was substituted, Coach Rick Carlisle patted Xiao Shen on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao, you played well. Keep up the good work." Xiao Shen smiled in response, expressing his gratitude to the coach. At last, the Toronto Raptors could take a moment to breathe. After the opening, Xiao Shen showcased his prowess with a powerful drive to the basket, a fierce back-to-the-basket maneuver, and an unbeatable alley-oop, executing his signature three-pronged attack that caught them off guard. Their initially devised defensive strategy had to be altered frequently, yet they remained unable to contain Xiao Shen. Fortunately, during this period of respite for Xiao Shen, Toronto capitalized on the advantage of their rotating lineup to level the score once more. However, as the second quarter approached the 6-minute and 36-second mark, when Xiao Shen re-entered the fray, the players of the Toronto Raptors appeared somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 36, a spectacular alley-oop dunk, setting a new scoring record, particularly with the presence of former Rockets players on their roster. In the first quarter of the match, Xiao Shen's performance was nothing short of explosive, repeatedly humiliating his opponents. At this moment, many spectators remained captivated by the sheer shock of Xiao Shen's terrifying death-defying alley-oop dunk. Dwayne Casey, the head coach of the Toronto Raptors, undoubtedly possesses the ability to lead the team towards a stable ascent. When the Dallas Mavericks substituted Xiao Shen into the game, he immediately took on Jonas Valanciunas. Determined to fortify the defense at the rim, the presence of Valanciunas ensured at least a temporary stabilization in their interior defense. Together with Scola, Valanciunas aimed to force Xiao Shen to receive the ball as far from the basket as possible. Moreover, with his substantial size, Valanciunas could safeguard the defensive rebounds. As for the alley-oop connection between Xiao Shen and Darren Williams, he regarded it as a minimal threat. No matter how skilled a player may be, it is implausible for every pass to culminate in a successful alley-oop. They could also position help defenders to intercept passing lanes or even allow Darren Williams to navigate around screens unimpeded. The Toronto Raptors altered their defensive strategy, deliberately aiming to restrict Xiao Shen's impact. The considerable effort expended would undoubtedly yield results. Xiao Shen would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in the dazzling alley-oop collaborations with Darren Williams as he did in the first quarter. The head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, Rick Carlisle, has not altered his strategy. He wishes to observe how Xiao Shen adapts under these circumstances. With fewer opportunities at his disposal, Xiao Shen diligently strives to create chances for his teammates, executing several exquisite cuts that draw defensive attention, thereby facilitating ideal open shot opportunities for his companions. Today, in their home arena, the players of the Dallas Mavericks exhibited remarkable form, particularly Darren Williams. He is inherently adept at executing pick-and-roll plays. During his prime, even when facing the league's premier center, Yao Ming, Darren Williams was capable of inflicting damage after such plays. Jonas Valanciunas pales in comparison. As the game progressed, Darren Williams grew increasingly in sync, sinking consecutive shots that compelled the opposition to alter their defensive strategy. Furthermore, he consistently sought to pass to Xiao Shen's position, creating opportunities for alley-oops or post-up plays beneath the basket. Xiao Shen proactively takes the initiative, relying on his own brute strength and relentless determination to seize scoring opportunities. Currently, his greatest threat lies in his offensive prowess, and he is in pursuit of impressive statistics. The defense of the Toronto Raptors somewhat restricts Xiao Shen's performance, yet it does not completely hinder him. With the enhancement of the invincible brute's alley-oop skill, as long as his teammates pass him the ball, he is poised to excel. Xiao Shen, with a high degree of probability, can execute remarkably exquisite alley-oops, effortlessly guiding the ball into the hoop and transforming passes into assists. Despite the Toronto Raptors players fervently striving to defend and contain him, Xiao Shen, equipped with his unparalleled prowess for alley-oops, exhibits exceptional synergy with his teammates. He possesses the ability to await his teammates' setups while also adeptly creating opportunities to penetrate the basket himself. Xiao Shen's presence on the court was unmistakable. By halftime, he had amassed an impressive tally of 23 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. The players and coaching staff of the Toronto Raptors returned to the locker room with a palpable sense of frustration. In the second quarter, the Raptors, having altered their defensive strategy, exerted themselves to the utmost in an attempt to stifle Xiao Shen's explosive scoring opportunities. Yet, they remained unable to prevent him from finding the basket, as he continued to powerfully thrust the ball into the hoop. Even those seemingly outrageous passes, poised on the brink of error, were met with Xiao Shen's deft ability to finish with an alley-oop. Originally, the Toronto Raptors, confident in their overall superiority, had anticipated dominance both inside and outside the arc. However, as the first half came to a close, they found themselves trailing the Dallas Mavericks by 11 points, with the gap increasingly widening. As the second half commenced, the Raptors continued to tighten their defense, bestowing upon Xiao Shen the treatment befitting a superstar. At no point would there be fewer than 2 defenders in close proximity to him. The moment he received the ball, opponents would immediately converge to double-team him. Yet, under the Raptors' stringent defense, Xiao Shen once again astonished the audience. With 6 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Mavericks' offense surged forward, led by the spirited Darren Williams. Utilizing a screen, he drove to the basket and lofted the ball high, directing it towards Xiao Shen, who was advancing on the opposite side. The moment the ball sailed towards him, Xiao Shen took a step and leaped. Patterson and Scola, unable to evade, positioned themselves directly in front of Xiao Shen, fully aware of his impending alley-oop attempt. Patterson soared into the air, one hand reaching out to disrupt Williams' pass, while the other was poised to block Xiao Shen's potential dunk. Scola, determined to make a second attempt, also jumped, his hands raised high in defense. Xiao Shen seized the ball, gazing at the 4 arms swaying before him, devoid of any trepidation. With both hands gripping the ball, he executed a powerful and forceful slam dunk, crashing it towards the hoop. Although Scola's hands were firmly pressed against the ball, Patterson's hand, too, bore down upon it. Yet, alas, Xiao Shen's power is truly formidable, and his style of play is strikingly reckless, devoid of any semblance of reason. With Scola and Patterson in his way, he executed a breathtaking dunk, a stunning aerial 1v2 alley-oop that incited an eruption of excitement throughout the arena. Once again, he delivered an extraordinarily explosive alley-oop dunk. Oh my goodness! Did he really dare to attempt a follow-up dunk like that? Such a brazen approach to the game, entirely unconcerned about who stands before him. As long as he desires to dunk, not even Jesus could impede him. Can you believe this play? Dunking over 2 defenders with an explosive alley-oop follow-up. Unbelievable. It seems that in the entire NBA, only Xiao would dare to play in such a manner. A supercharged, audacious move. My word. To attempt an alley-oop dunk over 2 defenders is simply inconceivable. The unfortunate former Rocket has once again become a mere backdrop to Xiao's spectacle. Yet this dunk is undeniably insane. How many players does it take to stop him? The players and coaching staff of the Toronto Raptors are equally at a loss for an answer. They have exhausted every conceivable defensive strategy, yet they remain unable to halt Xiao Shen's explosive performance. He plays without reason, eschewing technicality, relying solely on his physical prowess to bulldoze through. 1 defender cannot contain him. 2 still cannot. What options do they possess? Xiao Shen's explosive 1v2 alley-oop dunk shattered the last remnants of spirit from the Toronto Raptors. Witnessing Xiao Shen soar for the alley-oop, they instinctively recoiled to the side. The game gradually lost its suspense due to this astonishing display. Although Xiao Shen did not score many points during this quarter, each of his plays was remarkable. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Dallas Mavericks had established a commanding lead of 22 points, effectively rendering the game a foregone conclusion. In the final segment, Xiao Shen found no necessity to don his gear once more. Instead, he sat on the sidelines, sharing laughter and conversation with Nowitzki and Darren Williams during the match. Xiao Shen's scoring reaches a new pinnacle. In Chapter 37, he scored 31 points in a single game, merely the beginning. Throughout the match, Xiao Shen played for 30 minutes and 7 seconds, achieving a remarkable 14 out of 16 shooting, along with 3 out of 5 from the free throw line, efficiently amassing the highest score of the game, 31 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks, and 1 steal, dominating the paint on both ends of the court. In contrast, his counterpart, Jonas Valanciunas, who had a longer matchup with Xiao Shen, played for 34 minutes, attempting 7 shots but only converting 1, resulting in a mere 3 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Although Toronto Raptors' other starting big man, Luis Scola, showcased his excellent outside shooting with 14 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 block, he became a mere backdrop for Xiao Shen's explosive plays, particularly the relentless alley-oop dunk that left countless fans discussing it long after the game. In his very first home game in the NBA, Xiao Shen captivated the attention of Dallas Mavericks fans, netting a career-high 31 points. Beyond merely demonstrating his terrifying prowess in post-play, he also showcased his unrivaled alley-oop ability. In just one game, Xiao Shen won over many Mavericks fans. Xiao, you are undoubtedly a future superstar. I am now your fan. Keep pushing forward. His dominance in the paint and explosive athleticism make him a monstrous talent of the new era. Watching Xiao play ignites an exhilarating passion in fans. I will certainly attend more Mavericks games to support you, Xiao. I am still unable to recover from Xiao Shen's breathtaking alley-oop dunk. It was utterly phenomenal. An unforgettable moment that will surely reverberate throughout the NBA. We have truly struck gold with him. Initially, I thought Xiao's highlight videos were somewhat exaggerated. But witnessing the game from the sidelines revealed that those clips could not fully encapsulate his formidable strength. What an incredible, fierce, and terrifying player. Xiao is undoubtedly a crucial piece in our quest for a championship. His synergy with Dirk and Darren promises to be powerful. I eagerly anticipate the young man's future in Dallas, hoping he continues to astonish us. From the moment he entered the NBA, the controversies and doubts surrounding Xiao Shen have never ceased. Yet, time and again, he has delivered astonishing performances that leave fans in awe. From his debut with 2010 to today's 39, Xiao Shen has accomplished this in just 4 games. Although it may not rival Allen Iverson's electrifying debut with 30 points that enthralled Philadelphia 76ers fans, Xiao Shen's journey is just beginning. Xiao Shen, however, scored over 30 points in a single game, achieving this remarkable feat in a manner that undoubtedly places him among the annals of NBA history, eclipsing numerous superstars. Yet, he remains merely an undrafted player. After the game, a press conference ensued. Xiao Shen has become the focal point on the court. When asked about his feelings after scoring 30 points, his response remained characteristically modest. He expressed profound gratitude towards the team, the coach for providing him with opportunities, and particularly his teammates, especially Darren and Dirk, who delivered numerous exquisite passes, allowing him merely to put the ball through the hoop. Xiao Shen wore an expression of serene composure, expressing his gratitude for being part of such an exceptional team, as well as for the trust bestowed upon him by his teammates. Scoring 31 points was merely a milestone, not an endpoint. It was only the beginning, and he vowed to continue striving for excellence. Despite his desire to remain humble, his coach and teammates would not allow it. Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, was thoroughly impressed by Xiao Shen's performance, watching him with a sense of pride. Xiao is undoubtedly the most remarkable discovery our team has made so far. His performance is nothing short of exhilarating, Carlisle proclaimed, generously showering praise upon him. I have never coached a young player with such immense potential, explosive play, and commanding presence. I firmly believe that Xiao will continue to surprise us. He is destined to become a superstar in the NBA. Dirk Nowitzki, the longtime cornerstone and soul of the Mavericks, gazed at Xiao Shen with profound admiration. From the moment Xiao arrived at the Dallas Mavericks, I knew he would become a superstar. You will all be gradually enamored by him. Xiao will be my greatest partner on the court, and I feel immensely proud to play alongside him. He is destined to become an extraordinary player. I am committed to supporting Xiao's growth. The Dallas Mavericks are equally his team. The journalists present were taken aback by Nowitzki's heartfelt words, which offered Xiao Shen an unparalleled affirmation. If Nowitzki's gaze had not been so deeply affectionate, Xiao Shen would have been overwhelmed with gratitude. In merely 4 games, Xiao Shen has compelled Dirk Nowitzki to relinquish his unequivocal status as the cornerstone of the Dallas Mavericks, demonstrating the profound admiration and endorsement he has garnered from Nowitzki. Such a statement will undoubtedly elevate Xiao Shen's standing within the team and rapidly enhance his stature within the NBA. He is truly an exemplary big brother. Xiao Shen took the initiative to shake hands with Nowitzki. Xiao is, without a doubt, the finest interior player I have ever encountered or collaborated with. Darren Williams praised him succinctly yet astonishingly, stating that his talent surpasses even that of Yao. Xiao will undoubtedly conquer the NBA. The press conference turned into a mutual admiration session between the Dallas Mavericks coach and players, highlighting Xiao Shen's exceptional performance. As soon as the press conference concluded, a deluge of reports regarding Xiao Shen and the day's game flooded the internet. Extensive coverage from media journalists fervently lauded Xiao Shen. Starting lineup makes waves. The young Chinese talent Xiao Shen achieves a new scoring high, continuing to astonish with a career best of 31 points that captivated Dallas. One game, and he has won over the head coach. The rise of a super potential interior star is underway. Who can rival him? Might Xiao Shen dominate the NBA's paint? Coaches sing his praises, teammates extol his virtues. What is the ceiling for Xiao Shen? With a breathtaking alley-oop dunk, he secured his core position on the team, heralding the official launch of a supernova. His unanswerable post moves and terrifying alley-oop capabilities mark the birth of an NBA interior beast. Thanks to his explosive performance in his starting debut and his awe-inspiring, death-defying dunks, Xiao Shen has once again ignited fervor throughout the league. The intensity of attention surrounding him remains exceptionally high, drawing an ever-increasing number of admiring gazes. Some of the more responsive sports media outlets in the country have dispatched specialized teams of journalists to closely follow Xiao Shen's every move. Even the legendary figures of the NBA have been captivated by his remarkable performances. Xiao, you are destined to become a colossal force in the NBA's interior game. I shall always support you. Your talent is beyond terrifying, remarked a certain individual, recalling a previous wager with a playful nudge to Charles Barkley. Shaquille O'Neal's tweet has once again thrust Xiao Shen into the vortex of public interest. Simultaneously, many fans have begun to eagerly anticipate the next game of the Dallas Mavericks, following his impressive scoring of 31 points in a single match. Through this match, Xiao Shen endeared himself to both his coach and teammates. Yet, as he and the Super Brute system would assert, Chapter 38, the colossal strength of the Brute dunk, saw his score reach unprecedented heights once more, earning him a reward from the system. Congratulations to the host for achieving his first career 30 in the NBA, and for receiving a reward of 10 points in discretionary ability value. Xiao Shen was filled with a slight perplexity. Why was it that only after he scored over 30 points in a single game did the system bestow upon him a reward? In the current NBA league, scoring 30 points has become almost commonplace. Last season, the average points per game reached 28.5. Does one truly consider 30 points to be a remarkable achievement? Furthermore, the system earnestly remarked, achieving 30 points merely signifies that you have crossed the threshold. As a man endowed with the Super Brute system, scoring over 30 points in a single game is merely the beginning. If you do not score between 40 to 50 points in a game, how can you justify your worth to the great Shaquille O'Neal? Xiao Shen gradually comprehended the wisdom in the system's words. In this match, Xiao Shen scored an impressive 31 points, winning the admiration of coach Rick Carlisle. He gained recognition not only from his teammates, but also from media reporters and several esteemed NBA legends, all of whom showered him with praise. Xiao Shen, however, cannot soar. With the support of the system, achieving a score of over 30 in a single game is merely the beginning. He must strive for single-game scores of 40, 50, 70, 80, and even 100. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his extraordinary prowess as a formidable powerhouse. The press conference has concluded. Xiao Shen silently practiced for an additional hour before taking a taxi back to his rented apartment. He lay down on the bed. Xiao Shen gazed at the 10 points of freely allocatable ability values, contemplating for an extended period. Ultimately, he decided to invest all of them into his dunking skills. In his last match, Xiao Shen executed a breathtaking alley-oop dunk, elevating his dunking prowess to an impressive score of 85. With the allocation of 10 freely distributable skill points, he dedicated them entirely to enhancing his dunking ability, raising it to a remarkable 95. The system notification chimed once more, congratulating the host on reaching the pinnacle of his dunking capabilities at this stage and bestowing upon him the reward of an SSS-grade skill, the mighty dunk of the Berserker. How intriguing! Xiao Shen activated the skill attribute, Superpower Dunk, SSS level. Upon equipping, the host's success rate for dunks is enhanced by 50, while the dunking strength, impact, and explosiveness are each augmented by 20. When the skill is actively engaged, it unleashes a formidable and unstoppable superpower dunk, bolstered by an additional strength of 150. However, this action demands significant stamina, so the host is advised to exercise caution in its use. Such a display of raw power is indeed quite audacious. Xiao Shen felt a surge of impatience as he longed to put his abilities to the test. Now that his strength had reached its zenith, he was eager to discover the terrifying heights he could attain when activating the super-strong brute dunk. He believed that even against two defenders, he possessed the confidence to overpower them and slam the ball into the hoop. In terms of physical confrontation, with his full strength and the king of the paint's backing skills, he could effortlessly overpower any defensive player. Even if faced with two opponents, he felt he had a viable chance of breaking through. Similarly, in aerial confrontations, Xiao Shen aspired to be invincible. With the super strong brute dunk combined with his maximum vertical leap, he brimmed with absolute confidence. In one-on-one scenarios, no one could withstand the force of his dunk. He could easily clear them aside and score. Even if two defenders were to confront him simultaneously, they might still fail to thwart his advance. This was excellent. The 10 points of free ability value had not been squandered, granting Xiao Shen a significant enhancement. With the invincible alley-oop capability, he envisioned collaborating with his teammates for stunning aerial plays. Coupled with the enhancements from the super strong brute dunk's passive attributes, he could engage in high-flying maneuvers with unparalleled audacity. The realm of the skies awaited him. Xiao Shen is equally determined to dominate. With his prowess once again elevated, he cannot help but anticipate the upcoming match. Following a trio of away games, the Dallas Mavericks are set to enjoy 3 consecutive home games. After facing the Toronto Raptors, they will host the Charlotte Hornets at the American Airlines Center. This team shares a significant history with Xiao Shen, and one can be certain that the players of the Charlotte Hornets will have vivid memories of that encounter, particularly the 9th overall pick of this year's draft, Frank Kaminsky. Xiao Shen initially gained fame during the final 6 minutes of his match against the Charlotte Hornets. Their owner, Michael Jordan, even extended an olive branch to Xiao Shen. Yet unfortunately, the negotiations ultimately fell through. In their previous encounter with the Chicago Bulls, the Charlotte Hornets finally secured their first victory of the season, and they were eager to clinch today's game and redeem themselves. The match has captured significant attention from domestic fans, especially due to Xiao Shen's spectacular performances in recent games, which propelled him from the bench to the starting center position. Fans eagerly anticipate his display today. The Hornets also feature a player of Chinese descent, Jeremy Lin, who hails from Taiwan. Although his recent performances have been somewhat inconsistent, he has scored as many as 17 points in a single game. The matchup between him and Xiao Shen is highly anticipated. As the game approached, the excitement surrounding it continued to escalate. Some inquisitive journalists took the initiative to interview Frank Kaminsky. During his 3rd semester at the University of Wisconsin, Kaminsky had a breakout performance, averaging 8 points and 2 rebounds, earning numerous accolades and establishing himself as one of the most sought-after NCAA stars of that year. However, upon entering the NBA, his performance has significantly faltered, with no game thus far yielding double-digit scoring, indicating a struggle to adapt to the league's pace. Michael Jordan's draft judgment has once again been called into question due to Kaminsky's disappointing displays. Journalists have fixated on the moment he was overpowered by Xiao Shen, and Kaminsky has responded vehemently. He remarked, "I didn't understand him at that moment, which led to my loss of balance and resulted in me being knocked down. I don't believe he can overpower me again in today's game. I will do everything in my power to limit his performance. I have faith in my abilities, and I will defend against him." The memory of that particular play lingers heavily on Kaminsky's mind. In college, he was a formidable force, yet he faced relentless humiliation during the preseason at the hands of Xiao Shen. Today, he is determined to reclaim his honor. Xiao Shen has recently garnered significant attention. As long as he can be contained, a promising future awaits. Unbeknownst to Kaminsky, something terrifying lies in wait for him. On November 6th, the Dallas Mavericks, having rested for merely 1 day, prepare to host the visiting Charlotte Hornets at the American Airlines Center. Today, the Mavericks arena is filled to capacity. Everywhere one looks, there are numerous banners and support signs adorned with Chinese characters, mostly directed towards Xiao Shen, with a few also in support of Jeremy Lin. However, it is unlikely that they will cross paths in today's match. After passing coach Rick Carlisle's rigorous assessment, Xiao Shen once again takes his place in the starting lineup. The Dallas Mavericks field their strongest starting 5, comprising Darren Williams, Wesley Matthews, Patterson Chandler, Dirk Nowitzki, and Xiao Shen. The opponent that Xiao Shen faced today was equally formidable. Chapter 39, Are You Playing Dirty With Me? The Charlotte Hornets presented a starting lineup featuring Kemba Walker, Jay Harkless, Nicholas Batum, Marvin Williams, and Al Jefferson. For the majority of the time, Xiao Shen must contend with Al Jefferson. Officially listed at a height of 208 centimeters, Al Jefferson is somewhat shorter in reality, embodying the archetype of a stocky center. During the pinnacle of his career, he averaged an impressive 1 points, 0 rebounds, 6 assists and 7 blocks per game. In his days with the Utah Jazz, The diminutive yet formidable duo of Al Jefferson and Paul Millsap dominated the league, leaving towering opponents floundering in their wake. Although various factors led to a significant decline in Jefferson's statistics, one must not underestimate his prowess. In the NBA, shorter players who can assume the role of center are undoubtedly among the elite. For instance, consider the legendary Charles Barkley, who, during his prime, soared through the air with unparalleled agility, overpowering countless superstars in the towering 1990s. Another notable example familiar to many domestic fans is Chuck Hayes, who, standing at only 198 centimeters, served as a backup to Yao Ming yet held his own against a plethora of interior players. His unorthodox free throw technique, which often left even teammates bewildered, remains a unique spectacle in the NBA. Of course, there are also formidable shorter interior players such as Ben Wallace and Dennis Rodman. But we shall not delve into their stories today. While Al Jefferson may not match the defensive capabilities of these players, his offensive acumen is razor-sharp, particularly his exceptional skills in low-post isolation. Furthermore, his physicality is commendable. Xiao Shen had previously encountered towering interior players such as Jordan and Chandler, as well as the robust Valanciunas. Today marked his inaugural confrontation with shorter, stockier opponents. Following his spectacular debut at the American Airlines Center, home of the Dallas Mavericks, where he delivered an astonishing performance, Xiao Shen, as the starting player and the first to take the court, received a cacophony of cheers and applause, far exceeding that of the previous game. "Xiao, give it your all. Dunk it again, Xiao. Charge forward, Xiao Shen. Xiao, you look so handsome. I want to have your children." As the players settled at center court, Al Jefferson cast a knowing glance at Xiao Shen and remarked with a hint of intrigue, "Hey, kid, I heard you knocked Frank to the ground last game. Your strength is quite impressive." "Mediocre, mediocre, third in the world," came Xiao Shen's modest reply. Xiao Shen fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "What's the matter? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being knocked to the ground? Rookie, young man, do not assume that after a few commendable games you have become formidable. You cannot even breach my defense, yet you dare to topple me?" Al Jefferson shook his head, stating, "You are not up to the task, my friend. Today, I shall impart a valuable lesson to you." As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, both players shifted their focus, intently observing the descending sphere. With a powerful leap, Xiao Shen extended his long arms to deftly redirect the ball to Darren Williams. Al Jefferson leapt in anticipation, yet Xiao Shen prevailed in the jump ball. As Xiao Shen landed, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes, clearly unsettling Al Jefferson. The Dallas Mavericks initiated their first offensive play. Xiao Shen swiftly maneuvered towards the basket, seeking an advantageous position. Al Jefferson persistently shadowed Xiao Shen, occasionally pushing or tugging at him, continuously attempting to disrupt his movements. Remarkably, the Charlotte Hornets failed to learn from their previous mistakes, neglecting to provide any defensive support on this play. Xiao Shen positioned himself deeply, facing away from Al Jefferson, as he received a pass from Darren Williams. Al Jefferson, astute and cunning, employed a rather unsporting tactic by pressing his knee against Xiao Shen's calf joint. This maneuver is often utilized by shorter interior players when defending against taller opponents, as it can somewhat impede the offensive player's ability to exert force. Typically, if such a move is executed discreetly, the referees remain oblivious and thus do not call a foul. As Xiao Shen prepared to exert himself, Jefferson placed his hand on the soft flesh of Xiao Shen's waist and deliberately squeezed, diverting Xiao Shen's focus with a sharp pang of pain, which could hinder his strength. Jefferson's subtle transgressions were well concealed, perceived only by Xiao Shen. "So, you wish to play dirty, do you? Very well." Xiao Shen swiftly pivoted, confronting Al Jefferson head-on. "Come on, can you truly knock me over?" While it was conceivable that Al Jefferson might withstand Xiao Shen from behind, the prospect of a face-to-face clash, especially when Xiao Shen lacked the room to charge, did not faze him in the slightest. However, Xiao Shen lowered his center of gravity, dribbled with increased speed, and collided forcefully with Al Jefferson. The impact was thunderous, forcing his way past the defense. Xiao Shen took a stride forward and leapt to seize the ball. Al Jefferson was taken aback by Xiao Shen's formidable strength, yet he instinctively positioned himself once more in Xiao Shen's path. Observing Xiao Shen's intent to dunk, Al Jefferson grasped the fabric of Xiao Shen's jersey and leaped, aiming to thwart the dunk. Yet, a resounding roar echoed through the air. "Ah!" Xiao Shen actively unleashed his formidable slam dunk, a powerful two-handed dunk that crashed towards the hoop, soaring over Al Jefferson. Fearless and undeterred, Al Jefferson charged toward Xiao Shen. The two engaged in an aerial confrontation. Confident at first, Jefferson was suddenly overtaken by a surge of panic as a wave of trepidation washed over him. Because the impact of Xiao Shen is undeniably formidable, his strength overwhelming, and his explosive power truly terrifying. In an instant, Jefferson lost control of his body, akin to a kite severed from its string, accompanied by a chilling scream as he plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Shen, having sent Jefferson flying, forcefully slammed the ball into the basket, causing the rim to reverberate with a resonating thrum. Many fans, who were just settling into their seats to enjoy the game, leapt up from their benches in astonishment. Even the game's commentator, Hanson Porter, who had just finished introducing the starting players of both teams, immediately exclaimed, "Wow, what an explosive two-handed dunk." Right from the outset, Xiao completed a thunderous two-handed dunk beneath the basket, sending his defender, crashing out of bounds. Zhao's routine collision arrived earlier than in previous matches. I could hardly grasp what had just transpired. Zhao's gameplay has become increasingly ferocious. As he directly collides with his opponents mid-air, such terrifying physicality. An unbelievable play. The massive screen at the Dallas Mavericks home court swiftly replayed Xiao Shen's brutal two-handed dunk. There were no superfluous movements, just the ball, an explosive rise, and a powerful smash into the hoop. Simple yet brutal, it was utterly unstoppable. The screen continued to showcase Xiao Shen's recent display of violent aesthetics, taken to the extreme with that emphatic dunk. Xiao Shen cast a glance at the fallen Jefferson, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Chapter 40, The Ultimate Brute. In the face of it all, every underhanded tactic proved futile. Is there any merit to playing dirty? Xiao Shen scoffed disdainfully. Feel free to unleash your tricks. Before my formidable presence, all your vile attempts are utterly futile. Do not hesitate. Wait for it. I shall once again bring you crashing to the ground. Jefferson, lifted by his teammates, stared wide-eyed, fixated on Xiao Shen. He had not anticipated that Xiao Shen's recent slam would be so terrifying. Intended to intimidate Xiao Shen, he instead found himself subjected to humiliation, as a brutal and merciless dunk sent him flying. Very well, young man, he thought. You have successfully provoked my wrath, and you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Xiao Shen's response was merely a light, cold chuckle. Heh. It was now the turn of the Charlotte Hornets to launch their offensive. Jefferson positioned himself on the left side, where he excelled in attack, intending to settle into a deeper position, just like Xiao Shen. In order to receive the ball once more, Xiao Shen offered him no opportunity whatsoever. He could not even extend his hand to request the ball. Nor could he secure his position. Xiao Shen forcefully pushed him out of the 3-second zone. With no alternatives, Jefferson was compelled to move to the paint, near the left baseline, where he sought to establish his position to receive the ball. With his back to Xiao Shen, he caught a pass from Kemba Walker and began to back down. With unwavering confidence, Jefferson dribbled and collided with Xiao Shen. The clash of muscle against muscle produced a rather muted thud. Xiao Shen remained utterly still. However, Jefferson found himself in an uncomfortable predicament. Not only had he failed to push Xiao Shen aside, but it seemed he was also moving further away from the basket. Damn it. Hey, what's wrong with you? The more we play, the farther you drift from the hoop. Do you even know how to play basketball? Go on. If you have any dirty tricks up your sleeve, feel free to unleash them. For the first time, Xiao Shen approached the game with unparalleled seriousness, determined to contend with a player. Jefferson made a couple of attempts, but quickly realized he could not overpower Xiao Shen. Consequently, he altered his strategy, turning to drive towards the basket, aiming to engage in physical confrontation as he drew near to Xiao Shen. Lowering his center of gravity, Jefferson executed a subtly concealed elbow maneuver, crashing into Xiao Shen. Despite the impact, Xiao Shen remained steadfast, resolutely maintaining his position and refusing to yield even an inch, thereby forcing Jefferson to halt. Xiao Shen raised his arms high, enveloping Jefferson, leaving little room for a clear shot. Jefferson could only feint and showcase his signature turnaround jumper. The ball had just departed from the tips of Jefferson's fingers. Xiao Shen leapt into the air. With a resounding clap, he executed a powerful volleyball-style block, sending Jefferson's shot soaring away. What purpose does foul play serve? Xiao Shen mockingly remarked. You can indeed make the shot. I shall remember that elbow. Jefferson never anticipated that Xiao Shen would prove to be even more formidable than he had imagined. The ball, dislodged from Xiao Shen's hat, fell into the hands of Darren Williams. The Dallas Mavericks commenced their offensive. Xiao Shen positioned himself at the spot where Jefferson had just received the ball, once again turning his back to Jefferson as he received a pass from his teammate. He moved with a deliberate calmness. Xiao Shen disregarded Al Jefferson's antics behind him, dribbling the ball repeatedly as he advanced towards the basket. With each bounce, he drew closer to the rim, inching forward with unwavering determination. With only 3 swift movements, Xiao Shen reached beneath the hoop. On the final thrust, he exerted tremendous force, pushing past Al Jefferson, while maintaining eye contact with him. Xiao Shen delicately guided the ball into the net. Was it effective? Xiao Shen roared at Al Jefferson. Do your dirty tricks serve any purpose? You still cannot stop me. He could have easily broken through Al Jefferson's defense in one swift move, yet Xiao Shen chose not to. He was determined to dismantle Al Jefferson's psychological defenses, piece by piece. The difficulty of contending with Xiao Shen far surpassed Al Jefferson's expectations. In that recent play, he exerted every ounce of his strength. Yet he still could not withstand Xiao Shen's relentless assault. The Charlotte Hornets' offense, driven by a somewhat overzealous Al Jefferson, found him stationed near the left baseline. Positioning himself to receive the ball, Kemba Walker was initially reluctant to pass, but upon witnessing Al Jefferson's unwavering determination, he relented. The ball found its way into Al Jefferson's hands. Feigning a back-to-basket move, Al Jefferson made a couple of feints, abruptly pivoted, took a step back, and nudged Xiao Shen aside to create space. Al Jefferson then executed a half-turn shot, releasing the ball with precision. Although Xiao Shen was a beat slow, he leaped high and, with the front half of his palm, once again blocked Al Jefferson's shot. The ball landed right in front of Al Jefferson, who, with remarkable reflexes, swiftly secured the ball. However, Xiao Shen was equally swift in his response, his hand pressing firmly against the ball. As Al Jefferson cradled the sphere, his body pivoted while his arm instinctively lifted, aiming to deliver a vicious elbow strike to Xiao Shen's face. Evade Al Jefferson's nefarious elbow. Bring it on. Xiao Shen's hands pressed firmly against the ball, suddenly exerting force as he yanked it away from Al Jefferson's grasp, nearly toppling him to the ground in the process. Once more, he thwarted Jefferson's offensive attempt, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Wow! Exclaimed Jason Porter in astonishment. Xiao's defense is simply ferocious. He plays with utter disregard, executing a robbery-style steal and successfully seizing possession. Unbelievable. In 2 consecutive plays, Al has been unable to contain Xiao's offensive prowess. Will they alter their defensive strategy this time? Accompanied by Jason Porter's commentary, the Dallas Mavericks' new offensive round sounded once more, positioned almost identically. Xiao Shen once again found himself in a standoff with Al Jefferson, reaching out for the ball. He resumed his back-to-basket isolation play. Xiao Shen intends to persist in tormenting Al Jefferson. Bang! A jolt, a collision. Xiao Shen maintained his previous rhythm, yet Al Jefferson exhibited a contrasting demeanor. Unlike his earlier defensive approach of retreating while contending, he immediately charged forward after being momentarily pushed aside by Xiao Shen, persistently applying pressure from behind. Despite his efforts, he remained unable to contain Xiao Shen, who continued to advance. Nevertheless, Al Jefferson presented an unwavering determination, seemingly prepared to engage in a relentless struggle against Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen had no reason to hold back any longer. As he penetrated into the 3-second zone, he summoned all his strength and charged the ball directly into Al Jefferson. With a hand pressing firmly against Xiao Shen's back, Al Jefferson executed a swift pullback motion, quickly retreating and completely vacating the area in front of him. This maneuver, rather insidious and underhanded, was known as pulling the chair. While it did not constitute a foul, it certainly bordered on immorality. However, it could easily lead to the player backing down, losing their balance, and, without any support, tumbling to the ground. The offensive player was equally susceptible to injury as a result. Al Jefferson had calculated his moves with precision. He was resolute in his advance and equally decisive in his retreat. This tactic nearly crossed the line against Xiao Shen. As Xiao Shen regained his composure, he immediately leapt forward with both feet, firmly planting himself on the ground to stabilize his stance. His pivot foot remained unmoved, with an unwavering balance. Xiao Shen did not wait for Al Jefferson to close in. Instead, he executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Chapter 41. A brutal dunk. Delivering a concussion, Al Jefferson's expression transformed in an instant. From the fleeting delight of a cunning plan bearing fruit to the euphoric envisioning of Xiao Shen's misfortune, and finally to the shock, disappointment, and sorrow that followed the collapse of his expectations, Al Jefferson stood there, frozen in disbelief. He had not anticipated this outcome. In the final moments, Xiao Shen astonishingly managed to halt the vehicle with remarkable precision, avoiding a fall and any missteps, which left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. After successfully executing a dunk and securing an additional 2 points, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was solely due to his physical prowess, enhanced through systematic reinforcement and transformation. Otherwise, he would have likely been unable to maintain control during that play. Even if he had forcibly regained his balance, it would have posed significant risks of injury to his body. On the sidelines, the spectators, stirred by Mark Cuban, were equally fervent and indignant. Despicable, truly despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Thankfully, Xiao emerged unscathed. Otherwise, I would have ensured your demise, you wretched scoundrel. Resorting to such treachery when outmatched? Abominable. It is fortunate that Xiao managed to maintain his composure. The potential for injury was real, and you ought to be condemned. Cunning villain. Insidious wretch. Xiao. Unleash your fury upon him. How detestable, this foolish individual resorting to such treacherous methods. Do you wish to incapacitate Xiao? In the face of the fans' accusations and criticism, Al Jefferson nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. This gesture incited Xiao Shen's ire to a boiling point. There is an old adage in our country, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. One must retaliate with the same methods they have been subjected to. Xiao Shen would undoubtedly never stoop to such filth. He held it in disdain. However, Xiao Shen will undoubtedly respond with his formidable and audacious methods, allowing him to witness the sheer brutality of an exceptionally reckless individual. When it is the turn of the Charlotte Hornets to mount an offense, Al Jefferson astutely refrains from settling in the low post, instead opting to handle the ball and venture to the perimeter to set a screen for Kemba Walker. Executing a pick-and-roll play, Xiao Shen was unable to defend effectively. Under the various resources allocated by Michael Jordan, Kemba Walker has finally emerged as a cultivated talent, consistently achieving impressive statistics of 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists over 3 consecutive seasons. This season, Kemba Walker has further elevated his performance, gradually entering the realm of averaging over 20 points per game. However, his medium to long-range shooting ability remains mediocre, as evidenced by last season's three-point shooting percentage, which barely exceeded 30. His overall shooting percentage languished at a meager 38.5. Xiao Shen could easily allow him to shoot. Kemba Walker, brimming with confidence in his speed, indeed managed to elude Xiao Shen's defense. However, the towering figure of Xiao Shen, with his hands raised high, completely obstructed his shooting space. Kemba Walker was left with no choice but to pass the ball to the perimeter where Nicholas Batum awaited. Batum took a step and launched a mid-range jumper, but it missed the mark. Al Jefferson, eager to seize the rebound, found himself thwarted as Xiao Shen leaned into him, effectively pushing him aside and securing the rebound with ease. One would have thought Al Jefferson to be a formidable opponent, but unexpectedly, he signaled to his teammates for assistance in defense and even requested Kemba Walker to help cut off passing lanes. The Charlotte Hornets switched to a zone defense, making it difficult for Xiao Shen to operate in the paint and execute a one-on-one play. At this juncture, attempting to return to the perimeter for a pick-and-roll seemed sluggish. Xiao Shen gestured for his teammates to take the shot directly. Dirk Nowitzki attempted a three-pointer, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Al Jefferson positioned himself to secure the rebound. Xiao Shen leaped high into the air, his long arms sweeping to pass the racket to the Dallas Mavericks player on the perimeter. As he landed, he shot a provocative glance at Al Jefferson once more. Filthy. What good does that do? Can you even secure the rebound? Useless. Al Jefferson felt a sense of helplessness. Sensing Xiao Shen leap from behind him, he reached out to tug at Xiao Shen's shirt. The Dallas Mavericks commenced a new offensive round, while the Charlotte Hornets tightened their defensive line. Xiao Shen approached the free throw line, setting a screen for Darren Williams. Utilizing the screen, he evaded his defender, compelling Al Jefferson to switch and pursue him. With a flick of his wrist, Darren Williams launched the ball. Understanding the unspoken cue, Xiao Shen took a decisive step and leapt high into the air, executing a powerful one-handed dunk. Another 2 points added to the scoreboard. The synergy between Darren Williams and Xiao Shen was becoming increasingly harmonious. Before the opposing team could react, Xiao Shen had already slammed the ball into the hoop. Regrettably, this time, Al Jefferson was unable to provide help defense. However, it was evident that he was growing restless. In the mere span of 4 minutes since the commencement of the game, Xiao Shen had attempted 4 shots, all of which found their mark. While Al Jefferson had yet to score a single point, he resolved that in the next possession, he would undoubtedly thwart Xiao Shen's offensive efforts. The Charlotte Hornets' offense continued to struggle. Al Jefferson attempted to post up, but scoring opportunities were scant, and even receiving the ball proved to be a challenge. He made subtle gestures to signal Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen relentlessly challenged his opponent, leaving him in immense discomfort. Although Deron Williams' defensive prowess may not have reached its zenith, he felt secure in trusting the paint to Xiao Shen. This pressure compelled Kemba Walker to attempt a difficult mid-range shot, which ultimately grazed the rim and fell away. Xiao Shen obstructed the opposing player, allowing Nowitzki to securely capture the rebound. The Dallas Mavericks initiated their offense. As Xiao Shen arrived beneath the basket, he stood still for a moment, compelling the opposing defense to contract. He then elevated his position, seeking a pick-and-roll collaboration with Deron Williams. With a carefree flair, the exuberant Deron Williams executed a nonchalant no-look pass, effortlessly tossing the ball into the air. The ball's trajectory was somewhat distant from the rim, however, yet Xiao Shen remained entirely indifferent. Suddenly, like a thunderclap, he advanced a step inside the free-throw line. With the swiftness of a rocket, Xiao Shen soared upwards, his hands grasping the ball, his body arching into a graceful C shape, preparing to unleash a powerful dunk upon the hoop. At this moment, Al Jefferson, brimming with determination, had awaited this opportunity for an eternity. Previously merely feigning defense, upon witnessing Deron Williams' pass, he instantly surged toward Xiao Shen, arms raised high. Al Jefferson launched himself with fervor, resolutely intent on thwarting Xiao Shen's impending dunk, undeterred by the ferocity of his pursuit. A cruel smile flickered at the corners of Xiao Shen's mouth. Just in time. Come forth. Xiao Shen actively activated the colossal power of the dunking berserker, resulting in a comprehensive surge in his attributes. Grasping the ball with both hands, he descended with an unstoppable force. Al Jefferson's jumping ability was rather ordinary. With his maximum vertical leap, Xiao Shen positioned himself atop Al Jefferson. Subsequently, with a vigorous swing of his arms, he executed a thunderous slam dunk, sending the ball crashing into the hoop. Boom! Xiao Shen's powerful dunk resonated through the hoop with a resounding thud. Immediately following, another thunderous sound erupted as Sun swung his arms, forcefully striking at Xiao Shen's Al Jefferson. He was met with a crushing blow from Xiao Shen's formidable arms, landing heavily upon his upper body. Xiao Shen, with his extraordinary strength and ferocious vigor, executed a slam dunk that sent shockwaves through the court, causing Al Jefferson to lose his balance. With a vigorous swing of his arms, Jefferson was propelled backward, landing harshly on the back of his head, his entire body crashing onto the floor. Dazed and incapacitated, he lay on the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. The game was subsequently halted. The Charlotte Hornets medical team rushed onto the court, and after a considerable interval, Al Jefferson was finally assisted to his feet by the team physician. Eventually, the examination results were revealed. A preliminary diagnosis indicated that Al Jefferson had sustained a mild concussion. Chapter 42. Overwhelmed again. The disheveled Kaminsky. The NBA has stringent regulations that dictate once a player is diagnosed with a concussion, they are prohibited from participating further in the game until cleared by the NBA's medical staff. Consequently, Al Jefferson would not return for the remainder of the match. The referees, after reviewing the slow-motion footage, confirmed that Xiao Shen's brutal dunk was entirely without controversy. Xiao Shen's hands pressed down fluidly, executing a seamless motion. Al Jefferson lunged towards Xiao Shen's face, bringing this upon himself, as it was not intentional on Xiao Shen's part. Al Jefferson's actions carried a hint of foul play. However, since the individuals had already exited the court, the referees saw no necessity to pursue the matter further. Xiao Shen felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, he experienced a sense of relief, having finally vented some pent-up frustration. If confronted head-on, without resorting to underhanded tactics, even if Xiao Shen were to be thrown to the ground, he would acknowledge his opponent's prowess. However, engaging in sneak attacks from behind is utterly despicable. You little wretch, lacking in strength, can you not play fair? The game continues. Yet, discussions surrounding Xiao Shen's recent play have not ceased across the internet, as countless fans remain in awe of his terrifying dunks. The brutal, spine-chilling slam dunk left his opponent concussed. What a spectacular display. Such a devastating dunk. Such ferocity in his playing style. To send an opponent into a state of concussion with a single dunk speaks volumes of Xiao Shen's lethal prowess. Even the peak of dominance, Shaquille O'Neal, perhaps never exhibited such terrifying destructive capabilities. Xiao Shen's vertical leap and strength undoubtedly surpass O'Neal. Did you witness the height of his jump? He soared directly over Al Jefferson, reaching an astonishing elevation. In terms of strength, without a one-on-one contest, a victor cannot be determined, yet Xiao Shen's jumping ability certainly eclipses O'Neill's. Previously, we believed Xiao Shen's model to be O'Neill. But he is even more ferocious than the Great Shark. Who else can deliver such explosive dunks in consecutive games? His superhuman athleticism, this leap, this power, this explosive force, is undoubtedly of elite caliber in the league. Xiao Shen embodies destructive beauty, elevating the aesthetic of violence to its zenith. Not only fans and spectators were left in shock, players of the Charlotte Hornets, particularly those in the paint, trembled with trepidation. Al Jefferson, the most formidable interior player for the Hornets, suffered a concussion at the hands of Xiao Shen, leaving them to ponder who could possibly stand against him. At this moment, the most apprehensive was Frank Kaminsky. Having boasted before the game, he now found himself at a loss on how to defend against Xiao Shen. Should he evade or confront him? Fortunately, Spencer Hawes and Cody Zeller were scheduled to enter the game before him, allowing Kaminsky to avoid direct confrontation in the first half. After Xiao Shen exited the stage, Kaminsky finally had the opportunity to take the field. When Xiao Shen returned to the court, he was once again substituted. What was inevitable could not be evaded. After the halftime break, Xiao Shen finally regained his composure. He forcefully activated his powerful dunks twice, which led to a depletion of his stamina. In the first half of the match, Xiao Shen did not exhibit the same ferocity as before. His physical condition became a constraint on his performance. As the second half of the game commenced, Xiao Shen gradually regained his composure, relentlessly driving the ball into the basket with tenacity. In a desperate bid for revival, Coach Steve Clifford substituted in Frank Kaminsky, hoping to assess the efficacy of his defensive prowess. Xiao Shen executed a brutal dunk over Al Horford, with Kaminsky's earlier attempts still vivid in memory. In the preceding defensive plays, Kaminsky was able to evade. However, when the game reached 6 minutes and 36 seconds into the third quarter, witnessing Xiao Shen poised for an alley-oop dunk, Kaminsky instinctively rushed to defend. Extending his hand for a block, he had barely left the ground, yet Xiao Shen soared effortlessly above him. At that moment, Kaminsky wished to evade, but it was far too late. Xiao Shen executed an extraordinarily powerful slam dunk, unleashing an immense shockwave as the ball thundered through the hoop, causing the rim to resonate with a deep, echoing hum. Xiao Shen also effortlessly knocked Kaminsky to the ground. How tragic. How unfortunate. This time was even more chaotic than the last. However, Xiao Shen cast not even a glance at the fallen Kaminsky. The loss of a key interior player rendered them defenseless against Xiao Shen, who wreaked havoc beneath the basket. Kemba Walker, the star guard of the Charlotte Hornets, found himself isolated and beleaguered by the relentless duo of Darren Williams and Wesley Matthews. Despite the commendable performance of Jeremy Lamb, who, coming off the bench, scored 16 points with 4 rebounds and 2 assists from 7 attempts, the tide could not be turned. The Charlotte Hornets were left to swallow the bitter pill of defeat on the road, succumbing to the Dallas Mavericks with a score of 94-108. Xiao Shen participated in the match for 29 minutes and 11 seconds, achieving an impressive tally of 28 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks. The highest of the game, his 2 powerful dunks, executed with remarkable force, left him with lingering repercussions, causing him to miss several golden opportunities. Fortunately, he did not surpass his personal scoring record this time. Nonetheless, Xiao Shen's performance remained striking, particularly highlighted by a ferocious dunk that left Al Jefferson reeling. This feat once again astonished the spectators. After the game, Jeremy Lin approached Xiao Shen. Lin's performance was rather modest, as he played for only 17 minutes, accumulating 7 points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 assist. "Hello, Xiao Shen," Lin greeted him with a simple salutation, speaking in somewhat halting Chinese. "You play exceptionally well. Your physical talent is truly enviable. Keep it up. I believe in you." Xiao Shen discerned a profound envy reflected in Jeremy Lin's eyes. Lin's physical prowess stands as one of the most remarkable among Asian athletes. However, he has faced elimination from the NBA. Had his physical attributes been slightly more exceptional, perhaps he could have made a significant impact in the league, transcending mere fleeting moments of fame. His humility, gentleness, and kindness, rooted in the traditional virtues of Chinese athletes, made Xiao Shen feel a sense of kinship rather than aversion. They exchanged contact information, and Xiao Shen extended his heartfelt wishes. "Let us strive together. I believe in your potential. Keep pushing forward." With that, he bid farewell to Jeremy Lin. Xiao Shen quietly returned to the locker room. At today's post-match press conference, he had instructed the head coach to find an excuse to deflect attention, as he was already contemplating his next plan for improvement. It was imperative that he enhance his physical conditioning. While the exhilarating power dunks provided immediate gratification, the relentless pursuit of such brute force was beginning to take its toll. Xiao Shen must possess ample physical stamina to support his performance on the court, actively engaging in the formidable slam dunk known as the superpower brute dunk. At this juncture in the competition, it is advisable to refrain from employing such a tactic unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, during the match, he must remain vigilant against seasoned opponents like Al Jefferson, who are known for their cunning strategies. As Xiao Shen contemplated the direction of his upcoming training, various reports regarding him emerged, alongside highlights of his explosive and astonishing performances from recent games, making their way to the hands of teams within the NBA league. Xiao Shen's performance has overshadowed numerous NBA superstars, capturing the attention of countless fans and media alike. Even some NBA players have begun to take notice of Xiao Shen. Chapter 43. Universal Attention, a Stunning Showdown. Xiao Shen and the Dallas Mavericks can hardly maintain a low profile at this point. As a rookie this year, Xiao Shen has scored over 20 points in each of his 5 games, showcasing a remarkable performance with a single game scoring over 30 points. From averaging a dominating presence over his opponents to achieving 3 impressive dunks in the most recent match, he has delivered 2 consecutive games of ferocious dunks. The Dallas Mavericks have surged with an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 loss, standing just behind the undefeated reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors, and claiming the 2nd position in the Western Conference as they strive for the best season start in the team's history. It is nearly impossible for them to avoid drawing the attention of the other teams in the NBA. Meanwhile, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are not in action, have concluded their regular training, with LeBron James still engaged in extra drills. Some players feel hesitant to leave the training facility early. Another explosive performance, exclaimed the famously unpredictable J.R. Smith, clutching his phone with excitement. Everyone, come and witness the Mavericks rookie, Xiao from China, deliver yet another breathtaking display. He marveled at yet another thunderous dunk, even more extraordinary than the last. Look at this. This one is more terrifying than the previous. J.R. Smith exclaimed animatedly. I got knocked out cold by Xiao's dunk. Poor guy, Xiao is astonishing. When J.R. Smith goes off, his potential reaches the heights of Michael Jordan, though his emotional and intellectual maturity raises concerns. LeBron, what do you think of his talent? He seems even more formidable than you. What's your take on this player? LeBron James, while practicing his ball handling, cast a glance at J.R. Smith's phone, contemplatively reflecting. Indeed, Xiao possesses remarkable physical prowess. Yet players of his caliber often struggle to achieve lasting prominence. In today's NBA, scoring solely in the paint is insufficient. There is a pressing need for big men with shooting capabilities from mid to long range, lest we forget how we lost the championship last season. LeBron James, in his early days in the league, exhibited a similarly explosive style of play. However, in recent years, he has tempered his approach, recognizing his limitations. Furthermore, one must consider whether such players can return to their peak after sustaining serious injuries. Our primary objective now is to claim the top spot in the Eastern Conference, avenge the Golden State Warriors, and seize the championship title. Together, we shall bring a trophy back to Cleveland. Brothers, do we have the confidence? Absolutely, boss. J.R. Smith responded enthusiastically. All right, J.R., let us have a competition and see who can make more three-pointers. Let us aim for 100. Ready? Go. J.R. Smith was compelled to engage in additional training with LeBron James, while the others could merely observe or undertake their own workouts. As for Kyrie Irving, he seemed utterly indifferent, as he believed no one could best him in a one-on-one duel, not even Kobe Bryant. He gazed upward at the arena's ceiling, lost in contemplation of some profound philosophy of life. Meanwhile, at the Oracle Arena of the Golden State Warriors, the atmosphere was congenial, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Hey, have you heard about this explosively talented Chinese player, Xiao? Klay Thompson remarked after glancing at his phone. Are you referring to that young Chinese talent from the Dallas Mavericks? Andre Iguodala interjected, holding up his device. I'm watching a video of him. He executed a terrifying dunk that left Al dazed. I must admit, I'm a bit intimidated. The youth nowadays are so ferocious. I was quite reckless in my youth, but he surpasses even me in audacity. Hey Andre, since you won the championship, you've become rather cautious. He is merely a rookie. What is there to fear? Draymond Green scoffed, tossing a sports drink to a teammate, his demeanor dripping with disdain. He relies solely on his physicality. He poses no real threat to us. Draymond, the finest defensive player in the NBA. We'll keep him grounded. With me in the paint, no one can run wild. He glanced at Bogut beside him. Moreover, we have Andrew. He holds his own against a prime Yao Ming. Can that kid possibly be more formidable than Yao? Green dismissed the notion with nonchalance. No one can obstruct our path forward. Our goal this year is to secure 73 victories, shatter records, and achieve back-to-back championships. Let us go, brothers. Green indeed possessed the qualities of a spiritual leader. However, within the Golden State Warriors, there could be only one core figure, the prodigious Stephen Curry. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The crisp sound of splashes was, without a doubt, the most compelling testament to his prowess. Despite Zhao's astonishing statistics, for certain teams and superstars, it mattered little. Xiao Shen has yet to receive the attention he truly deserves. At the very least, it is essential for them to recognize that within the NBA league, there exists a rookie player with a fiercely aggressive style of play. However, as the Dallas Mavericks prepare for their upcoming matches against the New Orleans Pelicans, Xiao Shen has garnered the Pelicans' attention. Last season, under the leadership of the formidable Anthony Davis, the Pelicans finally broke their playoff drought after many years. During the offseason, they bolstered their roster with aspirations of making significant strides this season. The Mavericks, currently positioned as dark horses in the West, are undoubtedly among the fierce competitors vying for a playoff spot. Having completed their first 5 games without securing a victory, the New Orleans Pelicans are eager to claim a win against the momentum-driven Mavericks to boost their morale. Moreover, the Pelicans are among the few teams in the NBA that center their strategy around their interior players. Anthony Davis, the team's cornerstone, consistently leads in scoring, boasting remarkable performances, including a game with 43 points and 10 rebounds, firmly establishing himself as a dominant force. As the legendary Tim Duncan gradually retires, Anthony Davis begins to see the future Duncan spoke of. However, he remains unaware that what he perceives is merely an illusion. While Duncan's era wanes, fresh talent continues to emerge in the NBA. Nevertheless, Anthony Davis undoubtedly stands as the premier power forward in the league today, with no rival in sight. Last season, Davis averaged an impressive 24 points, 10, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 9 blocks, and 5 steals per game, epitomizing the new era of super interior players, capable on both ends of the court, proficient in post play, and adept at mid-range shooting. In fact, Anthony Davis represents the most formidable interior player Xiao Shen has encountered since entering the NBA, and they belong to different generations of big men. This matchup is highly anticipated, as many are eager to discern whether the brute strength of a physically imposing center prevails over the well-rounded skill set of a versatile power forward. Ultimately, which era's interior dominator proves to be more formidable, the new generation or the old guard? Xiao Shen and Anthony Davis represent a clash of 2 eras. A breathtaking confrontation is about to unfold. Chapter 44, The War of Words, the underrated Xiao Shen. The Dallas Mavericks continue to hold court at their home ground. In the previous home game, Anthony Davis astonishingly scored 42 points and grabbed 10 rebounds. Upon arriving at the American Airlines Center, he was immediately besieged by a throng of media journalists, their cameras and microphones thrust towards him. Anthony, do you believe you can contain Xiao today? Confronted with the ferocious playing style of Xiao, reporters pressed him further. Anthony, do you have effective strategies to limit his performance? He has been remarkably explosive in his recent games. What are your thoughts on this player? Many perceive this match as a showdown between veteran and emerging interior players. Do you think you can triumph over Xiao? Having failed to secure victories in several recent matches, Anthony Davis was already in a foul mood. As he faced the barrage of questions, his patience began to wane. I do not concern myself with the caliber of player I am matched against. I believe that in the current NBA, there is no one who can defend me. Anthony Davis exuded confidence. In the past 5 games, he scored over 20 points in all but one, with the last 4 games yielding no fewer than 25 points each. His recent performance culminated in a staggering 42 points, the highest single-game score of the season. I do not care who I am up against. I can outplay anyone. With an air of determination, Anthony Davis strode into the players' tunnel. His impending duel with Xiao Shen would undoubtedly become the pivotal focus of this game, as well as the next. Meanwhile, the other protagonist, Xiao Shen, was also intercepted for an interview by local television reporters before the game. What a coincidence! The response given by Xiao Shen is nearly identical to that of Anthony Davis. Anthony is a player of remarkable versatility. He can dominate in the paint while also possessing the ability to shoot from the perimeter. However, Xiao Shen shifted the conversation. I do not believe that he is capable of stopping me, that particular player. I am convinced that there is no one in the NBA who can defend against my attacks at the rim. Xiao Shen's response embodies the unique humility and modesty characteristic of the Chinese people. However, he unequivocally asserts his invincibility beneath the basket, declaring that no one can thwart his offensive prowess. Both players believe that when two such unstoppable forces collide, it creates a scenario reminiscent of sparks igniting upon contact with the earth, leaving the audience eager to discern who will ultimately prevail. Their verbal sparring has undeniably added a layer of intrigue to the impending match. Nevertheless, the majority of American fans rally behind Anthony Davis, perceiving Xiao Shen as somewhat arrogant. They argue that there are numerous players with superior jumping ability, strength, and explosiveness. They question whether Xiao Shen truly believes that a few commendable performances render him invincible on a global scale. Go crush them, Davis. Teach that insolent yellow-skinned kid a lesson. Presently, Anthony possesses a well-rounded skill set, capable of dominating both inside and outside the arc. And only after scoring over 40 points in a game would he dare to claim that no one can defend against him. What gives this young rookie the right to make such assertions? Defeat him. Annihilate him. I stand firmly in support of you, Davis. You are the most formidable power forward in today's NBA, and I am confident in your ability to overpower him. I am eager to witness what Xiao can truly accomplish when no one can defend against him. Let us not forget that Davis averaged 2.9 blocks per game last season. I am curious to see how he will dismantle Xiao in today's game. Through 2 seasons of averaging over 20 points and 10 rebounds, Anthony Davis has unequivocally demonstrated that he is no mere draft bust, garnering countless admirers along the way. Xiao Shen, a mere novice who has played only a handful of matches, dares to utter such audacious words. Numerous American fans eagerly await the spectacle of Xiao Shen's folly. Naturally, prior to the game, fans anticipate the performance of Charles Barkley. The NT television network once again broadcasts the Dallas Mavericks game, featuring the humorous trio of Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal as commentators for this event. Sir Charles, it seems you have forgotten to bring something along. Have you already forgotten about our last wager? O'Neal bluntly inquired. Not at all, Barkley shamelessly responded. The last game was a miscalculation on my part. I failed to observe closely. Xiao, like myself, possesses an incredibly formidable physique. I overlooked that. Do you believe a player of my caliber could fail to score at least 20 points in a game? We possess the most formidable post-up skills in the world. Just observe his back-to-the-basket play. It resembles mine from years past. There is no way anyone could defend against it. I mistakenly underestimated Xiao's prowess. Stan, O'Neal interrupted Barkley. After all this talk, what's next? We want to see the antics. Ahem. Barkley cleared his throat twice. As players as handsome as we are, with such impressive physiques and sharp skills, scoring a mere 20 points is utterly trivial. One should expect no less than 30 points in a game. Wouldn't you agree? Are you up for another wager? O'Neal surmised Barkley's intent. If possible, Barkley continued, I have always considered myself the most stylish post-up player in the world. The emergence of Xiao has affected my standing in the basketball realm. Hence I assert that he will not score more than 35 points in this match. This was somewhat audacious, aligning perfectly with Barkley's character. Like many American fans, Barkley slightly underestimates Xiao Shen's capabilities. What if you lose? O'Neal pressed further. Then I shall lick twice, no boasting involved, and I will broadcast it live. Barkley stated with utmost seriousness, and yes, it will be done on my knees. All right, O'Neal concluded. Although this game may not reveal Barkley's blunders, his wager has rekindled excitement among many fans. At this moment, the game is about to commence. Kenny Smith introduces the starting lineups. For the New Orleans Pelicans, the starting point guard is Ishmael Smith, with Eric Gordon as the shooting guard, Luka Babbitt and Anthony Davis on the forward line, and Alex Ajinka as the starting center. The Dallas Mavericks maintain their starting lineup from the previous game. Xiao Shen assisted the Dallas Mavericks in winning the jump ball, marking the commencement of the match's first offense. Darren Williams passed the ball to Xiao Shen, positioned in the paint. Confronted by the ostensibly imposing Akinsha, Xiao Shen executed a powerful pivot, accelerating past him and, just before Anthony Davis could provide help defense, delivered a resounding two-handed dunk, securing the first points of the game. The New Orleans Pelicans initiated their offense as well, with the ball being handed to Anthony Davis, who positioned himself near the left baseline, facing the defense of Dirk Nowitzki. With a feint and a swift maneuver, Davis accelerated, evading Nowitzki's grasp. Similarly, just before Xiao Shen could arrive for a defensive stop, he executed a low layup, earning 2 points. In this inaugural exchange, though neither player engaged in direct confrontation, the intensity was palpable. Both utilized their respective skills to score, indicating an inevitable matchup. Today's contest promises to be nothing short of thrilling. Chapter 45. Overpowering the opponent. Fury of the brow. The Dallas Mavericks embarked on their next offensive round. Anthony Davis did not proactively approach to defend Xiao Shen, allowing Akinci to continue his efforts against him. Xiao Shen circled around, landing within the designated collision zone. Receiving a pass from his teammate, he executed a graceful half-turn, leveraging his strength to fend off Akinci. With a powerful step, Xiao Shen gathered his energy, leaping to deliver a thunderous two-handed dunk, effortlessly securing 2 points. Xiao Shen executed a series of movements with fluidity and an unstoppable momentum, leaving Anthony Davis with no opportunity to provide defensive coverage. The New Orleans Pelicans initiated their offensive play once more, transferring the ball to the interior where Anthony Davis awaited. Confronted by Nowitzki's close defensive pressure, Davis feigned a drive towards the basket, suddenly pulling back a step to launch a mid-range jump shot. It found its mark. Following the tip-off, both Anthony Davis and Xiao Shen showcased their respective offensive prowess, seemingly rendering their defenders powerless. The New Orleans Pelicans swiftly altered their defensive strategy, compelling Xiao Shen to receive the ball further from the hoop. Positioned near the left baseline, Xiao Shen caught a pass from Darren Williams. With his back to the basket, he activated his formidable post-up mode. With a couple of powerful moves, he barreled into the paint, pushing aside Akinci. Awaiting for the perfect moment, Anthony Davis arrived. Arms raised high to envelop Xiao Shen, providing ample resistance from behind. With a fierce roar, Xiao Shen leaped from the ground, defying gravity as he resisted Davis's defense in midair, ultimately slamming the ball through the hoop. Though their confrontation was indirect, it marked their first collision on the court. Xiao Shen showed no regard for appearances, boldly attacking Anthony Davis's defense and slamming the ball into the hoop. Anthony Davis furrowed his brow in response. The game proceeded. As the sole linchpin of the team, Anthony Davis possessed the liberty to shoot at will. Receiving the ball near the free throw line, he executed a dribble between his legs, followed by a prayer-like gesture, feigning a move, and then he elevated the ball in the style of Nowitzki before driving towards the paint. Xiao Shen timely provided support. Leaping high into the air, his hands firmly pressing down on the ball, he successfully denied Anthony Davis's dunk, declaring, "This is my territory." With the block executed flawlessly, Xiao Shen raised his arms in triumph, showcasing his perfectly sculpted muscles. "Impressive. Xiao, what a block!" exclaimed Shaquille O'Neal in the TNT broadcast studio, his excitement palpable. "Hey, buddy, I think you should stop struggling." Xiao has yet to miss a single shot. Every attempt has found its mark. Anthony simply cannot contain Xiao, much like no one could contain me in my youth. I believe Xiao will score over 35 points today. Are you prepared to bow down? Barkley, however, remained unconvinced. They haven't officially matched up yet. I have faith in Anthony. He will hold his ground against Xiao. Just wait for his response. The impact of that block reverberated through the arena. Xiao Shen has thoroughly incensed Anthony Davis. I will guard him. With a shift in possession during the Dallas Mavericks offensive play, Anthony Davis proactively switched his defensive assignment to confront Xiao Shen. Standing at 208 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms, although he may lack the advantage in height, weight, and wingspan, Anthony Davis believes that his agile physique and swift mobility will enable him to contain Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen made him understand that a single force can overcome 10 skills. A gene was unable to withstand Xiao Shen's prowess, and Anthony Davis was even less capable. He received the ball, took a step, and engaged in physical confrontation. Xiao Shen effortlessly shoved Anthony Davis half a meter away before easily depositing the ball into the hoop. I remarked that Anthony could not withstand Xiao's prowess. Shaquille O'Neal chuckled heartily, stating, "Xiao's strength and resilience are far more formidable than we imagined. Not only Anthony, but even my own physique might struggle against him." Down low, Xiao faces no rival. One must simply submit to the consequences. Charles. The match was far from over. Barkley, undeterred, retorted, "Furthermore, Xiao cannot effectively defend against Anthony either. If Xiao continues to engage like this, his stamina will inevitably falter. I firmly believe Anthony can triumph over him." After securing another 2 points, Xiao Shen taunted Anthony Davis. "I am invincible beneath the basket. You cannot possibly guard me. You are quite the brash one." Anthony Davis's expression darkened with anger. "Just wait, kid. Watch how I dismantle you." The New Orleans Pelicans initiated their offense. Anthony Davis exchanged positions with his teammates, seeking to confront Xiao Shen. He settled into the low post, intent on executing a one-on-one against Xiao. However, with limited space near the basket, he found himself unable to dislodge Xiao's defense and was forced to attempt a difficult turnaround shot. Xiao Shen leapt to block, nearly thwarting Anthony Davis's shot. Under pressure, Davis's attempt ricocheted off the rim. However, defending against Davis proved to be a formidable challenge. Nowitzki secured the rebound, while the New Orleans Pelicans adjusted their defensive strategy, with Davis applying pressure from the front and Ajinka providing assistance, leaving Xiao Shen with no opportunity to receive the ball. Nowitzki's three-point attempt fell short. With Ajinka's help in positioning, Davis confidently seized the rebound. This time, he demonstrated acumen. Emerging from the perimeter, he held the ball near the free throw line. Displaying his triple threat stance made it difficult for Xiao Shen to make a move. With a series of probing steps, Davis sensed Xiao Shen's intent to thwart his drive. He decisively stepped back and released a mid-range jumper. Swish. Uncontested, he made the shot. This marked the commencement of a fervent duel between Xiao Shen and Anthony Davis. Whenever the opportunity arose, they would clear the court for one-on-one encounters. As the team's primary cornerstone, Davis played 2 minutes more than Xiao Shen in the first half, achieving an impressive 7 out of 10 shooting, along with 2 successful free throws, accumulating 16 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 block. Xiao Shen demonstrated an impressive performance, making 9 out of 10 shots, accumulating 18 points, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks, 1 assist, and 1 steal by halftime. During their direct confrontations, both players exhibited a fierce exchange, unable to contain each other's offensive prowess. However, after several physical confrontations in the paint, tensions began to rise, and their competitive spirits became increasingly difficult to suppress. In the first half, the clash between the representatives of the old and new eras in the paint concluded without a definitive victor. Nevertheless, their on-court duel captivated countless fans, leaving them exhilarated. Xiao Shenmong and Nong Mei too, each showcasing their unique offensive prowess to the fullest, returned from halftime. In the initial minutes of the second half, the two players remained evenly matched, locked in a fierce contest where neither would yield to the other. However, as fatigue began to set in, their movements became somewhat distorted. Anthony Davis, the first to falter, repeatedly failed to find his mark with mid-range jump shots. In a moment of defense, he was knocked to the ground by Xiao Shen, igniting a surge of fury within him. Chapter 46, a passionate dunk that shatters the backboard. Anthony Davis incessantly complained, but the referee paid him no heed. Enraged, he retaliated when it was the New Orleans Pelicans' turn to attack. With a sharp elbow, he forcefully knocked Dirk Nowitzki aside, charging into the paint and soaring for a single-handed, gliding dunk. How could one tolerate such indignity? Xiao Shen released his defensive player and swiftly charged towards Anthony Davis, leaping high and forcefully plunging his hands downward. Get down. With unrelenting determination, he executed a fervent block, sending both the man and the ball crashing to the ground. Xiao Shen, losing control of his body, landed heavily upon Anthony Davis. Xiao Shen, indifferent, shook his head and expressed his disdain. Anthony Davis, unable to contain his frustration, confronted the situation. Despite the referee's immediate call against Xiao Shen for a foul, he was pulled up by his teammates. In a surge of anger, Anthony Davis charged towards Xiao Shen and forcefully pushed him from behind. Xiao Shen, feeling displeased, immediately turned his head. What do you intend to do? Xiao Shen exerted a tremendous push, sending Anthony Davis, who had just been lifted up, crashing back to the ground once more. The players of the New Orleans Pelicans surged forward, eager to avenge their team's leader. Xiao Shen clenched his fists, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Dirk Nowitzki and Darren Williams positioned themselves before Xiao Shen, while Wesley Matthews stood in the center, alongside the referee, preventing the opposing players from advancing. Anthony Davis seethed with anger. Xiao Shen was equally incensed. He harbored a particular disdain for players who resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics. In the previous match, he had delivered a slam dunk that resulted in Al Jefferson suffering a concussion. Did Anthony Davis wish to experiment with his own limits? Ultimately, the conflict did not escalate into a full-blown altercation. The players from both teams were separated, and Anthony Davis returned to the sidelines, muttering in frustration. Nowitzki remained silent, offering a reassuring pat on Xiao Shen's chest before lightly tapping his own, revealing a bright smile that showcased his pearly whites. Xiao, well done. Fear not, for I am here. Darren Williams, though not particularly loquacious, was equally formidable. Moreover, he was a man of clear principles, characterized by deep loyalty and affection. He, too, had found the previous play intolerable. Had he been in his prime, he would undoubtedly have retaliated with a thunderous dunk over Davis in the next play. Xiao Shen offered a faint smile, expressing gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon him. However, in his heart, he had already etched the name of Anthony Davis. The referee cast a glance at the replay. Xiao Shen committed a foul first, receiving a personal foul and granting Anthony Davis the opportunity for 2 free throws. This was followed by an ensuing conflict. Xiao Shen and Anthony Davis each received a technical foul, and the referee imposed a penalty on both. Following the timeout, the game resumed. Anthony Davis successfully converted both of his free throws. Transitioning to the defensive end, he refrained from actively guarding Xiao Shen, instead signaling for his teammates to take on the responsibility. Anthony Davis was on the lookout for an opportunity, wishing to deliver a similarly brutal and merciless block against Xiao Shen. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Shen was also in pursuit of an opportunity. As the game progressed to 7 minutes and 35 seconds into the third quarter, the moment Xiao Shen had been waiting for finally arrived. Feigning a low-post isolation, he suddenly pivoted to the top of the arc, setting a screen for Darren Williams. The pick-and-roll ensued. As Xiao Shen made a cut towards the basket, he raised his right hand, a gesture that spoke volumes. Understanding the unspoken cue, Darren Williams lofted the ball high into the air. With a rhythmic stride, Xiao Shen charged towards the hoop. Leaping off 1 foot, he soared to his pinnacle, grasping the ball with both hands and stretching his body to its fullest extent, preparing to slam it down with ferocity. But here came the challenge. Anthony Davis swiftly approached Xiao Shen, springing into action, his hands raised high, intent on thwarting Xiao Shen's momentum and bringing him crashing to the ground. Come on, let the battle commence. Xiao Shen gazed at Anthony Davis with palpable excitement, tightening his grip on the ball with renewed vigor. Regardless of who you are, my strength is capable of shattering all barriers. With unwavering determination, Xiao Shen summoned every ounce of his power to activate the colossal slam dunk of the mighty brute. Behold my formidable slam dunk. At that moment, Xiao Shen resembled Darius executing his ultimate move, the Noxian guillotine, soaring through the air like a celestial being descending from the heavens, wielding divine weaponry. Xiao Shen grasped the ball with both hands, akin to wielding the divine axe of creation. With an unstoppable momentum, he descended from above, channeling a terrifying power capable of annihilating all, cleaving towards the hoop. A thunderous roar erupted. Xiao Shen executed an unparalleled slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop, causing the rim to tremble precariously. A resounding crash echoed as Anthony Davis, valiantly attempting to defend, bore an expression of sheer disbelief. The pain etched across his face caused his thick eyebrows to nearly fuse together. His body, utterly uncontrollable, was propelled backward, ultimately crashing hard against the ground with a profound thud. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The emphatic dunk had successfully found its mark. Xiao Shen grasped the rim with both hands, letting out a roar that echoed his inner turmoil. Subsequently, a series of cracking sounds resonated. Cracks began to appear where the rim connected to the backboard, rapidly spreading outward. With a cacophony of sharp snaps, the backboard became adorned with numerous fissures, large and small. Then, one fragment after another plummeted to the ground. Terrified, the player known as Thick Brow, who had been lying on the floor, hurriedly fled the scene with the assistance of his teammates. Xiao Shen's body plummeted swiftly, his right hand still clutching the basket, which bore shards of glass. At the American Airlines Center, a brief silence was shattered as an overwhelming roar erupted, filled with thunderous screams and cheers. Wow! Incredible! So outrageous! Oh no! Unimaginable! With an explosive dunk, Xiao Shen shattered the backboard, leaving the world in awe. In the TNT broadcasting studio, Kenny Smith gasped, clearly taken aback by Xiao Shen's astonishing feat, an unfathomable slam that obliterated the backboard. What terrifying explosiveness! Is he even human? Could he be a monster? The ever-watchful Shaquille O'Neal cast a mischievous glance at Kenny Smith, who, upon regaining his composure, quickly added, only the most elite players could possess such explosive physical talent. It feels like an eternity since I last witnessed someone break a backboard live in the NBA. Was it you the last time, Shaq? A flicker of delight finally graced O'Neal's visage. Indeed, it was I. In the annals of NBA history, only 2 players have ever shattered backboards during games. One was Darryl Dawkins, known as Chocolate Thunder in the 1970s, who famously broke 2 backboards within a month, compelling the NBA to amend its rules to classify intentional backboard shattering as an offensive foul. Dawkins was the first generation of backboard destroyers. Shaquille O'Neal, the second generation, shattered a backboard with a two-handed dunk less than 4 months into his NBA career. Within 10 months, he completely dismantled a rim. However, these events occurred over 2 decades ago, and as O'Neal reflected on them, a brief smile faded from his face. Chapter 47, scoring 36 points, overwhelming the Pelicans. O'Neal reminded, "Let us not forget that I accomplished such feats over 20 years ago. As the years have passed, it seems the only instances of shattered backboards have occurred in NCAA games. Moreover, advancements in technology have enhanced the quality of backboards and rims. Of course, there is also the disparity in our physical statures. It is a chilling thought. Those who understand, understand." In the TNT commentary booth, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, Charles Barkley timidly interjected, "Can I preemptively bow down? I simply cannot bear the sight of Xiao. His posterior is larger than mine. He is more handsome, and he plays better than I do. Damn it. I should never have wagered against you all. Curse it. From now on, do not involve me in any bets regarding Chinese players. I would rather die than play along." Barkley's humorous remarks elicited hearty laughter from O'Neal and Kenny Smith. "Oh, come now. Don't be hasty. The game is not yet over, my friend. You still have a chance." O'Neal hurriedly comforted his old comrade. The equipment maintenance staff rushed onto the court to restore the hoop and clean up the scene. The game between the Dallas Mavericks and the New Orleans Pelicans resumed. However, witnessing Xiao Shen's explosive dunk, the New Orleans Pelicans players, who were trailing in the score, felt utterly demoralized. As the team's leader, Anthony Davis felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Xiao Shen, his heart inexplicably racing. He certainly would not take the initiative to match up against Xiao Shen, whether in offense or defense. With the rim shattered, who would dare to defend against Xiao Shen? When they saw him leap for a thunderous dunk, they not only refrained from defending, but practically wished to hide far away. Merely becoming a backdrop was a minor issue. They feared becoming as fragmented as the shattered backboard, which would be a regrettable loss. That brutal dunk had ignited Xiao Shen's spirit. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would soar up for another ruthless slam. The subsequent game transformed into a personal showcase of Xiao Shen's dunking prowess. Xiao Shen repeatedly executed thunderous dunks beneath the basket, while a visibly apprehensive Anthony Davis consistently failed to convert his shots. The scoring gap between the two teams steadily widened. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Dallas Mavericks had established an 18-point lead. In the final quarter, the New Orleans Pelicans offered only a symbolic resistance, prompting Coach Gentry to withdraw his starters and initiate practice time early. Ultimately, Xiao Shen, who played for 33 minutes, achieved an impressive 17 out of 20 shooting, amassing a game-high 36 points, alongside 8 rebounds, 4 blocks, 3 assists, and 2 steals, leading the Mavericks to a decisive 107-98 victory over the Pelicans. The Pelicans' star player, the league's premier power forward, Anthony Davis, showcased his exceptional shooting touch in the first half, finishing the game with 25 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal on 11 of 22 shooting. In this highly anticipated clash between the old and new titans of the paint, Anthony Davis faced a thorough defeat. Although he was seldom thwarted in his attempts, he too could not contain Xiao Shen. Furthermore, in this match, Xiao Shen took 2 fewer shots than his opponent, yet managed to secure 11 more points. Following the game, in the TNT studio, Shaquille O'Neal offered his insights. There is no doubt regarding Anthony's individual offensive skills and capabilities. When he shoots from the perimeter, few players can contest his attempts. His style aligns well with the current trends in the game, yet I find myself preferring Xiao's approach to basketball. O'Neal continued, expressing that Xiao plays with fervor, passion, and an undeniable impact. In one-on-one situations, there is simply no one capable of restraining Xiao's performance beneath the basket. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, I firmly believe Xiao possesses the talent to deliver the ball to the hoop. Xiao exemplifies the aesthetic of aggressive basketball to its fullest extent. One must ask, who does not admire his thunderous dunks that shatter the backboard? Indeed, with the rise of small ball, most offensive conclusions are concentrated beyond the three-point line, resulting in diminished physicality and a lack of excitement. Xiao Shen's formidable style of play, characterized by his relentless assaults and explosive dunks that reverberate through the rim, truly ignites the passion of fans and commands their admiration. As the game drew to a close, Anthony Davis exited with a palpable sense of defeat, scoring an impressive 36 points, along with a thunderous dunk that shattered the backboard. Xiao Shen undeniably became the focal point for media attention. Upon returning to the locker room, he was greeted by the eagerly awaiting Dallas Mavericks players, who drenched him with ice-cold water and beverages. The refreshing chill exhilarated him. "Xiao, was that thrilling?" they inquired. "Not quite as exhilarating as your dunk, but well done, Xiao." The Mavericks players surged forward, celebrating fervently with Xiao Shen. After much effort, he finally managed to break free from the exuberance of his teammates. Xiao Shen was immediately surrounded by the media reporters who burst into the changing room. It wasn't until Dirk Nowitzki and coach Rick Carlisle came to his rescue that Xiao Shen managed to escape. Meanwhile, the social media platforms and forums dedicated to basketball were ablaze with activity. The game was not yet over. A video compilation featuring Xiao Shen's impressive rebounds was recently promoted by the official NBA account. As the NBA commissioner, Adam Silver's performance in various aspects can only be described as lackluster. However, when it comes to generating buzz and elevating star players, he undoubtedly excels in this regard. His ambition to capitalize on the Chinese market is evident. Xiao Shen undoubtedly serves as the finest stepping stone, with a plethora of resources directed his way. Countless sports media outlets have reported on Xiao Shen, accompanied by exhilarating videos capturing his electrifying dunks. An ever-increasing number of fans are witnessing his highlights, leaving them in awe and astonishment. Is this for real? Can someone truly shatter a backboard? It is simply unbelievable. Even with Anthony Davis in proximity, he manages to demolish the backboard. What a divine spectacle. Such extraordinary physical prowess rivals that of the peak Shaquille O'Neal. That dunk is nothing short of explosive. My goodness. Is there genuinely someone capable of shattering the backboard? Has the third generation of rim destroyers in the NBA emerged? How does he accomplish this? While others like Shaquille O'Neal weigh over 300 pounds, he is a mere 250, yet he can obliterate the rim. The magnitude of his strength is astonishing. Is he even human? It is utterly unfathomable, beyond belief. A thunderous dunk akin to a bolt from the blue, a Chinese marvel shattering the backboard. Xiao, you are the pride of our nation. Following this, numerous sports media outlets inundated the scene with reports on this match, scoring 36 points to the rivals' 25. The clash of old and new era centers saw Xiao Shen emerge victorious. The young talent from Huaxia displayed remarkable skill, astonishing everyone with a jaw-dropping dunk that shattered the backboard. The Chinese storm has once again swept through the NBA as the Chinese dragon awakens, smashing the backboard and achieving a new career high in scoring. How high can this young star soar? Another Chinese player poised to dominate the NBA's paint. Remember his name, Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen once again finds himself at the epicenter of attention in the NBA. After finally resolving all matters, he seeks a tranquil spot to sit quietly and discreetly summon the system. Chapter 48. The Power of Self-Transcendence. Congratulations, host, for achieving an impressive 36 points in this match, setting a new personal record and receiving a reward of 5 points in discretionary ability. Xiao Shen anticipated this reward from the system. After a moment of contemplation, he decides to allocate all 5 points to his physical stamina. With such outstanding performance, he is confident that his playing time will undoubtedly increase. Moreover, Xiao Shen's primary task remains focused on offense, specifically driving the ball into the basket within the 3-second zone. The Dallas Mavericks are eager to cultivate him as a future cornerstone, undoubtedly hoping he will embrace greater responsibilities. Xiao Shen, too, is discontent with the current state of affairs. He does not wish to merely perform a few thunderous dunks, panting heavily in the aftermath, with a stamina level elevated to 70 points. As long as he refrains from recklessly employing his formidable dunks, he can maintain a sufficient level of aggression on the offensive end for a duration of 30 minutes. However, perseverance in physical training remains essential. If all goes according to plan, the system should still hold some surprises in store for him. As Xiao Shen shattered the backboard with a resounding dunk, the system emitted a prompt. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the essence of the reckless warrior. Your strength has ascended to max, granting you the power to transcend your limits. This extraordinary force, in a certain sense, is not merely a skill. It resembles a beneficial buff, yet also embodies a particular mindset. The system elucidates this as follows. Consider Xiao Shen, whose current bench press limit reaches 250 kilograms. If he believes that he is confined to lifting only 250 kilograms, then that will indeed be his limit. However, should he dare to embrace the spirit of the reckless warrior and attempt 260 or even 270 kilograms, his body may, in an instant, unleash astonishing strength, allowing him to surpass his own boundaries. The system does not provide an exact figure for Xiao Shen's current strength limit. It merely hopes that, whether facing one opponent or two, he will trust in his own power to overcome them all. Thus, when Xiao Shen exerts himself to the fullest, he may indeed break through his limits and topple his adversaries. In essence, the mantra is simple: just be reckless. Some might find the notion of transcending one's limits to be a bit mystical. Yet, let it be known that Xiao Shen's strength is unparalleled in the annals of the NBA. No one can rival him. Not even the man who boasts of slaying 20,000 foes. With this reward bestowed upon him, Xiao Shen experiences a moment of clarity. He has unlocked a godly leaping ability currently maximized at this stage. To achieve a leap that transcends his limits, he must execute some truly explosive dunks. Perhaps a slam from the free throw line or a 720-degree spin dunk. Alternatively, he might aspire to touch the rim's edge, a feat spoken of only in legends. While the system does not provide a definitive answer, it imparts a guiding principle: the reckless warrior can be taught. Xiao Shen has elevated his strength to max and has received a reward. Congratulations to the host for enhancing his power to max and for obtaining a reward of 10 points to allocate as he wishes. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shen dedicated all his efforts to enhancing his physical capabilities. With a stamina surpassing 80 points, he could afford to play with greater abandon on the court. Glancing once more at his attributes, he noted: name, Xiao Shen; age, 19; height, barefoot; 208 centimeters; weight, 118 kilograms; wingspan, 228 centimeters; hand length, 26 centimeters; hand width, 29 centimeters; strength, max jumping ability, 95, potential, max, speed, 70, stamina, 80, reaction, 66, close range shooting, 88, mid-range shooting, 63, three-point shooting, 51, free throw, 71, dunking, 95, passing, 68, ball protection, 67, dribbling, 66, stealing, 52, blocking, 55, rebounding, 63. Xiao Shen felt a sense of relief, his mind brimming with new plans. The evening had come to a close, filled with busyness and fulfillment, yielding abundant rewards. Xiao Shen returned to his residence early and lay down to rest. Following the conclusion of the match against the New Orleans Pelicans, the Dallas Mavericks were granted a 3-day respite. They are set to journey to New Orleans on November 11th for a rematch against the Pelicans. Upon awakening, Xiao Shen arrived at the training facility at dawn. His body fully engaged, he attempted the legendary feat of touching the rim of the basketball hoop with a coin, while persistently striving to execute a variety of challenging dunks. Yet, he still did not hear the familiar notification from the system. Xiao Shen had no choice but to concede. Following his own selection, he diligently undertook the training regimen assigned by the system, completing each task one by one. The Dallas Mavericks currently boasted an impressive record of 5 wins and 1 loss, much to the delight of their owner, Mark Cuban, who was present to observe the team's routine practice. Subsequently, he summoned Xiao Shen and Nowitzki over. "Xiao," he exclaimed, "that dunk last night was absolutely explosive. It stirred my blood, and I am confident that your presence will undoubtedly cause ticket prices to soar." Mark Cuban clapped Xiao Shen on the shoulder and added, "From now on, feel free to dunk with all your might. If you break the rim, it's on me." "Boss, are you certain of that?" Xiao Shen jestingly remarked. "I truly mean it." "Haha, it's fine, feel free to dunk." Mark Cuban appeared to ponder for a moment, stating, "There's no need to do that at our home court. It disrupts the flow of the game. When we're away, you can dunk to your heart's content. And I'll cover the expenses." All seemed well, yet Cuban sensed an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. He summoned Xiao Shen, Dirk Nowitzki, and Coach Rick Carlisle to his office. "I've called you here today primarily for one reason. Xiao, your recent performance has been nothing short of exceptional, earning the recognition of our management. You have not disappointed our expectations. Your growth has surpassed what we anticipated." Mark Cuban glanced at Nowitzki and added, "Dirk, you voluntarily offered to mentor him. While this team currently belongs to you, Xiao will be the core of our future, and we will focus on nurturing his talent." Xiao Shen turned his gaze towards Nowitzki, stepping forward to extend a handshake, seamlessly transitioning into a warm embrace. "Thank you, Dirk." Nowitzki gently ruffled Xiao Shen's hair, this time not shying away. "Xiao, although my style of play may not be significantly hindered by age, the decline in my condition is quite evident. I am truly grateful to encounter an exceptional young talent like you in the twilight of my career. Embrace your potential. I will support you wholeheartedly. Together, let us strive to bring another championship trophy to this city. Mark Cuban approached, enveloping his two prized players in an affectionate embrace. Let us go. Let's secure another championship. Coach Rick Carlisle made his presence known, primarily to impart essential insights to Xiao Shen regarding his development as the future cornerstone of the team, as well as the strategic arrangements that would be in place for him within the team's tactical framework. Xiao Shen, having played merely 6 matches, has successfully won over the team's leader, coach, and owner, securing his status as the future cornerstone of the team. A supernova is rising. With systematic support, Xiao Shen is confident that he will soon create miracles in the NBA. In contrast, Anthony Davis, known as the Brow, is experiencing a rather challenging period. Chapter 49, Rematch against the Pelicans. Davis provokes during the away game against the Dallas Mavericks. Anthony Davis initially regarded Xiao Shen with disdain. The physically imposing, athletically gifted interior player felt as if he were facing mere sprouts in a gentle southern breeze, free to bully and trample as he pleased. Little did he anticipate, Xiao Shen possesses extraordinary strength and remarkable leaping ability. Even though he considers himself to be an exceptionally gifted athlete among NBA big men, he still feels a tinge of inferiority. However, after a game concludes, Anthony Davis delivers a typical performance, scoring 25 points. Yet he finds himself repeatedly relegated to the role of a mere backdrop to Xiao Shen's prowess. Xiao Shen shattered the backboard, simultaneously executing an impressive dunk over his opponent. Prior to the match, both players boldly proclaimed that no one could contain them. Whether the Dallas Mavericks successfully defended against Anthony Davis remains a question. However, it is evident that the New Orleans Pelicans were utterly unable to restrain Xiao Shen. Throughout the game, he achieved an astounding 17 out of 20 shooting, scoring a remarkable total of 36 points, which not only led all players in the game but also marked a personal best in his career. Xiao Shen executed thunderous dunks over every player he faced from the New Orleans Pelicans. The team suffered defeat, with Anthony Davis being humiliated and outmatched by Xiao Shen. The fans who fervently supported Davis before the game were quick to denigrate him afterward. Who has managed to contain you? Just look at how Xiao Shen has rendered you ineffective on the court. Despite being hailed as the premier power forward in the NBA, are you jesting? What does it matter if you score a multitude of points? Last year, you merely stumbled into the playoffs, mistakenly believing in your prowess, when in reality, you are nothing more than a stat-padding player. A coward, too timid to confront Xiao Shen head-on, despite your towering stature. A rookie effortlessly dropped 36 points over you. Do you even possess any defensive skills, Anthony Davis? Do you scorn Xiao Shen? Can you truly defend against others? Can you endure the humiliation of being dunked on and having your rebounds shattered? You are a liability, and yet, people expect you to lead the team to victory. As soft as bathroom tissue. What purpose does it serve to float around and shoot from the perimeter? Can you maintain such shooting prowess consistently? Dominating the paint is where it's at. Just observe Xiao Shen's remarkable efficiency. No one has managed to contain you. How amusing. If you possess any capability, prove yourself in the next game and dismantle Xiao Shen. Can you? Criticism, mockery, and vitriol abound. How could Anthony Davis not feel despondent? Donning a mask of pain, he silently vowed that in the next match, returning to his home court, he must deliver a resounding response. He must conquer the Dallas Mavericks. He aims to shed the titles of empty stat padder and worthless softy. It is time for the world to witness the true caliber of the NBA's foremost power forward. Furthermore, Xiao Shen, standing across from him, shattered the backboard with that slam dunk, a point that must be returned. Anthony Davis remained blissfully unaware. Xiao Shen's mindset and capabilities have once again undergone a significant enhancement. Yet, more daunting challenges await him. After a brief respite of 3 days, the Dallas Mavericks and the New Orleans Pelicans are set to face each other for their second showdown, this time taking place at the Smoothie King Center. With the advantage of home court and the fervent support of local fans, Anthony Davis sheds the remnants of his previous lethargy, his eyes glinting with an intense fervor for battle. The Mavericks maintain the same starting lineup as the last game, a configuration that is likely to remain their primary set for the foreseeable future. The New Orleans Pelicans have not made substantial changes to their roster, but they welcome back the all-star caliber starting point guard, Drew Holiday, who has recovered from injury. Over the past 2 seasons, he has been plagued by injuries and has seen a decline in his tactical role within the team, resulting in diminished statistics. Nevertheless, Last season, he still averaged 14. 8 points, 6. 9 assists, 3. 4 rebounds, and 1. 6 steals per game, proving to be one of Anthony Davis's most dependable allies. Compared to their previous encounter, the overall strength of the New Orleans Pelicans has improved, with the advantage of home court. They possess every reason to strive for their first victory of the new season in front of their enthusiastic supporters. Moreover, the Pelicans have thoroughly prepared for this matchup. Xiao Shen won the jump ball. The Dallas Mavericks initiated their first offensive play of the game, while the New Orleans Pelicans immediately adopted a zone defense, relentlessly double-teaming Xiao Shen. Akinza exerted every effort to push Xiao Shen away, with Anthony Davis providing assistance on one side. Jrue Holiday persistently cut towards the basket, while Deron Williams navigated the passing lanes for Xiao Shen. Ultimately, Deron Williams opted for a drive-and-dish strategy, finding Nowitzki. Nowitzki took a step, showcasing his signature one-legged fadeaway. However, the shot was slightly overpowered, causing the ball to bounce off the rim. Akinza held his ground against Xiao Shen, while Anthony Davis secured the rebound, allowing the Pelicans to transition into offense. Anthony Davis moved to the top of the arc to set a screen for Jrue Holiday, executing a pick-and-roll play. Positioned at the left free throw line, he received a return pass from Jrue Holiday and confidently sank a mid-range jumper. Today, Anthony Davis displayed clarity of thought and rationality. He refrained from futilely challenging Xiao Shen in the paint, instead targeting the two weakest defensive points on the Mavericks roster. It was now the Mavericks' turn to attack again. Deron Williams had just passed the ball to Xiao Shen when Jrue Holiday slashed towards the paint, leaving Xiao Shen with no opportunity for a back-to-the-basket play and forcing him to relinquish the ball. Deron Williams then redirected the ball to Nowitzki on the opposite side. Unfortunately, this shot also ricocheted off the rim. The New Orleans Pelicans' defensive strategy proved to be highly effective. Xiao Shen leapt high with tremendous effort, deftly tapping the rebound to the perimeter for Chandler Parsons. The Dallas Mavericks then orchestrated their offensive play, continually seeking to involve Xiao Shen in the interior. Recognizing him as the cornerstone of their future, the Mavericks' tactical approach revolved around Xiao Shen. At last, he secured the ball. Xiao Shen advanced with unwavering determination, dribbling the ball with increasing speed as he made his way toward the penalty area, embodying the essence of transcending his own limits. Xiao Shen pays no heed to a jean saw at all, just a mere glance. Xiao Shen effortlessly breached the defense of Akinza, charging towards the basket, and executed a powerful two-handed dunk, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Such opportunities should not be squandered. The New Orleans Pelicans pressed on with their offense, seeking to exploit the slow-footed Dirk Nowitzki. With a screen and roll, Anthony Davis positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the left side, receiving the ball and swiftly taking a mid-range jumper. It was successful. Such audacity. They only target the weakest defender on the court. If one possesses the prowess, they should challenge me head-on at the basket. Once again, they are testing me, as if they are unaware of my capabilities. The Dallas Mavericks initiated their offense, and Xiao Shen intentionally drifted to the opposite side, receiving a pass from Matthews. He pivoted, assessing the opponent's defense. Anthony Davis was itching to make a move. The moment Xiao Shen made a pass, he would undoubtedly double-team. In this one-on-one situation, while Anthony Davis might find it challenging to handle Xiao Shen alone, he was now openly taunting him in a two-on-one scenario. Come on. If you possess the audacity, rush at me and witness how I bring you down. In Chapter 50, with the odds of 1 against 2, he charged through. With consecutive successful shots, Anthony Davis regained his confidence. He was intent on avenging the humiliation Xiao Shen had inflicted upon him in the previous match. Today, Anthony Davis would demonstrate his utmost shamelessness. A one-on-one confrontation was implausible. In this lifetime, it would be impossible to face him one-on-one at the basket. If one could not contain him, then they would face him together. Anthony Davis did not believe that Xiao Shen could possess such ferocity to take both of them down. In previous matches, Xiao Shen might have hesitated in such situations. Even if he were to confront them directly, if the defense was too fierce, his first instinct would have been to seek an open teammate. But now, the circumstances were entirely different. As the future cornerstone of the Dallas Mavericks, Xiao Shen wields ample authority to unleash his prowess. He is emboldened to act with audacity, and endowed with the strength to surpass his own limits. His mindset has undergone a profound transformation. He has long aspired to emulate Anthony Davis and has even taken the initiative to provoke him. His somewhat excessive demands can only be indulged. What if there are two defenders in the paint? What is there to fear in a 1v2 situation? He simply charges forward. Assessing the distance to the hoop, Xiao Shen retracts his right foot, then explosively propels himself off the ground, accelerating towards the basket. Xiao Shen charged towards the basket, dribbling the ball with determination. Stop him. Anthony Davis merely intended to intimidate Xiao Shen, applying a semblance of psychological pressure while feigning a defensive stance. He never anticipated that Xiao Shen would be so audacious. The two dared to confront him, completely dismissing their presence. As soon as he saw Xiao Shen accelerate, he immediately relinquished his coverage of Nowitzki and lunged towards Xiao Shen. The somewhat clumsy Ajinsha promptly positioned himself in front of Xiao Shen, preparing for a dual block alongside Anthony Davis to thwart Xiao Shen's advance. Anthony Davis was also poised to leap and deliver a formidable rejection to Xiao Shen. However, at this moment, Xiao Shen harbored but a singular thought: to charge forward and flatten everything in his path. As he dribbled the ball, he surged upward like a tank on the offensive. He resembled an indomitable battering ram, forcefully crashing against the seemingly impenetrable defense erected by Anthony Davis and Akincha. Following the thunderous impact of muscle colliding, their defense crumbled in response. Xiao Shen resembled a cannonball, piercing through all barriers. Anthony Davis and Akincha staggered backward, with Davis attempting to leap for a block, his body unsteady. Fortunately, Luke Babbitt grasped his arm, preventing him from tumbling to the ground. Amazing. At the commentary booth, Jeff Van Gundy clutched his head, ultimately raising his hand to shield his eyes, his expression a blend of disbelief and astonishment, clearly shaken. As the former head coach of the Houston Rockets, a team steeped in red memories, Van Gundy possessed a deeper understanding of Yao Ming than many others. In his perspective, Yao belonged to the echelon of elite Chinese athletes. Even under the intense pressure to gain weight, Yao was unable to unleash such astonishing power. Xiao Shen found himself grappling with the sheer madness of the world around him. How could it be? After all, that was A.D. Anthony Davis, alongside Alexis, a duo weighing nearly 230 kilograms. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao managed to shove both of them aside, causing A.D. to stagger precariously, nearly losing his balance. Jeff Van Gundy shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Unbelievable." He was utterly astounded. Yao was the most formidable big man I had ever witnessed, representing his country as its strongest center. In a one-on-one scenario, Yao could overpower his opponent. However, to see Xiao confront two interior players head-on and successfully displace them was enough to make me question the reliability of my own vision. The two interior players from the New Orleans Pelicans were equally incredulous, particularly Anthony Davis, who brimmed with confidence, believing that their combined efforts would undoubtedly thwart Xiao Shen. Little did they anticipate what was to unfold. Xiao Shen swiftly maneuvered past the defensive barrier of the two players, executing a powerful dunk that reverberated through the rim, causing it to tremble precariously. This spectacle left the Dallas Mavericks players momentarily stunned. Justin Anderson gaped in astonishment, while Jeremy Evans ceased to wave his towel. Coach Rick Carlisle, resting his chin on his hand, pondered in silence, lost in thought. The fans and admirers of Xiao Shen, through the lens of the broadcast, could only express their sentiments with a single phrase: pure exhilaration. Many ecstatic supporters promptly took to the comments section to convey their overwhelming excitement. Thrilling, absolutely thrilling. It is simply delightful to witness Xiao Shen on the court. Regardless of the number of defenders, they shall all be swept aside. None shall impede my path. Roar. Magnificent. Truly magnificent, this play from Xiao Shen carries a hint of the legendary Xiang Yu, the NBA's premier power forward. Just provide him with a teammate, and watch how effortlessly he clears the way. It's laughable. Is it truly impressive to see Big Ben flip the shark with one hand? What about Xiao Shen single-handedly fending off two defenders? Who dares to challenge the might of Xiao Shen? There is nothing that cannot be conquered by him, whether faced with one defender or two. If one attempt fails, he shall simply try again. How exhilarating. Please accept my admiration, Xiao Shen. With a decisive move, Xiao Shen stunned the audience at the Ice Smoothie King Center, rendering the home fans' jeers abruptly silent. They could not help but shift their focus to Xiao Shen, who donned the number 10 jersey of the Dallas Mavericks. How could this be? Both players had been knocked aside. Who was that yellow-skinned athlete? Yao. Hadn't he retired? The force of the impact was terrifying, simply outrageous. AD appeared somewhat fragile, easily pushed aside. I heard that recently in the NBA, there emerged a player known for his aggressive style. Could he be the Mavericks number 10? As the spectators continued to murmur amongst themselves, the game resumed. However, the players of the New Orleans Pelicans seemed to be psychologically unraveling, particularly Anthony Davis. When it was the Pelicans' turn to attack, he failed to convert a prime open shot into points. Xiao Shen, however, grew increasingly valiant in battle. He gradually discerned the profound truth behind transcending one's own limits. Regardless of how many of you come at me, I shall charge forth with reckless abandon. The remaining players of the Dallas Mavericks cooperated splendidly, consistently seeking opportunities to deliver the ball to Xiao Shen, who was positioned in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, he launched himself into the fray without hesitation. Xiao Shen, in a relentless barrage of 5 consecutive offensive plays, forcefully drove the ball into the hoop, simultaneously drawing 2 fouls from the opposing team. Within mere minutes, he amassed an impressive total of 11 points through a combination of aggressive drives and free throws. Coach Alvin Gentry was left with no choice but to call for a timeout. The New Orleans Pelicans swiftly altered their strategy, adjusting the passing lanes directed towards Xiao Shen. Henceforth, once the ball reached Xiao Shen's hands, they resorted to a frenzied double team, preemptively crowding him and denying him any opportunity to initiate his play. Xiao Shen finds it difficult to rise. His threats have diminished significantly. However, completely restraining Xiao Shen proves to be an impossible feat. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Shen demonstrates his role as the tactical linchpin of the team, embodying another significant function. In Chapter 51, a thunderous dunk infused with fury unfolds, showcasing the Dallas Mavericks' interior anchor. More seasoned fans may often hear veteran commentators, such as the esteemed Zhang Li, frequently employ the term N0UT. In essence, it signifies penetration and execution. When perimeter teammates pass the ball to Xiao Shen in the paint, they compel the opposing defense to contract and double team, thereby creating opportunities for outside shooters before distributing the ball outward. Likewise, as perimeter players continually find their rhythm through open shots, they force the defenders to extend outward, leading to another term, 0UTN. In this manner, the integration of the team's interior and exterior play ensures that the focus does not solely rest upon Xiao Shen alone in the paint. Rather, all players actively engage in the offense, fostering a strong sense of involvement among the entire team. Xiao Shen, having positioned himself low to receive the ball, found himself double-teamed by Anthony Davis. In response, he deftly passed the ball to the perimeter where Nowitzki awaited. Though Nowitzki might miss 1 or 2 open opportunities, he is not one to falter indefinitely. The seasoned veteran's mid-range and long-range shooting has consistently demonstrated remarkable stability. Xiao Shen repeatedly assisted by feeding the ball, helping Nowitzki rediscover his shooting touch as he consistently sank mid-range and long-range shots. This scene brought great satisfaction to coach Rick Carlisle, who observed from the sidelines. Had Xiao Shen merely relied on brute strength beneath the basket without effectively orchestrating the play, it would have been perfectly acceptable for him to serve as a starting center. However, the current version of him is wholeheartedly willing to center tactical arrangements around Xiao Shen, even contemplating the idea of building the team around him. A star surrounded by 4 others? It seems a feasible notion. It is not the reckless player that one fears, but rather the reckless player endowed with basketball intelligence. Take the current top center in the Western Conference of the NBA, who exhibits similar tenacity in the paint but often loses composure, resulting in his status as merely an all-star rather than a true superstar. In the midst of chaos, there exists clarity. This has led to a somewhat compromised defensive strategy for the New Orleans Pelicans. As the primary offensive linchpin of the team, Anthony Davis finds himself overwhelmed. Should Anthony Davis fail to provide assistance in defense, he can be easily overrun in a 1-on-2 scenario, rendering their defense ineffective in 1-on-1 situations. Xiao Shen remained composed and did not act recklessly. Coach Alvin Gentry was in a state of utter exasperation, having tried several interior players in succession. Yet none could contain Xiao Shen's formidable performance. Whether it was Omer Asik, Alonzo G., or the starting duo of Akingza and Anthony Davis, none could thwart Xiao Shen's relentless offensive onslaught. On the defensive end, Anthony Davis appeared to be toiling under the pressure, almost as if he were being toyed with by Xiao Shen. The immense physical exertion took its toll, causing a significant drop in Davis's shooting accuracy, leading to repeated misses. The Dallas Mavericks, excelling both inside and outside, gradually extended their lead. As the first half concluded, the visiting Mavericks held a 58-45 advantage, establishing a 13-point lead. Xiao Shen exhibited astonishing efficiency. In the first half of the game, he made 11 of 12 attempts, missing only 1 shot, and achieved the highest score of the half with 24 points, while also delivering 4 assists, along with 5 rebounds and 1 block. Xiao Shen exhibited an unstoppable force. Based on his performance in the first half, it is highly likely that he will set a new scoring record in today's match. As Xiao Shen's interior partner, Nowitzki missed his initial 2 attempts but subsequently found his rhythm, finishing the half with 6 successful shots out of 8 attempts, accumulating 13 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. In contrast, Anthony Davis, who faced off against Nowitzki, managed only 5 successful shots out of 10 attempts, garnering a mere 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist. Not only was he ruthlessly dominated by Xiao Shen, but Nowitzki, who was previously subdued by him, outperformed Davis on the offensive end in this game. Anthony Davis was clearly struggling to cope. Upon returning from halftime, he attempted to assert himself, driving past Nowitzki for a 3-step layup, only to be thwarted by Xiao Shen, who swatted his shot away with a powerful hand. The Dallas Mavericks offense continued. In the left corner of the court, Xiao Shen, with his back to Ajinça, received a pass from his teammate. He deliberately paused for a moment. Noticing Anthony Davis attempting to provide assistance, Xiao Shen feigned a pass to Nowitzki, displaying confidence. He executed a deceptive maneuver to mislead Anthony Davis, who had just begun to shift towards Nowitzki's location. Xiao Shen immediately pivoted after releasing the ball. He took a step, fending off Ajinça, and with a powerful leap, executed a 2-handed dunk, effortlessly securing 2 points. Damn it! The anger that Anthony Davis had painstakingly subdued surged once more. Xiao Shen, however, was on the court, playing with remarkable prowess. As the game progressed to 3 minutes and 2 seconds into the third quarter, the Dallas Mavericks initiated their offense. Xiao Shen suddenly moved to the perimeter, seeking out Deron Williams to execute a pick-and-roll maneuver, deftly evading the defense of Ajinça. Xiao Shen made a swift cut towards the basket, while Deron Williams lofted the ball into the air. Their intentions were unmistakable. They aimed to execute a spectacular alley-oop dunk. However, Anthony Davis could no longer tolerate this display. In your territory, one may be audacious, but can you truly wreak havoc in your opponent's domain? Anthony Davis, moving swiftly, sought to thwart Xiao Shen's dunk. Though he managed to touch the ball, it was to no avail. Xiao Shen's strength, explosive power, and impact are exceedingly formidable. Xiao Shen forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, sending Anthony Davis sprawling to the ground. Once again, Anthony Davis found himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop to Xiao Shen's prowess. His emotions began to spiral out of control. In the midst of the New Orleans Pelicans offense, Anthony Davis, silent yet determined, frequently called for the ball. Upon receiving it, he deftly maneuvered to shake off Nowitzki's grasp, dribbling with increasing speed to evade the defense. With 3 explosive strides, he caught sight of Xiao Shen approaching to assist. Undeterred, Anthony Davis leapt high in the air, aiming for a thunderous dunk over Xiao Shen. Alas, he lacked the requisite strength to execute such a feat. Xiao Shen, the last bastion of defense for the Dallas Mavericks, stood before Anthony Davis like a formidable deity of war, exuding an aura of invincibility. Davis found himself unable to breach the impenetrable barrier formed by Xiao Shen's outstretched fingers. In a desperate attempt, he hurled the ball toward the hoop, yet it failed to find its mark. As the two engaged in aerial confrontation, the assertive Davis, intent on executing a dunk, was forced to retreat several steps, appearing quite disheveled in the process. Xiao Shen remained utterly unmoved. Anthony Davis glared at Xiao Shen, visibly irate. Unyielding was he? Xiao Shen provocatively challenged, "If you are unconvinced, come again. Each time you do, I shall subdue you." Anthony Davis remained silent. The possession belonged to the Dallas Mavericks. As Xiao Shen descended to a lower position, Anthony Davis exhibited no intention of providing assistance on defense. However, he remained vigilant, closely observing Xiao Shen. Upon witnessing Xiao Shen with his back turned, encroaching upon the 3-second zone and preparing to pivot for a drive to the basket, Davis leapt, intent on thwarting the shot as he lunged fiercely towards Xiao Shen. This moment was pivotal. He charged directly at Xiao Shen, in tandem with Ajinça. Despite the cost of a foul, Anthony Davis ultimately managed to force Xiao Shen to the ground. In that moment, Davis finally released a pent-up frustration. Unbeknownst to him, his actions only served to further incite Xiao Shen, culminating in a spectacular dunk fueled by rage. Chapter 52, The True Rim Destroyer, Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen did not succumb to fury following Anthony Davis's malicious foul. Unlike in his previous match, where he exhibited exceedingly reprehensible retaliatory behavior, he remained remarkably composed. He even managed to dissuade his allies, such as Nowitzki, who were eager to defend him vocally. On the basketball court, one must let the ball do the talking. Engaging in brawls is futile. Anthony Davis, without even possessing the ball, cannot blame Xiao Shen for his merciless actions. The game progresses. Xiao Shen approached the free throw line, somewhat affected by the circumstances. Out of 2 attempts, he only succeeded in making 1. The New Orleans Pelicans launched their offensive, and upon seeing the fierce glint in Xiao Shen's eyes, they sensed his unwavering determination. Anthony Davis dared not venture towards the basket. For a player of his caliber, relying solely on outside shots poses little threat, especially when he lacks rhythm. With remarkable athleticism and swift footwork, if he could drive into the paint, most players would struggle to keep pace. This would either result in a personal foul against him or a defensive player committing a foul. Otherwise, Anthony Davis could effortlessly send the ball through the hoop. Perhaps feeling a twinge of insecurity, he attempted a step-back mid-range jumper, which once again slipped off the rim. Xiao Shen secured the rebound under the basket. Unfortunately, during this offensive possession for the Dallas Mavericks, he failed to find a favorable opportunity. The opposing players converged tightly towards the paint, leaving Xiao Shen with little chance to connect with Deron Williams for an alley-oop dunk. Deron, unable to create a better play for Xiao Shen's descent, opted to pass to the perimeter where Dirk Nowitzki awaited. Nowitzki, in exceptional form, received the ball and executed his signature one-leg jumper from mid-range, sinking it effortlessly. Although this possession did not yield an ideal opportunity, the recent malicious foul by Anthony Davis lingered in the atmosphere. Xiao Shen must reclaim what is rightfully his. In his realm, the notion of a gentleman waiting a decade for revenge is utterly foreign. As the competition reached the third quarter with 6 minutes and 36 seconds remaining, Xiao Shen finally seized the opportune moment. Newly substituted, Omer Asik appeared somewhat disoriented. Xiao Shen moved to provide cover, following the change in defense. Space emerged beneath the basket. Xiao Shen surged forward with unwavering determination. Deron Williams, in perfect synchrony, lofted the ball high towards him. Drew Holiday, eager to take a gamble, leapt in an attempt to intercept the alley-oop pass intended for Xiao Shen. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. Beneath the basket, Anthony Davis swiftly moved to provide support. Excellent. The moment had arrived. With a powerful push from his legs, Xiao Shen soared into the air like a rocket, his hands reaching for the ball. Xiao Shen hesitated not for a moment. He actively activated the skill of the colossal power slam. Come forth. All his strength coalesced in the hands that gripped the ball. His mind was solely focused on the hoop, consumed by the singular desire to overpower Anthony Davis and send him sprawling to the ground. Xiao Shen's strength increased by several degrees. While he may not master the techniques of a descending palm, he certainly excels in the art of a skyward dunk. Xiao Shen charged towards Anthony Davis like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The ball in his grasp resembled an extraordinary sword, capable of cleaving through all obstacles and obliterating everything in its path. It struck towards the hoop with tremendous force. Bang! Anthony Davis, the unfortunate target, was struck as if by a cannonball, hurtling backward out of bounds. Stumbling and staggering, he retreated repeatedly until he collided with a cameraman on the sidelines, sending the man crashing heavily to the ground. Then, another resounding noise erupted. Boom! With an indomitable slam, Xiao Shen struck the rim, causing it to resonate with a deep thrum. Following this, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Accompanied by the creaking and cracking sounds, the rim, already battered by Xiao Shen's powerful dunk, began to tremble precariously before finally succumbing to the burden, gradually descending. As the backboard detached from the hoop, the entire structure disintegrated, collapsing into a chaotic heap on the ground. Unbelievable. The commentator, Jeff Van Gundy, sprang from his seat, tearing the earpiece from his ear in his fervor. Overcome with emotion and losing his composure, he flailed his arms wildly in the air, his mouth moving as if to articulate something, yet words eluded him. After a prolonged moment of excitement, Jeff Van Gundy finally exclaimed, "An incredible dunk. Xiao has truly shattered the rim. What the legendary Shaquille O'Neal once accomplished, Xiao has replicated in an even less time." Ladies and gentlemen, you are not mistaken. Just moments ago, Xiao destroyed the hoop. The spectators were instantly stirred, gasping in astonishment at Xiao Shen's remarkable feat. Players and coaches from both teams exchanged incredulous glances. The Dallas Mavericks players, once they regained their composure, erupted into jubilant celebration, placing their hands over their hearts, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank goodness. Xiao is his own teammate. Lying on the ground, Anthony Davis, who witnessed the entire incident, felt a subtle ache in his chest, his face displaying a look of astonishment. Xiao Shen is truly terrifying. In the previous match, I provoked him, and in a fit of rage, he shattered the backboard. Once again in this game, I have incited his wrath. Then, Xiao Shen's fervor escalated to an astonishing degree. He utterly obliterated the hoop, an act of sheer ferocity. Such terror. It was best to avoid provoking him. Anthony Davis, assisted by his teammates, hurriedly retreated to the bench, utterly flustered and embarrassed. At that moment, countless fans and viewers, witnessing this spectacle through television broadcasts, erupted in fervor. Such horror. Xiao had completely dismantled the hoop. It was beyond comprehension. My heavens! To shatter the very structure of the hoop, what immense power must one possess? W0C. He annihilated the rim with such ferocity, it was utterly astonishing. This is Xiao Shen, the most reckless player in the NBA. Last game, he shattered the backboard. This game, he obliterated the hoop itself. W0W. So insane. Such divine prowess. What a monster. The hoop lies in ruins. Who could possibly impede Xiao Shen? The true hoop destroyer, Xiao Shen. While others like Shaquille O'Neal took months to achieve such feats, Xiao has accomplished this in merely 7 games, achieving the title of the NBA's foremost hoop destroyer, without doubt. The relentless waves of the Yangtze River push forward, while the previous waves perish on the shore. As the third generation of hoop destroyers, Xiao Shen surpasses his predecessors in sheer terror, his hoop destruction capabilities at maximum. Meanwhile, in his luxurious Dallas mansion, Mark Cuban watched the game with a bittersweet smile, a blend of happiness and resignation. Xiao, although I promised to cover the cost of the damaged hoop, your actions are rather ruthless. Averaging a slam over one opponent seems insufficient. Do you intend to shatter a hoop with each game? Chapter 53, scoring 41 points in a single match, triumphing over the Pelicans. Mark Cuban could not help but let out a deep sigh. Xiao, what you are destroying is not merely a hoop, but the greenbacks of American currency. It's all about the money. If the NBA deems Xiao's actions as malicious destruction of the hoop, the fines combined with the cost of the hoop could easily amount to tens of thousands of dollars. Damn it. I am still too young. Why did I utter such words? I felt compelled to encourage him to damage the opponent's hoops on their home turf. And now, look where we are. Xiao Shen turned and shattered the opponent's basketball hoop. This cannot stand. Upon his return from the away game, a serious conversation is warranted. Money cannot be squandered so frivolously. It's no wonder he felt a chill down his spine that day. Yet, did those few tens of thousands of dollars spent bring him satisfaction? It seems quite worthwhile. Observing Xiao Shen, now the center of attention, Mark Cuban's smile widened. At the Smoothie King Center, staff busily repaired the damaged hoop. Spectators on the sidelines eagerly discussed Xiao Shen's explosive dunk, fueled by anger, that had destroyed the rim. Players from both teams whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at Xiao Shen or Anthony Davis, both of whom had left the audience in awe. Currently, all eyes were on Xiao Shen, who leisurely sipped from a bottle of Gatorade, appearing utterly unperturbed, as if shattering the hoop were an everyday occurrence. Sitting beside him, Dirk Nowitzki, a veteran of the NBA for over a decade, suddenly realized he had never encountered a player as explosively terrifying as Xiao Shen. On the court, he exhibited the fervor and passion typical of youth, occasionally losing himself in the moment. Yet, he possessed an extraordinary composure that distinguished him from the rest. Xiao Shen's development has surpassed Nowitzki's expectations. He now perceives that relinquishing his position as the team's core was a sagacious decision. In the twilight of his career, the aspiration to secure another championship title has become a firm prospect. After the diligent efforts of the sideline staff, the basketball hoop has finally been repaired half an hour later. The game resumes. Xiao Shen believed that his decisive move would shatter the resolve of the New Orleans Pelicans players, yet he was taken aback by their remarkable fighting spirit. Despite their valiant efforts, they found themselves unable to effectively counter his relentless offense. Drew Holiday and Eric Gordon stepped up, consistently sinking three-pointers from beyond the arc, keeping the score tightly contested. As both teams rotated their lineups, the performance of the New Orleans Pelicans bench players was nothing short of impressive. In particular, Tony Douglas, who came off the bench, suddenly erupted towards the end of the third quarter, hitting 4 consecutive three-pointers and amassing 12 points in that single period. Inspired by his prowess, the team's backup power forward, Ryan Anderson, showcased his skills as a sharpshooter, frequently finding success with both mid-range and long-distance shots. Ismail Smith and Alonzo G also delivered commendable performances. In stark contrast, the Dallas Mavericks bench players seemed as though they were rendered ineffective, akin to a broken rim. Neither J. Beria nor Devin Harris could mount a formidable response, merely watching as the New Orleans Pelicans gradually narrowed the point gap. In the final quarter, Coach Rick Carlisle was compelled to reinstate his starting lineup prematurely. Upon returning to the court, the Dallas Mavericks initiated their first offensive play. Xiao Shen positioned himself within the 3-second zone, as Darren Williams expertly delivered a pass that soared through the air. With an impressive leap, Xiao Shen seized the ball, pivoted with grace, and effortlessly brushed aside the defense. He executed a powerful two-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. The defending Alonzo G offered little resistance. Even conceding space, the team's offense began to show signs of improvement. Alvin Gentry, seizing the moment, decided to take a calculated risk, directing all his focus and energy towards the offensive play. Xiao Shen boldly charges towards the basket, effortlessly securing 2 points with a well-executed layup. Meanwhile, I managed to sink a three-pointer, narrowing the gap by 1 point. Tony Douglas has truly been remarkable today. Turning back, he launches a running three-pointer, and it's in. They cannot guarantee that every three-point attempt will find its mark, yet Xiao Shen consistently converts the majority of his shots beneath the rim into points. With a deceptive feint, he suddenly pivots and drives downwards. Observing the pass soaring towards the basket, Xiao Shen leaps high, executing a powerful two-handed slam dunk, effortlessly adding 2 more points to the scoreboard. In this possession, the New Orleans Pelicans' three-point strategy proves effective once again. Fueled by zeal, Tony Douglas, facing tight defense, executes a drifting three-pointer, and it finds its way in once more. However, as the Dallas Mavericks take their turn on offense, Xiao Shen, the determined player, backs down his opponent, charging towards the basket. Confronted by 2 defenders, he spins and breaks free, unleashing a thunderous dunk for another 2 points. This time, Tony Douglas falters, as his three-point attempt bounces off the rim. Xiao Shen skillfully secured the rebound. The Dallas Mavericks swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, with Xiao Shen sprinting forward. He received a pass from a teammate and executed a breathtaking one-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop while drawing a foul from Alonzo G. The New Orleans Pelicans were compelled to call a timeout. Upon returning from the break, the adjusted Pelicans managed to sink a three-pointer, keeping the score tight. Yet, Xiao Shen remained relentless. Darren Williams' mid-range jump shot missed its mark. Timing his steps perfectly, Xiao Shen leapt high over Akinza, delivering a ferocious putback dunk that emphatically smashed the ball into the basket. Xiao Shen was unstoppable, effortlessly driving the ball into the hoop. There was a palpable fear that he might unleash yet another ferocious dunk. Anthony Davis chose to steer clear. Under Xiao Shen's leadership, the Dallas Mavericks maintained a commanding lead. The players of the New Orleans Pelicans began to falter beyond the three-point line, missing shot after shot. The Mavericks secured the rebounds, allowing Xiao Shen to continue his relentless assault beneath the basket, further extending the score differential. The Pelicans endeavored to mount a resistance, yet they could no longer find their rhythm, helplessly watching the gap widen. With just 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining, the Mavericks held a 15-point advantage, prompting the Pelicans to bench their star players. The Mavericks likewise substituted Xiao Shen and other key players. Ultimately, the Dallas Mavericks triumphed on the road with a score of 120-105, achieving a sweep over their opponents in this second contest. Anthony Davis, the core of the New Orleans Pelicans, undoubtedly bore the brunt of the blame, playing 37 minutes, making 8 of 22 attempts, and finishing with 17 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Off the bench, Ryan Anderson scored 25 points on 10 of 16 shooting, while Tony Douglas contributed 20 points with 6 of 9 from beyond the arc. Yet, their efforts proved insufficient to alter the team's fate. In this match, the core player Xiao Shen once again erupted, playing 36 minutes, achieving an astounding 18 of 20 shooting, 5 of 6 from the free throw line, amassing 41 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals. Xiao Shen undoubtedly stands as the paramount contributor to the team's remarkable double victory over the Pelicans. In both encounters, his performance was nothing short of spectacular, his statistics overwhelmingly eclipsing those of the NBA's current premier power forward, Anthony Davis. In one match, he shattered the rim right before Davis's eyes. In another, he rendered the backboard inoperable. Scoring over 40 points in a single game, Xiao Shen achieved a new personal record. The system has bestowed upon him a significant reward. Chapter 54. The Invincible Barbarians charge congratulations to the host for achieving a new scoring milestone. With a career-first single-game score exceeding 40 points, earning an allocation of 10 points in freely distributable ability. Regular rewards. Xiao Shen had long anticipated this, so there was little surprise. However, the ability to allocate 10 points as he pleased was, at this stage, an exceptionally rare gift for him. With his physical prowess elevated to 80 points, Xiao Shen felt it was more than sufficient. Yet, as the linchpin of the team, he played for 36 minutes, relentlessly scoring 41 points, despite opting for a single, forceful slam dunk. Upon returning to the locker room, Xiao Shen still felt a degree of fatigue. Since the players were willing to cultivate him as their core, he too was prepared to embrace the role of the team's nucleus. He understood that he must shoulder the significant responsibilities on both offensive and defensive fronts. Xiao Shen cannot solely focus on offense, displaying recklessness only during attacks. He must also attend to the defensive aspect. Xiao Shen must also be tenacious, as long as it pertains to defensive rebounds. Every single one must be fiercely contested and secured. When it comes to offensive rebounds, any opportunity to seize them should be resolutely embraced without hesitation. Xiao Shen certainly cannot allow his esteemed brother, Nowitzki, a seasoned veteran at the age of 37, to charge into the paint and engage in a physical tussle with the opposing team in order to secure the rebound. Can he? Furthermore, Xiao Shen must become the cornerstone of the Dallas Mavericks, the final bastion within the paint, embodying the most steadfast and reliable defensive stronghold. Should any adversary dare to penetrate the lane, he will unceremoniously send them sprawling to the ground, thwarting their attempts at shooting with sheer force. His defensive domain must transform into an impenetrable zone for the opposing players. Xiao Shen must establish complete dominance in the paint. Only then can his teammates confidently and boldly extend their defensive efforts beyond the three-point line, denying the opponents any easy opportunities to score from long range. Today, the New Orleans Pelicans nearly turned the game around thanks to their three-point shooting. Thus, Xiao Shen instructed his teammates to rush out, while he remained steadfast in guarding the basket alone. As long as the opposing team failed to make their three-point shots, Xiao Shen relentlessly drove the ball into the hoop, one after another. Ultimately, the victory in the match belonged undeniably to the Dallas Mavericks. If both offensive and defensive strategies aim to overpower the opponent, Xiao Shen must possess sufficient stamina to sustain such efforts. Offense is not the most taxing aspect of a basketball game. It is defense that demands the greater exertion. However, enhancing his stamina rapidly poses a significant challenge for Xiao Shen. The training provided by the system may not yield even a slight improvement after an entire round. This is because the breakthrough in stamina is far more intricate and arduous than the enhancement of other skills. Xiao Shen must first exhaust his physical stamina, pushing beyond his limits time and again to achieve growth. With 10 points of freely allocable ability values, Xiao Shen hesitated not for a moment. Allocating every single point to his physical stamina, he resolutely elevated it to 90 points. For the foreseeable future, he need not concern himself with any issues regarding his stamina. Upon reaching this milestone, the system promptly bestowed upon him a remarkable gift. The host, having utilized his freely allocated ability points to enhance his stamina to 90 points, successfully unlocked a divine-level stamina talent. Xiao Shen had already felt a surge of confidence at achieving this level of stamina. Now, with the unlocking of the divine-level talent, he was assured that stamina would not pose a significant challenge. However, even with the divine-level stamina talent activated and his physical stamina raised to 90 points, Xiao Shen remained uncertain about his ability to reach the current maximum stamina threshold. Waves of surprises continued to wash over him. Xiao Shen was immensely delighted. Indeed, the reward bestowed upon him by the system brought him the greatest satisfaction, particularly the following accolade. Due to the host's recent exemplary performance, showcasing the prowess of a formidable player, he achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 40 points in a single game within a remarkably brief period, thus earning the coveted SSS-level skill, Invincible Berserker Charge. In the annals of NBA history, there is no definitive record of any player who, after entering the league, managed to score 40 points in such a short time frame. However, there is a documented account of the youngest player to reach the 50-point milestone. On November 16, 2009, Brandon Jennings, selected 10th overall by the Milwaukee Bucks in that year's draft, faced off against the Golden State Warriors. He achieved an astounding 55 points, along with 5 rebounds and 5 assists, shooting 21 of 34 from the field, 7 of 8 from beyond the arc, and 6 of 8 from the free throw line, thereby earning the title of the youngest 50-point scorer in NBA history. Undoubtedly, Xiao Shen is destined to become the possessor of this record, as he has acquired the formidable skill known as the invincible barbarian charge. This skill, emblematic of an unparalleled brute force, is classified as SSS grade. Upon activation, the invincible barbarian charge enhances the host's impact power by 60, explosive strength by 50, and resistance by 50. It renders them impervious to physical confrontations, with a certain probability of ruthlessly overpowering any defensive players in their path. When activated, it guarantees the ability to bulldoze through all defenders standing before them. However, it demands considerable stamina, hence, caution is advised. The more defenders obstructing the way, the greater the energy expenditure required. It is undeniably aggressive and violent in nature. Xiao Shen harbored an immense admiration. However, the barbarian king could manage to withstand for 5 seconds, while my skill permits only a fleeting second, merely a momentary strike. The system, exasperated, remarked, "In that solitary second, with that singular strike, you can penetrate everything. Grant you 5 seconds, and who knows what calamity might ensue." Equipped with the invincible barbarian king's charge, Xiao Shen's confidence soared. In the past, possessing the unparalleled skills of a reckless bruiser, he often found himself retreating, forced to reverse course. When executing a back-to-the-basket move, he had to remain vigilant against the opposing small forward's attempts to steal the ball. He vividly recalled the match against the Los Angeles Clippers, where Chris Paul thwarted his prime opportunities to execute his back-to-the-basket plays on several occasions. Now, armed with the invincible barbarian king's charge, Xiao Shen could finally initiate his assaults from the front. While the thrill of a rear attack was exhilarating, Xiao Shen preferred a frontal confrontation. A man must confront challenges head-on. I, Xiao Shen, the NBA's ultimate bruiser, shall obliterate everything in my path, demolishing every obstacle that stands before me. At this moment, Xiao Shen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Anthony Davis and the New Orleans Pelicans, for they had bestowed upon him such an unexpected reward from the system. He could hardly restrain himself from embracing Anthony Davis and planting a kiss upon his forehead. His strength had been notably enhanced once more. Returning to his home court, Xiao Shen was determined to settle scores with the Los Angeles Clippers. Having suffered their first defeat of the season at the hands of the Clippers, he was resolute in leading the Dallas Mavericks to avenge this humiliation. Furthermore, it was only natural that the Clippers' formidable duo, DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin, would harbor resentment and dissatisfaction. The unresolved animosity from their previous encounter would certainly demand retribution in the next match. Little did Griffin and Jordan anticipate that Xiao Shen had prepared an ultimate move for them. After completing the second game against the New Orleans Pelicans, Xiao Shen opted not to engage in extra practice. For the very next day, they would face the Los Angeles Clippers once more in a back-to-back matchup. The entire Dallas Mavericks team hurriedly returned to Dallas overnight. Xiao Shen needs to conserve his energy and prepare vigorously for tomorrow's competition. Early in the morning, Xiao Shen was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of the phone, only to discover that it was a call from across the ocean. "Xu Jing, what prompts you to call me?" he inquired. As soon as Xiao Shen answered the call, he was met with the furious outburst of Wei Shujing. "Deep brother, I called you numerous times yesterday and sent you countless messages, yet you failed to respond. You've been acting rather aloof lately, haven't you? Just because you've played a few good games and gained some fame, you no longer acknowledge your good brother?" Chapter 55, The Distant Cousin. Battling the Clippers with 59 seconds left on the clock, Xiao Shen ended the call and dialed back. "It's the middle of the night, but I'm giving you the chance to continue your tirade. Now that I have money, feel free to say whatever you wish. You can rant for as long as you like." Wei Shujing continued her playful complaints, interspersed with anecdotes of family matters, her words brimming with pride in being a friend of Xiao Shen. At the opportune moment, a few flattering remarks from Xiao Shen left Wei Shujing somewhat oblivious to her surroundings. "Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss with me over the phone today?" As the timing seemed just right, Xiao Shen hurriedly brought Wei Shujing back to the present. Well, the matter is, it's just..." Wei Shujing stammered. Xiao Shen promptly interjected, "Speak your mind, release your thoughts. As long as your requests are reasonable, I shall acquiesce. However, if you continue to dawdle, I will terminate this call, for I must hasten to my training." "Indeed, Brother Shen," Wei Shujing remarked with a smile. "No wonder you, Brother Shen, have made a name for yourself in the NBA. Just last match, you scored over 40 points, and now you rise early for training. Are you perhaps aspiring to emulate a certain gentleman who awakens at 4 in the morning to admire the scenery of Los Angeles? You have less than 20 seconds remaining." Wait, wait. Wei Shujing exclaimed anxiously. Here's the situation, Brother Shen. I have a distant cousin interning at Penguin Sports. She wishes to invite you for an exclusive interview. You know how beneficial that would be for her full-time prospects. She has approached me several times, and while I hesitated to provide her with your number, I wanted to seek your opinion first. Is your distant cousin attractive? Wei Shujing replied confidently. I cannot guarantee other qualities, but in terms of appearance, my distant cousin is truly exceptional. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, simply remarkable, Brother Shen. I must tell you, does she wear black stockings? Xiao Shen's sudden remark left Wei Shujing momentarily taken aback. I was merely joking. You may give her a call. If I find the time, I shall consider it. I must go practice now. Feel free to message me, and I shall respond when I see it. Do try to get to bed early, lest you wear away those few pitiable strands of hair. He hung up the phone. Xiao Shen, clutching a basketball, made his way to the training facility. What drives so many, particularly the young men of America, to aspire to the NBA? It is the allure of fame and fortune. Success in the NBA promises not only financial rewards, but also a lifestyle replete with accolades. The attention from beautiful women is almost guaranteed, often without any effort on one's part. Recently, Xiao Shen found himself frequently pursued by ardent admirers. Yet, in comparison to some of the striking women in this land of opportunity, he could not shake the feeling that the women from his homeland possessed a certain beauty that was distinctly superior. He pondered who might be the distant cousin of Wei Shujing. After Xiao Shen's time travel, a series of butterfly effects ensued, leading him to harbor a modicum of anticipation. It was evident that women merely influenced his game speed. Immersed in his daily training, Xiao Shen gradually forgot this notion. The evening's match held significant importance, as the opponent possessed formidable strength. The Los Angeles Clippers initiated the season with a remarkable 4-game winning streak. However, following their encounter with the Golden State Warriors, they faced a disheartening 2-game losing streak. This was not a result of the Clippers underperforming, but rather a failure to maintain composure in the final moments. Succumbing to the Warriors by a mere 4 points, and similarly losing to the Houston Rockets by the same margin. Nonetheless, in their previous game, with Chris Paul returning, they triumphed over the Memphis Grizzlies with a score of 94-92, thereby halting their losing streak. Griffin had an impressive performance, contributing a double-double of 24 points and 11 rebounds, establishing himself as the pivotal factor in the Clippers' victory. During the post-game press conference, a reporter provocatively referenced Xiao Shen, who had just achieved a career high of 41 points. This clearly irked Griffin, who asserted, he could never score that high against us. We have already devised a strategy to contain him. Furthermore, Griffin continued with unshakable confidence. There is no one on their team capable of halting my offense, and I will lead my team to triumph once more. In the last match, on the surface, DeAndre Jordan appeared to be the most embarrassed, suffering the most humiliating defeat, which was undoubtedly Griffin's burden to bear. He had lost his beloved Nana, having offered several tickets to Kendall Jenner in a desperate attempt to have her watch the game courtside against the seemingly meek Dallas Mavericks. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Shen emerged as an unexpected contender. During the match, after blocking a shot and knocking Jordan to the ground, Griffin's dignity was thoroughly compromised. Following the game, he sought to invite Kendall Jenner out, only to receive her frosty reply, "I will not associate with an NBA player who has been knocked down. I currently have a fondness for Xiao, the number 10 player of the Dallas Mavericks." Griffin pleaded earnestly, and Kendall finally relented, stating that if he could manage to overpower Xiao Shen in the game, she would reconsider. Had Griffin known the source of Kendall's suggestion, he would surely have been exasperated. Nevertheless, Griffin set his sights on this match, determined to topple Xiao Shen and score profusely over the Mavericks players. His words were not without merit. Clippers head coach Doc Rivers had indeed contemplated strategies specifically targeting Xiao Shen, preparing thoroughly before the game. In the last encounter, Rivers had also faced humiliation, intending to outsmart Xiao Shen but ultimately falling short. The better Xiao Shen performed, the more he was vilified by the fans of the Los Angeles Clippers. As for DeAndre Jordan, he appeared rather indifferent. The so-called grudge match seemed somewhat contrived. After all, he was retained by the Clippers against his will, incurring significant financial losses in the process. Therefore, at times, one cannot entirely blame certain players for their singular focus on monetary gain, as the actions of some team owners within the NBA can be even more disheartening. In tonight's game, DeAndre Jordan harbored no thoughts of vengeance. He complied with whatever his coach demanded of him. However, Xiao Shen is far from indifferent. In response to an interview with local reporters, his demeanor was resolute. In today's match, I shall exert every effort to secure victory. Empowered by the formidable skills of the invincible barbarian king, Xiao Shen exuded confidence in his ability to obliterate all obstacles. I will dominate the interior of the Los Angeles Clippers. No one can thwart me. If one fails, then two shall come together, yet they will still be insufficient. Tonight's triumph shall remain in Dallas. Xiao Shen's eloquent words resonated deeply with owner Mark Cuban, who found himself unable to contain his emotions. In front of the reporters, he gestured grandly, urging Xiao to play with complete confidence and vigor. Whatever the cost of today's game, any damaged hoops are on me. What does money matter? With such confidence, such skill, and such explosive talent, a few tens of thousands of dollars are inconsequential. Cuban understood well that the enthusiasm surrounding the Dallas Mavericks tickets was heavily driven by the allure of Xiao Shen. The American Airlines Center, which accommodates 19,200 spectators, was filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement, a scene that Cuban had not witnessed in quite some time, reminiscent of the sixth game of the finals against the Miami Heat. While the NBA is not devoid of dynamic players, none have embodied the raw aesthetic of power in the paint quite like Xiao Shen has in recent years. However, Xiao was not the first to take the court this evening. That honor went to Chandler Parsons, the Mavericks' former face of the franchise, known for his model-like charm. Though the moniker tall, rich, and handsome was once tinged with irony, Parsons had proven himself worthy of the title through his commendable performances with the Houston Rockets, culminating in a lucrative 3-year, $45 million contract with the Mavericks. Some attributes are innate, such as height and good looks, while others, like wealth, can be achieved through hard work. Parsons enjoyed considerable popularity in Dallas, where good looks often translate to success. Following him onto the court was Wesley Matthews, who, having seen his role diminished with Xiao Shen's emergence as the team's core, experienced a notable decline in his statistics. Yet, the once celebrated all-star point guard Darren Williams, who entered third, received a warm reception as well. His assist numbers had surged into double digits in recent games, largely thanks to Xiao Shen, earning him recognition from Mavericks fans eager to see him reclaim his former glory. As the announcer's fervent voice soared, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Welcoming our starting center, number 10, Xiao Shen. With the excitement palpable, Xiao made his entrance as one of the last players to step onto the court. As Xiao Shen's silhouette emerged at the entrance of the players' tunnel, the entire arena erupted into a cacophony of sound. At the American Airlines Center, cheers and applause crescendoed, refusing to subside. Countless fans fervently chanted Xiao Shen's name, in both Chinese and English. Even Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, swayed to the rhythm of the live music, passionately exclaiming, "Xiao, Xiao, go forth. Give the Los Angeles Clippers a fierce battle, obliterate them, and take down DeAndre Jordan." Many fervent female fans expressed their adoration for Xiao Shen with wild enthusiasm. The entrance of Xiao Shen elevated the atmosphere of the arena to its zenith. Making a grand appearance was Dirk Nowitzki, marking his 18th season with the Dallas Mavericks. He stands as the embodiment of a city and a singular figure. In the hearts of countless Mavericks fans, the German titan Dirk Nowitzki is the very soul of the Dallas Mavericks, a totem and a beacon of faith for the team. The respect and affection from the fans are profound. Dirk Nowitzki symbolizes the illustrious history of the franchise. Xiao Shen symbolizes the resplendent future of the team. Following an electrifying entrance ceremony, the starting players of the Dallas Mavericks and the Los Angeles Clippers are poised to engage in yet another fierce contest. As he sheds his training attire, Xiao Shen reveals his flawless physique and the impressive, sculpted muscles that elicit gasps of admiration from the numerous female fans in attendance. Seated in the front row, Kendall Jenner can hardly contain her desire to touch the chiseled 8-pack concealed beneath Xiao Shen's jersey. "Go, Xiao. I adore you," she exclaims fervently, casting him a sultry glance as he passes by. Xiao Shen did not anticipate that Kendall Jenner would genuinely return to the sidelines to watch the match. He had thought she was merely speaking casually. A radiant smile graced Xiao Shen's face as he exchanged a gentle high-five with Kendall Jenner. "Thank you, I will," he said. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Griffin, who was preparing to take the stage. In an instant, fury surged within him, igniting a fierce determination. "Damn it, that despicable scoundrel." "Just wait." Chandler Parsons, who had initially hoped to interact with Kendall Jenner, silently withdrew. Once the dashing face of the Dallas Mavericks, he now begrudgingly accepted that. According to Xiao Shen, he was the second most handsome, relegating himself to third place. What a waste of a ticket. However, Chandler Parsons was untroubled by such trivialities. With high emotional intelligence, he approached Xiao Shen and whispered a few words, and together they laughed as they made their way onto the court. After this minor interlude, the game commenced. The Los Angeles Clippers, compared to their previous match, had made adjustments to their lineup, with Chris Paul and Lance Stephenson partnering in the backcourt while the rest of the positions remained unchanged. Both Chris Paul and Lance Stephenson were adept at executing plays, skilled at delivering counterattacks or striking from unexpected angles, working in tandem with teammates to intercept the opposing team's interior players. Furthermore, this lineup, aside from the need for lobs to DeAndre Jordan, was composed entirely of offensive powerhouses. Doug Rivers had come well prepared for today's match. The Dallas Mavericks initiated the first offensive play of the game. Xiao Shen was positioned just outside the 3-second zone, holding the ball protectively while surveying the opponent's formation. The defense was set in a zone, primarily focusing on the area where Xiao Shen resided. In this particular play, the Los Angeles Clippers refrained from preemptively double-teaming, allowing Xiao Shen to back his way into the 3-second zone. Initially moving leisurely, Xiao Shen suddenly accelerated, pivoting and crashing into DeAndre Jordan. Caught off guard, Jordan stumbled, completely losing his defensive stance. With a decisive step forward, he leapt up, delivering a powerful two-handed slam dunk that sent the ball crashing into the hoop, effortlessly securing 2 points. This moment ignited a fervent response from the fans on the sidelines. Mark Cuban leapt from his seat, pumping his fist and exclaiming, "What a play! Magnificent! Keep it up, give it your all." Meanwhile, Jordan wore a disgruntled expression, feeling unjustly targeted. Why must all the frustration be directed at me? The game continued with the Clippers on the offensive. Blake Griffin moved to a high position on the left side of the free throw line, receiving a pass from Chris Paul. Showing no intention of relinquishing the ball, he gestured for his teammates to spread out, preparing to take on the challenge solo. Facing Dirk Nowitzki, Griffin's advantage was glaringly apparent. After a series of feints, he suddenly executed a crossover dribble, accelerating and shifting direction to create space, then pulled the ball back and stepped back for a mid-range jumper, which sailed through the net with precision. After scoring, Griffin ostentatiously raised his arms in a display of muscle towards Kendall Jenner on the sidelines. However, she didn't even glance his way, her gaze seemingly entranced by Xiao Shen, exuding an aura of gentle affection. Griffin turned to Xiao Shen, his eyes ablaze with fury, warning, "Next time you come in here, I'll take you down." Chapter 57. The Invincible Brute's Charge, easily penetrating 2 defenders. Griffin, your issues are quite pronounced. How can you blame Xiao Shen for your inability to pursue Kendall Jenner? Why direct your anger towards him? Jenner relentlessly followed Xiao Shen from Los Angeles to Dallas, persistently seeking him out, engaging in flirtatious conversations and sending various suggestive messages daily. What can Xiao Shen do? He is even somewhat helpless. My irresistible charm and handsome demeanor captivated countless young ladies. What a predicament. However, Griffin, you may express your envy with a hint of bitterness. Jealousy and resentment are acceptable. Yet you insist on speaking provocatively on my territory, challenging the authority of the formidable Xiao Shen of the NBA League. How could Xiao Shen possibly indulge him? The ball is coming. Xiao Shen positioned himself further away from the hoop, establishing a strong stance for the ball. Receiving a pass from Darren Williams, he gradually turned to face the defense of DeAndre Jordan, cradling the ball protectively in front of him. He denied the Los Angeles Clippers guard any opportunity to swipe at the ball. Xiao Shen's gaze remained fixed on the hoop, his intentions unmistakable. Griffin, sensing this, cast a glance in Xiao Shen's direction. Xiao Shen immediately cast him an exceedingly provocative gaze. Subsequently, his eyes swept towards the hoop, signaling his intention to charge recklessly towards the basket. If you dare to block my shot, then do so. Watch the game. Xiao Shen let out an enraged roar. With a swift motion, he released the ball, his body swaying in synchrony with his feet. Xiao Shen dribbled the ball, pulling it back just enough to create space. Subsequently, with a simple change of direction, he accelerated towards the basket. DeAndre Jordan immediately stepped up to block him, bracing himself for the confrontation. However, he found himself unable to withstand the force of Xiao Shen's advance. Undeterred, Jordan faced him head-on, exuding confidence as he shifted to the right, lowering his center of gravity in preparation for the impending clash. Yet, he had not fully stabilized when Xiao Shen, empowered by the attributes of an unstoppable force, barreled towards him like a rampaging bull, delivering an overwhelming surge of impact. As they collided, it was as if Jordan's body were repelled, causing him to stagger backward in astonishment. In the midst of Jordan's bewildered gaze, Xiao Shen surged past him with incredible speed. Xiao Shen's body exhibited no signs of hesitation, his speed remaining virtually unaffected as he surged directly towards the hoop. In this moment, Griffin intended to wait for DeAndre Jordan to momentarily impede Xiao Shen, allowing him to seek another opportunity to defend. A powerful block sent Xiao Shen sprawling to the ground just as Griffin approached. Xiao Shen approached with an air of unparalleled arrogance, rushing towards him like an unstoppable force. Griffin steeled himself, gritting his teeth. Come on then, let us face it head on. Who fears whom? He slightly spread his feet apart, digging his toes into the ground, firmly anchoring his center of gravity. His body leaned slightly forward, arms positioned protectively in front of him, guarding his vital areas. Griffin was fully prepared, gathering his strength, resolutely determined to knock Xiao Shen down. However, Xiao Shen resembled a high-octane, speeding off-road vehicle, crashing into him with unparalleled ferocity. Bang! In that fleeting moment of their bodies colliding, the passive ability of the invincible barbarian king, triggered by a certain probability, activated. Xiao Shen's body suddenly unleashed an incomprehensible force of impact. Griffin barely had time to react. His body was struck as if by a powerful cannonball, sending him uncontrollably hurtling backward. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground. As Griffin lay on the floor, bewildered, he watched Xiao Shen soar past him and slam the ball forcefully into the hoop. The basketball fell from the net, hurtling toward his face, and for a moment, Griffin forgot to evade or even feel the pain. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Even the renowned NBA commentator, Bryant, took a while to comprehend the scene after Griffin had collapsed. So shocking. It's so incredible. Bryant exclaimed repeatedly. Xiao, in a single offensive play, charged through DeAndre Jordan and managed to send Blake flying. My goodness. In my years of commentary, I have never witnessed such a mind-blowing dunk. Such an unbelievable spectacle. Xiao's power is utterly terrifying. His explosiveness is simply astounding. Unbelievable. At this moment, DeAndre Jordan, who had been knocked aside, stood frozen, dazed. What just happened? How was I so easily pushed away? Jordan was slightly better off. Griffin had already established his position, fully charged to confront Xiao Shen, but the moment he faced him, Xiao Shen obliterated him. Griffin hadn't even managed to engage in a proper contest before being knocked to the ground. The American Airlines Center erupted with wave after wave of intense cheers, once again stunned by Xiao Shen's explosive dunk, gasping in amazement. Wow. So crazy. What an astonishing display of power, effortlessly weaving through two defenders, pushing one aside and crashing into another. My heavens. Xiao, in full flight, is truly terrifying. Two defenders cannot contain him. It's simply unbelievable. Oh, my God. Is that God playing in number 10? How is it possible? Even the likes of LeBron and Kobe can withstand a direct challenge. Yet Xiao, crashing into two players, can still rise for a powerful dunk. How does he accomplish this? Amazing. What on earth just transpired? How can Xiao possibly break through two defenders in succession? What kind of maneuver is this? A frontal assault, and neither can withstand it. Blake, who had firmly planted himself, was unexpectedly sent flying. Invincible Xiao, unmatched impact, terrifying combat prowess. Who else can compare? As Mark Cuban took his seat, he immediately sprang up, arms raised in exuberance, shouting in delight. Well done. Excellent play. Bravo, Xiao, he exclaimed, clapping vigorously. The only regret was that if the player who fell had been Little Jordan, it would have been even more gratifying. Little Jordan? Kendall Jenner, equally exhilarated, jumped up in celebration, and as Xiao Shen turned towards their direction, she instinctively blew him a kiss. As for the fallen Griffin, she couldn't muster even a glance of interest. A softie, she thought to herself. To be knocked down so easily, what a pathetic display. Griffin could only retort. Let me explain. I'm not soft at all, quite the contrary. I'm rather formidable. At that moment, with the assistance of his teammates, Griffin finally stood up. As the celebrations wound down, Xiao Shen turned to Griffin and taunted. Just you? You think you can block me? Stand firm before you speak. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. Each one of you is fair game. No one can withstand my charge, especially you, Blake. Bring it on. And I'll send you sprawling once more. If you dare, come at me. Xiao Shen glared fiercely at Griffin, whose fury erupted completely. He was somewhat beside himself, his eyes wide with rage. Griffin charged towards his half of the court, turning back momentarily to utter, Kid, you will come to regret every word and action you just displayed. What is the matter? Unsatisfied? If you have the guts, confront me head on. Chapter 58. Overpowering Griffin. Unmatched in direct confrontation at this moment, Griffin was consumed by wrath, his emotions at a boiling point. Naturally, he yearned to engage Xiao Shen in a direct confrontation, with the hope of toppling him to the ground. The humiliation Xiao Shen had inflicted upon him in the previous game was still fresh in his mind. And the sheer disgrace of the current match's beginning, marked by such humiliating antics, left him with no reason to refrain from retaliation. The Los Angeles Clippers initiated their offensive play. Griffin signaled to his teammates, then moved to the top of the arc to set a screen for Chris Paul as they prepared to execute a pick and roll. After drawing the defense, Chris Paul delivered a beautiful bounce pass, threading it between two defenders to Griffin, who was making his way to the basket. Taking a step inside the free throw line to receive the ball, Griffin propelled himself forward, leaping high with determination. This moment was crucial for Griffin. As he charged towards Xiao Shen's position with unwavering conviction, his gaze firmly conveying his intent. This time, he was determined to dunk over Xiao Shen. Just as Xiao Shen had brazenly asserted his dominance at the basket moments ago. I will respond in kind, he thought, resolute in his challenge. Xiao Shen greatly admires Griffin's courage. In the previous match, it was merely a straightforward act of blocking a shot. This time, however, Xiao Shen sought to atone for the humiliation he had previously failed to deliver to Griffin in their last encounter. This opportunity was most welcome. Xiao Shen beheld the soaring Griffin, who, with rhythmic precision, positioned himself adeptly and leapt into the air. As Xiao Shen ascended to execute a formidable block, Griffin's resolve intensified. With his left hand shielding his body and his right arm drawn back, he resembled a taut bow, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. With all his might, he unleashed a powerful dunk, sending the ball crashing toward the hoop. Yet at that moment, Xiao Shen's thunderous roar echoed, "Descend now. This is a no-fly zone." Xiao Shen's powerful hands firmly pressed down on the ball. Following this, he exerted a sudden force. The ball soared into the air, interfered by Xiao Shen's formidable block. Griffin, who was desperately attempting to counterattack, instantly lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, his body uncontrollable. In the previous game, Griffin had merely been pinned down. In this match, however, Xiao Shen forcefully pinned him to the ground. The fallen Griffin gazed up in despair at the towering figure of Xiao Shen. This kind of play, Griffin would neither exaggerate nor belittle. Within the NBA, virtually every player, boasting a staggering 99.9 probability, finds it exceedingly rare to thwart his slam dunks or even make contact with his ball, let alone overpower him. For those who dispute this, a glance at the Los Angeles Clippers game footage or Griffin's highlight reel will reveal just how many players have become mere backdrops to his signature one-handed, over-the-top dunks. However, in this instance, Griffin had no choice but to concede. Xiao Shen is truly too reckless. Xiao Shen's leaping ability is truly astonishing. Xiao Shen's strength is truly formidable. Xiao Shen's innate physical talent is truly extraordinary. He can only suffer the consequences once more, enduring a crippling defeat. This particular move utterly subdued Griffin. He finally comprehended that a direct confrontation would likely lead to his inevitable downfall against Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen merely wished to declare that, whether in offense or defense, he remains invincible in direct confrontation. The game continues. The Dallas Mavericks launched their attack. Xiao Shen once again found himself in a low position, ball in hand, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation against the defense of DeAndre Jordan. With unwavering determination, Xiao Shen surged forward. The recent play brought him immense pleasure, reminiscent of the unyielding might of a conqueror. A momentary thrill from his audacious approach was delightful, and the exhilaration lingered. Here he comes, my friend, creating a slight distance. He accelerated, charging straight towards the basket. The obstinate DeAndre Jordan, undeterred by past encounters, was once again effortlessly brushed aside by Xiao Shen. All he could do was watch in astonishment as Xiao Shen emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. Can I not withstand this? I cannot falter against him head-on. Cast aside your doubts. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Shen's advance is simply insurmountable. The Los Angeles Clippers were well prepared today. Doc Rivers, aware of the challenge posed by Xiao Shen, called out to Chris Paul. As the Clippers prepared for their turn on offense, Chris Paul signaled to DeAndre Jordan to step forward for a screen. Xiao Shen remained steadfast in the paint, not switching his defense. Darren Williams was a fraction slow in his defensive approach. Chris Paul took a mid-range shot, which he effortlessly sank. Xiao Shen is utterly indifferent, for he can promptly retaliate on the offensive front. Xiao Shen received the ball, and, as soon as his teammates spread out, he promptly turned around to face the defense. Chris Paul and Lance Stevenson had no opportunity to reach in and steal the ball. Originally, this adjustment was made with the intention that Doug Rivers hoped for Xiao Shen to be double-teamed by a guard as he posted up, thereby disrupting his play. Xiao Shen opted for a direct assault. They found themselves utterly incapable of seizing any opportunity to counter. Xiao Shen, however, proved to be an unstoppable force. Little Jordan simply could not contain Xiao Shen's frontal assaults. Once Xiao Shen was fully unleashed and charged forward, bolstered by the prowess of an invincible brute's collision skills. With a swift maneuver, Xiao Shen effortlessly bypassed the defense of Little Jordan. On the other side, Griffin, if he does not preemptively assist in the defense, will find himself devoid of any opportunity to provide support. Yet, even when Griffin finally seizes the chance to leap for a block, it proves to be a formidable task. Xiao Shen possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly thrust the ball into the hoop. Witnessing him dominate the paint, he creates a tempestuous force, rendering the Los Angeles Clippers' interior defense utterly helpless. On the sidelines, Mark Cuban exuberantly expresses his delight with animated gestures. However, the Clippers swiftly adapt, seeking opportunities beyond the arc. Their most reliable three-point shooter, J.J. Redick, finally makes his mark, sinking consecutive three-pointers that significantly narrow the deficit. Yet, their aspirations to completely overturn the tide of the game are far from straightforward. For Xiao Shen is truly perplexing. His frontal assaults are invincible. No matter whom he encounters, Xiao Shen can overpower them head-on, flattening their defenses. What can be done? The Los Angeles Clippers can only resort to double-teaming him, and they must do so preemptively. Xiao Shen found himself with limited opportunities to charge recklessly. Instead, he opted to distribute the ball to his teammates. Deron Williams' career can succinctly be encapsulated in 7 words: eat, sleep, and play against Paul. Today, he faced Chris Paul once more. In contrast to his earlier lackluster offensive displays, he showcased a revitalized spirit. Before the vigilant eyes of Chris Paul, he forcefully sank a three-pointer. Utilizing Xiao Shen's screen to draw defensive attention, Deron Williams executed a mesmerizing move, an exquisite behind-the-back pass that deceived Chris Paul, allowing him to penetrate the paint and execute a graceful layup. Although the Los Angeles Clippers finally found their rhythm from beyond the arc, they were consistently pressured by the Dallas Mavericks. As the first quarter concluded, the Mavericks held an 8-point lead over the Clippers, 35-27. Despite the Clippers boasting a superior bench strength, they managed to narrow the gap slightly in the first half of the second quarter. When the starters returned to the court, Deron Williams rediscovered his offensive prowess, while Dirk Nowitzki displayed his killer instinct, sinking consecutive shots from the perimeter. The indomitable Xiao Shen once again captivated the audience, delivering explosive performances. As the game progressed to 8 minutes and 2 seconds into the second quarter, Deron Williams, aided by Xiao Shen's screen, drove toward the basket. With a series of deceptive feints, blurring the lines between drive, pass, and shot, his gaze momentarily shifted toward Dirk Nowitzki on the perimeter. Suddenly, he executed a breathtaking behind-the-back bounce pass to the advancing Xiao Shen. DeAndre Jordan, initially intending to assist in containing Deron Williams, shifted his weight in that direction. Upon witnessing the pass to Xiao Shen, he hurriedly retreated to defend the basket, attempting to reposition himself, yet he had yet to regain his balance. Xiao Shen had already charged to his front. Fully activated, Xiao Shen surged forth like a tank. The moment that Mark Cuban had eagerly anticipated had finally arrived. The invincible Barbarian King unleashed a second activation of the True Man buff. The two faced each other head-on. Little Jordan fell to the ground with a thud, swiftly toppled by Xiao Shen. Before him lay no defenders from the Los Angeles Clippers. Xiao Shen soared high, executing a single-handed dunk that forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, causing it to reverberate with a resonant buzz. This spectacle prompted Mark Cuban, seated at the sidelines, to leap from his chair once more, exuberantly pumping his fists and exclaiming, "Good shot! Good shot! Good shot!" With each cheer, he silently urged, "Increase the funds. Distribute the bonuses." However, as he observed the slightly swaying hoop, he pressed a hand to his chest, anxiously wishing, "Please, let the rim remain intact. Let it not break." Meanwhile, DeAndre Jordan found himself helplessly sprawled on the floor. Though he had exerted considerable effort, pushing back against the force of Xiao Shen, he was unceremoniously toppled to the ground. It was indeed a frustrating experience. Yet, as Chris Paul helped him to his feet, a distinct look of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Today, they had encountered their nemesis. Chris Paul, struggling to find his offensive rhythm, found himself at a loss against Deron Williams, a once formidable defensive player. He had hoped his teammates would rise to the occasion and alleviate some of the pressure. Yet, DeAndre Jordan's contributions were non-existent. He was unable to defend effectively and was easily overpowered by Xiao Shen. One could hardly expect Chris Paul, standing at a mere 183 centimeters, to leap and thwart Xiao Shen's dunk, could they? As the Los Angeles Clippers orchestrated their offense, Chris Paul faced the challenge of Deron Williams' defense with discomfort. Compounded by his lackluster shooting touch that day, he signaled for DeAndre Jordan to set a screen, executing a pick-and-roll. Xiao Shen awaited in the paint, rendering both DeAndre Jordan and Chris Paul hesitant to advance towards the basket. Deron Williams' defense approached, compelling Chris Paul to retreat beyond the three-point arc to reconfigure the offense. Opportunities were scant. The ball was passed to Griffin on the opposite side, yet he too found himself at a loss. In truth, Xiao Shen's defense was not excessively fierce. However, his style of play was undeniably intimidating. One could not help but recall the moment he had been forcefully shoved to the ground. Griffin pondered the necessity of scoring within the restricted area, convincing himself he was capable. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. He decided to take a shot instead. After a dribble, Griffin attempted a mid-range jumper, only to be thwarted by Nowitzki's interference, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Xiao Shen skillfully secured the rebound. It was now the Dallas Mavericks' turn to initiate their offensive play. The players of the Los Angeles Clippers converged tightly within the paint. After executing a pick-and-roll collaboration between Xiao Shen and Deron Williams, Xiao Shen was unable to drive forward, and Deron Williams similarly could not find an optimal opportunity. Nevertheless, the two managed to attract the attention of 3 or 4 defenders. Deron Williams then passed the ball to Dirk Nowitzki, positioned beyond the three-point line. The seasoned veteran calmly took the shot, sending the ball smoothly through the hoop. Nowadays, with Xiao Shen and Nowitzki, one seasoned and one youthful, serving as the core of the team, their tactical system is gradually becoming more intricate. Xiao Shen, a seasoned player, showcases his prowess with the assistance of Deron Williams, who skillfully orchestrates the plays. The Dallas Mavericks' offense flourishes, while the Los Angeles Clippers struggle to find effective scoring methods. Particularly faltering in their outside shooting, the Clippers exhibit signs of distress. In contrast, the Mavericks grow more formidable with each passing moment, especially Xiao Shen. Not long after overpowering DeAndre Jordan, he boldly charges past Blake Griffin during an offensive play. The other players mirror this tenacity. Even Chris Paul, attempting to intervene, finds himself unable to halt Xiao Shen's relentless advance. As the first half concludes, the Mavericks, commanding their home court, lead the Clippers by 11 points, with a score of 61-50. Xiao Shen showcased an impressive performance, sinking 11 of his 12 attempts from the field, effortlessly accumulating 25 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 assists. Deron Williams contributed significantly as well, hitting 5 of his 7 shots to secure 12 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals. Dirk Nowitzki was equally formidable, converting 7 of 8 attempts for 17 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. The trio exhibited remarkable efficiency, collectively accounting for the majority of the Dallas Mavericks scoring. Upon returning from halftime, the Mavericks, under the leadership of Xiao Shen, Deron Williams, and Dirk Nowitzki, firmly established their dominance on the court. In successive rounds, Xiao Shen relentlessly propelled the ball into the hoop beneath the basket, leaving both DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin disoriented. The interior defense of the Los Angeles Clippers was utterly dismantled by Xiao Shen alone. Chris Paul, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, recognized that Xiao Shen could not be allowed to continue his unrestricted dominance beneath the rim. Moreover, he was perplexed by his teammates' inability to withstand such pressure. As the Dallas Mavericks resumed their offensive foray, Chris Paul unexpectedly took the initiative to switch his defensive assignment, positioning himself to confront Xiao Shen in the low post. Chris Paul's defensive prowess is beyond question. He has been selected multiple times for the NBA's all-defensive first team and has been a leader in steals for several seasons. Engaging in a ruthless battle of size, Chris Paul immediately met the challenge head-on, using his feet to push against Xiao Shen's knees while grasping at the soft flesh around his waist. He even resorted to tripping Xiao Shen with his foot, employing a myriad of underhanded tactics. However, none of these dirty tricks could impede Xiao Shen's momentum. Under the sheer force of the formidable brute, all such unsportsmanlike conduct proved futile. Xiao Shen made 2 powerful thrusts beneath the basket, leveraging his momentum. Xiao Shen knocked Chris Paul to the ground. Following this, he lightly leaped and effortlessly placed the ball into the basket. Xiao Shen effortlessly scored another 2 points. He cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Chris Paul, thinking to himself, "Can you really defend against me? I can easily knock you down without even exerting myself. Moreover, next time you defend, it would be prudent to be a bit more careful. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy." With a single remark from Xiao Shen, Chris Paul was instantly provoked into a furious frenzy. Despite his penchant for aggressive play, he could not tolerate being labeled as dirty. Though Chris Paul possesses an intense competitive spirit, often described as an insatiable desire to win, he frequently struggles to accept defeat. "You arrogant child. Do you truly believe that your brute strength renders you formidable?" Chris Paul, relentless and vociferous, unleashed a torrent of insults towards Xiao Shen. This brazen display irked the already agitated Chris Paul, who began to exert undue pressure on the referee. His conduct incited Xiao Shen's ire, leading to a subsequent scene of unparalleled intensity and ferocity. In Chapter 60, Collision and Destruction, the previous play had ignited a smoldering ember of rage within both Chris Paul and Xiao Shen. Each sought an opportunity to unleash this pent-up fury. With 5 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the spark of their anger ignited fully. In a series of exchanges, both engaged in physical confrontations. Xiao Shen has continuously fallen victim to subtle schemes orchestrated by Chris Paul. Xiao Shen, overwhelmed by his inability to accept defeat, unleashed his pent-up fury. However, this time, Chris Paul's conduct and actions during the defense against the Dallas Mavericks were exceedingly excessive. The Mavericks executed a splendid play, with Xiao Shen positioned at the top of the arc, providing a screen for Deron Williams. With his defender shaken off, Deron Williams drove towards the basket, drawing the attention of multiple opponents. After Xiao Shen's reverse run, he executed a sudden and graceful cut towards the basket, beautifully receiving a splendid behind-the-back pass from Deron Williams. Xiao Shen charged forward with unrestrained vigor, taking 3 powerful strides, his momentum formidable. Upon witnessing his full-on assault toward the hoop, DeAndre Jordan hesitated, contemplating evasion. However, to his surprise, Chris Paul, positioned behind him, abruptly shoved him forward, leaving Jordan no choice but to brace himself and stand defiantly in Xiao Shen's path. Xiao Shen took his final step, an irrevocable move. There was no turning back. The reckless Jordan charged forward, posing a significant risk of injury to both players. However, as a formidable force, Xiao Shen, quick to react, could only bulldoze through. No one could impede the advance of such a relentless powerhouse. Yet, Xiao Shen did not anticipate that after pushing Jordan aside, Chris Paul would immediately position himself next to Jordan, effectively sealing off the space for any potential change of direction in Xiao Shen's drive. Together, they formed an impenetrable barrier, steadfastly obstructing Xiao Shen's path. Xiao Shen was utterly enraged, his vision clouded by a crimson haze of fury. Xiao Shen, without a trace of hesitation, actively activated the invincible Barbarian King's charge, followed by the activation of the super strong brute's slam dunk. Holding the ball, he resembled a figure carrying a bundle of explosives. Xiao Shen charged directly towards the 2 individuals, commanding them to disperse. "Get out of my way." Xiao Shen bellowed a single word, "Tomato," with fierce determination. He charged between the 2 adversaries. Chris Paul, in a vile display of malice, shoved Xiao Shen with all his might. Yet, invigorated by the dual enhancements of his active skills, Xiao Shen summoned every ounce of his strength, surpassing his own limits, and surged toward the duo, colliding with them forcefully. Chris Paul bore the brunt of the impact, as if struck by an out-of-control freight truck. His body, light as a feather, was caught in the grip of a ferocious whirlwind. Chris Paul was propelled into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, sliding a considerable distance before colliding with a photographer at the sidelines, finally coming to a halt. With a sudden and forceful impact, Xiao Shen sent Chris Paul hurtling 3 meters away. The spectators at the sidelines were momentarily rendered speechless by the sheer astonishment. Not only did he send Chris Paul flying, but he also inadvertently affected DeAndre Jordan, who staggered backward repeatedly. With the assistance of his teammates, he managed to steady himself and avoid a fall. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The collision with Chris Paul and the retreat of DeAndre Jordan were merely the beginning. Xiao Shen, seemingly unaffected, soared into the air with grace. With both hands gripping the ball, he drew it behind his head and, akin to an axe cleaving wood, executed a thunderous 2-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Following this, the familiar voice of Mark Cuban resonated once more. Snap, crackle, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Shards of glass fell like scattered jewels, accompanied by the trembling of the hoop structure as it descended to the ground. In that moment, the audience at the American Airlines Center was rendered utterly speechless, enveloped in an eerie silence. Despite having previously witnessed Xiao Shen's explosive and awe-inspiring dunks that shattered hoops, today was different. The impact of Xiao Shen's dunk reverberated with an amplified intensity. The spectators on the sidelines widened their eyes, fixated on the unfolding drama. Some clutching their heads in disbelief, mouths agape, while others shook their heads in astonishment, murmuring incomprehensibly. After a prolonged silence, today's commentator, John Smith, broke the stillness with a hysterical, electrifying shout. Unbelievable. So crazy. With his hands clasped atop his head, he leaned back in his chair, exclaiming, "It is utterly astounding." An incredibly shocking goal. As Xiao barreled through Chris, he simultaneously dislodged DeAndre. Neither defender could withstand his assault. Soaring high, he obliterated the rim. My goodness. The sheer force and explosiveness of Xiao's athleticism is truly terrifying. The destructive power of this shot rivals that of a speeding freight truck. It sends one into a frenzy. As John Smith's co-commentator, Jay Bregg, could no longer restrain himself, he leapt from his seat, passionately roaring, "What an incredible attack!" Bregg shook his head in disbelief. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe such a violent player existed in this world. To knock opponents aside, or to shatter the rim. Perhaps some players can achieve one of these feats, but Xiao accomplishes all three simultaneously, and two defenders stood before him. My heavens! What manner of monstrous player is he? Henceforth, let us together chant Xiao's title, Violence Kanji. The fervent cries of the two commentators ignited the emotions of the fans present. In the stands, waves of deafening screams and cheers surged, each crescendoing louder than the last, threatening to lift the roof off the American Airlines Center. The rim lay in ruins. The game was forced to pause. The Los Angeles Clippers players, supporting their dejected leader Chris Paul, returned to the sidelines. Heads hung low and spirits dampened. Chris Paul was escorted by the team physician to the locker room for treatment. As Xiao Shen was about to make his way to the bench, players from the Dallas Mavericks came rushing towards him with fervor. "Xiao, you are truly remarkable. Your impact is more formidable than that of a tank. What an extraordinary play. Youth is indeed a blessing. Xiao, how have you managed to do this? You've left me utterly astounded." They lavished praise upon Xiao Shen while engaging in an exuberant celebration, playfully colliding chests with him. Fortunately, Xiao Shen's physique was resilient. Otherwise, with a group of hefty individuals weighing 200 to 300 pounds crashing into him one after another, he would have struggled to withstand their force. Amidst the warm embrace of his teammates, Xiao Shen cheerfully made his way to the bench. "Hey, Xiao," called Kendall Jenner from the sidelines, capturing his attention. To which he promptly responded with a playful kiss. "That shot was fantastic. You're even more stunning." The players from the Dallas Mavericks joined in the revelry, creating a cacophony of laughter and excitement. With a brief pause before the game resumed, Mark Cuban found himself restless, contemplating the necessity of a conversation with Xiao Shen. Chapter 61, Next Time, Without Fail, Made in China. "Xiao, that was an exceptional play. Truly magnificent." Mark Cuban beamed as he exchanged a hearty high-five with Xiao Shen, who smiled in return. "Thank you, boss." However, Mark swiftly shifted the topic. The player who just got knocked out of bounds wasn't DeAndre. If it had been DeAndre, that play would have been even more spectacular. Alas, inside, DeAndre Jordan was overwhelmed with 1,000 vexations. What animosity could provoke such relentless scrutiny towards him? "Come on, you weren't like this before. During the off-season, when you were relentlessly pursuing me, you affectionately called me Little Jordan. Now, do I appear so pitiful in your eyes?" In truth, had he charged full force into DeAndre Jordan, the latter would have also been sent sprawling. Yet, the visual impact would not have been as pronounced as that of knocking Chris Paul aside. Xiao Shen was solely focused on Chris Paul, driven by an intense desire to best him, for he found him somewhat detestable. Had it been anyone else, that last play could have resulted in injury. Nevertheless, in response to his boss's expectations, Xiao Shen simply replied, "Next time, certainly, next time." Regardless, that previous dunk was executed with remarkable finesse. And as long as they secured victory over their opponents, a generous bonus awaited them. "Soon," he urged, "give them a good thrashing, kick their behinds, and seize the win." Even without Mark Cuban's insistence, Xiao Shen was determined to triumph in today's match. With a bonus still up for grabs, he was resolved to exert himself fully and diminish the audacity of the Los Angeles Clippers. Mark Cuban hesitated, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. "Xiao, our newly purchased hoop has yet to arrive, so take it easy. It's fine to send the opposing players flying, but there's no need to vent your frustrations on the hoop itself. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Shen found himself at a loss for words. He adjusted his handsome hair and said, "Boss, I truly cannot be blamed for that shot. I was completely unable to control myself. That fellow was insufferable, persistently resorting to dirty tricks. I simply could not hold back. Next time, I will certainly be more cautious." As if struck by a thought, he added, "Boss, I trust you wouldn't be too concerned about your finances, would you? I seem to recall hearing that you permitted me to deduct freely, and any damage incurred would be on you." Coughing slightly, Mark Cuban interrupted Xiao Shen, saying, "Money is of little consequence. What truly concerns me is your safety when you damage the hoop, as it could lead to injury. I am looking out for your well-being, Xiao. You must understand. Young people ought to take care of themselves." Xiao Shen smiled faintly. "In truth, I cannot be entirely blamed. The primary issue lies with the poor quality of these basketball hoops. I had yet to exert my full strength when they shattered." Xiao Shen continued, "The glass must be manufactured in China. Its quality is unparalleled, particularly that from Boss Chow's establishment. Not even a truck can break it, and a tank could roll over it without a scratch. Such glass is typically quite resilient against shattering. Is that truly the case?" Mark Cuban inquired, a hint of excitement in his tone. "Trust me, Chinese manufacturing is undeniably reliable. During today's match, I shall restrain myself and ensure I do not damage the hoop while decisively overpowering the Clippers." Mark Cuban, filled with satisfaction, responded, "Excellent. I shall go and witness it. Best of luck." He returned to his seat, content. The hoop was restored, and the game resumed. Xiao Shen's was untainted by foul. The subtle movements of Chris Paul during his defense were captured in slow motion. Xiao Shen seized the opportunity for an additional penalty, executing a flawless 2-1 with poise. The astonishingly explosive dunk executed by Xiao Shen was truly shocking and fearsome, leaving the players of the Los Angeles Clippers still in a state of disbelief. Chris Paul will no longer participate in this match, suffering a significant blow with the loss of a key player. The entire Clippers team appears to be devoid of spirit, aimlessly wandering on the court, utterly disinterested in the competition. They can only watch as the Dallas Mavericks continue to widen the gap in scoring. With 3 quarters completed, the Mavericks have established a commanding lead of 22 points. The Clippers have opted to substitute their rotation players early, allowing the game to descend into garbage time. Xiao Shen saw no reason to return. Ultimately, the Dallas Mavericks, dominating on their home court, triumphed over the Los Angeles Clippers with a score of 126-108, securing their 6th consecutive victory. The trio of the Mavericks delivered exceptional performances. Deron Williams, facing off against Chris Paul, showcased a remarkably dazzling display, playing for 32 minutes, scoring 17 points, and dishing out a staggering 18 assists, the highest in the game, with 12 of those assists generated through Xiao Shen's prowess. Sitting courtside, Chris Paul could not help but feel envious. Deron Williams could effortlessly toss the ball, and Xiao Shen would seamlessly convert it into a basket, effortlessly earning an assist. Were he to partner with Xiao Shen, achieving 20 assists in a single game would be a mere formality, and averaging less than 15 assists per game would be inconceivable. A glance at DeAndre Jordan beside him left Chris Paul at a loss for words. Beyond envy, there remained only envy. Dirk Nowitzki was in sensational form, his shooting touch scorching. Throughout the match, he missed only 1 three-pointer, playing for 33 minutes and efficiently amassing 28 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. Yet, the most remarkable performance belonged to the Mavericks' future cornerstone, Xiao Shen. In 33 minutes, he scored an astounding 39 points, alongside 9 rebounds, 3 blocks, 3 assists, and 1 steal. Of course, fans delighted in and sports media clamored over Xiao Shen's breathtaking dunk that sent Chris Paul flying 3 meters away, simultaneously fending off DeAndre Jordan and shattering the rim with an explosive ferocity. What an astonishing dunk! In a 1v2 situation, he overpowered one, sent another flying, and inadvertently destroyed the basket. Truly ferocious. Xiao's impact is akin to a speeding truck, capable of instantaneously launching one player away and repelling another. Such tremendous force is unstoppable. Previously, he would average overpowering an opponent. Now, he averages demolishing a basket. Truly the basket destroyer Xiao Shen. What is the limit of Xiao's potential? I can't shake the feeling that this isn't even his most violent dunk. The king of ferocity lives up to his title. Such a terrifyingly explosive dunk, when viewed through the lens of NBA history, is something only Xiao can achieve. It remains endlessly captivating, exhilarating, and thrilling. I must experience Xiao's fearsome impact in person. Propelled by that explosive dunk, Xiao Shen has once again become the focal point of attention within the NBA league. Xiao Shen's remarkable performance earned him the honor of gracing the cover of Sports Illustrated. Various major sports media outlets fervently published numerous articles about him. However, none were granted the opportunity for an exclusive interview. Although Dan Fagan found the situation somewhat perplexing, he complied with Xiao Shen's wishes and declined all exclusive interview requests. It is worth noting that these requests, while potentially enhancing visibility, offered little in terms of direct revenue. During this time, Dan Fagan was far from idle. Thanks to Xiao Shen's recent astonishingly spectacular displays, countless sneaker companies flocked to him. Without having signed any sneaker endorsement deals, Xiao Shen was undoubtedly the coveted prize in the eyes of numerous sneaker brands. Setting aside the immensely attractive Chinese market behind him, Xiao Shen's current popularity, the traffic he could generate, and his strikingly violent aesthetic on the court made him a prime candidate for sneaker endorsement agreements. Such endorsements represent a substantial source of income for players, as well as a lucrative profit for their agents, although they only receive a modest commission of 3. In an era where signing fees can easily reach hundreds of millions, successfully negotiating a sneaker contract could yield them several $millions in earnings. Dan Fagan was presently occupied negotiating with various sneaker manufacturers, striving to secure a compelling contract. Ultimately, the decision regarding whom to sign with would depend on Xiao Shen's preferences. The morning following a game with the Los Angeles Clippers, Dan Fagan arrived early to present Xiao Shen with a selection of sneaker agreements. "Xiao," he said, "I have meticulously chosen these sneaker endorsements for you. Please take a look and let me know which one appeals to you the most. Alternatively, if there is a brand whose shoes you find particularly comfortable, you may wish to consider that first." Casting a glance at the Li Ning shoes adorning his feet, Xiao Shen remained silent. Indeed, while some international sneaker brands boast superior functionality and technological advancements compared to domestic ones, many local brands are known for their durability. As he surveyed the contracts laid out before him, featuring recognizable names such as Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour, he noted there were at least 7 or 8 well-known brands among the offerings. Xiao Shen was somewhat taken aback. "Is it really this extensive?" "Haha, Xiao. You have no idea how sought after you are right now. Not only has your popularity surged, but there are also numerous trending topics surrounding you. Behind you lies the vast Chinese market, where countless sneaker manufacturers are eager to take a bite." Dan Fagan, brimming with enthusiasm, added, "Moreover, every company presents incredibly tempting offers. It ultimately depends on how you choose. Are there any manufacturers from our country with their pricing?" Xiao Shen pondered for a moment before casually inquiring. "Indeed," Dan Fagan replied, "producing 2 contracts and continuing. However, the terms offered are not particularly generous. In my opinion, both Nike and Adidas demonstrate the greatest sincerity. You might want to take a look or even try on their offerings. They have sent you custom-designed shoes tailored specifically for you." It is evident that the 2 major giants in NBA star shoe endorsements are quite determined and earnest in their pursuit of Xiao Shen. "I believe that the contract from Nike is exceptionally suited for you, as their offer is the most competitive." Dan Fagan continued to persuade him. "You should try on their shoes. There is no rush to sign the contract. As long as you maintain your current form, we can negotiate the price further." Xiao Shen cast a brief glance at the contract. In truth, the quote provided by Go was not significantly higher. Xiao Shen offered a faint smile. Numerous sneaker companies collaborate with agents or agencies, engaging in their own subtle maneuvers, which Xiao Shen could somewhat comprehend. Very well, for the next match, he decided to try a pair of Nike shoes and see how they performed. However, Nike was not his primary choice. With a knowing glance at Dan Fagan, he remarked, "Dan, regarding those Nike shoes, they do not utilize Xinjiang cotton. How can we be assured of their quality? I wouldn't want them to wear out on me in an instant." Dan Fagan, with an expression of disbelief, replied, "Impossible. Nike shoes are renowned for their exceptional quality. Moreover, this particular pair has been specially designed for you. Rest assured, trying them on will surely meet your expectations." Xiao Shen remained noncommittal. It is imperative to finalize the sneaker contract at the earliest opportunity. After all, upon signing with a footwear manufacturer, they will promptly design bespoke shoes for Xiao Shen, granting him complimentary footwear. One can hardly resist the allure of free offerings. After bidding farewell to Dan Fagan, Xiao Shen commenced his training for the day, striving towards the ambitious goal of scoring 50 points in a single game. Moreover, as his fame escalates, other players in the NBA will undoubtedly pay closer attention to Xiao Shen, devising strategies to contain his prowess. Although the Dallas Mavericks have enjoyed a remarkable start to the season, Their victories have been somewhat hollow against only moderately formidable opponents, such as the Los Angeles Clippers and the Toronto Raptors. Thus, the significance of this winning streak is rather limited. Xiao Shen is poised to face numerous challenges ahead. The relatively comfortable and sweet schedule for the Dallas Mavericks is nearing its conclusion. Following their upcoming match against the Los Angeles Lakers, they will encounter formidable adversaries such as the Rockets, Celtics, Thunder, and Spurs in the latter half of November. Particularly, the game against the San Antonio Spurs has instilled a sense of unease within Xiao Shen. As dawn broke, Xiao Shen concluded his morning training session. Dan Fagan presented him with several pairs of striking shoes. Xiao Shen casually selected one pair, tried them on, and found them quite satisfactory, though he harbored reservations about their quality. The absence of our nation's high-quality cotton left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He decided to wear them nonetheless, as they were complimentary. If the team had a match that evening, Xiao Shen would reduce his training load in the afternoon, primarily practicing alongside Dirk Nowitzki. Despite Xiao Shen's current scoring abilities relying heavily on brute force, he deemed it unnecessary to excessively practice his mid-range and long-range shooting. However, he recognized the need to refine his free throws. With a surge in strength, he found it challenging to control the force behind his shots. Moreover, the system had endowed him with large hands suited for defense, which also affected his shooting technique. He could effortlessly grasp the rim with one hand, and at times, the basketball felt diminutive in his grip. Occasionally, as he approached the free throw line, Xiao Shen felt an overwhelming urge to merely slam the ball into the hoop. Now, he understood why free throws were a torment for the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Xiao Shen could empathize profoundly. On good days, he might maintain a free throw shooting percentage around 70, while on off days, it could plummet below 50. If certain cunning coaches were to discover his weaknesses, they would undoubtedly magnify them. However, after a day's training, Xiao Shen saw little improvement in his free throws. Even Dirk Nowitzki couldn't help but tease him. "Xiao, I once thought you could possess a soft touch like Yao or E, developing exceptional mid-range and long-range shooting. You might as well give that up now. Just focus on your power plays under the basket, and let the free throws happen as they may." Ha ha ha. Xiao Shen, resolute and unwavering, is determined to persevere. He must diligently practice his free throws, ensuring a success rate of at least 80. For he is a wise yet audacious individual. On the basketball court, a three-point shot always surpasses a two-point shot by a margin of 1. When confronted by teams renowned for their exceptional three-point accuracy, it is insufficient for Xiao Shen to merely rely on two-point shots. He must strive for the elusive 2-1. Currently, Xiao Shen boasts an impressive success rate of over 85 in close-range shots, though he anticipates a drop to around 80 when faced with more formidable defenses. He aims to maintain his free throw success rate at 80. Xiao Shen's probability of achieving a 2-1 has exceeded 65. He remains skeptical about his opponent's ability to attain a three-point shooting percentage above 65. Dirk Nowitzki, unaware of Xiao Shen's contemplations, could only offer a word of comfort upon observing his grave expression. At that moment, Xiao Shen's phone rang. Upon picking it up, he saw it was a call from Wei Shujing's distant cousin. Chapter 63, Slicing Melons and Crushing the Lakers. Wei Shujing had intervened on behalf of her cousin several times. Xiao Shen certainly could not decline the request of his childhood friend. He had previously turned down interviews from other media outlets, intending to reserve the opportunity for an exclusive interview for Wei Shujing's cousin. The two had engaged in brief communication prior. The cousin was scheduled to conduct the exclusive interview tomorrow. What could the matter be that warranted a call today? Xiao Shen hesitated for a moment before answering the call. "Brother Xiao Shen, I hope I haven't disturbed you?" The voice was rather pleasant. Xiao Shen replied, "No, I have just completed my training. Isn't the interview scheduled for tomorrow? Is there something you need from me?" His cousin on the other end of the phone responded with a sense of urgency. "There is a matter I need to trouble you with. The situation is that my friends and I arrived early, intending to watch your game live and capture some footage. However, because you play so splendidly, many people, like us, are eager to witness the dashing Xiao Shen in action. Consequently, securing tickets for your team's home game has proven exceedingly difficult. We have yet to acquire any tickets. Could you assist me in procuring a few internal tickets? We are willing to pay." Just for her endearing remark about the dashing Xiao Shen, I felt compelled to arrange the tickets. It was akin to my experience working in Guangdong, where I simply wished to hear others affectionately call me handsome. "All right, let me make an inquiry. Please hold on for a moment." Xiao Shen hung up the phone. He turned to the side and addressed Nowitzki. "Dirk, could you assist me in procuring a few tickets?" Tickets are certainly within my reach, Dirk Nowitzki replied with a mischievous grin, gazing at Xiao Shen. That voice belonged to a girl, your friend, perhaps? But it couldn't be that fresh-faced model from yesterday. I couldn't comprehend your conversation. Is she one of those girls from China? Xiao, you simply must introduce me to your girlfriend. Xiao Shen found himself at a loss for words. Dirk, I believe you possess quite the talent for gossip. If you weren't playing basketball, you could undoubtedly excel as a remarkable paparazzo. Nowitzki chuckled, running his fingers through his not-so-long hair. Of course, a talent like mine can shine brightly anywhere. As for the tickets you desire, I will arrange them. The team provides tickets for the players, Dirk Nowitzki said earnestly, patting Xiao Shen's shoulder. As the future cornerstone of this team, your requests will certainly be fulfilled. Now, I must head off after today's practice to take care of matters. You need to give it your all in tonight's game. There will be girls watching from the sidelines. Heh. It seems you are still quite the subtly flirtatious veteran. Players in the twilight of their NBA careers possess a different mindset. For instance, one player brought a young teammate along who maintained a stoic expression, yet this veteran would occasionally chuckle, completely unburdened by the fears of past technical fouls. The matter of the tickets has been settled. Xiao Shen can focus on preparing for tonight's match, yet he finds himself bubbling with excitement. It is certainly not due to his cousin, whom he has never met, but rather the thrill of donning a new pair of shoes. At 9:30 p.m., the American Airlines Center is once again teeming with energy. Mark Cuban, having managed the team for many years, is witnessing such an extraordinary turnout for the first time. Recent games have seen tickets sell out completely, with prices continuously on the rise. However, many attendees are not here solely for Xiao Shen. As one of the most popular veterans in the NBA, when the spotlight shines on Kobe Bryant, the arena erupts with waves of cheers and screams. Kobe greets the fans at the sidelines with a smile, his mindset transformed from his youth. He now revels in the joy of the game. Nevertheless, this does not diminish his formidable influence in the world of basketball. Perhaps he remains the only player capable of compelling numerous away fans to willingly chant MVP. The Dallas Mavericks players need not harbor envy, for within their ranks shines a promising new star, Xiao Shen. As he and Dirk Nowitzki stride swiftly from the players' tunnel toward the court, the game is on the verge of commencing. Xiao Shen and Nowitzki are both averse to indulging in flamboyant displays. They eschew elaborate entrance antics that perplex onlookers, and even when comprehensible, demand considerable effort to execute. Alternatively, they refrain from tossing certain items skyward, as such acts bear no significance and do not enhance attributes. As the starting players from both teams take their positions at center court, the whistle of the referee heralds the commencement of the game. In the face of the towering Roy Hibbert, who stands at an imposing 218 centimeters, Xiao Shen triumphs in the jump ball. The Dallas Mavericks initiate their first offensive play of the match. Xiao Shen maneuvered to the arc's apex, providing a screen for Darren Williams. After executing a pick and roll, he received the pass from Darren Williams. Xiao Shen seized the opportunity, driving towards the basket with unwavering determination. Fully in his element, he surged forward like an unstoppable tank. Roy Hibbert, still somewhat oblivious, positioned himself in front of Xiao Shen. Bang! With a fierce charge, Xiao Shen violently collided with Hibbert, sending him sprawling to the ground. Following this, he leaped with fervor, executing a powerful slam dunk that reverberated through the arena. It was effortless, yet strikingly direct. Rick Carlisle recognized the formidable weapon that Xiao Shen represented in his offensive arsenal. During the first quarter, he unleashed Xiao Shen to penetrate the opposing defense, compelling them to make adjustments and thereby opening avenues for his teammates. Naturally, he would not permit Xiao Shen to relentlessly attack the basket without strategy. Carlisle meticulously crafted numerous tactical plays that involved collaboration with his teammates, facilitating Xiao Shen's opportunities to dominate in the paint. The first quarter nearly transformed into a solo exhibition for Xiao Shen, as he overpowered Hibbert and subsequently overran Randall. Even the substitutes, Larry Nance and Brandon Ingram, could not evade the fate of being dunked upon by him. With the precision of a masterful chef, Xiao Shen achieved an astounding 8 out of 9 shots, amassing 18 points, 4 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal, single-handedly dismantling the Los Angeles Lakers. Xiao Shen's remarkable performance in a single quarter propelled the Dallas Mavericks to a commanding lead of 13 points. The contest continued into the second quarter. When Xiao Shen made his reappearance, Byron Scott implemented a strategic shift, opting to double-team him and compel him to pass to his teammates. The Dallas Mavericks had already devised such tactical arrangements. However, today, Deron Williams faltered once more, unable to match up against Chris Paul. Rendered ineffective by the passive buff of merely existing in the same space as Paul. Dirk Nowitzki, whether due to excessive gossip or an extended handshake with Kobe, found himself unusually off target. In contrast, Jordan Clarkson was on fire, relentlessly sinking three-point shots towards the end of the second quarter, steadily narrowing the point gap. Rick Carlisle, lacking viable alternatives, had no choice but to resort to his ace strategy, handing the ball to Xiao Shen and allowing him to unleash his full potential. Xiao Shen, undeterred, activated his super brawny mode, growing increasingly exhilarated with each strike. Then, an extraordinarily amusing yet shocking scene unfolded. Chapter 64, with a single step. The fair-skinned and beautiful cousin made her move. As the game progressed, with 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Dallas Mavericks initiated their offensive. Xiao Shen found himself in the left corner, holding the ball for a one-on-one confrontation against the defense of Larry Nance Jr. Xiao Shen accelerated with the ball. Noticing Randall preparing to assist in defense, completely exhilarated, Xiao Shen exerted tremendous force, vigorously pushing off the ground. He harnessed his momentum. Xiao Shen aspires to boldly challenge Larry Nance Jr. once more, seeking to dunk over Randall. Xiao Shen stomped forcefully on the ground, preparing to unleash his power in an instant. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted, followed by the sharp sound of friction. Then, without any collision, Xiao Shen lost his balance and fell to the ground. The spectators at the sidelines were left in utter bewilderment. Is Xiao Shen truly this ruthless, even to himself? However, when they beheld the profound, distinct black scratch marks etched upon the ground, along with Xiao Shen seated there, revealing the toes of his shoes and clad in socks, they instantly grasped the situation. The red Nike shoe worn on Xiao Shen's right foot hung precariously, half on his foot and half dragging on the ground, its sole gaping open. This unexpected incident elicited a mixture of amusement and disbelief from the spectators. They had never witnessed such a peculiar occurrence on an NBA court. While it is not uncommon for players to lose their shoes or use them defensively, never before had anyone seen a player explode their own shoe with a single step. Jeff Van Gundy, the commentator on the sidelines, was equally bemused by the spectacle. In all my years of watching NBA games, he remarked, this is the first time I've seen a player burst their own footwear on the court. Nonetheless, this moment also showcased Xiao Shen's formidable strength and explosive power. One could only wonder if this incident would have any repercussions for him. Sitting courtside, Xiao Shen gazed at his shattered shoe, feeling a mix of speechlessness and resignation. His earlier predictions had indeed come to fruition, and it had happened rather swiftly. The Nike shoe had truly succumbed to his forceful step. Fortunately, Xiao Shen emerged unscathed from the incident. After being helped up by his teammates, he removed his shoes and flung them to the sidelines, giving them a swift kick for good measure. The discarded footwear was nothing short of garbage. This scene, witnessed by Dan Fagan, left him feeling a chilling sense of foreboding. His agreement with the Guagua company appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Such a turn of events was indeed disheartening. Xiao Shen is unequivocally certain that he will not enter into a contract with GoGo. Furthermore, Xiao Shen's recent action could potentially lead to significant negative repercussions. Although there are no substantial issues, in consideration of Xiao Shen's health, the Dallas Mavericks have decided to refrain from allowing him to participate in subsequent matches. Xiao Shen has aided the Dallas Mavericks in establishing a sufficiently substantial lead. Despite the Mavericks players incessantly missing shots, it had no bearing on the outcome of the game, as the Los Angeles Lakers players were equally inept in their shooting. The match concluded amidst a symphony of clanging iron from both teams. The Mavericks rim repairman could only resign himself to working overtime. Since Xiao Shen joined the Dallas Mavericks, they have faced relentless challenges, prompting a call for Mark Cuban to consider an increase in salary. Originally, today promised an early departure from work, yet one was compelled to endure overtime instead. With the continuous barrage of demands, it became essential to verify whether the backboards had sustained any damage. The outcome of the match held no suspense. Benefiting from the home advantage, the Dallas Mavericks effortlessly triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 99-83, extending their winning streak. Jordan Clarkson showcased an impressive performance, participating for 31 minutes, achieving 9 out of 18 shots, and accumulating 21 points, 4 rebounds, 3 steals, 1 assist, and 1 block. He represents the most significant gain from the Los Angeles Lakers draft selections over the past 2 years. Kobe Bryant gradually regained his form, playing for 32 minutes, shooting 7 out of 15, and contributing 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. Despite a few turnovers, he ensured that the fans who came specifically to watch him received their money's worth. The overall performance of the Dallas Mavericks was rather mediocre. Dirk Nowitzki recorded 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist, while Darren Williams managed 13 points, 13 assists, and 3 steals, both exhibiting rather lackluster shooting percentages. No other players on the Mavericks saw a notable increase in scoring, save for Xiao Shen, who dazzled with 31 points, 8 rebounds, 3 blocks, 2 assists, and 1 steal in his 27 minutes on the court. Xiao Shen's performance remains astonishing. However, the focus of the fans is entirely diverted from the game itself. Post-match discussions revolve around Xiao Shen, particularly his extraordinary feat of demolishing a pair of Nike shoes with just 1 step. It is utterly unfathomable that a player could shatter their footwear during an NBA game. It is truly hard to believe. The quality of Nike shoes is renowned, yet they succumbed to Xiao Shen's mighty force. My goodness, the sheer explosive power he exhibited upon taking off is remarkable. Such terrifying strength. With a single step, he not only destroyed the shoes, but also left deep scuff marks on the court. Xiao Shen is undeniably formidable. This is simply astounding. The sheer force of his jump is breathtaking. Who would have anticipated that someone could obliterate their shoes in such a manner? After shattering the rim and ruining his footwear, one wonders what his next target for destruction might be. The reigning destroyer of the NBA is poised to dominate the league, with 3 consecutive games resulting in broken hoops. Suppliers of basketball rims are already bracing for impact. Following this match, one can only speculate that Nike may be trembling in fear. As their stock plummets, we proudly wear Adidas, known for its exceptional quality. To the one above, how much is Adidas paying you? I'll add 50 cents to my Under Armour. Some outcomes seem almost predictable, yet the future remains uncertain. The impact of Xiao Shen's step is indeed profound. Shoes crafted without the use of our country's cotton are truly not durable. Fortunately, that particular step, Xiao Shen had not exerted himself fully. Otherwise, he would be seeking compensation for medical expenses from the Go-Go company by now. This match against the Los Angeles Lakers, with such a feeble interior lineup, should have allowed Xiao Shen to dominate the court, perhaps even challenge for a new scoring record. Yet, that one misstep had shattered everything. Frustration crept in as he lowered his head, preparing to return to the locker room, when a striking figure suddenly obstructed his path. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of legs clad in light blue Lee jeans, long and slender, accentuated by nude Christian Louboutin heels, adding a touch of allure. Following those graceful legs upward, his gaze encountered a lovely waist cinched by a white Zara shirt. The fullness of her bosom was almost palpable. Higher still, he beheld a delicate and charming face, fair and enchanting. "Hello," the radiant figure greeted, waving her hand at Xiao Shen. "Hello, brother Xiao Shen. Technically, I should address you as cousin, but I find brother to be more endearing." "Indeed," he replied, "old way does not deceive me. Your family possesses remarkable genes. A good brother. A lifelong companion." Chapter 65. A bit exaggerated, a 10 billion drop greetings. Titles are merely labels. Any form of address is acceptable. This time, your cousin has indeed told the truth. You are truly a fair and beautiful cousin. To my beautiful cousin, I am uncertain how to address you. Xiao Shen had a vague notion of the identity of the enchanting woman before him. He merely sought confirmation. She had mentioned wanting to surprise him, thus refraining from disclosing her name. Today marked their first official encounter. At the onset of the competition, she had yet to arrive. Subsequently, Xiao Shen remained entirely focused on the competition, oblivious to the unfolding situation. He had almost forgotten about it until she appeared before him. "Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Shen, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Zhang Manuan, and I am currently an intern at Penguin Sports." Zhang Manuan extended her right hand, which Xiao Shen graciously shook with a gentle grip. It felt remarkably soft. "I am grateful for the ticket you gifted me today, Xiao Shen, and for providing me with the opportunity for my very first exclusive interview. My chances of securing a permanent position have significantly increased, thanks to you. May I offer you a warm embrace?" Zhang Manuan took a step forward, expressing her eagerness. Xiao Shen hesitated for a moment before gradually opening his hands. The two of them separated instantly. It was truly significant indeed. I believe Xiao Shen would not regret entrusting me with his first experience, given my appearance. I surely live up to his expectations, don't you think? Zhang Man advanced with relentless fervor. Xiao Shen cleared his throat softly, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. "There is little to speak of regarding my relationship with your cousin. Whenever he has approached me, It has always been imperative to ensure clarity in our arrangements. Please take some time to prepare. Should you have any requests for tomorrow, do not hesitate to voice them, and I shall endeavor to accommodate you. Xiao Shen patted his chest in assurance. Thank you in advance, Brother Xiao Shen, Zhang Menyuan said, moving slightly closer. Novitsky is calling for you. So I shall not disturb you further. We shall meet tomorrow, Brother Xiao Shen. She suddenly leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I have a little surprise prepared for you tomorrow. I look forward to the interview. Farewell. With a fragrant breeze, Zhang Menyuan waved goodbye to Xiao Shen as she departed with her friends. At that moment, Novitsky approached and embraced Xiao Shen. Xiao, I just called you. Did you not hear me? Your new girlfriend has exquisite taste. She is truly beautiful. No wonder you've been ignoring me. Young man, you must practice moderation. Indeed. Kobe Bryant walked over, his demeanor serious and filled with disdain. Xiao, I know that the allure of fame and beauty may cloud your judgment. I urge you to remain composed and refrain from making irrevocable decisions. As someone who has been through it, I have experience, Novitsky added. You should heed the advice of your older brothers. Xiao Shen looked at the two with a hint of exasperation. She is merely my cousin, an intern journalist, who has come to discuss an exclusive interview with me. Please do not overthink the situation. Xiao Shen embraced the shoulders of both individuals and declared, let us go. There are no matches tomorrow, and I have discovered a delightful Chinese restaurant. Let us indulge in a meal together. Kobe and Novitsky exchanged knowing glances, responding in unison. You shall treat us. How outrageous. Two men, each worth over $100 million, still insisted that Xiao Shen foot the bill. The trio then savored a sumptuous feast at the Chinese restaurant. Xiao Shen listened intently to the engaging conversation between Novitsky and Kobe, gaining a wealth of knowledge from their exchange. The following morning dawned. Xiao Shen was awakened by his biological clock. After completing his morning routine, Xiao Shen hurriedly rushed towards the gym, commencing a new day of training. Just as the warm-up concluded, the door of the training facility was pushed open. Xiao Shen initially believed it was one of his teammates. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was greeted by the striking figure of Zhang Menyuan hurrying towards him. Today, she had adopted a new style, cream-colored casual trousers paired with pristine white flats, complemented by a white t-shirt and topped with Xiao Shen's Dallas Mavericks jersey, number 10. In her beauty and allure, there was an added touch of youthful exuberance. No wonder Xiao Shen, her older brother, could shine so brilliantly in the NBA. He had arrived at the gym for training so early. Zhang Menyuan's enchanting eyes playfully met Xiao Shen's as she remarked, I previously thought you were joking, cousin. When I arrived at the gym, I assumed you hadn't come yet. It wasn't until I inquired with the security at the entrance that I learned you had already been training for nearly an hour. You truly are an early bird. Xiao Shen had just completed a set of training and was seated on the sidelines, taking a moment to rest. What brings you here so early? Wasn't the exclusive interview scheduled for the afternoon? Zhang Man replied, since I have the rare opportunity to conduct the first exclusive interview with you, I certainly want to gather more first-hand information. I merely came to do some filming. You can continue your training as usual without any concern for me. All right. Xiao Shen took a moment to rest, preparing to continue his training. At that moment, Zhang Menyuan spoke again. Brother Xiao Shen, have you seen the latest reports? Do you realize the significant impact your actions had on their company when you accidentally crushed Go-Go sneakers yesterday? Xiao Shen shook his head. Look, Zhang Man said as she brought her phone closer. Xiao Shen leaned in, inhaling the unique fragrance of the young girl, his gaze sweeping over the screen. It was somewhat exaggerated. Xiao Shen was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Shen inadvertently burst a pair of sneakers. Their competitors, unable to remain passive, united in their onslaught. Despite the swift rebuttal from the sneaker company, which engaged in extensive efforts to mitigate the damage, they could not avert a catastrophic plunge in their stock price. In a single night, conservative estimates indicate that the company incurred losses of at least $1 billion due to Xiao Shen's misstep. This figure is merely a conservative estimate, and they have yet to stabilize the situation. Should this incident catch the attention of Mr. Wang, he would undoubtedly delightfully chant beside Xiao Shen, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion. Perhaps this would even elevate Xiao Shen to become his prized protege. A single misstep costing $1 billion. The sneaker company suffered grievously. They were once the frontrunners in the race to secure a contract with Xiao Shen. Had the agreement been successful, it would have yielded substantial profits and bolstered their influence within the Chinese market. Now, however, all prospects have dimmed. They have withdrawn from the competition for the endorsement contract with Xiao Shen. Brother Xiao Shen, you have no idea how immense your influence is right now. It is solely due to my cousin's good rapport with you. Otherwise, I doubt I would even have the chance to meet you, Zhang Man excitedly remarked. You wouldn't believe it. Some have even offered money for me to relinquish this opportunity to them. Nevertheless, I shall not acquiesce. By the way, brother Xiao Shen, have you decided which sneaker company you wish to sign with? Xiao Shen shook his head, stating that he had yet to make a decision and would address it in due time. He suggested they continue with today's training, adding that if she wished to take photographs, she could do so from the sidelines, as he might not be able to cooperate fully during his practice. No worries, Zhang Manran replied with a smile. Just treat it like any other training session. I'll manage on my own. Xiao Shen immersed himself in training, while Dan Feigen was exceedingly busy. Chapter 66. The Surprise from My Cousin, the Battle of New and Old Beasts. Initially, he had nearly finalized negotiations with the Go-Go Company, awaiting only Xiao Shen's signature. However, due to Xiao Shen's last match, where he inadvertently destroyed his sneakers, all his previous efforts were rendered futile. Consequently, he had to resume discussions with the sneaker company. Nevertheless, in contrast to the previous round, he found himself in a position where he no longer needed to seek out the manufacturers. They were now approaching him, offering substantial incentives. For instance, Go-Go's most formidable competitor in the NBA market, Adidas, even presented an offer that was twice as high as the previous one. Xiao Shen's step forward has indeed brought him significant advantages. Moreover, in comparison to before, the current Xiao Shen is even more sought after. This is because, regardless of which sneaker brand he chooses, it effectively bestows upon them a prestigious golden label. Xiao Shen, this burgeoning NBA superstar, possesses sneakers that are impervious to wear and tear, a testament to their exceptional quality. Such an unparalleled advertising effect is something that countless NBA legends could only dream of. Consequently, numerous footwear manufacturers, in a frenzied competition to diminish the allure of rival brands, have commenced an aggressive pursuit of Xiao Shen. Dan Feigen, undoubtedly, seizes this opportunity to engage in strategic negotiations, aiming to secure the most advantageous contract possible. However, it is unprecedented to witness such a multitude of sneaker companies vying for a single player, leaving Dan Feigen equally overwhelmed. Meanwhile, within the training facility of the Dallas Mavericks, Xiao Shen is diligently honing his skills. Yet, today's training session feels slightly off-kilter. After each set, Zhang Man promptly offers a towel or water. Brother Xiao Shen, are you tired? Have some water. Brother Xiao Shen, let me help you wipe away the sweat. These gestures quicken Xiao Shen's heartbeat, accelerate his metabolism, and send his adrenaline soaring, instilling him with an unquenchable reservoir of energy. Today's training proves to be more fruitful than ever before. As Xiao Shen immersed himself in the intense and rigorous training, Zhang Man quietly stood nearby, seizing the moment to capture photographs. She openly admired Xiao Shen's handsome figure, his flawless physique, and his impressive muscles. When Nowitzki arrived at the gym and beheld this scene, he couldn't help but wish to make a jest about it. Xiao Shen pointed at the camera. Subsequently, the two engaged in training together. Xiao Shen's foundational skills require further enhancement. With Nowitzki's guidance, he can achieve remarkable results with half the effort. Zhang Man secretly preserved some photographs. Subsequently, she captured additional footage regarding Xiao Shen, concluding the morning's training session. Xiao Shen will consume energy supplements under the guidance of professional nutritionists and systematic recommendations. As a player who relies on his physical prowess, discipline is of utmost importance. In fact, the NBA is replete with prodigies, many of whom possess physical attributes that surpass even those of superstars like Michael Jordan and Tracy McGrady. Yet, all are squandered due to a lack of self-discipline. Despite having a body enhanced and reformed by the system, Xiao Shen understands that a lack of self-discipline and indulgence in excessive eating may similarly heighten his risk of injury. Zhang Manuan has been diligently following him, capturing the minutiae of Xiao Shen's daily life with her camera. The exclusive interview was scheduled in a private office within the Dallas Mavericks arena. In response to Zhang Manuan's inquiries, Xiao Shen was exceedingly cooperative, sharing his thoughts candidly without reservation. In his inaugural exclusive interview, Xiao Shen concluded amidst an atmosphere of unparalleled ease and delight. He gestured for the remaining members of his team to depart. Zhang Manuan approached Xiao Shen and said, "Brother Xiao Shen, I have one more request. Would you be willing to grant it?" Xiao Shen replied with delight, "You may speak. I desire a jersey adorned with your autograph. Would that be permissible?" Zhang Manuan removed her outer garment, gesturing towards the Dallas Mavericks jersey she wore, number 10. "I have brought the jersey, and the pen is here. I trust you would not deny such a request." Xiao Shen took the signature pen that Zhang Manuan had handed him and inquired, "Where would you like me to sign?" "Here," she replied, pointing to the designated spot. Xiao Shen felt his heart race uncontrollably. "Are you certain?" "Indeed. Just sign here." Zhang Man's tone softened. Yet she still clutched Xiao Shen's hand tightly. "Come on, hurry up, Xiao Shen." Xiao Shen was unaware of how he managed to sign his name, only feeling a subtle tremor in his hand. He could distinctly sense the fullness of the moment, as well as the rapid beating of their hearts in synchrony. Zhang Man, having tidied up her belongings, suddenly turned to Xiao Shen, revealing a playful and mischievous smile. "Brother Xiao Shen, let me show you something else." Xiao Shen inquired, "What delightful item is this?" "Here, take a look." Zhang Manuan gently lifted her trousers. Xiao Shen observed with great clarity. "The black stockings. I will send them to you when I return, Brother Xiao Shen. Farewell. Keep up the good work. I will always be your devoted little fan of basketball. Goodbye." Exciting. Quite thrilling. Xiao Shen always felt that something was amiss. He had always regarded Wei Shu Jing as his closest brother, yet he wished to be Xiao Shen's cousin. How infuriating. This afternoon's training, as well as the evenings, yielded satisfactory results, yet there lingered an inexplicable void. Today, Xiao Shen did not train late into the night. He returned to his residence early. As he lay down to rest, he noticed several unread messages. Upon opening them, he was greeted by a series of stunning photographs. Xiao Shen's heart stirred once more, touched by the delightful surprise his cousin had bestowed upon him. After expressing his gratitude, he drifted into a contented slumber. The Dallas Mavericks were on the brink of embarking on a 3-game road trip. On the evening of the 16th, they would clash with the Houston Rockets at the Toyota Center, marking the second game of a back-to-back. Following a mere day's respite, they would hasten to Boston to face the illustrious Boston Celtics, the team with the most championship titles in NBA history. Among the three teams, apart from the Philadelphia 76ers, the remaining two adversaries were formidable in their own right, particularly the final opponent. If Xiao Shen recalled correctly, it was the Golden State Warriors' impressive winning streak that loomed ahead. It was precisely due to being forcibly dragged into double overtime by the Boston Celtics that the Milwaukee Bucks were able to conclude the second game of the back-to-back. Although the current record of the Boston Celtics may not be particularly impressive, under the guidance of the talented Isaiah Thomas and the youthful coach Brad Stevens, this team consistently displays remarkable fighting spirit on their home court. As for the upcoming match, the Dallas Mavericks will face the Houston Rockets. Despite their current record of 4 wins and 5 losses, falling short of a 50-win rate, the team's star player, James Harden, has yet to shake off the curse associated with the NBA's best defensive sixth man, Khloe Kardashian, resulting in a notably lackluster performance. Furthermore, ongoing discord with veteran coach Kevin McHale has impeded the Houston Rockets from showcasing their true potential. However, within their ranks lies the once dominant force in the NBA's interior game, Dwight Howard. At one time, Howard was the only player in the league capable of being exchanged straight up for LeBron James, a testament to his formidable strength. Tonight's clash is regarded by some fans and media as a battle between the old and new beasts. Chapter 67. The confident beast strikes hard. The playing styles of the two are indeed reminiscent of one another. In his prime, Howard primarily relied on brute strength beneath the basket, while the legendary Shaquille O'Neal exhibited finesse with his footwork and hook shots. Howard's game was largely predicated on exploiting his physical gifts to overpower opponents, showcasing limited techniques, primarily a 3-step hook shot from either side. Nevertheless, in the post-Yao Ming era, as the presence of dominant centers began to wane in the NBA, few players could effectively contain Howard's prowess. Scoring 20 points and grabbing 20 rebounds in a game was as routine for him as having a meal. He even once achieved an astounding 45 points and 23 rebounds in a single match, successfully entering the prestigious 40-20 club. Thanks to the system crafted by coach Stan Van Gundy, which featured a star surrounded by 4 sharpshooters, Dwight Howard's talents were maximally showcased. During his peak, Howard averaged an impressive 22.9 points and 14.1 rebounds per game, even leading the Orlando Magic to triumph over the Cleveland Cavaliers, then dominated by LeBron James. Perhaps it was that year's defeat that solidified LeBron James's unwavering belief in basketball. The Orlando Magic, who journeyed to the finals, lacked the depth required and were easily vanquished by the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 4-1. In that particular finals, Dwight Howard was severely restricted by Pau Gasol. Nevertheless, in Game 4 of the finals, he set a new NBA Finals record with an astonishing 9 blocks in a single game. During his prime, The formidable Howard was named the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year for 3 consecutive years and even claimed victory in the NBA Slam Dunk Contest. One can vividly recall the moment when Howard donned his Superman cape and executed a breathtaking dunk, a memory cherished by longtime fans. At that time, Howard indeed possessed the prowess to compete with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal. However, after enduring a series of injuries and grappling with psychological issues, the Dwight Howard of today is no longer the same reckless force as Shaquille O'Neal. It is prudent to estimate Xiao Shen is at least equivalent to 1/5 of the formidable Howard from the world of Warcraft. Thus, Xiao Shen never believed that tonight's match would be a clash between the old and new titans of the game. He was convinced that it would undoubtedly be a one-sided rout. Xiao Shen aspires solely to achieve a new pinnacle in his professional career. For within the ranks of the Houston Rockets resides the NBA's spiritual embodiment of offensive prowess, the legendary James Harden. However, Dwight Howard holds a contrary belief. He is convinced of his ability to easily best Xiao Shen. Despite joining the Houston Rockets, his performance remains inconsistent. Yet his ambition to assume the role of a leader has never wavered. On November 8th, during a match against the Los Angeles Clippers, he faced the formidable duo of DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin, delivering an impressive 20 points and 20 rebounds. Following that, in a game against the Brooklyn Nets, Howard encountered Brook Lopez and effortlessly tallied 20 points and 17 rebounds, even in an away game against the Denver Nuggets, where his performance was rather average. He still managed to secure 12 points and 10 rebounds. He believes that the once dominant force of the NBA has quietly returned. Thus, during an interview with reporters, Dwight Howard exuded confidence, stating, "I feel that I have rediscovered that familiar state of play. On the court, no one can restrain my performance. I am confident in my ability to triumph over any opponent." When asked about his thoughts on Xiao Shen, a flicker of arrogance shone in Howard's eyes. "I have watched videos of him playing. While his strength is formidable, relying solely on power in the NBA is futile. Perhaps he should consider becoming a weightlifter, as that might suit him better." Howard chuckled heartily, considering himself quite humorous. "I understand his style of play. I know players of his type well, and I can contain him. Despite his explosive and impressive performances in previous games, against me, he will surely falter. In today's match, I will guard him closely. Given even a slight opportunity, I can easily achieve 20-10 against him. Only magic can defeat magic. Similarly, only a brute can conquer a brute." Howard's understanding is clear, as are his subtle schemes. Xiao Shen is equally aware of the situation. However, it would be overly presumptuous for him to consider Xiao Shen merely as a stepping stone in his pursuit of a position within the team. Xiao Shen, in truth, preferred not to articulate his thoughts extensively. However, given his current meteoric rise to fame, he found himself besieged by a throng of media reporters the moment he disembarked from the team bus. Even Nowitzki, eager to assist Xiao Shen in extricating himself from the predicament, felt somewhat powerless. Xiao Shen found himself in an inextricable situation. Confronted by the relentless barrage of cameras and reporters, he spoke slowly. Dwight was indeed an exceptional interior player in his prime. However, every time he faced Yao, he was likely to be overwhelmed. "I believe I too could achieve a similar outcome." Xiao Shen swiftly strode into the players' tunnel, denying the journalists and media another chance for pursuit and scrutiny. Yao Ming stands as a towering figure, a height that Howard could never hope to surpass in his lifetime. In his earlier years, Howard often found himself dominating many players with an almost paternal superiority. Yet, when faced with Yao Ming, the roles shifted dramatically, and he became the one on the receiving end. Xiao Shen's words carry a hint of malevolence. However, regardless of Dwight Howard's thoughts or his competitive spirit on the court, Xiao Shen remains indifferent. It makes no difference who it is. The approach is straightforward: overwhelm them with sheer force. This match marks the first encounter of the season between the Dallas Mavericks and the Houston Rockets. Tonight, the Houston Rockets have deployed their starting point guard, Ty Lawson, alongside shooting guard James Harden, small forward Trevor Ariza, power forward Terrence Jones, and center Dwight Howard. On the bench, formidable players such as Jason Terry, Corey Brewer, and the tenacious Patrick Beverley await. Overall, the Houston Rockets possess a slight edge in strength. The Dallas Mavericks have retained their starting lineup from the previous game. As the starting players take their positions at center court, James Harden appears somewhat dazed, as if he has just awakened, his legs slightly unsteady, and his gaze betraying a hint of caution as it wanders in a particular direction. Xiao Shen gazed in the direction indicated, and it became clear why. There, seated courtside, was Khloe Kardashian, suggesting that Dengue had just emerged from a fierce battle. However, it was evident that Harden was faltering, lacking his usual bravado. Perhaps he feared the Kardashian family's notorious curse. If only he would embrace a bolder approach. Should the opportunity arise, I would gladly assist him in pursuing her. Observe how unperturbed I remain. Catching sight of Kendall Jenner seated beside Khloe Kardashian, Xiao Shen offered a warm smile. In that instant, their eyes met, conveying a shared sentiment. And they reveled in the moment. Xiao Shen was thoroughly engrossed in the game when, suddenly, a cacophony of obnoxious, mocking laughter pierced his ears. Hey, rookie, don't look around aimlessly. It's futile. She is beyond your reach. Are you prepared? Today, I shall embody Superman and obliterate you. The disdainful voice belonged to Dwight Howard. Chapter 68, Jumping Suppression, the opening clash with the Beast. Yao Ming had always been a nightmare in Howard's mind. Howard was the type of athlete endowed with remarkable athleticism, though his physical confrontations were far from elite. You may leap as you wish. I shall soar higher. Yao stepped in front of him, and Howard, lacking finesse in the paint, was utterly at a loss regarding how to mount an offense. Xiao Shen deliberately employed this matter to provoke Howard, which resulted in the match barely commencing before Howard was eager to teach Xiao Shen a lesson. Kid, your country has but one Yao. I fear none of the other players. Today, you shall witness how I discipline you. You will pay a heavy price for your words. Howard was brimming with enthusiasm and a fierce desire to compete. Xiao Shen retorted with a hint of mockery. Have you forgotten that impressive block on the Olympic stage? If it has slipped your mind, allow me to refresh your memory today. It has been quite some time since I encountered a young player as arrogant as you. You yellow-skinned lad. Just wait. The referee, holding the ball, approached the two, and the jump ball ceremony was about to commence. Howard fixed his gaze intently on the basketball in the referee's hands. Xiao Shen is no exception. Dwight Howard's most admirable trait is undoubtedly his astonishing vertical leap. Standing at an impressive height of 211 centimeters and weighing 120 kilograms, Howard achieves a remarkable vertical jump of 97 centimeters. He has even performed the feat of kissing the rim. During dunk contests, his running jump height exceeds 106 centimeters. Complemented by his terrifying jumping speed and a wingspan of 229 centimeters, which justifies his moniker as Superman. In this jump ball, Dwight Howard is determined to prevail. Yao Ming has the height advantage, so what grounds does the shorter Xiao Shen have to contest him? As the referee tosses the ball into the air, Howard propels himself off the ground and leaps into action. Indeed, Howard's jumping speed and height are exceptional. However, Xiao Shen's leap is nothing short of extraordinary. He jumps after Howard. Xiao Shen soared into the sky like a rocket, swiftly and decisively, arriving ahead of others in an instant. Xiao Shen soared to an impressive height, instantly surpassing Howard. With fully extended long arms, he deftly flicked the ball to the awaiting Darren Williams behind him. As the match commenced, Xiao Shen executed a remarkable jump suppression against Howard, utilizing the very physical prowess that Howard held in such high esteem. This unexpected defeat served as a formidable warning to him. The once arrogant Howard now stared in astonishment at Xiao Shen, incredulous that an interior player could surpass his leaping ability. Howard, unwilling to concede, prepared for the contest ahead. The Dallas Mavericks initiated the first offensive play of the game. Xiao Shen positioned himself low on the left side, with his back to the basket, extending his hand to request the ball. Howard firmly held his ground against Xiao Shen, gesturing with a sweeping motion to signal his teammates that no help was necessary. It was a one-on-one confrontation. Xiao Shen harbored a certain admiration for Howard's audacity. You truly possess remarkable bravery. However, Xiao Shen was unyieldingly reckless, offering Howard no respite whatsoever. The mode of the super reckless player was instantly activated. He dribbled swiftly towards the basket, each stride more forceful than the last. Recently, the fruits of Xiao Shen's training began to manifest, as he gradually developed a newfound understanding of both the control and application of power. As he pivoted effortlessly to face the hoop, Xiao Shen unleashed his strength with precise timing. Just as Howard, poised to make a defensive move, surged forward, he collided squarely with Xiao Shen's shoulder. Xiao Shen suddenly erupted with force. The clash of two powers caused Howard to lose his balance. He stomped his foot firmly on the ground, yet his body involuntarily tilted backward. The first shot of the match, Xiao Shen forcefully knocked Howard to the ground, following it up with a ruthless slam that relentlessly battered the Houston Rockets rim. On the floor, Howard gazed at Xiao Shen with an expression of disbelief. The game had just begun with the tip-off, and perhaps he had underestimated Xiao Shen's astonishing leaping ability, which had decisively overpowered him. He never anticipated that during the Dallas Mavericks' first defensive play, he would voluntarily request the ball for a one-on-one defense, only to be sent sprawling by Xiao Shen's sheer force. Such a terrifying display of power. Was it even more formidable than Yao Ming's? At that moment, the audience at the Toyota Center, home of the Houston Rockets, was equally astonished by Xiao Shen's prowess. Quick, tell me, who is that yellow-skinned player wearing the Dallas Mavericks number 10 jersey? How could he possibly have knocked the beast down? They mused, observing his resemblance to Yao. Is he from their country? Why hasn't our team's management discovered such an outstanding player? That player's name is Xiao. Hailing from the same country as Yao. Haven't you been following the recent NBA news? He is currently one of the most explosive players in the league, with a playing style that is utterly electrifying. How can that be? Wasn't Yao supposed to be the finest player from their country, the one with the greatest talent? How could there be someone even more formidable? The dominance of that yellow-skinned player seemed to eclipse Yao's. He could rival the likes of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. Had Shaq ever been knocked down by anyone? Yet, this young talent managed to do so effortlessly. Did you not notice? During the tip-off, he jumped higher than Dwight. His vertical leap is astonishing, coupled with such formidable strength. Who is the real beast here? Dwight Howard rose from the floor, determined to prove that he was still a formidable force, a testament to his status as one of the greatest superstars in NBA history. It was now the Houston Rockets' turn to attack. Howard positioned himself under the basket, eager to assert his presence and prepare for a one-on-one confrontation. Xiao Shen effortlessly pushed it away from the rim, leaving him with no opportunity to comfortably request the ball. From the very first second of the game, Xiao Shen intended to exert complete dominance over Howard. Moreover, as Howard's teammate, James Harden showed no inclination to pass the ball into the paint. With a series of behind-the-back dribbles, he executed his signature step-back three-pointer. Clang! The moment the ball was released, Xiao Shen knew that this shot was short. The depleted James Harden attempted a three-pointer, feeble and lacking vigor. Xiao Shen secures his position, providing a reliable pass to Nowitzki, who confidently retrieves the rebound. The Dallas Mavericks initiate their offense. As Xiao Shen had just secured his position, Darren Williams lofted the ball towards him. This scene filled Howard with an undeniable discontent. He felt a sense of imbalance. Despite his considerable efforts and the strength he exerted to establish his position beneath the basket, his teammates neglected to pass him the ball. As Xiao Shen positioned himself, the ball was swiftly delivered into his hands. At that moment, Dwight Howard felt compelled to showcase the prowess that had earned him the title of NBA Defensive Player of the Year for 3 consecutive years. Just as he was about to make his move, Xiao Shen abruptly pivoted, confronting Howard's defense head-on. Creating a slight distance, he dribbled forward with remarkable speed, his intentions glaringly evident. He aimed to charge towards the basket and deliver a thunderous dunk. In an instant, Howard sprang into action, swiftly adjusting his defensive stance and leaning forward, attempting to obstruct Xiao Shen's path. Yet, as Xiao Shen surged forward with the ball, he proved impossible to impede. Like a force of nature, he barreled past Howard, sending him sprawling to the side. Following this, Xiao Shen leapt, and before Howard's very eyes, executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Chapter 69, The True and False Beast, a dunk reveals all, 2 consecutive points. Xiao Shen found himself utterly exasperated by Howard's recklessness. The Houston Rockets' offense displayed no inclination to involve him at all. At present, the unequivocal linchpin of the Houston Rockets is none other than James Harden, who was once a vital asset of the Oklahoma City Thunder but was ultimately seized by the Rockets due to a reluctant $5 million concession. Currently, James Harden has yet to transition into the role of a point guard. His mind is solely preoccupied with scoring. As he held the ball at the top of the arc, entangled by Matthews' defense, Harden attempted to draw a foul, only for Matthews to deftly evade the contact. With no other option, Harden was forced to take a contested shot, which struck the rim and ricocheted high into the air. Xiao Shen, feeling no one was contesting his position, stood beneath the point where the rebound would land. Just then, Howard surged towards the same spot, propelling himself off the ground with great agility, his outstretched arms aiming to seize the ball with a decisive grip. Fortunately, Xiao Shen remained vigilant, swiftly rising to pass the ball to the side to Nowitzki. During his prime, Howard was able to establish a star-studded strategy around him primarily due to his prowess in rebounding. He would leap high to secure the rebound, seamlessly initiating a second offensive. either forcefully driving the ball into the basket or drawing a foul. Consequently, he set a record with 39 free throws in a single game, a signature move that consistently yielded results for Howard. However, this time he found himself once again suppressed by Xiao Shen's leaping ability. The Dallas Mavericks offense continued as Darren Williams sought out Xiao Shen positioned in the paint. Xiao Shen is positioned remarkably close to the basket. This shot, Xiao Shen resembles a peak-era Howard, effortlessly overpowering other interior players. With a seamless pivot and a surge of strength, he effortlessly dispels Howard's defense. Xiao Shen surged forth like a bamboo shoot breaking through the parched earth, delivering a powerful two-handed slam that thrust the ball into the hoop. The wheel of destiny turns inexorably, and the heavens spare no one. Those who engage in the fray shall ultimately face the consequences. Witnessing this moment, many fans of the Houston Rockets pondered, who, indeed, is the true beast? Why is it that the player donning the number 12 jersey for the Houston Rockets appears to be a mere imitation, while the one clad in the number 10 jersey for the Dallas Mavericks embodies the authentic essence of the beast? Astonishingly, he was subjected to a merciless display of dominance by his opponent. Howard's emotions flared immediately, lamenting that Terrence Jones on the other side failed to provide adequate support, while signaling to Ty Lawson to pass him the ball. As the Houston Rockets prepared to mount their offensive, Howard did not position himself in the paint. Instead, he ventured out to collaborate with Ty Lawson in executing a pick-and-roll play. Xiao Shen feigned a delay. Ty Lawson, without a hint of hesitation, deftly pushed the ball to the ground, delivering it to the cutting Howard. At last in possession of the ball, Howard's gaze was fixated solely on the hoop. His mind consumed by a singular thought. He was determined to execute a thunderous dunk over Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen swiftly retreated to the paint, positioning himself promptly in the path of Howard's advance. Upon spotting Xiao Shen, a fiercer determination ignited in Howard's eyes. He took a powerful step, lifted the ball, and with a single hand grasped it, aiming to slam it into the hoop over Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen had long been waiting here. With both feet firmly planted on the ground, he leapt into the air, his right hand perfectly positioned to intercept Howard's path as he attempted to dunk. Xiao Shen firmly pressed the ball beneath his palm. Howard, in a fit of rage, summoned all his strength, attempting to break through Xiao Shen's defense. However, the sudden surge of power from Xiao Shen caused the ball to slip from his grasp, soaring directly into the air. Howard's dream of dunking over Xiao Shen was instantly shattered. Furthermore, Xiao Shen exhibited astonishing strength, effortlessly blocking Howard's dunk with a single hand. Struck by the tremendous force of Xiao Shen, Howard staggered backwards several steps upon landing. Xiao Shen stood resolutely before him, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Howard. The latter's confidence was profoundly shaken. His once unassailable dunk, a hallmark of his offensive prowess, was effortlessly swatted down by Xiao Shen with a single hand, forcing Howard to retreat in disbelief. The crowd at the Toyota Center erupted in astonishment. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. As Howard attempted another dunk, the ball he had launched was sent flying by Xiao Shen, landing deftly in the hands of Chandler Parsons. The transition from offense to defense was swift, with the remaining players swiftly positioning themselves for the ensuing play. Xiao Shen showed no intention of positioning himself within the restricted area. Suddenly, he moved to the top of the arc, setting a screen for Darren Williams. With a deft pick and roll, Xiao Shen seized the opportunity and cut swiftly towards the basket. The ball from Darren Williams arrived perfectly. Xiao Shen dribbled the ball, making a direct advance towards the penalty area. The same pick-and-roll collaboration, executed in the same manner. Xiao Shen took the initiative to approach Dwight Howard. It was excessive, showing a complete disregard for me, the three-time NBA Defensive Player of the Year, the formidable Howard. Do you wish to dunk over me? You shall face rejection. This time, Howard was brimming with confidence, fully assured of his ability to subdue Xiao Shen. Get down, he roared, leaping high into the air, hands pressed downward, intent on forcing Xiao Shen to the ground. Although he managed to block the ball, however, Xiao Shen charged towards the hoop with an unstoppable momentum, augmented by the attributes bestowed upon him by the invincible barbarian King's collision. He soared into the air. Xiao Shen summoned all his strength for a thunderous dunk, empowered by the extraordinary passive attribute of a brute force slam. The might of this dunk was incredibly ferocious. Although Howard's hands pressed down on Xiao Shen's ball, he was unable to thwart Xiao Shen's relentless assault on the hoop. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated. Xiao Shen forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Moreover, the mighty Howard, who was eager to thwart Xiao Shen's dunk, was unexpectedly swept away by the tremendous impact, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The Toyota Center erupted in a frenzy, with spectators gasping in astonishment. What just happened? How could he have directly knocked Dwight down? Who is truly the beast? The one who attempts to block the shot was, astonishingly, overturned by the opponent's dunk. What on earth? Unbelievable. Is it really this outrageous? Dwight appears rather feeble, doesn't he? What on earth is he doing? At this moment, across the ocean, in the Penguin Sports live broadcast room, Coach Yang Yi exclaimed with fervor, I believe everyone knows in their hearts who the true beast is. The authenticity of the beast is revealed in a single dunk. Utilizing the same offensive strategy, Xiao Shen, as the defender, decisively brought Howard down. However, in a similar dunking maneuver, not only did Howard fail to thwart Xiao Shen's dunk, but he was also sent tumbling to the ground by Xiao Shen. Now, I implore you to loudly declare, who is the true beast? My goodness. The current Xiao Shen is astonishingly fearsome. Even the great Yao Ming never executed such exhilarating moves. Countless viewers witnessing this moment through the live broadcast echoed his sentiments in awe. Xiao Shen's performance in this round was truly astonishing. In the past, when Dayo faced Howard, he merely managed to contain him, limiting his impact. However, Howard still had some room to retaliate. After several rounds, Xiao Shen has completely established a dominant rhythm, akin to a father effortlessly besting his son, leaving no room for retaliation. Howard's initial bravado was swiftly extinguished by Xiao Shen's prowess. In the 70th chapter, he amassed over 40 points in 3 quarters, sending Howard's mentality spiraling. Within a mere 4 minutes of the game, Howard was subjected to a relentless series of maneuvers from Xiao Shen that left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. While he anticipated some challenges from Xiao Shen, he never imagined the latter would be so formidable. This should not be the case. During the matchup between the Houston Rockets and the Los Angeles Clippers, Howard had scored an impressive 20 points and secured 20 rebounds against DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin, while his counterpart, the previous year's NBA defensive first-team member DeAndre Jordan, managed only 10 points and 10 rebounds. By this logic, Howard equates to approximately 2 DeAndre Jordans. If one Jordan cannot contain Xiao Shen, then 2 certainly cannot. If Xiao Shen can easily overwhelm him, he must be roughly equivalent to 1/5 of Howard himself. Howard's mind buzzed with confusion over this mathematical conundrum. DeAndre Jordan could only ponder, is this polite? A prominent NBA defensive first-team player and 2-time rebounding champion reduced to a mere measuring unit for centers. This was rather excessive. Unable to comprehend the situation, Howard remained on the court, repeatedly relegated to the role of Xiao Shen's backdrop. A common flaw among the coaches of the Houston Rockets has been their obstinacy. Kevin McHale was no exception. Howard simply could not guard Xiao Shen. Yet he was compelled to continue one-on-one defense, effectively allowing Xiao Shen free points. Furthermore, he was reluctant to alter his defensive strategy. Howard, you're out. Terrence Jones. You go in. Terrence Jones responded, you can let me feast on easy opponents, but guarding Xiao Shen is beyond my capability. Do you grasp the situation? In front of Xiao Shen, I am merely a dish on the table, like bean sprouts in Zhang Fei's bowl. You might as well allow me to attack, but how could I possibly defend against Xiao Shen? Subsequently, as he took the court, Clint Capella, who had yet to experience the artistry of James Harden's playmaking, along with Montrezl Harrell, could not escape the fate of becoming mere background figures against the relentless prowess of Xiao Shen. The Houston Rockets resolutely refrained from double-teaming, allowing Xiao Shen to dominate under the rim at will. In the first quarter, he achieved an impressive 9 of 10 shooting, amassing 19 points, 4 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal, effortlessly dismantling the Rockets' interior defense. As the star player of the Houston Rockets, James Harden found himself in an uncharacteristically dismal form, missing all 6 of his attempts in the first quarter and managing only 3 points from free throws. Harden, a player capable of scoring 20 points with just a single field goal, exemplified the pinnacle of NBA excellence. After rising at 4 a.m. to study NBA rules, Harden had evidently surpassed some of the less sportsmanlike veterans in the realm of drawing fouls. In the second quarter, despite his continued shooting woes, Harden repeatedly compelled Dallas Mavericks players to commit fouls, sending him to the free throw line time and again. Meanwhile, a rejuvenated Dwight Howard made a noteworthy return. Although he initially failed to secure a rebound from behind Xiao Shen, however, he found success against Dwight Powell, snatching 2 impressive offensive rebounds that led to subsequent scoring opportunities. Observing from the sidelines, Xiao Shen experienced an epiphany regarding a new approach to the game, realizing he could adopt a more aggressive style. The Rockets gradually closed the scoring gap, prompting coach Rick Carlisle to make substitutions, reintroducing Xiao Shen to the fray. Howard, facing Xiao Shen's defense, was rendered ineffective. Even his signature three-step hook shot failed to find the basket, culminating in a devastating rejection by Xiao Shen that sent the ball soaring near midcourt. Finally aware of the situation, Coach McHale began employing double-teaming strategies to counter Xiao Shen. However, Xiao Shen had grown accustomed to such defensive tactics, consistently distributing the ball effectively. Although Darren Williams and Dirk Nowitzki struggled with their shooting, Chandler Parsons showed no mercy against his former team, making all 5 of his three-point attempts. The Mavericks flourished both inside and out, while the Rockets' offense remained stagnant, relying heavily on the efforts of Harden and Terrence Jones. As the first half concluded, the visiting Mavericks held a commanding 60-44 lead. Remarkably, even under close scrutiny from the Rockets, Xiao Shen managed to score 9 points on 4 attempts in the second quarter, bringing his total to 28 points by halftime, seemingly on a quest for 40. Upon returning from the break, the Rockets unexpectedly switched to man-to-man defense, but Xiao Shen quickly resumed his rhythm, overpowering Howard once more with a powerful dunk that shattered the Rockets' morale. Harden's playing style ultimately hindered his potential as a competent team leader, as he hesitated to respond assertively when his team needed him most, instead meandering through his offensive rhythm. Although he finally managed to hit his first three-pointer of the game, it was too late to alter the course of the match. By the end of the third quarter, the Mavericks had established a 25-point lead, with the game slipping into garbage time. Xiao Shen finished the third quarter with 15 additional points, bringing his overall tally to 43 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals as the final quarter approached. There is no need for Xiao Shen to make another appearance. Despite the Dallas Mavericks' illustrious championship history, the Jet-like Jason Terry, now serving the Houston Rockets, orchestrated a series of offensive surges in the final quarter. Alas, the chasms dug by the main players were too vast to bridge. Ultimately, the Houston Rockets succumbed to the Dallas Mavericks with a score of 98-110. In this match, James Harden recorded an impressive 25 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds. Yet his shooting statistics were quite disheartening, hitting only 5 out of 21 attempts. However, his free throw count and accuracy were astonishing, achieving a perfect 14 out of 14. One could imagine Shaquille O'Neal shedding tears at this sight. Xiao Shen observed with a tinge of envy. Indeed, humanity's finest moments possess a certain profundity. However, the true MVP of the entire match was undoubtedly Xiao Shen. He participated in merely 3 quarters, yet astonishingly amassed 43 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. Under Xiao Shen's leadership, the Dallas Mavericks achieved a remarkable 4-game winning streak, triumphing over the New Orleans Pelicans, Los Angeles Clippers, Los Angeles Lakers, and Houston Rockets in the past week. As the cornerstone of the team's future, Xiao Shen consistently scored over 30 points in each game, delivering performances that were nothing short of dazzling. It was anticipated that he would soon receive the first personal accolade of his professional career. Yet, Xiao Shen discovered to his dismay that he had been overlooked. Chapter 71, snubbed for the weekly Best Player Award. On November 17th, the NBA announced its latest selections for the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week. The Eastern Conference Player of the Week was rightfully awarded to LeBron James, a decision devoid of any controversy. He truly merited this accolade. In the preceding week, the King, LeBron James, showcased exceptional form, leading the Cleveland Cavaliers to a flawless 4-game winning streak, averaging an impressive 32 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. His individual statistics were remarkable, and the team's performance was commendable. The title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week was undoubtedly his. Conversely, the Western Conference Player of the Week honor was bestowed upon Stephen Curry of the Golden State Warriors. Xiao Shen is quite discontented. Numerous fans, media reporters, and distinguished NBA commentators believe that he is more deserving of the Western Conference Player of the Week honor. Indeed, Stephen Curry has also exhibited remarkable performances in recent games. In an away match against the Minnesota Timberwolves, he achieved an impressive 46 points, along with 5 rebounds and 4 assists, shooting 12 of 25 from the field and 8 of 13 from three-point range, marking the highest single-game score of the season thus far. However, in his other 3 games, only one saw him surpass the 30-point threshold. The rest were below that mark. Xiao Shen maintains a higher average score, and their team records are nearly equivalent. Furthermore, Xiao Shen has exceeded 40 points in 2 of his last 4 games. Had it not been for that unfortunate misstep, his scoring would have been even greater. Such exceptional statistics and dazzling performances, yet Xiao Shen remains without the Western Conference Player of the Week accolade. This seems rather unjust. He is certainly aware that the current NBA commissioner favors the cultivation of superstars. Last season, Stephen Curry, the core point guard of the Golden State Warriors, who recently claimed the championship, is a player who has fundamentally transformed the game of basketball. This season, he has led the Warriors to an undefeated record, currently standing at the top of the league. Xiao Shen can understand the NBA's resource allocation, but it appears excessively biased. In the previous 2 weeks, when Xiao Shen's individual statistics fell short of Curry's, he harbored no objections to the weekly honor being awarded to him. However, after this week's remarkable performance, with statistics surpassing those of Curry and a commendable team record, it is baffling that he has not received the accolade. He must feel a sense of discontent and imbalance. Of course, it remains uncertain whether the influence of a certain sneaker company is at play behind the scenes. This week's Player of the Week selection by the NBA has left Xiao Shen deeply dissatisfied. What good is such dissatisfaction? The system suddenly suggests, just go for it. If the data is lacking this week, outperform yourself next week, show them who's boss, and claim that title. It makes sense. I am merely a relentless competitor. If something unsettles me, there is nothing that cannot be resolved through sheer determination. If it doesn't work, I shall simply try harder. Yao Ming did not earn the respect of countless fans merely by performing well in a few games. Even when he was outmaneuvered and fell on the court, his teammates often laughed heartily, sometimes more so than the opponents. Respect must be earned through one's own efforts, not granted by others. What is lost must be reclaimed through determination and perseverance. Training. Xiao Shen must dedicate himself to more rigorous training. In today's match against the Houston Rockets, despite Howard's poor performance under Xiao Shen's restriction, Howard's ball handling in several sequences offered Xiao Shen considerable inspiration. He realized that he could adopt a more audacious approach on the court, particularly in terms of rebounding. In this present moment, Xiao Shen's strength has reached its zenith, with his jumping ability at an all-time high. Logically, his average of merely 10 rebounds per game seems inadequate. Players like Howard and DeAndre Jordan frequently seize 20 or more. Yet, it is essential to recognize that rebounding is an art form. The illustrious Dennis Rodman, who regarded rebounding as a vital aspect of his existence, exemplified the pinnacle of this craft, elevating it to an art form. His achievements have demonstrated that height, jumping ability, and physical strength do not guarantee a multitude of rebounds. Rather, it necessitates skill. Despite standing at only 201 centimeters, Rodman astonishingly claimed the title of NBA's rebounding champion for 7 consecutive years. Xiao Shen has indeed not devoted much effort to the study of rebounding. His current rebounding ability relies entirely on physical prowess. Furthermore, his approach to securing rebounds is flawed. He tends to establish position first before attempting to grab the rebound, relying solely on physical strength to firmly occupy his spot before confidently securing the ball. Alternatively, he could emulate the relentless style of Aquaman Adams, who asserts his position with unwavering determination, allowing experienced players to reliably collect the rebounds. Xiao Shen's approach to securing rebounds is characterized by a traditional and steady technique. In comparison, protecting the rebound appears somewhat easier for him, as it merely requires him to maintain his position and subsequently decide how to claim the ball. This method proves quite effective when safeguarding the defensive boards, yet it lacks an element of assertiveness. Furthermore, due to this ingrained mindset, there are instances when Xiao Shen, upon noticing an opponent establishing a favorable position, opts to forego the pursuit of the rebound. Unlike Howard, who relentlessly charges from behind or the side to seize offensive rebounds regardless of the outcome, Xiao Shen's hesitation diminishes his chances. Howard's aggressive style, marked by his fierce determination to leap and assertively contest the rebound, is undoubtedly more fitting for such scenarios. Xiao Shen, such a reckless man, dominates the offensive rebounds. Xiao Shen needs to adopt a more aggressive approach. Moreover, offensive rebounds are typically secured near the basket. Once he obtains the ball, he can immediately initiate a second offensive surge, driving the ball fiercely into the hoop. As long as Xiao Shen can seize the offensive rebounds, the remaining players of the Dallas Mavericks can shoot with confidence and boldness. The team's offensive system will become significantly more diverse and dynamic. Xiao Shen practiced late into the night before returning to rest. However, driven by his aspirations, he arrived early at the training facility the following day. Eager to seize the opportunity as the NBA announced the Western Conference Player of the Week, Xiao Shen is determined to succeed. Furthermore, he has numerous areas in which he can improve. Xiao Shen can indeed be more audacious. After merely a day of rest, the Dallas Mavericks are set to engage in the second contest of a 3-game road trip, facing off against the Philadelphia 76ers. This matchup promises to be captivating. Despite the current trend favoring small ball, this year's NBA draft showcased a remarkable array of promising interior players. For instance, the Minnesota Timberwolves selected Karl-Anthony Towns with the first overall pick, while the Philadelphia 76ers secured Jahlil Okafor as the third pick in the first round, followed closely by Kristaps Porzingis, chosen by the New York Knicks at fourth. Other noteworthy players, such as Willie Cauley-Stein, Frank Kaminsky, Miles Turner, and Trey Lyles, follow in their wake. Yet, their brilliance has been overshadowed by the undrafted Xiao Shen. The clash between the 76ers and the Mavericks, particularly the duel between Okafor and Xiao Shen, is heralded as a battle among the most formidable interior players of their draft class. Indeed, Jahlil Okafor possesses the confidence to challenge Xiao Shen. The Philadelphia 76ers have become one of the most peculiar teams in the NBA in recent years, consistently rebuilding while selecting promising talent. This year, they welcomed Jahlil Okafor, who, following a debut performance of 26 points and 7 rebounds, has been positioned as a cornerstone for the team's future. The previously impressive Nerlens Noel has gradually been marginalized. Okafor has not disappointed the expectations of the team's management. Despite the 76ers' winless streak in the first 10 games, he has surpassed 20 points in 7 of those contests, with a notable performance of 19 points in another. Although his individual statistics do not quite match the explosive nature or superstar potential displayed by Xiao Shen, Okafor lives up to his status as a third overall pick. Comparatively, he stands apart from a certain player who struggles in Los Angeles. Okafor believed he was least likely to be associated with a bust, yet unexpectedly found himself in such a predicament, even posting more impressive stats than Towns, the first overall pick. Of course, there remains a significant gap between them and Xiao Shen, who currently leads the rookie rankings by a considerable margin. However, as they meet for the first time in their nascent NBA careers, curiosity abounds regarding the sparks that will fly when the home court advantage of Jahlil Okafor confronts the fierce momentum of Xiao Shen. Fans in the United States hope that Okafor will provide a response, perhaps even managing to contain Xiao Shen during the game. The two players represent different styles. Okafor bears a resemblance to the later career of the renowned Tim Duncan, possessing a commendable mid-range shooting ability that aligns well with the contemporary NBA landscape. Since the moment Xiao Shen captivated everyone for 6 minutes, his template has consistently mirrored that of the great Shaquille O'Neal. However, Xiao Shen's first 10 games of his rookie season have been far more dazzling than those of O'Neal. Currently, the matchup between the two best-performing players from the 2015 draft class garners immense attention. Domestic television media are broadcasting this game, and TNT is also covering it. Moreover, the commentary team comprises the familiar trio of Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, and Charles Barkley, known for their playful banter. Barkley finally fulfilled his promise. But when he instructed the staff to bring out a chocolate cream cake modeled after Xiao Shen's likeness, the venue erupted in boos, with Smith and O'Neal relentlessly mocking Barkley. Unfazed, Barkley, adhering to their previous wager, knelt down to lick the chocolate cream cake. I accept my loss gracefully, but I am thrilled that our big bottom team has finally unveiled an extraordinarily promising and dominant young talent. I concede wholeheartedly. Xiao, keep it up. After taking another hearty bite of the cake, Barkley added, in the future, please do not involve me in any bets concerning Chinese players. If I must wager, let me stand with the Chinese player. I never wish to lick another's. Again, hey, fellas, care for a bite? This was specially crafted by a Michelin 3-star chef and tastes exquisite. Kenny Smith shook his head in refusal, while O'Neal, always a foodie, could not resist the temptation. After sampling a piece, O'Neal praised, indeed, it's delightful. Kenny, won't you join us? Smith facepalmed, much like the viewers at home, who were equally eager to inquire, Charles, are you here to honor a bet or to indulge in gourmet delights? Fortunately, after some lighthearted teasing, the two returned to their respective roles. No one in the NBA can currently defend against Xiao. I firmly believe that today, Xiao can score over 30 points. Jahlil cannot contain him. The Philadelphia 76ers will struggle to defend against Xiao. As soon as Barkley settled in, he expressed his thoughts. Some believe he won't even reach 20 points. Digging into Barkley's past blunders, O'Neal continued, for Xiao, scoring has become exceedingly easy. In one-on-one situations beneath the basket, no one can thwart him. It will be interesting to see how the Philadelphia 76ers choose to defend him. However, Jaleel, being adept at mid-range shooting, may pose a challenge for Xiao. It was akin to my encounters with Yao. We would essentially trade baskets down low, but once he stepped out for a shot, I had no answer for him. Barkley quickly interjected, "How do I recall you being blocked 3 times by Yao beneath the basket?" Cough, cough, cough. The two engaged in mutual ridicule and banter, adding a delightful layer of amusement to the competition. Many fans share a similar perspective, perceiving their encounter as a clash of titans, each striving to outscore the other. Naturally, American fans hope for the ultimate victory to belong to Jahlil Okafor. If even this year's 3rd overall pick cannot surpass Xiao Shen, it may be challenging to find any of the other 2015 rookies capable of matching his prowess. The Dallas Mavericks continue to employ their previous starting lineup of Darren Williams, Wesley Matthews, Chandler Parsons, Dirk Nowitzki, and Xiao Shen. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia 76ers, in their home arena, fielded a starting 5 consisting of T.J. McConnell, Nick Stauskas, Jeremy Grant, Jahlil Okafor, and Nerlens Noel. The 76ers opted for the defensively adept Noel to contend with Xiao Shen. Noel is undoubtedly an exceptional blue-collar defender. Last season, averaging 38 minutes per game, he recorded an impressive 9 points, 1 rebounds, 9 blocks, and 8 steals, showcasing his defensive prowess. However, when faced with a powerhouse like Xiao Shen, Noel's defensive skills may fall woefully short. Xiao Shen effortlessly secured the jump ball. The Dallas Mavericks initiated the first offensive play of the game. Positioned at the left corner, Xiao Shen received the ball, glanced at the Philadelphia 76ers. Noting the positioning of the other players, who showed no intention of providing defensive support, Xiao Shen turned his back towards the restricted area, maneuvering into the 3-second zone before pivoting to face the hoop. With a surge of power, he overpowered Noel's defense, executing a delicate dunk that effortlessly secured 2 points for the Philadelphia 76ers. Okafor, positioned in the left corner at 16 feet, held the ball as he faced Nowitzki's defense. With a feint to mislead Nowitzki, he took a step back and released a mid-range jumper that sailed smoothly through the net. Thus unfolded the initial exchange of this encounter. Xiao Shen and Okafor both employed their most proficient offensive techniques to contribute to their team's scoring. However, the two did not face off against each other until 5 minutes and 25 seconds into the first quarter, when Xiao Shen finally seized the opportunity to contend with the highly touted rookie. In Chapter 73, a frenzied clash on both ends. Philadelphia 76ers coach Brett Brown naively believed that the athletically gifted, remarkably agile, and defensively capable Noel could effectively contain Xiao Shen's performance. However, in the opening 5 minutes, Xiao Shen launched 4 shots against Noel, successfully making each one, including a pivotal 2-1 play. Noel's defensive efforts proved utterly futile, while he indeed possessed impressive leaping ability. Xiao Shen's vertical leap surpassed his in astonishing fashion. Xiao Shen initially bulldozed his way through, launching an offensive strike. Noel sprang up, limited to merely swatting at thin air. In one defensive possession, the overly aggressive Noel attempted to leap for a block in midair, only to be unceremoniously toppled by Xiao Shen. Coach Brett Brown sought an alternative strategy. Upon the conclusion of the first official timeout in the opening quarter, he substituted Okafor to counter Xiao Shen's prowess. Although Jahlil Okafor stood tall at 211 centimeters with an impressive wingspan of 226 centimeters, he was not particularly renowned for his defensive skills in the post. Nevertheless, Okafor possessed a diverse array of scoring techniques in the low post, with his near-flawless finishing abilities and an arsenal of top-tier offensive maneuvers, including a precise hook shot and a soft touch on his fadeaway jumper. Yet, faced with Xiao Shen's brutish style of play, he found himself utterly defenseless. In their initial confrontation, Xiao Shen, receiving the ball in the low post, activated his relentless, super-aggressive backing down mode, gripping the ball and thrusting his body into the paint. Okafor, anticipating a display of footwork from Xiao Shen, attempted to predict his next move. Xiao Shen was never one to indulge in trivial games. With a swift motion, he created space by forcefully maneuvering backward, charging toward the 3-second zone. Okafor simply could not withstand the pressure, left to watch as Xiao Shen executed a series of back-to-the-basket plays leading him to the rim. Suddenly, with a surge of power, he overpowered Okafor's defense and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. Okafor remained behind Xiao Shen, having no opportunity to leap and contest the shot. The reality was undeniable. Okafor was utterly incapable of thwarting Xiao Shen's offensive prowess. Much like his archetype, Okafor was not one for conversation and rarely displayed emotion. Yet, as the third overall pick in the 2015 draft, he harbored a sense of pride that made it inconceivable for him to be outmatched by an undrafted player. Moreover, within him simmered a lingering resentment. He had once been the frontrunner for the top pick in the draft, only to be overshadowed at the last moment by Karl Anthony Towns and even the relatively unknown Russell. Faced with the outstanding performance of his contemporaneous rival, Xiao Shen, Okafor felt compelled to deliver a formidable response. In the Philadelphia 76ers' offensive play, Okafor positioned himself in the low post on the left side, receiving a pass from a teammate while turning his back to Xiao Shen's defense. Known for his footwork, often likened to that of the legendary Tim Duncan, Okafor's skills in the paint were indeed formidable. Although he struggled to dislodge Xiao Shen's defensive stance, a few exquisite footwork maneuvers nearly shook him off. Despite the continuous physical confrontation from Xiao Shen, Okafor managed to execute a beautiful turnaround jump shot, securing the ball with precision as it sailed through the hoop. The initial encounter between Xiao Shen and the talented scholar Okafor did not yield a decisive victor. Moving on, the offensive maneuvers of the Dallas Mavericks ensue. Xiao Shen sank to a lower position, noticing Noel, who had intentions of providing help defense and a block. He swiftly turned to confront Okafor's defense head-on. Xiao Shen's approach to offense is not akin to Okafor's. He sways to the left, then to the right. He pivots to the left, then to the right. Xiao Shen possesses but a single technique, the main character strategy. He steps one stride inside the free throw line, creating a sliver of space. Xiao Shen dribbled the ball with fervor, accelerating straight towards the basket, seeking physical confrontation. Empowered by the invincible brute force, Xiao Shen effortlessly overpowered Okafor. Taking a bold step forward, he disregarded the swift defensive maneuver of Noel, leaping to evade the impending block. In that fleeting moment of descent, Xiao Shen lowered his center of gravity, his knees slightly bent, and explosively pushed off the ground. With a single-handed dunk, he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Noel leaped high, only to swat at nothingness. After being overwhelmed by Xiao Shen, Okafor could only watch as Xiao Shen executed a powerful dunk right before him, mercilessly dominating the rim. Meanwhile, in the TNT commentary booth, Barkley was brimming with excitement. "Look at our extraordinarily gifted team, so fearsome. Scoring is as effortless as quenching one's thirst, charging through the defense for a thunderous dunk, effortlessly securing 2 points." Xiao Shen was certainly capable of such feats. O'Neal, with a mocking expression, looked at Barkley and remarked, "You at least have to use that big frame of yours to create some space for a shot, and even then, there's no guarantee it will go in. Only those of us with raw power and remarkable leaping ability can be this audacious." Jaleel will likely struggle to contain Xiao, so it remains to be seen if he can respond effectively on the offensive end. I believe Jaleel should have no problem scoring. He just managed to get one in. Kenny Smith confidently asserted, "When Xiao faces an interior player with mid-range shooting ability, the threat diminishes significantly. Jaleel should be able to retaliate with a basket." Okafor shared this sentiment. However, the unfolding events would exceed his expectations. Okafor positioned himself in the low post, preparing to isolate and take on Xiao Shen. If he opted for a direct shot, Xiao Shen may not be easily defended. He insists on utilizing his footwork to challenge Xiao Shen, and he even harbors an impulsive desire to dunk over him beneath the basket. Xiao Shen immediately engaged in physical confrontation. Okafor was abruptly halted by Xiao Shen, who caused him to hesitate momentarily. Xiao Shen seized the opportunity immediately, placing both hands firmly on the exposed basketball. "Hand it over, you." Xiao Shen suddenly surged forward, unleashing a burst of power that caught Okafor completely off guard. He scarcely had time to react before the ball was wrested from his grasp by Xiao Shen with remarkable force. Even as Okafor attempted to resist, he found himself stumbling, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Despite Okafor's generally amiable demeanor, he could hardly contain his frustration. Moreover, the Dallas Mavericks' offense was relentless. Xiao Shen continued to charge towards him. Despite Noel's immediate response, the two encircled Xiao Shen in the center. Xiao Shen, however, paid no heed to the surrounding circumstances. With a decisive move, he leveraged the momentum to propel himself upwards, confronting Noel head-on in a remarkable display of strength. Okafor leaped to block the shot, but failed to make contact. In a swift motion, Okafor attempted to pull Xiao Shen down as he descended. Yet, the airborne Xiao Shen, exhibiting formidable tenacity, directed the ball towards the hoop. The ball swished through the net, and the referee's whistle echoed N1. Okafor was charged with a foul. Xiao Shen approached the free throw line. Although he failed to convert the shot, ever since Coach Brett Brown made the substitution, pitting Okafor against Xiao Shen. The latter's defensive performance has proven to be even more inadequate than Noel's. In 3 consecutive possessions, Xiao Shen outmaneuvered him effortlessly, despite Noel's attempts at assistance. Okafor was unable to contain Xiao Shen. Furthermore, this struggle was not confined to the defensive end. On the offensive side, Okafor found himself equally ineffective against Xiao Shen. When it was the 76ers' turn to attack, Okafor faced Xiao Shen's formidable physical presence and opted for a contested mid-range shot, which was disrupted by Xiao Shen, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Xiao Shen leapt gracefully into the air, securing the rebound with unwavering poise. The promising rookie Okafor found himself overwhelmed on both ends of the court, suffering a devastating blow from Xiao Shen. Anger surged within Okafor as he sought to reclaim his pride in the game, yet he faced an even more disheartening fate. Chapter 74. At will. A ferocious dunk and a double. The Philadelphia 76ers appeared destined for a season of despair, indifferent to the outcomes of their matches. As the head coach, Brett Brown's paramount objective was undeniably to nurture talent and unearth promising young players within the squad. Neither Noel nor Okafor could contain Xiao Shen's prowess. A substitution brought Jacker Sampson and the enigmatic Carl Landry into the fray, yet they too found themselves unable to challenge Xiao Shen in one-on-one situations. Xiao Shen is invincible beneath the basket. Regardless of who comes to confront him, he remains undeterred, even when faced with the dual defense of 2 opponents. The resolute Xiao Shen still seizes the opportunity to forcefully drive the ball into the hoop. If the Philadelphia 76ers do not alter their defensive strategy, they can only watch as Xiao Shen wreaks havoc under the basket, dominating the game at will. He nearly played the entirety of the first quarter. Xiao Shen exhibited remarkable efficiency, scoring 20 points, securing 3 rebounds, and delivering 1 block with an impressive 9 out of 10 shooting. Meanwhile, Okafor, benefiting from the home court advantage, managed to contribute 10 points and 2 rebounds with 4 out of 7 shooting. The disparity in performance was glaringly evident within a single quarter. Yet, Okafor was reluctant to concede defeat. However, when the Philadelphia 76ers adjusted their defense to specifically target Xiao Shen, he continued to assert his dominance. As the game progressed to 5 minutes and 56 seconds into the second quarter, the Dallas Mavericks initiated their offense. The Philadelphia 76ers preemptively double-teamed Xiao Shen, compelling him to pass the ball to an outside shooter. Chandler Parsons received the ball and attempted a three-pointer, yet failed to replicate his previous game's fiery performance against his former team. The ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, while Okafor had already established his position. Poised to secure the rebound, Xiao Shen suddenly emerged from behind him, leaping into the air with remarkable agility. Utilizing his exceptional vertical leap and formidable wingspan, Xiao Shen seized the opportunity to make contact with the ball, successfully capturing the rebound. Xiao Shen seized the moment to launch a second offensive. Landing within the permissible collision zone, he was endowed with the attributes of the king of the 3-second area. With a sudden burst of energy, Xiao Shen soared above Okafor and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Despite Okafor's immediate attempt to leap and block the shot, Xiao Shen's powerful dunk was undeniably ferocious. Executed with remarkable speed and intensity, causing the rim to resonate with a thunderous sound. Okafor could only once again serve as a mere backdrop to Xiao Shen's display of athleticism. After his initial attempt to emulate Howard by aggressively pursuing the offensive rebound, Xiao Shen savored the sweet taste of success, further solidifying his resolve to become an indomitable force on the boards. Okafor's frustration only deepened. As the Philadelphia 76ers commenced their offensive, Okafor had previously found success in isolating Nowitzki, and he sought to replicate that strategy. Utilizing his exceptional footwork, he deceived Nowitzki, maneuvering past the defense to penetrate the lane, preparing to leap and dunk the ball into the basket. Suddenly, a figure surged forward, a swift Xiao Shen, clad in the number 10 jersey of the Dallas Mavericks, leapt high, forcefully swatting the ball from Okafor's grasp and sending him tumbling as he landed awkwardly. Upon regaining his footing, Okafor glared at the jubilant Xiao Shen celebrating before him, his anger intensifying. Known for his patience, Okafor refrained from retaliating immediately, enduring Xiao Shen's relentless aggressiveness beneath the basket. He maintained his composure until the game reached the final 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the second quarter. When Okafor finally encountered the opportunity he had been waiting for, Xiao Shen collaborated with Darren Williams on a pick and roll, stepping in 1 foot from the free throw line. As Xiao Shen received the ball, he advanced a step forward and, in perfect synchrony, leaped into the air, disregarding the impending block attempt from Noel. Xiao Shen fully extended his upper limbs, drawing the ball back with great elegance before forcefully slamming it towards the hoop. At that moment, Okafor, having released his guard on Nowitzki, swiftly approached, positioning himself alongside Noel. The two resembled a volleyball duo executing a synchronized block, arms outstretched, standing resolutely before Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen is utterly unconcerned. He actively activates the colossal power of the reckless slam dunk, followed by the activation of the invincible barbarian king's charge. In Xiao Shen's eyes, only the hoop remained. With one hand shielding himself and the other grasping the ball, he hurled it towards the basket. The formidable defense forged by Okafor and Noel appeared to be cleaved asunder by an unstoppable sword. Xiao Shen's hand grasped the ball as he maneuvered through the defenses of both players. At last, he executed a powerful slam dunk into the hoop. Meanwhile, the two defenders leaped with all their might to block him, attempting to forcefully push him down. Their bodies involuntarily recoiled. Upon landing, each staggered backward a few steps, barely managing to regain their balance. Xiao Shen, having soared for the emphatic dunk, left the rim trembling and on the verge of collapse. Zhao's incredibly brutal slam dunk detonated the TNT studio in an instant, leaving the three commentators in sheer terror. What an astonishing dunk! Barkley pounded the table with both hands, leaping to his feet in disbelief. How is this possible? Jalil and Nerlens were utterly unable to withstand Zhao's dunk. It's simply incredible. My heavens. Xiao, how did you achieve this? Barkley was nearly beside himself, and Shaquille O'Neal, seated nearby, mirrored his astonishment, his lips curling into a faint smile as he shook his head repeatedly. Woo. 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 I believe you may be overestimating me. Is Zhao's style my own? I can now proclaim loudly to everyone present that my style is, in fact, Zhao's. Such a violently ferocious dunk is beyond my capabilities. To smash the ball through the hoop while barreling through two defenders, nearly toppling them to the ground. What a terrifying explosion of power, what astonishing strength. Unbelievable. Even Shaquille O'Neal, the most ferocious interior beast of recent decades, is rendered speechless. One can only imagine. The ferocity of Xiao Shen's dunk was nothing short of astonishing. Kenny Smith was left utterly stunned. This slam was truly fearsome. This year's third overall pick, Jalil, once again found himself overshadowed by Xiao. Regardless of the outcome of the match, I believe Xiao cannot be deemed a loser. Kenny Smith marveled, exclaiming that one defender clearly could not contain Zhao's offensive prowess. Even two defenders attempted to block him, yet they were nearly trampled by Zhao's sheer force. Where lies his upper limit? Okafor and Noel were eager to find out. They watched, and as Xiao landed, he cast a haughty gaze over the audience at the Wells Fargo Center, celebrating with fervor. Meanwhile, countless fans who witnessed Zhao's dunk shared the same curiosity. Okafor and Noel exerted every ounce of strength to thwart Zhao's slam, even positioning their hands in front of the ball. Yet they were violently cleaved through by Zhao's relentless assault, as he emphatically thrust the ball into the hoop. Moreover, the two jumping defenders were forced to retreat in disarray. How could Xiao Shen ascend with such ferocity? In that moment, the audience at the Wells Fargo Center found themselves in deep contemplation, rendered speechless by the sheer impact of Xiao Shen's dunk. Xiao Shen's decisive move utterly extinguished the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of a comeback. Upon witnessing Xiao Shen's explosive rise, they silently opted to step aside, fixating their gaze upon him as he executed a resounding dunk. With an insatiable appetite for victory, Xiao Shen wreaked havoc on the court, leading his team to an impressive 9 consecutive victories while delivering an exceptionally dazzling performance. Chapter 75, an astonishing 47 points and godlike rebounding talent. Xiao Shen participated in the entire match for 37 minutes, achieving an impressive 21 out of 24 shooting attempts, along with 5 successful free throws from 8 attempts. He delivered a remarkable performance, amassing a total of 47 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. This single-game score of 47 points marks the highest of the season since its commencement. Moreover, in this match, Xiao Shen played 1 minute less than Stephen Curry, who scored 46 points. Curry achieved his 46 points with 25 attempts, while Xiao Shen only required 24 attempts to surpass him by a single point. In this match, Xiao Shen substantiated that even in this era dominated by small ball, a center player can indeed command a game. Upon witnessing Xiao Shen seize the ball, with a determination more resolute than in previous encounters, O'Neal could readily discern his intentions. In the post-match analysis, O'Neal incisively remarked that last week's Player of the Week selection had evidently irked Xiao. With an average score surpassing that of Stephen and an equally commendable record against rivals, Xiao failed to secure the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. However, in this game, Xiao demonstrated through his performance that he could dominate the paint, showcasing his undeniable prowess and exceptional display deserving of the weekly accolade. Let us once again extend our congratulations to Xiao for achieving a career high of 47 points in a single game. I have faith that he will continue to deliver even more remarkable performances in the future. Since he began to astonish the world, Xiao Shen has been regarded as the heir apparent to the great shark, O'Neal. His current performance even eclipses that of the legendary O'Neal in his prime. As a seasoned veteran, O'Neal sincerely offered his well wishes and even entertained a rather impulsive thought. The current NBA landscape has become somewhat lackluster. At last, a player has emerged in the NBA who exhibits the unparalleled dominance characteristic of a true center, reviving the glory and splendor that centers once held. O'Neal felt compelled to impart his wisdom. He subsequently whispered a few words to Barkley. Before the game, American fans had anticipated that Okafor could rival Xiao Shen. Yet he was utterly overwhelmed by Xiao's performance. Over the course of 33 minutes, the third overall pick, Jahlil Okafor, managed to score only 19 points, shooting 8 of 19 and hitting all 3 of his free throws, along with 9 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. A mere comparison of their statistics makes it abundantly clear who stands as the most formidable rookie of the 2015 class. Let his name resonate loudly. Following the match, Mark Cuban, who had consistently championed Xiao Shen and was indignant over his omission from the weekly honors, promptly took to Twitter to share an image of Xiao's ferocious dunk over 2 Philadelphia 76ers players. Accompanying the image, he wrote, "A brutal dunk on 2. A staggering 47 points in a single game. Xiao, the strongest player of the 2015 class, not only are you the player of the week in my heart, but also the player of the month and year. You are the finest center in the NBA. Keep pushing, for the accolades that rightfully belong to you will surely come." Xiao Shen erupted with a staggering 47 points in a single match, leaving one to ponder whether he is challenging the NBA and vying for a contest against Stephen Curry. With such explosive statistics, Xiao Shen once again dazzles the entire league. He has become yet another player in the NBA to score over 45 points in a game solely through 2-point field goals and free throws. Since the dawn of the 21st century, there have been only 13 instances of such a feat within the NBA. The closest parallel to Xiao Shen's achievement is Paul Gasol, who last season, while playing for the Chicago Bulls, amassed 46 points and 18 rebounds. However, Gasol also possessed a commendable mid-range jump shot. All of Xiao Shen's points were scored within the 3-second zone, primarily beneath the basket. The only exception was Dwight Howard during the 2011 to 2012 season, who once amassed 45 points and 23 rebounds in a single game. However, in that match, Howard attempted 39 free throws. Xiao Shen only attempted 8 free throws throughout the entire match. The opponents were unable to commit fouls in time, as Xiao Shen had already surged the ball into the hoop, or perhaps they had already committed fouls. Yet, Xiao Shen is still capable of forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Perhaps in the past, many teams within the NBA merely paid attention to Xiao Shen. But now the situation has markedly changed. Xiao Shen is worthy of their attention. Whether others value him or not is of no concern to Xiao Shen. In this match, he scored an astonishing 47 points. Xiao Shen seeks to vent the pent-up frustration within his heart. As Stephen Curry claimed the title of Western Conference Player of the Week last week, Xiao Shen must resolutely return this week, and moreover, upon achieving a remarkable score exceeding 45 points in a single match, Xiao Shen was inevitably granted a set of abilities that he could wield at his discretion. As anticipated, he returned to the locker room. Xiao Shen summoned the system and was greeted with a notification. Congratulations to the host for scoring 47 points in this match, setting a new personal record and earning a reward of 5 points to allocate freely. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shen invested all 5 of his freely allocatable points into his close-range shooting skill, which had long reached 95 points yet remained stagnant. At last, he elevated his close-range shooting ability to the maximum value of 100 points. Xiao Shen felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Presently, his offensive prowess was entirely concentrated in the paint. With his close-range shooting skill maxed out, he could attack with unrestrained boldness and confidence. Moreover, the system notification sounded, confirming his achievement. Congratulations to the host for elevating his close-range shooting ability to a flawless 100 points and for receiving the coveted talent of divine rebounding. However, it appeared that the enhancement of his close-range shooting could not be further improved, nor did it seem to augment his rebounding skills. The system had unlocked the divine rebounding talent for him, leaving him to ponder its true significance. The system offered but a single inquiry: "Do you wish to accept?" His response was unequivocal. Yes, he desired it immensely. In the previous match against the Houston Rockets, witnessing Howard's tenacity in pursuing rebounds ignited within Xiao Shen a desire to enhance his own rebounding capabilities. In this game, he emulated Howard's fervor in chasing down boards, yielding commendable results. Thus, the system rewarded Xiao Shen with the divine rebounding talent he had long sought after. After all, the current Dirk Nowitzki, having aged, devoted all his stamina and energy to offense, serving effectively as a steady and experienced mid-range shooter. The laborious task of securing rebounds was thus entrusted to Xiao Shen. While he might never reach the heights of the legendary Dennis Rodman, a masterful artist of rebounding whose obsession with the boards was unrelenting, he was nonetheless ready to embrace his role. Xiao Shen aspires to become a formidable force on the basketball court, a true rebounding powerhouse. When the extraordinary talent for rebounding is bestowed upon him, the myriad techniques of a relentless rebounder are indelibly etched into the very fabric of his being. Xiao Shen exudes unparalleled confidence. Soon, the NBA league will be swept by an unstoppable whirlwind, heralding the emergence of a rebounding powerhouse. While venting his frustrations, he will also unleash a ferocious display against the highly touted rookie, reaping substantial rewards in the process. Today's match promises to be thrilling. Xiao Shen felt utterly exhilarated. If it weren't for the consideration of tomorrow's back-to-back match, Xiao Shen felt compelled to practice for several more hours to release his excitement. However, tonight, he needed a good rest, for the morrow promised an arduous battle ahead. Before Xiao Shen lay down to rest, an intriguing event unfolded. This evening, the Golden State Warriors had a game to play, starting an hour later than the Dallas Mavericks. Facing the Toronto Raptors, bolstered by the Steele brothers, the Warriors star, Stephen Curry delivered an extraordinary performance. Playing for 40 minutes, he made 13 of 23 shots, including 5 of 10 from beyond the arc, amassing a game-high 37 points alongside 9 assists and 2 rebounds. He led the Warriors to a home victory of 115-110 over the Raptors, marking their 12th consecutive win and asserting their dominance over the league. With his dazzling display of 37 points, Stephen Curry reaffirmed his status as the rightful player of the week. Whether he harbored any competitive spirit towards Xiao Shen remains uncertain. However, Draymond Green, Curry's outspoken teammate, found himself embroiled in a feud with Mavericks owner Mark Cuban. Following the announcement of the previous week's Player of the Week results, Cuban publicly expressed his dissatisfaction, insisting that Xiao Shen was the deserving candidate for the Western Conference honor. In a veiled jab at Curry and the NBA hierarchy, Green promptly defended his teammate, which sowed discord between the two men. As the game concluded, Green learned that Cuban had been lavishly praising Xiao Shen for his remarkable 47-point performance, even labeling him the best center in the NBA. Green could not abide this slight. "Where does that leave me, the league's top center?" he mused. "With 37 points. Another splendid performance. The great Stephen Curry has once again led us to victory. You are the finest point guard on this planet." Some rookie centers play a few good games and think themselves invincible across the league. They just haven't faced a sufficiently tough defense. When they encounter us, I will ensure they score less than 10 points. I am the most adaptable center in the NBA today, the strongest defender. If we meet, I will easily dominate that young, inexperienced center who relies solely on physicality to bully others beneath the rim. In a post-match interview, when the reporter brought up the matter, Green unabashedly replied, "You and Mark Cuban can stir up whatever chaos you wish. Do not involve me." No matter how tumultuous your antics may become, Xiao Shen remains indifferent. Even if Mark Cuban were to request that Xiao Shen pay special attention to Green when facing the Golden State Warriors, Xiao Shen would merely contemplate the proposition. Should it become imperative for Xiao Shen to intervene, that is not out of the question, but it would require additional compensation. However, the situation has changed. Last year, you could not secure the title of Defensive Player of the Year, unable to outmaneuver others' cunning strategies. And now you vent your frustrations upon me? You seek validation through my presence? Come. Let me jot down a few notes for you. I shall have a brief chat with my cousin, then respond to messages from Jessica Alba and Kendall Jenner. Xiao Shen drifted into a blissful slumber, Facing the Boston Celtics as the visiting team, the Dallas Mavericks found themselves under considerable pressure. Last season, after transferring to the Boston Celtics and under the tutelage of coach Brad Stevens, Isaiah Thomas achieved a career-high average of 19.0 points, 5 assists, and 2.1 rebounds. He transformed into the mightiest 5 feet 9 inches player, reigniting the aspirations of countless shorter athletes dreaming of the NBA. This season, Isaiah Thomas has continued to excel. Since the commencement of the season, he has delivered multiple performances exceeding 20 points, and despite a somewhat sluggish start, the Boston Celtics have grown increasingly formidable, with Thomas often rescuing the team in the final quarter to secure victories. They triumphed over formidable opponents such as the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Houston Rockets in their first 2 games, riding a wave of momentum. Isaiah Thomas is undoubtedly a source of concern for the Dallas Mavericks defensive players on the front line. Xiao Shen faces considerable challenges. Little Thomas relies on his speed advantage to penetrate the paint and inflict damage. Moreover, the indomitable collective defense is a distinctive hallmark of the Boston Celtics. Their roster is replete with tenacious defenders, such as Avery Bradley, Jay Crowder, and Amir Johnson. The cohesive defensive strategy employed by the Celtics will undoubtedly pose significant difficulties for Xiao Shen. However, it is worth noting that their interior players are relatively shorter in stature. Today, Xiao Shen can resort to alternative strategies to confront them. As the NBA League's most decorated team, the Boston Celtics possess a rich heritage and an ardent fan base. Upon disembarking from the team bus, Xiao Shen was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming atmosphere of the visiting crowd. It is certain that during the forthcoming match, these fervent supporters will undoubtedly exert considerable pressure on the players of the Dallas Mavericks. The pregame warm-up has concluded. Xiao Shen approached Nowitzki and whispered a few words to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Nowitzki nodded in agreement. "Xiao, go ahead and seize the opportunity. I will position myself perfectly to assist you. Trust me, this is my forte." "Very well." Xiao Shen's confidence soared. "Tonight, watch my performance. You can act boldly and leave the rest to me." Nowitzki signaled an okay gesture and then patted his chest. The two reached a mutual understanding. As expected, when the game was about to commence, the Dallas Mavericks players entered the arena, greeted by a chorus of boos from the Boston Celtics fans, accompanied by some overly familiar remarks. As the undeniable offensive cornerstone of the current Boston Celtics, the much-anticipated Isaiah Thomas, who had signed a contract worth a truckload of cash but ultimately earned nothing, received an overwhelming cheer and applause from the audience. The Boston Celtics starting lineup for today featured Isaiah Thomas, Marcus Smart, Jay Crowder, Amir Johnson, and Jared Sullinger. Both Sullinger and Johnson stood at 6 feet 6 inches, shorter than Xiao Shen. However, it was evident that for this game, Boston's head coach Brad Stevens had come well prepared. During the Mavericks' first offensive possession, they employed a zone defense. Xiao Shen had just received the ball when Isaiah Thomas swiftly moved towards the paint, preparing to double-team defensively. Although the smaller Thomas is often seen as a liability on defense, he possesses a remarkable ability to restrict larger players. This is due to the higher dribbling posture of bigger athletes, enabling him to effectively reach in and disrupt their play. Xiao Shen struggled to find a favorable opportunity. He had no choice but to pass the ball once more. Changing to another position, he positioned himself to receive the ball again, only to be immediately met with double coverage from the opposing team. Xiao Shen could only pass the ball again. Receiving a glance of understanding from Xiao Shen, Dirk Nowitzki comprehended intuitively. Xiao Shen is poised to unveil his new, audacious approach to playing basketball. Chapter 77. The rebounding Maverick officially makes its debut. Xiao Shen had long been aware that his consistently impressive and stunning performance would inevitably draw the keen attention of NBA team executives. Xiao Shen's current scoring prowess is entirely concentrated within the 3-second zone. If presented with the opportunity to receive the ball in close proximity to the basket, it is virtually impossible to defend against him. Xiao Shen is highly likely to force the ball into the hoop. Moreover, in a one-on-one scenario, it is nearly unfeasible to contain his aggressive style of play. Once Xiao Shen accelerates and charges forward, even two defenders may struggle to restrain him. This was evident in the previous match. Xiao Shen's brutal dunk was so forceful that both Okafor and Noel were unable to withstand it, nearly being knocked to the ground. The most effective strategy to defend against Xiao Shen is to employ early double-teaming. Furthermore, the Boston Celtics possess such prowess, as their defensive rotations are executed with remarkable speed. In an instant, Xiao Shen passed the ball to Nowitzki, and their defense promptly converged. However, in the face of only 206 centimeters tall Sullinger, Nowitzki's advantage was strikingly apparent. Receiving the pass, he took the shot himself, and Sullinger was utterly unable to contest it. Perhaps Xiao Shen's words had instilled a sense of excessive confidence in the seasoned veteran. Nowitzki's shot, however, was slightly overpowered, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Amir Johnson pivoted early, securing his position, and prepared to confidently gather the rebound. Xiao Shen maneuvered around, swiftly dashing past his side, and then leapt high into the air. His towering stature and long limbs, combined with his explosive jumping ability, endowed him with an extraordinary talent for rebounding. With impeccable timing and a well-chosen position, Xiao Shen executed his jump flawlessly. Fully extending his long arms, he exerted forceful determination, snatching the offensive rebound ahead of Amir Johnson. At that moment, the guards had already committed, closely marking their respective opponents. Sullinger rushed towards Nowitzki, leaving Amir Johnson as the sole defender beneath the basket. Xiao Shen seized the rebound. Positioned directly under the hoop, without needing to dribble, Xiao Shen pivoted, facing the hoop, slightly bending his knees, and with a powerful push from his feet, he leaped into the air. In mid-flight, he forcefully confronted Amir Johnson, who was attempting to block his shot. With a fierce slam dunk, Xiao Shen emphatically drove the ball into the hoop. The Boston Celtics executed their defense with remarkable precision, nearly thwarting the offensive maneuvers of the Dallas Mavericks. Amir Johnson exerted himself to the utmost in this possession, striving to reach the pinnacle of his capabilities. However, in a one-on-one confrontation beneath the basket, he could only succumb to Xiao Shen's audacity. Coach Brad Stevens, observing from the sidelines, was utterly taken aback by Xiao Shen's audacious display. Although the shot did not find its mark, the desired effect was nonetheless achieved. As Nowitzki retreated to defend, he gave Xiao Shen a thumbs up, and as he passed by, he even reached out for a high five. "Xiao, that was spectacular and commanding." Xiao Shen patted his chest reassuringly, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Dirk. The rebounds are mine." The two had previously engaged in a discussion regarding this matter before the game. Xiao Shen currently stands unmatched in one-on-one play. Most teams facing the Dallas Mavericks inevitably resort to double-teaming him. The perimeter players must exhibit courage and take their shots, successfully landing three-pointers. This strategy compels the opposing defense to stretch outward, thereby freeing up space beneath the basket for Xiao Shen to exploit his one-on-one prowess. He remains invincible. The two are gradually solidifying the tactical framework of a star surrounded by four shooters. The Boston Celtics offense hinges entirely on Isaiah Thomas and his preferred style of play, requiring a screen. Little Thomas seeks a pick, aiming to draw Xiao Shen away from the paint. Xiao Shen resolutely refused to yield. Thomas halted abruptly and took a mid-range shot, only to strike the iron in frustration. Xiao Shen swiftly dashed to the location of the rebounding ball, and then leaped high into the air, embracing the ball with both hands, cradling it securely. With his extraordinary talent for securing rebounds, coupled with his remarkable vertical leap and strength, he found himself momentarily restrained by Nowitzki. In a one-on-one confrontation beneath the basket, Xiao Shen surged forward with unwavering determination to seize the rebound, leaving his opponent merely a spectator. Although Amir Johnson attempted to intervene by swatting the ball from behind Xiao Shen, his efforts proved futile, resulting in nothing more than a missed opportunity. The rebound was secured and subsequently entrusted to Darren Williams. Xiao Shen once again positioned himself under the basket. The Boston Celtics continued to employ double-teaming defense, denying Xiao Shen the opportunity to easily receive the ball for a one-on-one play. Xiao Shen received the ball and feigned a drive towards the basket, drawing the attention of the opposing defender before swiftly passing to the other side to Nowitzki. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, 20 feet from the basket, Nowitzki caught Xiao Shen's pass. Sullinger, having collapsed into the paint, could not recover in time to defend. Nowitzki launched a mid-range jump shot. Swish! The ball sailed smoothly through the net. The veteran's shooting remained steadfast, particularly when the defensive pressure is minimal. The Boston Celtics defenders found themselves in a predicament. Their initial strategy was to contain Xiao Shen, yet they had not fully succeeded, allowing Nowitzki to emerge unguarded from the perimeter. This created a challenging situation. The game progressed. The Celtics' offense relied heavily on Isaiah Thomas. Observing that Xiao Shen did not close out, Thomas executed a decisive stop-and-pop mid-range jumper. The ball arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in the net. Thomas also converted his mid-range attempt. The game continued. It was now the Dallas Mavericks' turn to attack. and Xiao Shen remained unperturbed as he positioned himself low for the ball. The Celtics responded with a determined double team. Such defensive pressure was exhausting. As they converged, Xiao Shen promptly passed the ball out, compelling the Celtics players to scramble once more. The ball found its way back to Nowitzki. Faced with Sullinger's defense, Nowitzki exuded confidence. He displayed his triple threat stance, faked a shot, dribbled once, and, as he gathered the ball, he pivoted back, executing his signature one-leg jump shot. Swish. The score remained within reach. Both teams unleashed their offensive prowess. The Celtics struggled to find a shooter as reliable as the veteran, leaving them to rely solely on Thomas this time. Xiao Shen suddenly leaped upward, taking a step to execute a block. Although little Thomas evaded the block, his forced attempt to elevate the arc was lacking in power, causing the ball to strike the front of the rim and fall away. In frustration, little Thomas slammed his fist in anger. Nowitzki secured the rebound. The Dallas Mavericks transitioned from defense to offense, while the Boston Celtics, though not slow in retreating, were compelled to settle into a half-court battle. Xiao Shen, having finally received the ball beneath the basket, was immediately guarded closely by Salinger and Amir Johnson. Xiao Shen sought out Nowitzki once more. The Boston Celtics executed a forced rotation with remarkable success. Jay Crowder timely provided defensive support, his presence effectively disrupting Nowitzki's shot, causing it to ricochet off the rim. However, Xiao Shen was there for the rebound. Despite two opposing players stationed beneath the basket, Xiao Shen took a decisive step forward and leapt with great agility, soaring high into the air, perhaps unable to secure the rebound. Xiao Shen forcefully struck, handing the racket to the unguarded Chandler Parsons. The opportunity for a three-point shot presented itself to Coach Parsons. He received the pass and shot without hesitation. Success. The Boston Celtics missed their shot, failing to secure an offensive rebound. The Dallas Mavericks also faltered in their attempt, yet there stood the audacious Xiao Shen. That shot. Xiao Shen secured an offensive rebound, simultaneously notching an assist. This moment heralded the official emergence of the rebounding brute. Chapter 78. A modest trial, 33 points and 16 rebounds. The contest proceeded. The Boston Celtics offense was predominantly orchestrated by Isaiah Thomas. However, after missing that last shot, he faltered, losing confidence in his mid-range attempts. Although little Thomas possessed the ability for long-range shooting, his consistency remained in question. He contemplated creating opportunities beneath the basket. Xiao Shen stood beneath the basket, arms raised high, denying him any opportunity to feign contact. Like an impenetrable wall, Xiao Shen positioned himself between the diminutive Thomas and the hoop. The naive Thomas attempted to engage in physical confrontation, nearly being overpowered by Xiao Shen, who made him stagger precariously close to a blunder. As the ball was in play, Thomas was left with no choice but to take a forced shot. Xiao Shen's arms loomed above him, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Little Thomas's throw, though soaring over Xiao Shen, was akin to a careless toss. The ball struck the backboard, ricocheting to the other side, landing in Nowitzki's hands. The Boston Celtics found their offense stymied. The defense faced a formidable challenge as well. It seemed they had contained Xiao Shen, yet in truth, it felt as though they had not. Although Xiao Shen was not positioned beneath the basket, he made his presence felt on the offensive end. He compelled the opposing team to double team, promptly passing the ball to an open teammate. Today, the players of the Dallas Mavericks exhibited exceptional shooting accuracy from mid to long range. In this particular possession, Deron Williams released a three-pointer, which also found its mark. As for the Boston Celtics, Isaiah Thomas finally considered his teammates, driving through the defense to distribute the ball to Jay Crowder on the perimeter, currently the sole reliable source of three-point shooting for the Celtics. Clang. Jay Crowder's three-point attempt, however, failed to find the net once again. Xiao Shen suddenly propelled himself from the ground, his head nearly surpassing the rim. His fully extended long arms were almost grazing the upper edge of the backboard. Amir Johnson and Salinger exchanged a glance, silently retreating to the backcourt. Was there any need to contest this rebound? The Boston Celtics could not find the basket. They hadn't even secured an offensive rebound. The Dallas Mavericks missed their shot as well. No matter, Xiao Shen was there to seize the rebound. Despite the Boston Celtics' frantic double-teaming, which limited Xiao Shen to merely 2 attempts by the first official timeout of the opening quarter, the Mavericks executed a brief offensive surge, leading 19-8, establishing an 11-point advantage. Coach Brad Stevens did not alter his strategy, but was compelled to make substitutions, bringing in the tallest player on the roster, Kelly Olynyk. Though Olynyk stood at 213 centimeters, Weighing only 108 kilograms, he was not particularly adept at securing rebounds. Hardly had he entered the game when the Mavericks attacked. Matthews attempted a three-pointer that bounced off the rim. Positioned in anticipation, Olynyk managed to touch the ball first. However, from the side, Xiao Shen dashed in and forcibly snatched the rebound that was almost in Olynyk's grasp. Moreover, upon securing the rebound, Xiao Shen exerted his strength, pushing Olynyk back repeatedly. With no one defending him, Xiao Shen soared for a powerful two-handed dunk, causing the rim to tremble. If there was only one defender under the Boston Celtics basket, they could not withstand Xiao Shen's aggressive rebounding. Yet, once the opposing players returned, Nowitzki was left unguarded. The Celtics defenders often struggled to balance their responsibilities, overwhelmed by the demands of the game. Although they finally found their rhythm on the offensive end, scoring consecutively through sheer tenacity, they barely managed to keep pace during the first quarter, preventing the gap from widening further. However, as the game progressed, their stamina began to wane. If the double-teaming lagged, even slightly, Xiao Shen swiftly positioned himself beneath the basket, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop, catching them entirely off guard. The Boston Celtics struggled to contain Xiao Shen from the outset. Upon returning from halftime, the Celtics players, having caught their breath, initially managed to hold their ground. However, as the third quarter drew to a close, Xiao Shen suddenly unleashed his full potential. Throughout the preceding match, he had been playing conservatively, but now, he erupted with fervor, leaving the Celtics' interior defense in a state of constant alarm. Xiao Shen relentlessly dominated the boards beneath the basket, deftly sending the ball through the hoop. Despite having the formidable Avery Bradley as a bench player, they were unable to halt the tide of their impending defeat. In the final quarter of the game, the Boston Celtics, a team united in purpose, seized the opportunity during a rotational offensive exchange to close the gap on the scoreboard. Re-entering the fray, Xiao Shen secured two remarkably exquisite offensive rebounds in consecutive plays. In one instance, he executed a second-chance opportunity, converting it into a 2-1. Although he missed the subsequent free throw, he was poised for the next possession. Xiao Shen, exhibiting remarkable tenacity, decisively seized the offensive rebound over the heads of the opposing team's two interior players, subsequently assisting Nowitzki in a flawless three-point shot. The Dallas Mavericks secured 5 consecutive points, stabilizing their position in the game. At this juncture, the opposing players found themselves unable to synchronize their movements for a double team. Merely watching as Xiao Shen repeatedly drove to the basket, forcefully scoring time and again. Ultimately, the Boston Celtics, despite their home advantage, could not halt the winning streak of the Dallas Mavericks, who triumphed with a score of 112-103 in an away game. The Mavericks remained undefeated this month, achieving an impressive 10-game winning streak. Xiao Shen remains the team's most valuable asset in securing victories. Despite the Boston Celtics finally devising a strategy to double-team him relentlessly during this match, which resulted in a notable reduction in his shot attempts, he still managed to shine. With merely 15 attempts, Xiao Shen succeeded in making 14 of those shots, achieving an impressive total of 33 points, the highest in the game. Furthermore, in this match, Xiao Shen achieved a remarkable career high of 16 rebounds, with 8 of them being offensive boards. In his debut adorned with divine rebounding talent, Xiao Shen showcased his prowess with such commendable results. After further honing his skills, he believed he could become even more aggressive in securing rebounds. With Xiao Shen's rebounding assurance and his ability to attract defensive attention, the Dallas Mavericks flourished, with all 5 starters scoring in double digits. Nowitzki contributed the second highest points on the team with 23 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal. Matthews was in fine form, adding 18 points and 3 assists. Williams and Parsons each contributed 12 points. Coach Brad Stevens initially thought he had devised a strategy to contain Xiao Shen, only to find himself once again thwarted. While his defensive strategy proved somewhat effective, limiting Xiao Shen's scoring, he had not anticipated Xiao Shen's calm demeanor in creating opportunities for his teammates. This was the most crucial aspect. In this match, Xiao Shen unveiled a new approach characterized by audacity. He relentlessly surged towards the basket, aggressively contesting offensive rebounds, leaving the Boston Celtics players utterly overwhelmed. However, today merely marked Xiao Shen's official debut as a tenacious rebounder. With a little more time, he is confident that he can further intensify his efforts in securing rebounds. Moreover, his relentless pursuit of offensive boards instilled confidence in his teammates, who finally found their shooting rhythm today. Xiao Shen played with great enthusiasm, yet his teammates hardly touched the ball. Today, everyone seemed to play with ease. As soon as the match concluded, His teammates rushed over to embrace him and celebrate with high fives, having finally indulged in the thrill of being a rebounding powerhouse. Xiao Shen found himself growing fond of this exhilarating role. Upon returning to the locker room, just as he settled down, an even more delightful surprise awaited him. Chapter 79. Continuous good fortune and surprises. The system's melodious notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host. You have surpassed 15 rebounds in a single game during your professional career, earning a reward of 5 points of discretionary ability, along with the acquisition of the SSS-level skill, Super Rebounding Berserker. Had he known such splendid rewards awaited him, he would have pursued this with even greater fervor. Xiao Shen should not have allowed so many rebounds to be claimed by Nowitzki. It seems that from now on, the approach should be to act boldly without hesitation. Moreover, as Dirk Nowitzki stated prior to the match, whether he secures rebounds or not is inconsequential, for his total number of rebounds will never breach the top 10 rankings. Losing a few hundred rebounds would not affect his average at all. Henceforth, if there are rebounds available, one should seize the opportunity with fervor. First, let us assess whether the skills rewarded by the system are sufficient for such bold actions. The Super Berserker Rebound Grab, SSS level, skill, when equipped, enhances the host's rebounding ability by 50 and increases the success rate of securing rebounds by 50. When both parties have a 50 chance, the host has a certain probability of activating the Super Berserker's mighty rebound skill, allowing for a powerful strike to seize the rebound, potentially even toppling the opponent. This skill can be activated to forcibly snatch a rebound from an adversary, overpowering them. Though it demands considerable stamina and should be used with caution, this skill is truly recklessly audacious. Xiao Shen gazed in astonishment, his breath taken away. With a blend of brute force and aggression, all interior players of the league should tremble. The super rebounding behemoth is poised to astonish the entire league. Xiao Shen could never have anticipated that a delightful surprise awaited him. After concluding the match against the Boston Celtics, the Dallas Mavericks returned to their home court the following day for a brief respite, before facing the Utah Jazz. Subsequently, they would embark on a challenging 3-game road trip. Back in Dallas, during the afternoon practice, just as Xiao Shen completed his warm-up, he spotted Nowitzki approaching, accompanied by 2 hefty figures, engaged in cheerful conversation. "Hey Xiao, do you recognize these 2 legendary NBA stars?" Xiao Shen was certainly familiar with them. The duo in question were none other than the troublemaking pair from TNT, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and the flamboyant Charles Barkley. "Xiao, you truly led me into quite the predicament, forcing me to consume such a colossal cream-filled chocolate cake," Barkley lamented. He had previously informed Xiao Shen of the wager he had made with O'Neal. Striding confidently towards Xiao Shen, Barkley's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Shen's prominent posterior. "Had I known you possessed such an impressive dairy, coupled with such remarkable post-up skills, I would have never dared to gamble with Shaq." As he spoke, Barkley's hand moved towards Xiao Shen's backside. Xiao Shen deftly maneuvered, evading with grace. It truly was excessive. To attempt to touch someone's posterior upon their first encounter is rather bold. Nowitzki and Duncan prefer to pat others on the head, while Barkley enjoys a playful touch on the backside, and James Harden has a penchant for caressing the chest. The larger they become, the more they seem to relish such gestures. Do NBA superstars possess rather peculiar quirks? However, is this truly polite behavior? "Greetings, Xiao. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Your performance is exhilarating." Shaquille O'Neal extended his hand towards Xiao Shen. "Thank you. It is a pleasure to meet you as well." Xiao Shen smiled gently. "Back then, watching your matches left a profound impact on me. Nowadays, the style of play in the NBA has become rather soft, so I endeavored to adopt a different approach, and to my surprise, the results have been quite favorable. Your dominance during those years was truly astonishing and has deeply influenced us." Beside them, Barkley cleared his throat softly. Xiao Shen understood completely. "Indeed, Sir Charles's back-to-the-basket plays have inspired me significantly. However, you compelled the league to enforce stringent regulations, preventing me from backing down from the 3-point arc to the basket, culminating in a powerful dunk over their heads." Barkley instantly radiated joy, akin to a 300-pound child. "The NBA deliberately restricts us, the superstars endowed with ample physiques. Your prowess on the court is commendable. Nevertheless, there remain aspects that warrant further learning." Subsequently, Dirk Nowitzki elucidated to Xiao Shen the purpose of their presence here. Xiao Shen felt that the compliments he received were well-deserved. 2 former titans of the league, exceptionally dominant interior players, approached him today to impart some techniques and insights. No player in the NBA has ever been afforded such an honor. Xiao, I meticulously analyzed your performance in the last game. You should approach rebounding with greater ferocity. Allow me to demonstrate, Shaquille O'Neal personally illustrated. Charge towards this position with all your strength. Use your body to assert dominance, secure the rebound, and initiate an attack on the rim. Nothing could enhance Xiao Shen's skills more than the teachings of these two superstars. In his prime, the dominant Shaquille averaged an astonishing 13.9 rebounds per game, often converting rebounds into points with explosive dunks. Meanwhile, the 198 cm tall Charles Barkley, in his peak season, claimed the title of NBA rebounding champion with an average of 14.6 rebounds per game. After their guidance, Xiao Shen experienced an enlightening moment, significantly developing his extraordinary rebounding talent. The afternoon and evening training sessions were filled with invaluable advice and mentorship from Barkley and O'Neal. Xiao Shen has benefited immensely. As a token of gratitude, Xiao Shen invited the two individuals to dine with Nowitzki, sharing a meal of Chinese cuisine as a gesture of gratitude. They exchanged contact information. As Xiao Shen bid farewell to the two individuals, they expressed their reasons for seeking him out, even offering to impart their wisdom free of charge. In today's NBA, they lamented, the style of play has become excessively soft. The game has devolved into mere three-point shooting, rendering it rather unappealing. We have painstakingly discovered a player capable of inheriting our legacy, and we hope you will carry it forward. Shaquille O'Neal patted Xiao Shen on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Go forth, we believe in you. You can undoubtedly dominate the NBA." Meanwhile, Charles Barkley clenched his fist and declared to Xiao Shen, "Show the world the prowess of our big men, averaging a casual 30 points and 15 rebounds per game, so they understand that we are not merely boasting. In our prime, we could overpower every center in the NBA. The mantle is now yours." Xiao Shen nodded solemnly. "I will not allow the glory that belongs to a rugged center to fade away. I shall strive diligently. Thank you all." The two waved goodbye, farewell. Once a person departs, good fortune tends to follow in swift succession. Achieving a remarkable 16 rebounds in a single match, the system rewarded him with an SSS skill, which filled Xiao Shen with immense delight. As for the 5 points of freely allocable ability values, he was in no rush to utilize them. Yet, he had already devised a plan. Unexpectedly, the most dominant center in the NBA, Shaquille O'Neal, along with forward Charles Barkley, appeared in Dallas, generously imparting their extensive experience and techniques for the game. This was an unforeseen delight. Today, Xiao Shen absorbed knowledge like a sponge soaking up water, fervently striving to digest and swiftly transform what he had learned into his own skills on his way home. Xiao Shen did not anticipate that just as he took out the key, preparing to unlock the door, a delightful surprise would once again befall him. Recently, fortune had favored him, bringing an abundance of unexpected joys. Chapter 80. Innocence Lost. Facing the Jazz brother Xiao Shen. "Why have you returned so late? I have waited for you all night," she exclaimed. Turning around, he was pleasantly astonished to find Zhang Manuan standing elegantly behind him. As his gaze descended, Xiao Shen's pupils dilated in awe. She adorned a brand new work uniform, and beneath a crisp white mini-skirt, her long, straight, alluring legs were clad in black, lettered stockings, enhancing her allure. "Do you find it appealing?" Zhang Manuan playfully gazed at Xiao Shen, her beautiful eyes seemingly capable of conversing. Xiao Shen averted his gaze, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Zhang Manuan. "What brings you here? Upon my return, shall I arrange a special interview for you? Come, step inside and have a glass of water. We can converse more thoroughly." Xiao Shen pushed open the door, intending to invite Zhang Manuan inside, only to see her shake her head. "Why did you return so late?" "I shall not be coming in today," she remarked. With a smile, Zhang Manuan continued, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, as I have now become an assigned reporter for the Dallas Mavericks with Penguin Sports. I will accompany you to all your home and away games, so be sure to grant me ample opportunities for interviews. Furthermore, I reside right next door, and I hope to visit you often. However, I shall not disturb you tonight. You have a game tomorrow evening. Best of luck." As she spoke, Zhang Manuan swiftly approached Xiao Shen and, akin to a fledgling swan, nestled into the warmth of his broad chest. With a gentle tug of her right hand, she guided Xiao Shen's hand downward. Alas, Xiao Shen had yet to fully savor the silken smoothness of the moment. The bashful Zhang Manuan withdrew from his embrace, gazing at him with a tender intensity. "Thank you, brother Xiao Shen. I have successfully secured my position and attained a wonderful role. Love you." With a gentle peck, a spark ignited, Yet Xiao Shen had not completely grasped the exquisite softness of that encounter. Blushing, Zhang Manuan swiftly fled towards her residence, leaving Xiao Shen alone amidst the breeze. Having been granted a second chance at life and the admiration of numerous enchanting women, he found himself unprepared to pursue any of them. Little did he anticipate that Zhang Manuan would be the first to act. His innocent first kiss, his purity, had been so carelessly relinquished. How infuriating it was to have been caught off guard by her audacity. Just wait, he thought. You little enchantress. I shall return the favor with even greater fervor. Xiao Shen returned to his room, completed his evening rituals, and drifted into a sweet slumber. Life had become increasingly intriguing. Tomorrow night's match would be significant. Zhang Man, serving as the team reporter, would be conducting her first interview, and Xiao Shen was determined to deliver an exceptionally dazzling performance. As for the Utah Jazz players, I can only express my regrets. Ever since Darren Williams departed from the team, they have exhibited signs of a downward spiral, having not savored the taste of the playoffs for several years. However, one must not underestimate the strength of the Utah Jazz. Currently, the team's linchpin, Gordon Hayward, averaged an impressive 19, 3 points, 4, 9 rebounds, and 4.1 assists last season. Furthermore, the roster boasts several quality interior players. Derek Favors has been averaging 16, 4 points and 8.1 rebounds this season. The industrious Rudy Gobert, though not scoring prolifically, maintains commendable efficiency, averaging 11 rebounds and 2 assists thus far this season. In this year's draft, they secured the promising power forward Trey Lyles with the 12th pick in the first round, a player with immense potential in the paint. Regardless of who steps onto the court, Xiao Shen did not allow them to feel lost in confusion, for that would be unworthy of his title as a supreme brawler. Likewise, it would be a disservice to the meticulous guidance of 2 Hall of Fame interior players in the NBA. Early in the morning, Xiao Shen arrived at the arena early, dedicating himself to rigorous training in pursuit of self-improvement. Gradually, he assimilated the knowledge imparted by Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, instilling within himself an unwavering confidence for the match tonight. In yesterday's encounter between the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Clippers, Stephen Curry once again showcased his extraordinary prowess. Playing for 37 minutes, Curry achieved an impressive record of 11 successful shots out of 22 attempts, including 6 out of 14 from beyond the arc, and flawlessly converted all 12 of his free throw attempts, culminating in a remarkable tally of 40 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists. His proficiency in three-point shooting indeed provided a significant advantage, as Curry managed to amass 40 points from merely 11 successful field goals. Xiao Shen must score at least 40 points, requiring a minimum of 15 successful shots. With his remarkable performance in this game, Stephen Curry has once again narrowed the scoring gap between himself and Xiao Shen. Therefore, in tonight's match, Xiao Shen must strive for a remarkable 40-point game to contend for the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. Xiao Shen must excel. The match between the Utah Jazz and the Dallas Mavericks is set to commence at 9:30 p.m., with the arena bustling with a full house. The atmosphere electric with excitement. Observing this scene, Mark Cuban, reclining in his chair, wears a look of profound satisfaction. The ticket prices for the Dallas Mavericks have surged, now 20 higher than during last season's peak sales. Moreover, the prices continue to rise, due to Xiao Shen's consistently stellar performance. The jerseys prepared for him have long since sold out, leading to a significant shortage. In the marketplace, his jersey commands a higher price than that of Dirk Nowitzki, reflecting an unprecedented demand. Watching Xiao Shen, who is among the last to take the court, fills Mark Cuban with immense pride. A mere couple of baskets. A few $1,000s, what does that signify? Dunk, give it a powerful slam. Yet, such sentiments he dared not voice to Xiao Shen, nor did he express them in front of the media's gaze. The Utah Jazz currently stands at 6 wins and 5 losses, boasting a winning percentage above 50, making them formidable contenders in the Western Conference playoff race. In today's match against the Dallas Mavericks, they have fielded a starting lineup of Raul Neto, Gordon Hayward, Rodney Hood, Derek Favors, and Rudy Gobert. Even against the towering Rudy Gobert, who stands at an impressive 216 centimeters with remarkable wingspan, Xiao Shen triumphs in the jump ball. Speaking of jump balls, as long as Xiao Shen refuses to accept defeat, there is no one in the NBA league who can prevail over him. The Dallas Mavericks' offensive strategy in the first round. Xiao Shen positioned himself low to receive the ball, carefully observing the defensive alignment of the Utah Jazz. Coach Quinn Snyder, eschewing a conventional start, promptly implemented a zone defense strategy. Rather than a man-to-man approach, they deployed the formidable Rudy Gobert, renowned for his prowess in interior defense, to guard Xiao Shen. Indeed, standing at an impressive height of 216 centimeters and weighing 111 kilograms, Gobert presents a formidable challenge, perhaps a nightmare for many interior defenders. After all, the advantages of his height and wingspan are undeniable. In his encounter with Xiao Shen, those advantages rendered any edge moot. With O'Neal's guidance, Xiao Shen took to the court with unrestrained vigor. Right from the first play, he exhibited an aggressive demeanor. With his back to Gobert, Xiao Shen pushed back, asserting himself against Gobert as he surged into the key. He pivoted to face the basket, took a decisive step, and seizing the moment, unleashed his strength. As Gobert was forced to retreat, Xiao Shen harnessed the momentum to leap skyward. With an impressive double-handed slam dunk, he sent the rim trembling, leaving Mark Cuban at the sidelines in a state of astonishment. Following the basket, Xiao Shen raised his arms in celebration, instantly igniting a fervor within the American Airlines Center once more. In Chapter 81, as the battle for rebounds ensued, a frantic Gobert was left reeling. In the TNT broadcast studio, Barkley exclaimed with fervor, "What a magnificent shot!" The way he turned and executed that move was fluid and seamless. "Xiao, your game has improved tremendously. I have great faith in your future." Xiao Shen exerted his strength with his back turned, undoubtedly benefiting from Barkley's guidance. He was clearly seeking recognition for his efforts. O'Neal immediately chimed in, acknowledging the beauty of the play, particularly the sudden burst of energy during the final defensive maneuver. The fluidity of his movements and the intensity of his explosiveness had markedly improved. "Xiao, your basketball intelligence is growing. Splendid." O'Neal exchanged a glance with Barkley, feeling both gratified and slightly proud. The young man, though somewhat reckless, was indeed teachable. Many concepts were conveyed to Xiao Shen just once, yet he was able to grasp them completely, assimilating the knowledge and applying it with remarkable agility. Xiao Shen did not disappoint them. Whether the two praised themselves while extolling Xiao Shen remains uncertain. The match continues. The Utah Jazz's offense primarily revolves around pick-and-roll strategies. Gobert failed to make his mid-range shot. Xiao Shen can comfortably nestle under the basket. Moreover, as the former star point guard of the Utah Jazz, Deron Williams likely possesses a deeper understanding of executing pick-and-roll plays than even the players of the Jazz themselves. The Dallas Mavericks are currently focusing their defense on the opponent's paint and perimeter shots. Gordon Hayward's pull-up mid-range attempt glides off the rim. Xiao Shen pivoted to secure the rebound. Gobert, noticing that Xiao Shen had not established his position, attempted to leverage his height and long reach to tap the ball. However, he was taken aback as Xiao Shen seemed to possess springs in his feet. In a swift motion, he soared into the air, effortlessly surpassing Gobert. With his fully extended arms, he cradled the ball with ease. The ferocity and dominance with which he claimed the rebound were truly remarkable. Gobert, a formidable center averaging nearly 4 offensive rebounds per game, could only watch in dismay as the ball slipped away. The Dallas Mavericks offense continued to unfold. Xiao Shen feigned a move towards the left corner, only to swiftly reverse his run and position himself beneath the basket. Deron Williams promptly delivered the ball into Xiao Shen's hands. Although Gobert possesses formidable shot-blocking prowess, it is primarily derived from his ability to assist on defense or to contest smaller players. In a one-on-one scenario, Xiao Shen managed to secure such a close position to the basket that Gobert was utterly unable to withstand the pressure. Xiao Shen pivoted with force, effortlessly pushing Gobert aside, and then, with a single hand, executed a powerful dunk, slamming the ball into the basket. Favors rushed over to provide assistance, but arrived a moment too late. Xiao Shen engaged in a one-on-one battle beneath the basket, exhibiting an unyielding determination. The Utah Jazz initiated their offense with a pick-and-roll strategy. This time, Gordon Hayward executed a mid-range jump shot from the free throw line, finding the net with precision. As the play transitioned, the Dallas Mavericks took their turn on offense, passing the ball to Xiao Shen, who was establishing position in the paint. From the left corner, facing the rim, Xiao Shen feigned a step, then accelerated towards the basket with resolute intent. Favors promptly arrived to provide defensive support. Xiao Shen launched into full speed, charging ahead with unrestrained vigor. Empowered by the invincible Barbarian King's collision skill, he boldly tackled Gobert and, faced with Favors, unleashed a powerful dunk. The ball swished through the net as the whistle blew. Favors was called for a foul. Although the free throw did not find its mark, Xiao Shen's performance radiated the essence of a true warrior. Quinn Snyder, The head coach of the Utah Jazz instinctively reached for his hair at the temples. Now it was the Utah Jazz's turn to attack, encountering a screen and roll without switching. Xiao Shen still failed to defend effectively. Gordon Hayward's mid-range shot was disrupted by Matthews, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Both Favors and Gobert vied for the rebound, while Nowitzki positioned himself, leaving the rest to Xiao Shen, who swiftly dashed towards the anticipated point of the rebound. Xiao Shen leapt high into the air. Gobert, who had taken off a moment earlier, also managed to touch the ball. His hands grasped it even before Xiao Shen could secure it. Gobert was poised to claim the offensive rebound for himself. Xiao Shen pressed both hands firmly on the ball. Following that, he unleashed a tremendous force, forcibly yanking the ball from Gobert's grasp and pulling it into his own hands. What left Gobert in a state of despair was yet to come. Xiao Shen's power erupted instantaneously. Without mentioning how he snatched the rebound from his grasp, Gobert, upon landing, found his body involuntarily propelled forward. He was nearly toppled by the force exerted by Xiao Shen, staggering precariously. This moment captivated the spectators at the sidelines, leaving them entranced. Mark Cuban raised his arms in exultation, while in the TNT broadcast studio, Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley were filled with fervent excitement. Xiao Shen is even more audacious than they had imagined. In the past, he was reckless primarily in the offensive realm, but now, he exhibits the same ferocity in defense. He relentlessly pursues rebounds with the same tenacity. Gobert was nearly overwhelmed by Xiao Shen's sheer force, filled with both anger and frustration. Yet, this is not the end. The Dallas Mavericks have transitioned from defense to offense. Xiao Shen suddenly mentioned the arc's apex position, setting a screen for Deron Williams. Gobert similarly positioned himself beneath the basket to defend. A screen and roll ensued. Xiao Shen advanced towards the basket, fully in motion as he received the pass from Deron Williams. To everyone's surprise, Gobert attempted to block Xiao Shen's shot, desperately seeking to salvage his dignity. While others might have hesitated upon seeing him stand before them, Gobert remained undeterred. Xiao Shen disregarded Gobert entirely. With a sudden surge of energy, he grasped the ball in one hand and executed a thunderous slam dunk, launching the ball towards the hoop with fierce determination, all while leaping over Gobert. Oblivious to the impending threat, Gobert lunged forward, attempting to block the shot with fervor. With the activation of his powerful dunk passive skill, Xiao Shen, a formidable force, thunderously smashed the rim, sending it reverberating while simultaneously toppling Gobert to the ground. How had Gobert ever endured such humiliation? As he lay on the floor, he gazed up at Xiao Shen, who hung triumphantly from the rim with one hand, resentment brewing deeper within his eyes. Coach Quinn Snyder found himself compelled to make adjustments, substituting Favors to guard Xiao Shen. However, the outcome remained unsatisfactory. Following the first official timeout of the opening quarter, he was left with no choice but to forcibly alter the strategy, mirroring the approach of the previous game's coach Brad Stevens by opting for an early double team on Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen remains indifferent. As long as the opponent initiates a double team in advance, he will deliver the ball at the earliest opportunity. In today's match against his former team, the Utah Jazz, Deron Williams displayed remarkable form and an impressive shooting touch. Xiao Shen's shots consistently find their mark. Even when he misses, he is adept at securing the rebound. Gobert, intent on seizing the opportunity, has been unable to claim a single offensive rebound. Meanwhile, Deron Williams, having finally missed a shot, watches helplessly as the rebound, seemingly within his grasp, is snatched away once again by Xiao Shen. Gobert is beginning to feel the pressure. Moreover, having captured the offensive rebound, Xiao Shen promptly initiates a second wave of attack. Xiao Shen advanced with determination, breaking through Gobert's defense. With a sudden surge, he leapt, grasping the ball with both hands, and forcefully dunked it into the basket. Securing the rebound was merely a formality. He continued to assert his dominance, showcasing his prowess. Gobert, feeling utterly humiliated by Xiao Shen's display, succumbed to anger and shoved him forcefully. Despite the disruption to his balance, Xiao Shen managed to slam the ball into the hoop. As he descended, his equilibrium faltered, and he nearly toppled to the ground. The ball swished through the net just as the whistle blew. Fueled by rage, Gobert committed a somewhat malicious foul, igniting the players of the Dallas Mavericks. In Chapter 82, the reckless counterattack, Matthews and Deron Williams rushed over without hesitation, forcefully pushing Gobert to the ground. Even the usually gentle and humble Nowitzki was visibly agitated, fervently pressuring the referee. This foul was clearly directed at a player, a malicious act that warranted a classification of a level 2 flagrant foul. The players on both sides converged into a chaotic mass. On the sidelines, Mark Cuban raised his right hand, pointing at Gobert and vehemently berating him. He then turned to exert pressure on the officials at the scorer's table. Gobert's foul was perilous, posing a significant risk of injury to the offensive player. Xiao Shen has now become the golden goose for Mark Cuban, a significant financial backer. And the prospect of being injured by Gobert is troubling. The ticket sales could suffer considerable losses. The audience of the Dallas Mavericks, witnessing the incident, began to express their discontent through increasingly louder boos directed at Gobert. The referees, along with the on-site security and coaching staff from both teams, promptly intervened to separate the players and prevent the situation from escalating further. The Mavericks players helped Xiao Shen to his feet, and upon realizing he was not severely harmed, many breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Shen cast a glance at Gobert, his expression shifting from anger to amusement. The scene rewound in slow motion. Gobert committed a flagrant foul, granting the Dallas Mavericks a chance for 2 free throws and 1 additional shot. It was Matthews who initiated the altercation by pushing Gobert to the ground that received a personal technical foul. Xiao Shen's free throws today were exceedingly dismal. The first attempt missed entirely. The second, with great reluctance, trickled through the net. The match resumed. Gobert, having accrued 2 personal fouls, was substituted by Coach Quinn Snyder to the sidelines for a respite. Xiao Shen was unable to rush back immediately. The retaliation of the reckless player may come a tad late, but it will certainly not be absent. The Utah Jazz sent in Trey Lyles to replace the substituted Gobert. The youthful Lyles was no match for Xiao Shen. They could only watch as Xiao Shen unleashed his fury upon the hoop, taking whatever he desired. The first quarter of the match came to a close. Xiao Shen effortlessly secured 16 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. However, Xiao Shen, was not particularly pleased. He had been seeking an opportunity. Rudy Gobert, who had exited the game early, returned to the court before Xiao Shen. Indeed, had he not encountered a reckless individual like Xiao Shen, Gobert could have made significant contributions on both ends of the floor. He first executed a splendid pick and roll with Gordon Hayward, and as he rolled towards the basket, he received a precise bounce pass from Hayward, soaring for a 2-handed dunk that secured 2 points. Subsequently, on the defensive end, he delivered a resounding rejection, denying J.J. Baria's layup with a robust block. Despite the Utah Jazz's offense struggling to generate clear scoring opportunities, with Joe Ingles' 3-point attempt bouncing off the rim, Gobert utilized his height and wingspan to secure the rebound, marking his first offensive rebound of the game. Finally, Joe Ingles did not disappoint his teammates. As he confidently sank a 3-pointer, Gobert showcased exceptional performance on both offense and defense, and under his leadership, the Utah Jazz gradually closed the gap in the score. Since Gobert's entrance, the Dallas Mavericks had not managed to secure a single offensive rebound. During one offensive possession, Gobert executed a powerful cut to the basket, slamming the ball through the hoop and drawing a foul from the trailing Zaza Pachulia. Elated, Gobert celebrated with a triumphant fist pump, displaying a hint of exuberance. Enjoy your moment of bravado, one might think. As the second quarter progressed to 6 minutes and 36 seconds, Xiao Shen re-entered the game, ready for his first offensive possession. Xiao Shen descended into a deep position beneath the basket, receiving the ball and smoothly pivoting to create a little space against Gobert. With an explosive leap, he soared almost atop Gobert, delivering a resounding dunk directly into the hoop. Gobert, utterly overwhelmed by Xiao Shen's force, found himself devoid of any retort. In a bid for retribution, Gobert sought out Raul Neto to execute a pick-and-roll. Taking a step inward from the free throw line to receive the ball, Gobert advanced with determination. Gripping the ball with one hand, and, facing Xiao Shen's defense, unleashed a powerful shot towards the basket. Did he still dare to attempt a dunk over me? Xiao Shen smiled faintly, resembling an unyielding mountain standing resolutely before Gobert. Although he did not physically restrain him, his defensive prowess compelled Gobert to miss a direct dunk. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, only to be seized by Xiao Shen. The brutish retaliation had yet to conclude, and Gobert's frustration was mounting. With Xiao Shen's dominance in the paint, the Utah Jazz were compelled to resort to early double-teaming for assistance. Today, Darren Williams' shooting touch was undeniably fiery, as he effortlessly sank consecutive shots from beyond the arc. Finally, after a Dallas Mavericks player missed a shot, Favors effectively boxed out, allowing Gobert to securely grasp the rebound. Just as Gobert secured the ball, lifting it high in search of a teammate, Xiao Shen sprinted forward with remarkable agility. He leapt high, enveloping the ball in both hands that Gobert held. Xiao Shen actively activated his super brute force skill, channeling the gravitational acceleration from above to unleash an astonishing power from both hands. The rebound that Gobert had secured was unexpectedly snatched away by Xiao Shen. In this instance, Gobert lost control of his body, instinctively lunging forward in an attempt to reclaim the basketball. As Xiao Shen unleashed a final, forceful surge, Gobert was propelled forward, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shen leaped and executed a magnificent windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience at the American Airlines Center erupted in exuberance. What a remarkable play! A splendid steal. The familiar sensation returned. The same winning formula. Rebounds can still be seized with brute strength. Bravo! This response was exhilarating. Let us see if that fellow remains arrogant now. Such a commanding steal. Xiao. Splendid work. Wow. Dare to foul Xiao maliciously? Even securing a rebound, you find yourself toppled to the ground. The counterattack from the super brute was relentless. The rebound that should have been yours was snatched away, and you were left sprawled on the floor. Do you yield? Beautiful. To take your ball and topple you as well? How infuriating is that? The players on the Dallas Mavericks bench were thoroughly entertained, joining Mark Cuban in a fervent display of support, raising their fists and cheering exuberantly. My God! In the TNT broadcast studio, Kenny Smith erupted in excitement. Xiao just forcefully took the rebound that Rudy had secured, flipping him to the ground. Such ferocity, such brutality, such an unreasonable style of play. Even rebounds can be seized with such fervor, igniting the blood. What a spectacular play. Barkley and O'Neal appeared remarkably composed, exchanging a glance before sharing a high five. That was beautiful, Xiao. You showcased the dominance expected of an interior player. Great play. At this moment, Gobert, lying on the ground, felt utterly humiliated, too ashamed to rise. With 41 points and 19 rebounds, Xiao Shen effortlessly triumphed over the Utah Jazz. The rebound that should have been protected had instead been wrenched away by Xiao Shen, leaving Gobert feeling frustrated as he pounded the floor in exasperation. Whether it was a recognition of his own inadequacies or regret over his reckless actions that led to Xiao Shen's relentless targeting, he was uncertain. Teammates from the Utah Jazz approached to assist Gobert in standing up, yet he no longer possessed the confidence to continue battling fiercely against Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen, however, grew more formidable with each passing moment. Under his leadership, the Dallas Mavericks concluded the first half with a score of 56-43, commanding a 13-point lead over their rivals. The Utah Jazz, renowned for their resilience in adversity, exhibited their tenacity reminiscent of past encounters. Much like the historic clashes between the Houston Rockets and the Utah Jazz, where the latter, on the brink of collapse, managed to stage a remarkable comeback and ultimately seal their victory. Upon resuming play after halftime, the Utah Jazz, guided by Gordon Hayward, gradually regained their rhythm. The team's starting power forward, Derek Favors, showcased the prowess of the second-highest scorer, consistently converting shots against Dirk Nowitzki's defense. Nevertheless, with Xiao Shen still on the court, their efforts to narrow the gap bore limited fruit, yet they clung to the scoreline. As the teams began rotating their players, two unexpected heroes emerged for the Jazz. Trey Burke and Alec Burks hit successive shots, helping the Utah Jazz reduce the deficit to a mere 2 points. With the primary players returning to the court, the stage was set for a climactic showdown. Xiao Shen took the initiative to strike first. Under the basket, confronted by two defenders from the Utah Jazz, he forcefully drove the ball into the hoop, drawing a foul from Favors for a hand violation during the follow-up. Xiao Shen successfully converted a crucial free throw. As the next round commenced, Chandler Parsons attempted a three-pointer but missed the mark. Once again, it was Xiao Shen who emerged, overpowering Gobert to seize the rebound with tenacity. A second offensive opportunity unfolded. Xiao Shen skillfully maneuvered through the defense, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Xiao Shen scored 5 consecutive points, aiding the Dallas Mavericks in stabilizing the situation on the court as his presence drew the opposing defense. Darren Williams subsequently found success from beyond the arc once more. However, in the second round, Darren Williams was unable to convert his three-point attempt. Xiao Shen leapt high, delivering a resounding strike that sent the ball once more into the hands of Darren Williams. With a swift step, Darren Williams unleashed another three-pointer, which sailed smoothly through the net. Today, from beyond the arc, Darren Williams showcased an impressive performance, sinking 5 out of 7 attempts, his shooting touch ablaze. Together, he and Xiao Shen amassed 11 consecutive points, significantly widening the gap to double digits. Although the Utah Jazz capitalized on their formidable defense to create and convert a few opportunities, Xiao Shen's two pivotal one-on-one plays decisively crushed their hopes of a comeback. Ultimately, the Dallas Mavericks, commanding their home court, triumphed over the visiting Utah Jazz with a score of 115-103, effortlessly maintaining their winning streak. Xiao Shen's remarkable performance once again overshadowed all other players. In a total of 37 minutes on the court, he scored an impressive 41 points, the highest of the game, while also securing an astounding 19 rebounds, along with 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. The standout player, Xiao Shen, engaged in friendly interactions post-match with Dirk Nowitzki and the players from the Utah Jazz. As for the visibly frustrated Gobert, who retreated to the locker room prematurely, Xiao Shen chose to disregard him. After celebrating with each of his teammates with high fives, Xiao Shen temporarily declined interviews from American media reporters, opting instead to approach Zhang Manuan, the designated reporter from Penguin Sports covering the Dallas Mavericks. Today, Zhang Manuan donned a purple short-sleeved t-shirt paired with a form-fitting black knee-length skirt, her makeup accentuating her stunning beauty. It was evident that she felt a hint of nervousness. Xiao Shen greeted with a warm smile. Adjusting herself, Zhang Manuan commenced today's interview. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Manuan, a reporter from Penguin Sports. Today, we are honored to have with us the exceptionally talented player from the Dallas Mavericks, Xiao Shen. Zhang Manuan turned to Xiao Shen. Congratulations on your victory today. Deep brother, you achieved a career high of 19 rebounds and scored an impressive 41 points, leading your team to triumph. What would you like to say? Securing rebounds is inherently my duty as the team's center, and I am truly delighted to have captured so many, especially against Rudy Gobert, Xiao Shen replied, clearing his throat slightly. To score so many points and gather so many rebounds while winning today's game is a remarkable achievement. I must express my gratitude to everyone in our team, as well as to those who have quietly supported me. Thank you. Post-game interviews typically revolve around a few standard questions. Xiao Shen was exceptionally cooperative, consistently offering Zhang Manuan encouraging glances. Consequently, the post-match interview yielded remarkable results. Zhang Manuan adeptly fulfilled the tasks assigned by her superiors, successfully concluding the sideline interview. After bidding farewell to Zhang Man, Xiao Shen returned to the dressing room to prepare for the post-match press conference. In this era where popularity is paramount, it remains essential for Xiao Shen to make appearances at such events. Nevertheless, with the seasoned Dirk Nowitzki and the head coach of the team by his side, he is able to alleviate a significant portion of the pressure. Xiao Shen effortlessly concluded the post-match press conference. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the game. The only regret was that he did not secure over 20 rebounds. However, with his remarkable 41 points in this match, Xiao Shen once again gained the upper hand in the contest for the Western Conference Player of the Week against Stephen Curry. The Golden State Warriors game was delayed by 2 hours, and in their matchup against the Chicago Bulls, Curry's performance was not as explosive. Faced with the defense of Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry managed only 9 successful shots out of 20 attempts, including a mere 3 out of 11 from beyond the arc, finishing with 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. The gap between him and Xiao Shen widened further. Nonetheless, he still has an opportunity. The Golden State Warriors will face the Denver Nuggets the following day. Should Stephen Curry find his rhythm once more, a comeback may be possible, particularly as the Dallas Mavericks are contending with their own adversaries. The next adversaries that Xiao Shen will encounter feature exceptionally formidable defenders. They are none other than the formidable duo of Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol from the Memphis Grizzlies. Renowned for their indomitable presence in the paint, these two athletes thrive amidst the roughest of competitors, embodying the very essence of their team name, robust and resilient, built to endure. Furthermore, among their starting lineup is the highly esteemed Tony Allen, lauded by Kobe for his remarkable defensive prowess. In the first match of their 3-game road series, the Dallas Mavericks are set to face the fiercely tenacious Memphis Grizzlies, a team celebrated for its exceptional defensive cohesion. Indeed, numerous experts and media outlets have expressed their admiration for this formidable squad. Xiao Shen is on the brink of confronting the most formidable challenge since his entry into the NBA. Can Xiao Shen fulfill his desire and secure the title of Western Conference Player of the Week? Chapter 84. The Frenzied Sneaker Company. Defeating the dynamic duo to annihilate the Grizzlies. Before heading to Memphis, Xiao Shen's agent, Dan Fagan, approached him with a delightful surprise. "Xiao," he exclaimed, "I bring you good news. Adidas has prepared a sneaker contract for you, worth no less than $12 million annually, with a total value exceeding $180 million. Moreover," Dan Fagan's eyes sparkled with excitement, the price is negotiable and could potentially rise. I personally believe that the terms offered by Adidas are quite generous for a rookie. Their contract reflects a remarkable sincerity. This assertion was indeed true. James Harden, representing Adidas, is set to be a prominent figure in the NBA for a considerable duration. When the agreement was reached this year, a staggering $200 million contract was bestowed upon James Harden to be dispersed over 13 years. For Xiao Shen, a fresh entrant into the league, a contract exceeding $180 million illustrates just how much they covet him. Of course, Dan Fagan continued. Other sneaker companies have also presented competitive offers, but none rival the fervor of Adidas. By the way, he then produced several contracts, presenting them to Xiao Shen. Here are the bids from domestic sneaker companies, all of which are quite commendable. However, when it comes to quality and cutting-edge technology, Adidas remains unparalleled. These other companies are comparatively less advanced and specialized. Several domestic sneaker companies have indeed taken notice of Xiao Shen's performance, and their offers have proven to be substantial. Nonetheless, Xiao Shen believes there is still room for improvement. The opportune moment to finalize a sneaker contract has not yet arrived. He can afford to wait a little longer. Xiao Shen's heart leans towards signing with domestic sneaker companies. Although their technology and product quality may not quite measure up to some renowned foreign brands, he is willing to leverage his fame to benefit local businesses rather than allowing foreign sneaker companies to profit from his reputation at the expense of his fellow countrymen. They chant slogans enticing the naive and affluent, amassing wealth without scruple. Ultimately, they turn against the very people who enriched them, using the money earned from their own compatriots to undermine them. Why not allow domestic sneaker companies to prosper? At the very least, conscientious entrepreneurs can give back to society when the nation and its people are in need. How delightful that would be. In truth, for Xiao Shen, the brand of sneakers he wears is of little consequence. There is no sneaker that he cannot master with a single stride. If there were, he would simply take another step. Xiao Shen believes that, with his enduring and spectacular performance, these sneaker companies will become even more fervent in their pursuits. Xiao Shen envisions not merely the financial prosperity of his nation's enterprises, but harbors grander ideals. As for the ultimate choice of partnership, he refrains from providing a definitive answer. I believe these sneaker companies will strive to enhance their footwear once more. Should they create a pair specifically designed for me, I would gladly try them on. Xiao Shen swiftly changed the subject, asserting, "Of course, I will be charging for my services." Although Dan Fagan was uncertain about the true nature of Xiao Shen's intentions, he recognized the opportunity for profit and knew he must ensure clarity in their arrangement. "No problem. I shall discuss this with them immediately and guarantee you a most comfortable arrangement," Dan Fagan replied cheerfully before departing. The matter regarding the sneakers was temporarily set aside. Xiao Shen devoted all his energy to the forthcoming pivotal match. The Memphis Grizzlies are not to be underestimated. In their prime, with the formidable duo of Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol, alongside Mike Conley, Tony Allen, and Rudy Gay, the Grizzlies surged into the Western Conference Finals. Regrettably, they fell victim to the seasoned San Antonio Spurs, suffering a sweeping defeat of 4-0. Although the Grizzlies' playoff performance has been mediocre in recent years, no team in the NBA can guarantee victory against them. They merely lack a competent leader. As the team's primary point guard, Mike Conley's performance has been merely pedestrian. However, the interior combination of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph undoubtedly represents the most formidable defensive pairing Xiao Shen has encountered since entering the NBA. Standing at 216 centimeters and weighing 120 kilograms, Marc Gasol may not boast statistics as illustrious as his brother Pau Gasol, yet after years of honing his skills. Last season he averaged 17.4 points, 7.8 rebounds, and 3.8 assists per game, showcasing his offensive and defensive prowess. Fearless in the face of physically gifted players, Gasol possesses both strength and tenacity. His partner, Zach Randolph, despite a tumultuous past marked by a fiery temperament, stands 206 centimeters tall and weighs 118 kilograms. Upon joining the Memphis Grizzlies, he delivered the pinnacle of his career, averaging 28 points and 11.7 rebounds per game. Even in this season, with a slight decline in form, he remains the Grizzlies' third leading scorer. Gradually becoming a role player, Randolph remains undaunted by physical challenges. Gasol has faced the prime Yao Ming, while Randolph has contended with the waning Shaquille O'Neal. Both have squared off against numerous formidable interior players. As seasoned veterans in the league, their defensive acumen is unparalleled. The duo of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph is undoubtedly the most challenging interior combination Xiao Shen has encountered since his entry into the NBA. Since joining the league, Xiao Shen has navigated his path with relative ease, encountering few obstacles. In this match, many experts and media commentators believe Xiao Shen will confront the first rookie wall of his NBA career. The renowned American commentator Stephen A. Smith candidly remarked that both Zach and Marc are exceptionally skilled interior defenders, their defensive capabilities beyond question, particularly against traditional big men, where their physicality and strength, coupled with Marc's height advantage, give them an edge. Stephen A. Smith exudes unwavering confidence in his predictions. The Memphis Grizzlies boast two exceptionally skilled interior defenders. With one player applying pressure and the other providing support, it becomes exceedingly challenging for Xiao to inflict damage beneath the rim. Furthermore, Smith elaborated that both Zach and Marc possess a reliable mid-range shooting ability, making defense an undeniable formidable challenge for Xiao. They are capable of extending their range beyond the arc, thus intensifying the test for the Dallas Mavericks defense. I believe that in this match, Xiao's performance will be subpar. One must concede that Stephen A. Smith's analysis is astute and well-articulated. His viewpoints have garnered considerable approval from American fans, who eagerly anticipate the dynamic duo's ability to contain Xiao's prowess. Little do they know, Xiao Shen harbored a singular ambition to vanquish the Twin Demons and decimate the Memphis Grizzlies. No force could impede his resolve. The formidable superbrute earned the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. In Chapter 85, a confrontation with Gasol, the union of Yao and E, the Memphis Grizzlies, a modest franchise within the NBA, often find themselves overlooked by many players reluctant to join their ranks. Even prior to the draft, numerous talented young athletes explicitly declared their unwillingness to play in this frigid, low-profile city. Initially, they were elated to select Francis. Yet he stubbornly refused to step onto the court, compelling the Grizzlies to trade him away. Consequently, they had no choice but to send him to the Houston Rockets, where Francis embarked on his legendary saga with Yao Ming. The gallant Francis garnered heartfelt admiration from domestic fans, earning the affectionate title of Big Brother Francis. Even in his post-retirement struggles, he received assistance from Yao. Perhaps, in some cosmic scheme, there lies an Eastern philosophy at play. Despite being a small market team, the Memphis Grizzlies' home at the FedEx Forum has witnessed numerous formidable teams falter. They hold the distinction of being part of the only 8th seed upset in NBA history, having triumphed over the top-seeded San Antonio Spurs in the 2010 to 2011 season. However, in the Western Conference Finals of 2013, they faced the Spurs once more, suffering a devastating 4-0 sweep. Whether the astute coach Popovich bore any intent of retribution remains shrouded in mystery. In smaller markets, the loyalty of the fanbase intensifies. Upon entering the arena, Xiao Shen was immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere of the FedEx Forum. Nevertheless, many fans brandishing support placards for Xiao Shen lined the sidelines. His aggressive playing style had garnered him a significant following. The starting point guard for the Memphis Grizzlies was Mike Conley, selected 4th overall in the 2007 draft. The starting shooting guard, Tony Allen, excelled more in defense than in scoring. The small forward position was manned by Matt Barnes, while the formidable duo of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph anchored the interior. With minimal interaction, the players exchanged brief greetings. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the game officially commenced. Xiao Shen effortlessly secured the jump ball, allowing the Dallas Mavericks to initiate the first offensive play of the game. Whether it was Randolph or Marc Gasol, both were capable of adequately defending against Xiao Shen. Thus, the Memphis Grizzlies found no necessity to employ early double-teaming assistance. Xiao Shen descended to the lower left position to seize the ball. Behind him, a young Gasol was applying pressure. Although the title of King of Violence attributed to Xiao Shen has circulated within the NBA, yet Marc Gasol remains unfazed. After a sluggish start to the season, the Memphis Grizzlies have now secured 4 consecutive victories. The team's morale is soaring, especially on their home court. Gasol feels confident in his ability to easily handle Xiao Shen. Little did he anticipate, Xiao Shen, with the ball in hand and his back turned to the somewhat nonchalant Gasol, immediately activated his formidable post-up skills. Thump, thump, thump. Xiao Shen forcefully pushed aside the diminutive Gasol, akin to a bulldozer. As he advanced relentlessly, Gasol found himself unable to muster any resistance. Xiao Shen suddenly retaliated, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Realizing he could not afford to withdraw any further, the determined little Gasol exerted all his strength to push forward. Xiao Shen suddenly unleashed a formidable strength, propelling little Gasol half a meter away from him. Turning to face the hoop, Xiao Shen gracefully leaped, executing a one-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the basket. Little Gasol remained unfazed. Despite Xiao Shen's formidable strength, he too was unprepared. He sought to retaliate. Little Gasol descended into the left low post, opting for a back-to-the-basket maneuver against Xiao Shen. Bang! He dribbled the ball, forcefully pushing back. Little Gasol suddenly realized that he remained rooted in place, and even found himself slightly advancing forward. Xiao Shen remained utterly unmoved. I refuse to believe this is mere fate. Little Gasol, gathering all his strength, propelled himself backward with all his might. Xiao Shen stood resolutely, unyielding. In a sudden counterattack, Xiao Shen forced Gasol to stagger slightly. After several attempts, Gasol finally conceded. It appeared that there were Chinese players whose strength surpassed even that of the great Yao. He recalled watching his brother battling against a player named Yi, who exerted every ounce of strength, struggling to hold his ground. Had it been any other player, they would have been knocked over by Gasol's might. He had believed that after that encounter, China would not produce any formidable interior players. Yet today, he unexpectedly faced one who was even more formidable. Gasol could not breach Xiao Shen's defense. In desperation, he passed the ball to his teammate, Mike Conley, who took a dribble, halted abruptly, and attempted a mid-range shot, only to have it bounce off the rim. Gasol, unable to push past Xiao Shen, tried to extend his long arms to tap the rebound, but Xiao Shen, with a powerful leap propelled by the strength of his legs, soared into the air like a rocket, stretching his long arms to seize the rebound. Was the physical confrontation more intense than with Yao? Did his jumping ability surpass that of Yi? A fusion of Yao and Yi, one in offense, the other in defense. Xiao Shen's performance is astonishing, and Pau Gasol must take it seriously. As the Dallas Mavericks prepare to attack, Gasol seeks to validate his somewhat audacious hypothesis. He positions Xiao Shen in the low post once more, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Gasol anticipates the play and applies tight defense, exerting all his strength and employing every tactic at his disposal to hold his ground firmly. Although Xiao Shen's first strike did not achieve complete effectiveness, he could sense the vigorous challenge posed by Gasol behind him, prompting him to unleash his full potential once more. The formidable Pau Gasol, one half of the illustrious duo known as the Black and White Devils, was intent on engaging him in a direct confrontation. Xiao Shen was determined to fulfill his desires. Strength, the intensity of resistance, surged once more. Bang! With a vigorous thrust, Xiao Shen collided forcefully behind him. Despite Pau Gasol exerting all his strength, he was unable to halt his continuous retreat. The force that Marc Gasol had once directed against Lin was now being doubled upon Pau. Especially when Xiao Shen penetrated the 3-second zone, he was bestowed with the empowering aura of the king of the paint. Xiao Shen continued with an unstoppable momentum. With 2 successive strikes, he shattered the fabric of space. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a half-turn and took a step forward. Xiao Shen seized the ball and leapt into action. Before the formidable Pau Gasol could execute his block, he delivered a powerful 2-handed dunk, securing another 2 points. In a fierce contest of wills, Gasol stood no chance against Xiao Shen. As the Memphis Grizzlies transitioned to offense, Pau Gasol positioned himself in the low post, reaching out for the ball. Suddenly, Xiao Shen surged forward to challenge him, nearly forcing Gasol to fumble the pass. Continuing to back down, Gasol's play echoed that of his brother, a one-on-one reminiscent of their previous encounters. However, it was a sight that brought immense sorrow to the heart, evoking tears from onlookers. Xiao Shen, however, remained utterly unfazed. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene, whether he defended from behind, the side, or head-on. Little Gasol found it exceedingly difficult to breach Xiao Shen's formidable defense. In a moment of frustration, the younger Gasol opted for a more cautious approach. He executed a half-turn, positioning himself sideways to Xiao Shen, with his left hand shielding his body as his right hand raised the ball. Subsequently, he arched his wrist to send the ball soaring toward the hoop. Just at that moment, Xiao Shen propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air with his fully extended long arms almost enveloping the ball. Pau Gasol forcefully launched a high arc, the ball softly thudding against the rim before descending. Xiao Shen turned around to protect the ball during the initial 2 rounds of the match. Xiao Shen did not falter as Stephen A. Smith suggested, in a one-on-one confrontation. Xiao Shen utterly dominated Pau Gasol, showcasing his confidence with remarkable prowess. In the subsequent match, Xiao Shen executed an astonishing display of skill against Pau Gasol. Chapter 86, Repelling the Black Bear, Overcoming the White Bear. unlike certain American players who possess mere physical prowess devoid of intellect. European big men exhibit a more cerebral approach to the game. As the Dallas Mavericks initiated their offense, Pau Gasol, despite maintaining his position behind Xiao Shen, suddenly relinquished one side, intentionally guiding Xiao Shen to pivot in that direction. Zach Randolph promptly positioned himself for help defense. However, at this moment, Xiao Shen was already surging forward, unconcerned by the presence of anyone ahead. Empowered by the attributes of the invincible barbarian, Xiao Shen barreled directly into Zach Randolph, forcefully pushing him back. Subsequently, bending his knees and propelling himself off the ground, he leaped into the air, clutching the ball with intent to dunk it into the hoop. Pau Gasol was the first to react, stepping forward and leaping to contest the shot. Xiao Shen exerts himself in the air, his body contending against the formidable presence of little Gasol. Xiao Shen forcefully pushed aside Gasol, following up with a thunderous dunk that sent the ball crashing through the hoop. Simultaneously, this action caused Marc Gasol to take a step back upon landing. This moment unfolded as he faced the formidable duo of the Memphis Grizzlies, who united in their defensive efforts. Xiao Shen forcefully collided with the formidable Randolph, sending him staggering back, and in midair, he managed to fend off the imposing Gasol. In a single exchange, he rendered the Memphis Grizzlies' fearsome duo, known to instill dread in countless interior players, utterly humiliated. The home crowd, taken aback, shook their heads in disbelief, grappling with the astonishing spectacle. How could it be? He actually managed to dislodge Zach? Unbelievable. So outrageous. The sheer force of the confrontation was astounding. How could Mark, alone, fail to contain him? Even when they teamed up, they were still powerless to stop him. The ferocity of the clash and the explosive strength displayed, sending Zach back while simultaneously overpowering Mark in the air, was nothing short of terrifying. One might wonder if even the legendary Shaquille O'Neal could have so effortlessly cast aside Zach. Where did this prodigious player emerge from, exhibiting such an extraordinary performance? Wow. It is hard to fathom that within the NBA, there exists a player so powerful that even the famed duo could not withstand his prowess. How did that player with yellow skin achieve such explosive strength? In truth, even Zach Randolph, who had been shoved aside, and Marc Gasol, who had been displaced midair, found the situation utterly bewildering. They gazed at Xiao Shen with incredulity. Mark had previously faced Xiao Shen head-on in 2 exchanges, recognizing his remarkable strength and explosive power. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated this outcome. Xiao Shen possesses such terrifying strength. Zach Randolph, who was pushed back, is somewhat taken aback. Although his physical prowess is not as formidable as in his prime, even O'Neal and James might find it challenging to confront him with such ease. Xiao Shen, akin to a wild bull, forcefully pushed himself back. Xiao Shen's remarkable play ignited the competitive spirit within both individuals, particularly in Zach Randolph. In his younger days, he was known for his fiery temperament, often clashing with teammates. He had never before experienced such a setback in physical confrontations, and he was determined to engage in a serious contest with Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen's remarkable play undeniably struck a blow to Stephen A. Smith from the United States. As a fellow commentator, Charles Barkley, seated in the TNT studio broadcasting the game, immediately seized the opportunity to add his critique. I mentioned beforehand, Mark, that in a one-on-one scenario, neither Zach nor Mark could contain Xiao. The reasons for this are well understood by both Shaq and myself. Reflecting on the day, I provided guidance to Xiao. Shaquille and I initially took a rather arrogant stance, encouraging Xiao to confront fiercely, nearly being toppled by his audacity on several occasions. A glance exchanged with Shaquille revealed an unmistakable sense of awkwardness between them. The combined defensive efforts of Mark and Zach were equally insufficient to restrain Xiao. The recent play served as irrefutable evidence of that. I firmly believe in Xiao's capabilities. The scenarios Stephen describes will not unfold. Even with the formidable duo of the Grizzlies, it remains impossible to thwart Xiao's prowess. Kenny Smith chimed in with jest, remarking that due to his previous bet loss, which resulted in him devouring an enormous cream-filled chocolate cake, he is swiftly transformed into a Xiao advocate. Barkley had yet to respond when Shaquille interjected, stating that one must truly experience Xiao's capabilities firsthand. Only those who have matched up against him comprehend the extent of his terrifying talent. Just wait and watch. Xiao's performance will undoubtedly astonish you. The scene transitions back to the game, where the Memphis Grizzlies are on offense. Pau Gasol moves towards the arc, stepping just inside the three-point line to set a screen for Mike Conley. A pick and roll ensues, while the Dallas Mavericks steadfastly refuse to switch on the screens. Conley drives inward, passing the ball back to Pau Gasol at the free throw line. Gasol catches the ball and executes a mid-range jumper, which he sinks effortlessly. Stephen's observations are not entirely misplaced. Kenny Smith, in a serious tone, remarked that when Xiao encounters players with mid-range shooting ability, he indeed faces a considerable challenge. Should Mark and Zach venture out to shoot, their defensive threat would significantly diminish. One significant reason for the gradual decline of traditional centers lies in their performance during pick-and-roll situations, when a dominant center retreats into the paint. Their inability to defend against opponents with mid-range and long-range shooting prowess renders them ineffective. In essence, traditional big men often struggle to step out and defend, particularly those with sluggish footwork, who may be vulnerable to being overwhelmed by outside shooting or aggressive drives. While they exert considerable effort to score within the paint, often resulting in a mere 2 points, their offensive efficiency remains alarmingly low. Moreover, once opponents employ double teams, traditional centers become nearly impotent on the offensive end. For instance, during a particular sequence, Zach Randolph and Mark Gasol successfully trapped a player, forcing him to pass the ball to Dirk Nowitzki. Though Nowitzki is renowned for his steady mid-range shooting, regardless of whether he made that shot, the Memphis Grizzlies effectively curtailed the original player's impact. Furthermore, the Memphis Grizzlies excel as a cohesive defensive unit. When Mark Gasol, Tony Allen, and Barnes create seamless defensive rotations, scoring opportunities for the original player become scarce. With their remarkable team defense and Nowitzki's hot shooting, the Grizzlies, led by their formidable duo, gradually closed the scoring gap and took the lead. As the game progressed, the Memphis Grizzlies firmly established control, utilizing their exceptional defense to stifle the Dallas Mavericks. By the end of the first quarter, the Grizzlies were ahead 25-19, leading the Mavericks by 6 points. The timely adjustments made by the Grizzlies to their defensive strategy effectively limited the original player's performance, as he concluded the first quarter with only 9 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block, quite a departure from his previously spectacular outings. However, if they believed this would suffice to contain the formidable player, they were gravely mistaken. In Chapter 87, as the teams rotated their lineups during the first and second quarters, the original player devised a counter-strategy. While the Grizzlies' dynamic duo had support from teammates, did the original player lack allies? As the second quarter reached the 6:35 mark and both teams had their star players back on the court, it was once again the Mavericks' turn to attack. Xiao Shen proactively mentioned stepping in one position inside the arc to set a screen for Deron Williams. Among the 5 players on the court for the Memphis Grizzlies, the one with the least defensive prowess was undoubtedly Mike Conley. Mark Gasol assisted in delaying the play. Deron Williams swiftly returned the ball to the advancing Xiao Shen. As Mark Gasol attempted to reclaim his position for a block beneath the basket, the fully charged Xiao Shen forcefully pushed him back by half a meter. Subsequently, Xiao Shen seized the moment and leapt gracefully into the air, executing a gliding two-handed slam dunk that emphatically drove the ball into the hoop. This remarkable play elicited a sigh of relief from Shaquille O'Neal, who was watching from the TNT broadcasting studio. Young players can easily become overzealous, and even after years of competition, O'Neal himself sometimes falls prey to this impulse. When faced with an opponent whose style counters his own, or when the defense is specifically targeting him, he occasionally finds himself stubbornly engaging in a contest that serves no purpose. It is essential to recognize when a change is necessary and to adapt accordingly. Xiao Shen's sudden adjustment caught the Memphis Grizzlies off guard. Although Mark Gasol failed to defend against that play, the tables turned as it was now the Grizzlies' turn to mount an offense. Gasol executed a pick-and-roll with Mike Conley, receiving the ball at the free throw line before taking his shot. Gasol's mid-range jumper found its mark, immediately responding with a score of his own. Xiao Shen executed a baseline serve, passing the ball to Deron Williams. A brief exchange of glances sufficed for the two to reach a mutual understanding. Feigning a move towards the low post, Xiao Shen suddenly pivoted to the left side at a 45-degree angle, taking a step within the three-point line, effectively obstructing Mike Conley, who was tasked with guarding Deron Williams. As Mark Gasol shifted his weight, Deron Williams delivered a precise bounce pass to Xiao Shen, who had already anticipated the play. Gasol swiftly retreated beneath the basket, raising his arms high to obstruct Xiao Shen's path. With unbridled momentum, Xiao Shen leaped, mere inches away from Gasol, who could only spring into the air for a block, his feet barely lifting off the ground. Xiao Shen rushed in front of him, his legs spread apart. Xiao Shen positioned himself atop the small Gasol, gripping the ball with one arm, and launched a ferocious dunk towards the hoop. Xiao Shen scored another 2 points. Simultaneously, Gasol lost his balance upon impact and involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps as he landed. Xiao Shen's thunderous dunk once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the Memphis Grizzlies fans on the sidelines. Such a ferocious display of athleticism. The audacity of a rookie, unafraid of the formidable opponent before him. How could he dare to execute such a dunk against the towering Marc Gasol? To rise and deliver such an extraordinary slam over a 7'1" giant is simply astounding. How is this even possible? Is he truly bolder than the legendary Shaquille O'Neal at his peak? Does he intend to dunk on anyone in sight? My goodness! It seems he had this moment meticulously planned, charging in with the sole intention of executing that spectacular dunk. It's utterly reckless. Are the young players in the NBA truly this fearsome? Is it customary for them to attempt dunks on their adversaries at the slightest provocation? Marc Gasol appeared somewhat taken aback by Xiao Shen's audacious feat, while other players, confronted by Gasol's imposing presence, would likely choose to sidestep his might. Xiao Shen, undeterred by the challenge, boldly seized the moment, executing a powerful dunk right over his opponent. He even aspired to send him sprawling to the ground. Marc Gasol felt a twinge of concern, sensing that he might be losing control of the situation. He quietly leaned in to whisper a few words to Zach Randolph. Little did Marc Gasol anticipate that this seemingly innocuous action would ignite an extraordinary spectacle. The game pressed on. The Memphis Grizzlies, known for their deliberate pace, operated with a methodical rhythm, dictated by the presence of 2 formidable big men. They advanced the ball leisurely across half-court, then positioned themselves with equal deliberation. Attempts to score in the paint were thwarted, leading them to pass to their perimeter players for a reorganization of their offense. As long as time remained on the shot clock, there was no urgency to take a shot. After a series of maneuvers, the ball finally found its way to Barnes. But alas, his 3-point attempt ricocheted off the rim. Xiao Shen steadfastly secured the rebound, and it was now the Dallas Mavericks' turn to initiate their offensive play. Xiao Shen and Deron Williams sought to employ their old tactics once more, yet their opponents remained unyielding. Marc Gasol stood his ground, refusing to yield. Deron Williams executed a decisive drive, releasing an elegant floater just before Zach Randolph's impending block, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop. The defensive intensity of the Dallas Mavericks intensified. However, the Memphis Grizzlies' offensive efforts faltered. Mike Conley, amidst defensive pressure, attempted a drifting mid-range jumper, which ricocheted off the rim. Xiao Shen secured the rebound and passed it to Deron Williams. The Dallas Mavericks transitioned from defense to offense, executing a pick and roll. Marc Gasol stepped out to impede, denying Deron Williams an unobstructed path to the basket for a score. Xiao Shen swiftly cut through the air, receiving a bounce pass from Deron Williams. With a decisive step, he propelled himself towards the basket. Suddenly, a shadowy figure loomed directly in his path, obstructing his view. Zach Randolph had anticipated the move, sliding into position to firmly establish himself in Xiao Shen's trajectory. The two were perilously close, making even the Euro step an unfeasible option. In such a predicament, 99% of players would be halted in their tracks by Randolph's imposing presence. Yet, all that Randolph could hear was a thunderous roar. Xiao Shen embraced the ball as if it were a bundle of explosives, charging towards himself. His feet firmly planted on the ground, Randolph braced himself for the impending clash. Ready to engage in a direct confrontation with Xiao Shen instantaneously activated the invincible Barbarian King's charge skill, barreling forward like an unstoppable tank. Randolph, who had braced himself in advance, unexpectedly leaned back with great force, collapsing to the ground in response. Xiao Shen delivered a forceful collision, toppling Randolph to the ground. Yet, the spectacle did not conclude there. Leaping in midair, Xiao Shen audaciously maneuvered past the towering Marc Gasol, sending the ball through the hoop while drawing a foul from Gasol. Witnessing this moment, even Shaquille O'Neal, seated in the TNT broadcast studio and well aware of Xiao Shen's prowess, could not contain his astonishment. "Wahoo! Wahoo!" O'Neal exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. What a ferocious offensive play. Xiao actually knocked over Zach, who was already braced for contact. My goodness. Randolph is undoubtedly one of the most formidable enforcers in the NBA today. In the past, even the Shaq himself would have hesitated to take him down. This is simply outrageous. Absolutely breathtaking. Beside him, Barkley echoed the excitement, declaring, Zhao's ability to withstand physicality is extraordinary. His strength is truly terrifying. To knock over Zach like that is beyond comprehension. Many spectators felt that the duo of black and white could not contain Xiao Shen. It seemed that the Dallas Mavericks were poised for victory in this match. However, The progression of the game unfolded in an unexpected manner. In the first half, thanks to Xiao Shen's exceptional performance, the Dallas Mavericks established undeniable dominance, leading the Memphis Grizzlies by 12 points at halftime with a score of 51-39. As the break concluded, both teams' starting players returned to the court. The Memphis Grizzlies initiated the first offensive play of the second half with a strategic shift. Mike Conley and Zach Randolph executed a pick-and-roll, exploiting Nowitzki's slower lateral movement. With a well-timed screen, Randolph found himself at a 30-degree angle on the left side, effortlessly sinking a mid-range shot. When it was the Mavericks' turn to attack, the Grizzlies altered their defensive approach, opting against preemptive double-teaming. Marc Gasol aggressively pressured Xiao Shen, frequently engaging in physical confrontations, pushing him toward the 3-second area. Despite this, in that particular possession, Gasol still struggled to contain him. Xiao Shen, devoid of emotion, executed a backhand strike, penetrating the 3-second zone. With a swift turn, he pushed aside the defense and deftly deposited the ball into the hoop, securing 2 points. However, Xiao Shen received the ball from a strategic position, then pivoted gracefully to place it into the hoop, entangled with Pau Gasol for over 10 seconds. Gasol exerted considerable force, and the two engaged in relentless physical confrontation beneath the basket, their bodies colliding with a resounding impact, the dull thud of muscle against muscle echoing incessantly. Although Xiao Shen sent the ball soaring into the hoop, successfully securing 2 points. However, these points were not easily attained. Behind him, the ever-determined Marc Gasol faced an even greater challenge. The Memphis Grizzlies maintained their relentless offensive tempo, positioning Zach Randolph for a one-on-one near the baseline, where he effectively pushed Dirk Nowitzki aside before executing a smooth turnaround jumper from mid-range. Once again, it found its mark. The Grizzlies refrained from double-teaming, allowing Gasol to continue his fierce contest with Xiao Shen. Gasol was tenacious, fiercely entangled with Xiao Shen, battling for position as they grappled with one another. Despite being pushed aside time and again, he would swiftly reassert his presence. The two engaged in a relentless series of close-quarters combat beneath the basket. Although Gasol faced yet another defensive setback, having been forcefully displaced by Xiao Shen, who then emphatically dunked for another 2 points, he appeared to relish the challenge. As the Dallas Mavericks took their turn on offense, Gasol immediately pressed in closely, initiating yet another thrilling melee. Xiao Shen successfully broke through the defense of Marc Gasol, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After several consecutive high-intensity exchanges, the toll on his stamina was immense. As the defender, Gasol seemed to be possessed, exerting every ounce of his energy in a relentless physical struggle against Xiao Shen, leading to an even greater depletion of his endurance. Such a grueling defensive effort was unsustainable for Gasol. As anticipated, after a couple more rounds of entanglement with Xiao Shen, he was left gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The intensity of his defense had significantly waned compared to earlier, allowing Xiao Shen to easily break through and deliver another resounding dunk. However, the Memphis Grizzlies swiftly adapted. When it was the Dallas Mavericks' turn to attack, the player defending Xiao Shen from behind was replaced by Zach Randolph. Thus, a new chapter of beneath-the-basket combat commenced. Randolph's defensive strategy mirrored that of Gasol's. Regardless of how one attacked, he would engage in a physical tussle, frequently seeking contact and fiercely entangling himself with Xiao Shen. Randolph, being a player of the gritty, ground-level style, relished such confrontations. Moreover, having endured one round, Gasol managed to compel Xiao Shen to grapple with him a few seconds longer. Although ultimately unable to thwart the inevitable, as Xiao Shen once again forced his way through to score, their relentless exchanges began to yield results in the ensuing rounds. Xiao Shen, confronted with Randolph's relentless pursuit, ultimately succeeded in placing the ball into the hoop, albeit not without difficulty. Xiao Shen positioned himself beneath the basket, engaging in a formidable 1v2 confrontation. With remarkable strength, he secured the offensive rebound and followed up with a second attempt, successfully sending the ball through the hoop while simultaneously drawing a foul from Pau Gasol. Approaching the free-throw line, Xiao Shen's shot, however, fell noticeably short. Xiao Shen sensed that something was amiss. In the TNT broadcast studio, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal was the first to detect the subtle shifts in strategy. Coach Dave's tactics were indeed intriguing. With a hint of concern, O'Neal remarked, "Their lineup boasts two exceptionally skilled interior defenders. He deliberately alternates between them, subjecting Xiao to relentless physical confrontations, depleting his stamina. As it stands, their strategy is proving effective. During free throws, Xiao clearly lacks power. It is now a matter of who can endure the strain longer. One cannot deny the brilliance of Coach Dave's approach, particularly given the presence of two outstanding defensive players. Their relentless assaults, coupled with their ability to sap Xiao Shen's energy on the offensive end, could potentially turn the tide of the game. As a former dominator of the NBA's interior, O'Neal spoke from personal experience, and his analysis received validation from both Barkley and Kenny Smith. In the subsequent play, the Memphis Grizzlies altered their offensive strategy, focusing on the synergy between Marc Gasol and Mike Conley, striving to engage Xiao Shen defensively, thereby maximizing his physical exertion on both ends of the court. Moreover, the Grizzlies preemptively adjusted their lineup, bringing in Jeff Green and JaMychal Green in succession. Adhering to their previous defensive strategy of persistent physical confrontation with Xiao Shen, they even intentionally provided him opportunities for one-on-one matchups in the paint, aiming to further exhaust his stamina as the game progressed. Xiao Shen's physical condition began to deteriorate. With 8 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the third quarter, he squandered a golden opportunity for an offensive play, sending the ball soaring over the hoop. In the subsequent possession, a shot that should have easily found its way into the basket was missed. Xiao Shen was momentarily taken aback as he exerted himself to secure 2 consecutive offensive rebounds before finally depositing the ball into the hoop. Xiao Shen's offensive efficiency began to wane. However, the Memphis Grizzlies, under Mike Conley's orchestration, flourished in their offensive execution, gradually gaining momentum. As Jeff Green, Vince Carter, and Mark Barnes consecutively sank 4 3-pointers towards the end of the third quarter, the Grizzlies steadily narrowed the gap. The Dallas Mavericks, who initially intended to seize the game in one fell swoop during the third quarter, entered the final period with merely a 6-point lead. Sitting on the sidelines, Xiao Shen felt a tinge of fatigue. Despite his efforts to push his stamina beyond the limits, he found himself struggling against the relentless assaults from the opposing team. Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph undoubtedly posed the most formidable interior duo Xiao Shen had encountered since joining the NBA. With their burgeoning momentum, the Memphis Grizzlies capitalized on their robust defense, seizing opportunities from the Mavericks' mistakes to take the lead. Xiao Shen and other key players of the Dallas Mavericks were once again called upon by Rick Carlisle. Observing the well-rested Pau Gasol, one could sense his eagerness and anticipation to take the court. Xiao Shen was acutely aware that he was about to face his most formidable challenge since entering the NBA, a grueling match that would test his limits. Chapter 89. Dominating the boards, ruthless clutch. The offense of the Dallas Mavericks. As Xiao Shen approached the basket, Pau Gasol immediately leaned in, engaging in a physical contest. The two entangled themselves near the restricted area. Xiao Shen finally secured the ball with great difficulty. Subsequently, he forcefully maneuvered past Pau Gasol's defense. And as he pivoted towards the basket, Randolph arrived to provide assistance on defense. Although Xiao Shen managed to score amidst fierce opposition, this offensive sequence took a considerable toll on his stamina. Furthermore, the Memphis Grizzlies deliberately altered their defensive strategies, relentlessly targeting Xiao Shen. During their offensive plays, they maintained a brisk pace, frequently executing pick-and-roll combinations, intentionally drawing Xiao Shen away from the basket. Randolph received the ball beneath the rim, fending off Nowitzki's defense with ease, and effortlessly laid the ball into the hoop for 2 points. The competition between both teams was fiercely contested, each side exchanging blows with unwavering determination. As fatigue set in, movements began to falter, yet the physical confrontations beneath the basket grew increasingly intense, leading to several instances of players colliding violently. Xiao Shen was pulled to the ground by the other party several times. Even a clay Buddha has its limits of patience. Xiao Shen showed no leniency towards them. In 3 consecutive rounds, he overwhelmed the opposing defenders, sending them sprawling to the ground, before effortlessly guiding the ball into the hoop. Xiao Shen scored 6 consecutive points, assisting the Dallas Mavericks in extending their lead once more. However, the Memphis Grizzlies swiftly retaliated. Amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd, Mike Conley surged forward, successfully executing 2 consecutive drives to narrow the gap once again. Due to the previous intense confrontations, Xiao Shen found himself drained, his physical stamina depleted, resulting in a decline in shooting accuracy. Fortunately, the steadfast Nowitzki, who had maintained his composure throughout the match, began to find his rhythm, providing much-needed support from the perimeter. The two teams entered a frenetic tug-of-war, with the competition reaching a fervent climax. The score oscillated back and forth, with the largest margin not exceeding 5 points. As the seconds of the game ticked away, The Memphis Grizzlies engaged in an almost frenzied struggle in the second half, finally yielding significant results. Xiao Shen found himself beneath the basket, failing to seize several prime opportunities. He could not deliver the decisive blow that would have sealed the game for his team. Under the leadership of Mike Conley, the Memphis Grizzlies clung tenaciously to the score. It is now evident to Xiao Shen why certain players choose to band together. Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph engaged in a fierce struggle with him, exhausting themselves on the defensive end. The offense rested solely on the shoulders of Mike Conley. This tense and exhilarating state of the game persisted until the final minute. With just 32 seconds remaining, the score stood at 108-107. With the Dallas Mavericks leading by a single point, the Mavericks initiated their offensive play. Xiao Shen had the opportunity to secure an early victory for the Dallas Mavericks. However, in a moment that felt within reach, he failed to convert a crucial putback attempt. This misstep reminded him of the 2012-2013 NBA Finals, specifically Game 6, when Tim Duncan, the venerable big fundamental, also missed a vital putback due to exhaustion, resulting in the ball bouncing off the rim. This miss ultimately granted the opportunity for Ray Allen's three-pointer, allowing the Miami Heat, who boasted a formidable trio, to snatch away what should have been a championship trophy within reach. In that moment of failure, Duncan, filled with frustration, struck the floor with his hand. He resolutely vowed never to let such a tragedy unfold in his own career. Fortunately, time remained in the game. It was not an exceedingly critical moment akin to the finals. Nevertheless, a single mistake on the court could lead to dire consequences. The Memphis Grizzlies initiated their offensive play, with Mike Conley skillfully reducing the shot clock to under 10 seconds as he sought a pick and roll with Marc Gasol. Utilizing the screen to evade his defender, Conley surged towards the paint. Recognizing the threat posed by Conley's penetrating layup, Xiao Shen was compelled to offer assistance, momentarily disrupting Conley's rhythm. This drive attracted the attention of two defenders, allowing Conley to execute a splendid bounce pass to Marc Gasol, who stood just inside the free throw line, poised for his shot. Meanwhile, Randolph had been tasked with guarding Xiao Shen during the previous defensive possessions, and now Gasol seized this opportunity. Receiving the pass, he prepared to take a mid-range shot. As Xiao Shen leaped to block, he was a fraction too late. The ball soared past his fingertips and descended directly into the net. 109-108. Marc Gasol executed a mid-range shot flawlessly, propelling the Memphis Grizzlies ahead. In that moment, the FedEx Forum erupted with a cacophony of cheers and screams. Beautiful. What a play, Mark. The game winner. Nice. The home crowd of the Memphis Grizzlies fervently rallied for Marc Gasol, as if they had already seized victory. With just 8.1 seconds remaining, the players of the Grizzlies prematurely celebrated together, believing they had secured the win. Xiao Shen cast a glance at the tightly embraced Memphis Grizzlies players celebrating their victory, remaining silent, yet his eyes betrayed an intense desire for battle. Had it not been for the overwhelming exhaustion, he could have aided his team in clinching the victory during that recent offensive and defensive exchange. Undeniably, they had been somewhat targeted by the opposing strategy. As the future cornerstone of the team, Xiao Shen must possess the courage to shoulder responsibility. Sitting back on the bench, he observed Nowitzki as coach Rick Carlisle remarked, "That was my fault. I failed to defend adequately." A hint of admiration flickered in both their eyes before Carlisle comfortingly patted Xiao Shen on the shoulder, assuring him, "It's all right." Rick Carlisle then continued, "Xiao, you have performed admirably. Your display today has been remarkable. There is still time left in the game. Now, let us strategize for the final play." During the timeout, Coach Carlisle meticulously arranged the tactics for the concluding offensive. As the players returned to the court, Nowitzki confidently declared, "Xiao, I believe in you." Before they exchanged a fist bump, and he gently patted Xiao Shen's back. The match resumed. At the first opportunity, Xiao Shen positioned himself beneath the basket, compelling the Memphis Grizzlies defense to collapse into the paint. Nowitzki maneuvered to create space, received the ball, and took a step inside the three-point line, evading his defender. With his signature one-legged fadeaway jumper, he released the shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the front rim. Randolph assisted in boxing out, while Marc Gasol moved in to secure the rebound. Marc Gasol was on the verge of cradling the ball in his arms. Xiao Shen suddenly emerged from the sidelines, his hands firmly grasping the ball, as he activated the super brute ability to fiercely contest for the rebound. With unrelenting force, he snatched the ball from the grasp of the diminutive Gasol, even pulling him down to the ground in the process. Securing possession of the ball, Xiao Shen took a step forward, positioning himself directly in front of the hoop, and propelled himself upward with great force. He faced the approaching defense of Randolph. Xiao Shen actively activated the invincible rampage skill, forcefully charging forward and sending Randolph crashing to the ground. Following this, with no defenders in sight, Xiao Shen seized the opportunity, soaring into the air for a ferocious one-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. As the ball swished through the net, the whistle blew, plunging the arena into an instantaneous silence. The spectators at the Federal Express Arena were left utterly speechless by Xiao Shen's audacious rebound and the brutal slam that sealed the game. They were completely astounded by his skillful maneuvering. In Chapter 90, defeating the opponent, elected Western Conference Player of the Week. The first to react were the players of the Dallas Mavericks, who ignited the atmosphere once more. The Mavericks players on the court were exhilarated, fervently pressing forward, having exhausted their last ounce of energy through consecutive skill activations. After the dunk, even the rim struggled to withstand the force, and Xiao Shen collapsed onto the floor. The Mavericks players on the sidelines raised their arms in triumph, roaring as they rushed toward Xiao Shen. Great shot. Game winner. We did it. We won. Xiao. Well done, Xiao. Woohoo. Xiao Shen lay on the ground in a state of agonizing resignation, reveling in the euphoria shared with his teammates from their last-minute triumph. At that moment, the players of the Memphis Grizzlies were engulfed in despair, their hard-earned victory seemingly snatched away by Xiao Shen. Marc Gasol, sprawled on the floor, gazed helplessly at the large screen, reluctant to rise. Zach Randolph, supported by his teammates, bowed his head, lost in contemplation. Mike Conley stood between the two, hands on his hips, mirroring Gasol's gaze as they both looked towards the screen, silently beseeching a miracle. The referee reviewed the play in slow motion, frame by frame. From Xiao Shen's powerful rebound to his decisive dunk, every action was deemed free of foul. As the referee blew the whistle, signaling the validity of Xiao Shen's basket, the game was officially concluded. Although the referee had reluctantly allotted the Memphis Grizzlies a mere 0.8 seconds for a final attempt, it remained insufficient. Xiao Shen's reckless double strike had already shattered their confidence. Upon receiving the ball, Mike Conley attempted an exceedingly absurd three-pointer. Seizing the ball, Xiao Shen hurled it skyward with great force, once again embracing the players from the Dallas Mavericks in a joyous celebration. Xiao Shen once again emerged as the paramount contributor to the Dallas Mavericks' victory. In the face of the formidable duo of Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol, renowned for being the most formidable low-post defensive tandem in the NBA, Xiao Shen persevered through relentless entanglements. Over the course of 39 minutes, he executed 19 successful shots out of 24 attempts, amassing an impressive total of 43 points, 18 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, particularly shining in the crucial moments of the game. Xiao Shen's relentless pursuit of the rebound was nothing short of extraordinary, as he effortlessly overpowered both Pau Gasol and Zach Randolph, culminating in an awe-inspiring slam dunk. The definitive moment that sealed the game was met with thunderous applause from the audience, as they marveled at the astonishing play. It was an unbelievable shot, a miraculous game winner. How can such a feat exist in this world? It is hard to fathom that he could topple one opponent, collide with another, and still execute a slam dunk to clinch victory. What sorcery is this? With such immense strength and terrifying ferocity, Xiao stands unrivaled in this realm. He has elevated the violent aesthetics of basketball to an unparalleled zenith, delivering a superlative game-winning shot that will be etched in history. At the moment Mark received the ball, I thought the game was concluded, yet Xiao, through sheer willpower, salvaged his team. That shot was utterly insane. Oh my goodness! How could such an explosive basket be possible? Once again, Xiao has transformed my understanding of basketball. The breathtaking, explosive game winner sent adrenaline rushing through me. It was exhilarating. My heavens! Can a game truly be concluded in such a manner? Can such a stunning shot really decide the fate of a match? Countless fans were captivated by Xiao Shen's remarkable play. In the post-game press conference for the Memphis Grizzlies, Marc Gasol, who had battled Xiao throughout the game, offered high praise for that shot. That rebound, I thought I had it securely in my grasp, but Xiao managed to wrest it away from me. He stated with a look of resignation, Xiao's power is simply overwhelming. I was unable to withstand it, my body uncontrollably brought to the ground, utterly defenseless. Initially, I believed Xiao to be a combination of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, but I reluctantly discovered that he possesses an energy far surpassing that of their amalgamation. For that last shot in the game, I concede my defeat with great respect. As his frontcourt partner and one of the infamous Twin Towers, Zach Randolph also expressed his admiration without reservation. I have never encountered a player with such explosive power, Xiao is the most formidable competitor I have ever seen. You all know. Randolph continued, in my youth, I faced off against Shaquille O'Neal. The pressure and intensity he exerted upon me were not nearly as profound. I simply could not defend against him. Xiao is like a rampaging bull, knocking me to the ground with a single charge. His physicality is truly unmatched. Receiving accolades from rivals, particularly from a player of Zach Randolph's caliber, undoubtedly serves as the highest form of validation for Xiao Shen's prowess. Moreover, from the exchanges between the two, it is evident that they have been completely captivated by Xiao Shen's abilities. The remarkable athleticism and extraordinary strength of both players were put to the test as they relentlessly challenged and entangled Xiao Shen throughout the match. In the final moments, he managed to execute a stunning and explosive game-winning shot. The Memphis Grizzlies accepted their defeat with grace. Their head coach, Dave Yerger, addressed the camera, stating, Xiao is an exceptionally formidable player. We explored numerous strategies and defensive tactics, yet we simply could not contain him. His performance on the final shot was truly deserving of today's victory. I believe he has the potential to redefine the landscape of the NBA. Coach Yerger's praise for Xiao Shen was exceedingly high. The entire Memphis Grizzlies team accepted their loss with dignity. Their post-game interviews propelled Xiao Shen back into the spotlight of major sports media. As various sports outlets rushed to report on Xiao Shen's decisive shot, countless fans eagerly shared their admiration for the moment. Although, with an extraordinary performance, Xiao Shen led the Dallas Mavericks to victory in today's game, leaving countless American fans who support the dynamic duo feeling disheartened. However, they are compelled to accept this reality, as Xiao Shen's display was nothing short of sensational. TNT commentator Shaquille O'Neal, upon learning of Zach Randolph's assessment, wholeheartedly endorsed their perspective. Randolph was indeed correct. During my peak, I found it impossible to match Xiao Shen's physical prowess. O'Neal stated with utmost seriousness, I have privately competed against Xiao, and he has the strength to knock me to the ground. His power is undoubtedly the most formidable I have ever witnessed in a player. I share Coach Dave's sentiments. Xiao is destined to become a player who will redefine the landscape of the NBA, destined to emerge as a superstar. O'Neal's remarks sparked a considerable uproar. The name of Xiao Shen once again astonished the entire league. Moreover, this match, Xiao Shen delivered an astonishing performance, scoring 43 points, securing 18 rebounds, and contributing 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, outshining Stephen Curry, who managed 29 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, and 1 steal. With an explosive display of talent from the previous week, Xiao Shen's statistics overwhelmingly established him as the undeniable choice for the Western Conference Player of the Week in the NBA. Chapter 91, Revisiting Extraordinary Talent. The epic clash against the Thunder's dynamic duo. When the NBA officially announced Xiao Shen's selection as the Western Conference Player of the Week, it was a moment of well-deserved recognition. The resentment that had long been festering within Xiao Shen was finally unleashed, achieved solely through his own strength. Xiao Shen has earned the unwavering respect of the NBA league officials. His prowess compelled them to bestow upon him the honor of the Western Conference Player of the Week. Last week, both he and his counterpart led their teams to an impeccable record, achieving victory in all 4 matches. Last week, Xiao Shen averaged an impressive 41 points, 16 rebounds, 4 assists, 25 blocks, and 2 steals per game, including a remarkable single-game high of 47 points this season. In 3 of his games, he scored over 40 points. Although Stephen Curry had an outstanding start with 37 points in one game and a staggering 40 points in another, his subsequent performances were somewhat lackluster, averaging only 25 points over the next 2 games. Nevertheless, Stephen Curry's brilliance remains undeniable, and he, along with his Golden State Warriors, continues to be an unstoppable force. Xiao Shen's data is overwhelmingly impressive. The NBA officials have no justification to award this week's Western Conference Player of the Week honor to Curry. Xiao Shen has been awarded the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. Accompanying this accolade are rewards from the system. Congratulations to the host for achieving his first career Player of the Week honor in the NBA, along with the reward of divine athletic talent. As this extraordinary talent courses through him, the aftereffects of yesterday's intense battle begin to fade away. At this moment, Xiao Shen feels invigorated. His physical performance metrics have soared to 91 points, bolstered by his extraordinary athletic talent. He no longer fears encountering the relentless onslaught from his opponents as he did in the previous match. At the very least, he will not find himself, after executing a powerful dunk, unable to even grasp the rim. What Xiao Shen currently requires most to enhance is a fundamental attribute that unlocks a divine-level talent. Xiao Shen, like a tiger with wings, no longer fears the frenzied onslaught of his opponents. He can now play with even greater audacity on the field. This is due to the unlocking of his extraordinary physical talent, which bestows upon him a passive buff. When the host rests or remains still off the field, his stamina is rapidly restored, with a recovery rate enhanced by 100. A product of the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Xiao Shen temporarily resides within the system, possessing 5 points of ability value at his disposal, eagerly awaiting the moment to elevate his physical prowess to the maximum threshold. At that time, buoyed by his astonishing performance from the previous week, Xiao Shen decisively clinched the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. Countless footwear manufacturers found themselves unsettled, as they had never encountered such an audacious athlete. These brands offered him shoes free of charge, yet he audaciously demanded compensation for promotional appearances. The price proposed by Dan Fagan was exceedingly extravagant. However, any hesitation on their part soon turned into profound regret. Following the conclusion of this match, the cost for Xiao Shen to try on a pair of basketball shoes has skyrocketed, causing some unease among the manufacturers. However, no one is willing to relinquish the lucrative opportunity that Xiao Shen represents. His fame within the NBA has surged significantly, particularly following his recent match against the formidable duo of the Memphis Grizzlies, renowned for being the league's premier defensive frontcourt combination. In that game, Xiao Shen delivered an astonishing performance, overwhelming both opponents with his remarkable statistics. Even Shaquille O'Neal publicly acknowledged that Xiao Shen possesses the strength to overpower him, highlighting the sheer ferocity of his impact. As a result of such accolades, Xiao Shen's popularity has soared once again, prompting even the previously hesitant company, Hook, to resume negotiations with him. Xiao Shen is indeed deserving of their fervent admiration, as he relentlessly paves his way to victory, leading his team to an impressive streak of 12 consecutive wins. His explosive performance and remarkable statistics have captured the attention of various franchises within the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder, as the upcoming opponents of the Dallas Mavericks, share this sentiment. Being fellow contenders in the Western Conference, it is highly probable that the two teams may encounter each other on the grand stage of the Western playoffs. During training breaks, the players of the Thunder have engaged in discussions about Xiao Shen. Stephen, have you taken the time to study the recently sensational Chinese center? Kevin Durant, known for his eagerness to engage with fans online, had indeed heard of Xiao Shen's name long ago, yet he never truly considered its significance. After all, what impact could a player of Asian descent from China possibly have? He might as well indulge in liking glamorous videos and photographs of beautiful models on social media. Isn't that enticing? Who knows? He might even have the chance to savor their bathwater someday. However, Xiao Shen's recent performance has been nothing short of spectacular, as he consistently impresses with his skills. In the last away game, he even triumphed over the Memphis Grizzlies. Xiao Shen executed a brutally decisive maneuver. As he contemplated the upcoming match against Xiao Shen and the Dallas Mavericks, Kevin Durant felt compelled to pay attention to him. He, however, remained indifferent. The only entity capable of withstanding the scythe of the Grim Reaper was the erratic tortoise. Durant was more curious about the perspectives of the interior players on the team, eager to gauge their confidence. Steven Adams, the king of the sea, shook his head. He was largely unconcerned with the external world. His sole ambition was to be a stoic center devoid of emotion. Serge Ibaka remarked, "I have watched his highlight reels. His style of play is quite ferocious. Even the great Shaquille O'Neal has been toppled by him. I likely cannot withstand him, but Steven can certainly give it a try. As long as he can hold his ground, I can provide assistance and contest his shots." Ibaka exuded confidence in his ability to support and block. Adams, in terms of personal confrontation and strength, ranked among the elite of current NBA interior players, rivaling even the peak performance of Zach Randolph. "All right. I will do my utmost to stand my ground." The somewhat naive Adams nodded in agreement. Sitting nearby, Russell Westbrook scoffed dismissively, letting out a cold snort. With explosive physical gifts and an electrifying style of play, Westbrook had never feared anyone. No one could impede his pursuit of a triple-double. "I will soar above him." Delivering a thunderous dunk, he declared. Oklahoma City Thunder's head coach, Billy Donovan, added a few more details, emphasizing the significance of their clash with the Dallas Mavericks. The NBA, particularly in the Western Conference, had begun to recognize the threat posed by Xiao Shen, as teams aspiring for playoff contention devised strategies to contain him. Meanwhile, the Dallas Mavericks' next opponent, the San Antonio Spurs, basked in unrestrained joy under the guidance of Coach Popovich and his disciples. Xiao Shen, merely a reckless man. Juga Popovich has already taken everything into account and will undoubtedly present Xiao Shen with ample surprises. On November 25th, the Dallas Mavericks embark on their first back-to-back away game, visiting the Oklahoma City Thunder. In the illustrious career of Xiao Shen in the NBA, he faces off against the formidable duo of Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. Although it is unlikely that they will directly contend for dominance, the match promises to be nothing short of exhilarating. Chapter 92, The Clash of Titans, where Xiao Shen decisively overcomes Adams. The encounter between the Dallas Mavericks and the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight is destined to be a high-octane showdown. In his prime, Deron Williams might have managed to somewhat restrain Westbrook. However, in his current state, he is unlikely to contain the explosive and physically imposing Westbrook, who shares a similar playing style. As for Kevin Durant's offensive prowess, it is beyond question. This season, he averages an impressive 28, 2 points, 8, 2 rebounds, and 5.0 assists per game, placing him just behind Stephen Curry, with Xiao Shen and James Harden following closely in fourth. Within the ranks of the Dallas Mavericks, no player seems equipped to thwart Durant's offensive onslaught. The Oklahoma City Thunder face a similar predicament. Despite possessing Serge Ibaka and Steven Adams in their interior defense, neither can withstand the relentless assault from Xiao Shen, even if they were to alternate their efforts. The outcome of this game hinges on which side can unleash more ferocious attacks. Durant's injury sidelined him for the previous season, but his triumphant return has not come without its challenges in terms of team cohesion. Last season, the Thunder revolved entirely around Westbrook, who was the unequivocal offensive linchpin. With Durant's return, the distribution of ball control has shifted, resulting in a less harmonious dynamic and fluctuating team performance, which is to be expected. Nevertheless, in this contest, the Oklahoma City Thunder, benefiting from the advantage of playing at home, are determined to vanquish the Dallas Mavericks and put an end to their winning streak. They deploy a starting lineup comprising Russell Westbrook, Dion Waiters, Kevin Durant, Serge Ibaka, and Steven Adams, while the Mavericks field their previous starting five: Deron Williams, Wesley Matthews, Chandler Parsons, Dirk Nowitzki, and Xiao Shen. As the starting players take their positions at center court, the referee's whistle signals the commencement of the game. The Dallas Mavericks initiate the very first offensive play, with Xiao Shen receiving the ball in the low post, his back to Adams. He takes a moment to assess the defensive positioning of his opponents, gaining a general understanding of the Thunder's defensive strategy. With extraordinary physical prowess, he prepares for a one-on-one confrontation beneath the basket against Adams. Xiao Shen commenced a direct assault. The mode of the formidable brute was activated. With 2 swift maneuvers, he advanced into the 3-second zone, pivoted, and forcefully pushed Adams aside, launching into a powerful one-handed slam dunk that emphatically sent the ball crashing through the hoop. This approach was both grand and unrefined, yet astonishingly effective. Despite meticulous pre-game analyses predicting Xiao Shen's style of play, Adams found himself utterly unable to defend against it. The King of the Sea, known for his unwavering confidence in his physical prowess, was left questioning his own abilities after being overpowered in their initial confrontation. In such a straightforward manner, he barreled into his opponent, creating space for himself while nearly losing his footing, unable to halt his backward retreat. Xiao Shen's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, far exceeding his expectations. However, Adams could scarcely anticipate that an even greater terror lurked ahead. The match continued, and it was Oklahoma City Thunder's turn to attack. Westbrook passed the ball to Durant on the other side. Faced with Parsons' defense, Durant took a step, then leaped to shoot. The three-pointer swished through the net. It was impossible to defend against. The average player simply could not contain him. Standing close to 210 centimeters tall, coupled with remarkable wingspan, Durant, fully airborne, could effortlessly shoot over the heads of most players, thereby concluding the offensive play. Such an attack was indeed quite insurmountable. Nevertheless, Xiao Shen remains invincible beneath the basket. It is now the Dallas Mavericks' turn to initiate their offensive play. Xiao Shen descended to an exceedingly profound position, effectively pinning Adams behind him. As he received the ball, he effortlessly executed a half-turn, taking a step forward and easily fending off Adams, who found himself devoid of any opportunity to resist. The only course left for him was to pivot and leap in an attempt to block. Yet, in that moment of ascension, Xiao Shen once again overpowered Adams' defense in midair, depositing the ball into the hoop with ease. Unstoppable, equally uncontainable. Witnessing this spectacle, Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook, stationed beyond the arc on defense, could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor, with their competitive spirit intensifying. In the offensive play for the Oklahoma City Thunder, Westbrook positioned himself at the top of the arc, signaling for Adams to come over for a screen. He retreated a step to create space, utilizing the screen to shake off his defender. With an accelerated start, Westbrook immediately shifted into high gear, charging straight towards the paint. Xiao Shen's pursuit lagged slightly. Westbrook launched into action, his body extending gracefully into a perfect C shape. With an exaggerated and explosive one-handed slam dunk, he emphatically thrust the ball into the hoop, ruthlessly assaulting the rim. The thunderous dunk completed, Westbrook landed, fist clenched, roaring with unrestrained fervor. Adorn him with a blindfolded red silk ribbon, and he would resemble a character from an underground game. Westbrook's electrifying dunk not only served as a response to Xiao Shen, but also instantaneously ignited the fervor of the home crowd. The game was charged with explosive energy. Our Oklahoma City Thunder possesses that fire as well. However, Xiao Shen seems to be engaged in a fierce contest with the Oklahoma City Thunder, countering the offensive maneuvers of the Dallas Mavericks. Xiao Shen suddenly retreated to the arc's apex, providing a screen for Deron Williams. A block and a roll. Xiao Shen deftly maneuvered towards the basket, seizing the opportunity. Deron Williams delivered a precise bounce pass, perfectly timed as it reached Xiao Shen's hands. While Xiao Shen's speed may not rival that of Westbrook, his explosive power was undeniably extraordinary. Upon receiving the ball, he leapt effortlessly, disregarding Adams, who stood in his path. With an innate athletic prowess, Xiao Shen activated his unrivaled berserker charge skill, culminating in a thunderous one-handed slam dunk that sent the ball crashing into the hoop, reverberating through the arena. The formidable Adams, who attempted to obstruct him, was astonishingly knocked to the ground by Xiao Shen's force. This spectacle left the audience in the Chesapeake Energy Arena utterly astounded. Westbrook's dunks were powerful and explosive, yet they paled in comparison to the sheer impact of Xiao Shen's. Defenders were obliterated in his wake, including Adams, renowned as one of the most formidable defenders within the Oklahoma City Thunder lineup. What an awe-inspiring display of power. Westbrook observed Xiao Shen intently, lost in thought, while Kevin Durant cast a glance at him, reassessing his earlier underestimation. Xiao Shen's decisive play ignited both Durant and Westbrook entirely. As the Oklahoma City Thunder initiated their offense, Durant unleashed a ferocious mid-range jump shot, seamlessly securing 2 points. In response, Nowitzki promptly executed a classic move, demonstrating his prowess. The contest was fiercely competitive, with both sides exchanging blows. However, as the game progressed, Durant and Westbrook's shooting from mid to long range faltered, while Xiao Shen remained an unstoppable force in the paint, with no one able to thwart his offensive efforts. Adams found himself repeatedly knocked to the ground, and on one occasion, while attempting to secure a defensive rebound, he inadvertently positioned himself to pass the ball to Westbrook. Suddenly, Xiao Shen surged forth, pushing aside Adams and snatching the rebound that Westbrook was on the verge of claiming, nearly toppling him to the ground. Westbrook could no longer remain composed. Chapter 93. Dunking against dunking. The game had reached 7 minutes and 57 seconds into the first quarter, and the Oklahoma City Thunder was on the offensive. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left side, Westbrook held the ball just a meter beyond the three-point line, signaling for Ibaka to set a screen. With a swift motion, he took a dribble. Whoosh. In an instant, Westbrook shifted into fifth gear, accelerating with full force. Utilizing the screen, he deftly evaded his defender, dribbling straight toward the basket. Spotting Xiao Shen rushing in for help defense, Westbrook showed no hesitation. As he approached within a step of Xiao Shen, he leaped into the air, executing a graceful windmill dunk, his body extending to its utmost. Westbrook soared towards Xiao Shen, poised to slam the ball into the hoop. "You wish to dunk over me? How intriguing." Xiao Shen observed Westbrook's aggressive approach and could surmise his intentions. It was evident that he had mistaken his target. Had the defender in the paint been Nowitzki, perhaps he would have succeeded. But before the reckless brashness, how could one dare to show off? Xiao Shen adjusted his rhythm, took a step forward, and then leaped high into the air. With precise anticipation, his powerful hands firmly pressed down on the ball. "Get down." Xiao Shen pressed down with both hands on the ball, unleashing an explosive and unparalleled force. At the apex of his leap, Westbrook found himself uncontrollably descending, the ball in his grasp slipping further from the possibility of scoring. With a stunning display of skill, Xiao Shen executed a perfect two-handed slap, forcefully bringing Westbrook down from the air. The ball, now freed from the grasp of both players, fell heavily to the ground. Westbrook, momentarily unsteady, buckled at the knees and found himself seated on the floor. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience at the Chesapeake Energy Center fell into an eerie silence. Many fans had already risen from their seats, for in previous encounters of this nature, the defending player would either sidestep the impending collision or become merely a backdrop to Westbrook's prowess. A small faction, those who engaged in fervent prayers, still held a glimmer of hope that Westbrook might soar and deliver a thunderous dunk. The die-hard admirers of Westbrook were poised to unleash their enthusiastic cheers. With a resounding double-handed block, Xiao Shen silenced the screams that almost erupted from their throats, forcefully suppressing them back into submission. At that moment, Jeff Van Gundy, the commentator seated at the sidelines, was utterly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. Clutching his head with both hands, his restless fingers instinctively tugged at a few strands of his already scarce hair, disregarding any sense of regret. What an incredibly ferocious block! Jeff Van Gundy exclaimed with fervor. Xiao has just thwarted Russell's attempt at an alley-oop dunk, and he has sent Russell crashing to the ground. My goodness, that was an extraordinarily powerful block. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Russell Westbrook, seated on the floor, wore an expression of utter despondency, filled with frustration and disbelief. As he gazed upon Xiao Shen, who was roaring in celebration right before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. The possession had shifted to the Dallas Mavericks, transitioning from defense to offense. Did they dare to attempt to dunk over him? Xiao Shen shook his head and remarked to Westbrook, "You are incapable." Ignoring Westbrook, who remained seated on the ground, Xiao Shen swiftly advanced towards the front court. After a feigned screen, he pivoted and made a cut towards the basket, receiving a pass from Darren Williams. With a single dribble, he soared into the air, executing a magnificent two-handed slam dunk, overpowering Adams and emphatically driving the ball into the hoop. A perfect display of offense and defense, it undoubtedly secured a spot among the top 5 plays of the day. Westbrook attempted to dunk over Xiao Shen for the first time, but faced a dismal defeat. Unwilling to concede, Westbrook sought another opportunity 2 plays later. He once again challenged Xiao Shen with the ball, fully prepared and exerting tremendous effort in an attempt to slam the ball into the basket over Xiao Shen. This time, with a swift motion, Xiao Shen deftly pressed down, once more liberating the ball from Westbrook's grasp. Although Westbrook remained upright and was not toppled by Xiao Shen's maneuver, he stumbled backward a few steps upon landing, his demeanor still quite disheveled. Westbrook persistently challenged himself, and Xiao Shen felt compelled to offer a modicum of response. However, the two had limited opportunities to directly confront each other. Xiao Shen has yet to master the technique of dribbling from beyond the three-point line and executing a powerful dunk over an opponent. However, this moment will inevitably be avenged upon Westbrook. In the second quarter of the match, the re-entering Xiao Shen repeatedly sought opportunities to penetrate the basket, often disregarding the defensive players in his path, seizing every chance that arose. Xiao Shen surged forth with a thunderous dunk, finally provoking both Ibaka and Adams. With 8 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Dallas Mavericks initiated their offensive play. As they approached the three-point line, Darren Williams set a screen, allowing Xiao Shen to make a seamless cut towards the free throw line. Receiving a swift bounce pass from Williams, Xiao Shen took a single dribble before launching into the air. At that moment, both Adams and Ibaka retreated to the paint. Sensing Xiao Shen's intent, they quickly found their rhythm, timing their approach as they leaped to contest his shot. With their powerful, elongated arms reaching for the ball, they aimed to thwart his attempt. However, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess, Xiao Shen exhibited no hesitation. In an instant, he activated his unparalleled brute strength, executing a forceful slam dunk with both hands. With an explosive surge of energy, he soared toward the hoop, his impact echoing through the arena. Before the astonished eyes of countless fans, Xiao Shen resembled an indomitable sword, effortlessly piercing through the defensive barrier constructed by Adams and Ibaka. The resounding crash of the dunk reverberated throughout the venue. Xiao Shen executed an incredibly brutal slam dunk, sending both Ibaka and Adams tumbling to the ground in disarray. Even the backboard at the Chesapeake Energy Center could not withstand such a ferocious impact, shattering into countless pieces that scattered across the floor. Terrified, Ibaka and Adams hastily fled the scene with the assistance of their teammates, their retreat marked by a sense of chaos. With their hands gripping the now unbound rim, they landed safely on the court. Xiao Shen wore an expression of serene indifference, exuding a sense of invincibility tinged with melancholy as he disdainfully hurled the basketball hoop to the ground. Meanwhile, Mark Cuban, watching the game from the comfort of his home. Felt a twinge of pain. With a casual toss, tens of thousands of dollars seemed to vanish into thin air. Mark Cuban found himself in a bewildering mix of amusement and exasperation. The breathtaking scene rendered the audience at the Chesapeake Energy Center utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. The Oklahoma City Thunder players were equally taken aback. Even the normally formidable Adams cast a trembling glance at Xiao Shen. As Xiao Shen strolled towards the bench, the Dallas Mavericks players rushed towards him, their excitement unmistakable. However, Xiao Shen remarked, "The quality of the backboard is rather poor. It cannot withstand such slams. I doubt this is a product of Chinese manufacturing. Utter rubbish, utterly dissatisfying." The players of the Dallas Mavericks were left speechless. The infamous head fake by Nowitzki was once again artfully evaded by Xiao Shen. With a chuckle, Nowitzki quipped, "With such feeble strength, how many backboards can endure your onslaught?" I can only imagine Mark must be lamenting the state of his wallet at this moment. Xiao Shen let out a hearty laugh, and the bench of the Dallas Mavericks joined in the revelry. However, following that ferocious dunk by Xiao Shen, a fervent discussion erupted online regarding the comparison between dunks. Chapter 94, The Brute vs. the Reaper. The rim shattered, bringing the game to a halt. The gigantic screen replayed the slow-motion footage of Xiao Shen's brutal dunk repeatedly. With each iteration, the fans' astonishment intensified. As they marveled, they eagerly debated the significance of Xiao Shen's dunk. "Oh my God, the King of the Sea," augmented with an 18-card boost, was utterly overwhelmed by Xiao Shen's dunk. How terrifying. What defines a true dunk? This, indeed, is what one calls a dunk over an opponent. If one does not send two players crashing to the floor or shatter the rim, can it even be considered a dunk? Second Lieutenant, bring forth my Italian cannon. Congratulations to the dunk god for once again achieving the feat of shattering the rim on an away game. A direct nod to owner Mark Cuban. Charge that to your card. A true brute dares to confront the overwhelming force of an opponent's dunk and subsequently pins them to the ground. Xiao Shen, in a display of merciless prowess, executed a savage dunk over two formidable adversaries, toppling them while simultaneously demolishing the rim. Unstoppable. Even the so-called toughest man in the NBA, the King of the Sea, alongside Ibaka, proved powerless against Xiao Shen's terrifying dunk. Shall they bring a third player next time? What a laugh. The little turtle, amusing indeed. Displaying a great sword in front of Guangdong, attempting a dunk before a brute, is simply comical. Dunk versus dunk. I ask you, do you feel shame? I challenge the NBA. Who can withstand Xiao Shen's dunk? What is a brute? It is someone who revels in a dunk that brings down heroes and legends alike. Xiao Shen's explosive dunk continues to reverberate, its impact ever expanding. However, the on-site staff of the Oklahoma City Thunder exhibit remarkable efficiency, restoring the hoop and